KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Second and 15 from their 40-yard line. Mahomes with one back. Here's the snap. Mahomes throwing over the middle. Hits Gray, and he's down at the 45-yard line of Houston, short of a first down. 3 seconds left, 2 seconds left. The game is over. The Houston Texans have done it. They've come to Kansas City and defeated the Chiefs 20-10. A landmark performance for the Texans.
It was our next game, and that's how we approach it. We didn't make it bigger than it needed to be. It's our next game. We needed to come out, execute, play good football. Right, and we did that. We won the third down battle. Our offense did a good job on third down, and we made stops, and we needed to make stops on defense.
Oh yeah, it's big time. In our season here last year, and kind of had that bad taste in your mouth. We were all motivated to win this game, and do the right things, to win the game. So that's a blessing. But always things to clean up, and offensively, we got to be better in the second half. But I thought we played hard, and in December you want to get wins, and that's all that really matters.
Yeah, good job, Colin. Good job. Get that music going, because the Texans wake up this morning inside the playoff velvet rope, and more importantly, Seth Payne.
Yes.
The king is dead.
They're pretty much goners.
The king is dead. They killed the king last night, and I know as CJ alluded to, there's plenty to clean up from the second half. This morning, this is all about the Texans going into Kansas City. And this, to me, Seth, it's not just about beating the Kansas City Chiefs. It's about two things. It's about the way that they beat the Kansas City Chiefs, and it's about the fact that the Texans, in the 3-game stretch that you and I had cited as this is the stretch that's going to decide the season.
Yeah.
Week 12, Week 13, Week 14. And there's other stuff that went on in the league yesterday that's going to change a lot of the calculus, especially inside the division. But that they went 3-0 in that 3-game stretch and came out the other side, not just 8-5, but I think 8-5 with an ethos and vibe to this team where I think Houstonians feel it. I think national media feels it. I think the rest of the AFC feels it. And especially given the way that this AFC is setting up right now, such a strange season with this defense against the other teams that I look at in the standings right now around the Texans. Hell, they've beaten a couple of them already this year. This is wide open for this team right now.
It really is. I mean, a huge part of it is just simply wondering exactly how far you can go with a defense that's playing incredibly well, including this is how good the defense is, Sean. That I had people at the end of the third quarter telling me that the Texans defense was pooping the bed because they'd allowed at that point 10 points. Because the Chiefs had a nice touchdown drive in the second half. Well, meanwhile, the offense went 3-and-out after 3-and-out after 3-and-out after 3-and-out, and then but then they came through with a 6-and-out.
Yeah,
they punted 5 straight times. Yeah. The offense wasn't doing anything, and the defense let up one good. Everything we worried about was okay. Mahomes scrambling and Mahomes with his deep shots, his random deep shots, and those are the two things that really, by and large, scared you in that game. But the defense, Sean, they had the Chiefs' skill position players so freaking scared, terrified, just absolutely terrified. In the final Al-Shaair interception was a combination of everything. There was good pressure on Mahomes. Mahomes throws it on a bad pass behind Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce, as he's bobbling it, who's bearing down on him? Al-Shaair,
right.
The guy from all the scary tweets and all the angry people on the internet.
The Freddy Krueger of the NFL.
The guy from all the op-eds and whatnot. Oh, shame on this man. Oh, and he bobbled it up. And Aziz gets the interception as Miles Bryant hits him. The Chiefs receivers and tight ends were absolutely petrified.
Yes.
This defense terrifies offensive players.
Yep.
Just absolutely scares the diddles out of them. I'm not even going to say bejesus.
The drops, and I saw anywhere from 6 drops to 8 drops. I guess it depends on how you categorize a drop.
And some of those were contributing. There was some sketchy ball location by Mahomes.
Yeah. So, however, this we know. I mean, the Chiefs had trouble catching the football last night. These were not drops that in the open field that were drops of concentration because you just picked your head up and started to run without the football. The best example I can give you is Jalen Petri turning Rashee Rice into just a corpse. That wasn't one of the drops. I'm going somewhere with this. Him turning Rashee Rice into a corpse on a perfectly legal hit that Creed Humphrey had to come waddling over to Jalen Petri and say, hey, man, you just hit my teammate really hard. What the hell?
Well, hey, stop playing football so hard.
Stop being legal about everything. But I think that hit earlier in the game with Jalen Petri on Rashee Rice had something to do with Rashee Rice dropping a 4th and 4 later on in the game. I think
he had somebody bearing. That was a more blatant drop, but he still had footsteps coming at him.
Yeah, I think it's still in his head from earlier in the game, and so you can get 6 drops, 7 drops, whatever the number may be. Don't let people flash that up on a screen and just treat it like Mahomes got screwed or something like that because his receivers weren't coming through for him. He was partially to blame for some of the ball location, which you can also attribute to the Texans' pressure. And again, just 2 sacks last night, but it felt like Mahomes was under pressure all night. It was a lot like last week's game with the Colts where the Texans only had 1 sack. But if you watch the game, you know they were affecting Daniel Jones in that game. And then within that kill zone there, I think the Texans and this last night was the swarm mentality to the nth degree and how it affects other teams. And it was so great to see, man. Patrick Mahomes, that was the lowest scoring output in Patrick Mahomes' NFL career last year.
It was the lowest in so many respects. It was the lowest passer rating he's ever had.
Yep.
Lowest passer rating he's ever had. Expected points per drop back, lowest he's ever had in his entire career. 42.4% completion percentage, worst of his entire career. Yeah. It was a heroic, and I'll tell you what, man, old game management Andy Reid. Oh, God bless him. You know, he went dormant for a while. You hold the Texans to 5 straight punts. They had what? At that point, the Texans offense had about 15 yards in the second half.
I'll tell you exactly how much they had. They had 5 drives where they ran 18 plays for 17 yards in the second half.
You go for it in your own territory.
On your own 31.
You idiot. What a moron. I can't believe that. You got to fire him. How can you have this guy as your football coach?
You know what? It's funny you say that because I say that all the time for like really egregious errors that people are allowed to get away with in the NFL. And I'm like, no, in real world, when you do something like that, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's like sexually harassing the boss's wife. Like, you get fired. I'm sorry. I know you're 180% of quota for the last 10 years. You're the best salesperson we've ever had. You can't grope my wife on our own 31-yard line. I'm sorry.
They got to fire Andy Reid. You can't allow that, man. Sean, and if anything, look, the Texans defense, they'd seeped a little bit there in the second half. They'd shown, especially when you still have that dynamic where Mahomes can scramble for time. Mahomes was their leading rusher last night. Mahomes was the scariest guy with the ball in his hand on the field, and he'd had some success in the second half. And the best chance they had at that point really was, okay, we need Pat Mahomes to whip out another big chunk play somehow to scramble around to run for some first downs. And you had zero threat from the offense. Zero threat. And you go ahead and you go for it. I guess by the same token, you might say, well, they thought that they could just go get it. If they didn't get it, then they would just stop them on a 3-and-out there.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. There's a time in the game for the Chiefs offense to still do some damage. And then Mahomes, after that point, you can make all the excuses with drops and everything you want. Mahomes was the fourth quarter. It's one of the worst. If I had watched that if I had watched that and you somehow blurred out who the quarterback in the team jersey was and everything, if I just watched nothing but that fourth quarter, I'd say, no, Shedeur Sanders never going to make it in the NFL. No, this guy, what are you? I can't believe you're giving this guy an opportunity. What the hell?
Oh, my God. The crazy thing about that Andy Reid decision, well, the crazy thing was just the decision itself, but it was 10-10 at the time. Right. It was 10-10. It's not like they were trailing 17-10. We got to keep this drive going. And it certainly wasn't like the Texans were moving. Oh, don't want to give the football back to the Texans. Your best strategy there would have been to punt, give the ball back to the Texans, and you probably would have improved your field position on the subsequent punt back to you, because it's not like Townsend punted the ball all that great last night. But to your point, Seth, in the fourth quarter, this is what the Texans did to Patrick Mahomes, who, by the way, had his full complement of weapons last night. There's no excuse. He had Xavier Worthy. He had Rashee Rice. He had Hollywood Brown out there. Travis Kelce, the revitalized Travis Kelce from last year, he was out there. They had Pacheco. They had Kareem Hunt. Now the offensive line, they were missing pieces there. But as far as the skill positions and everything, they had everything they needed. These were the four chief drives in the fourth quarter of this football game. To your point, interception, 3 plays, 4 yards. That was the Kamari Lassiter interception. Turning it over on downs. That was the series we just talked about. 4 plays, 9 yards. Then they had to, because they're now trailing 17-10 and the time is dwindling, they had to go for it on fourth down on their side of the 50 again. Yeah. On a 4th and 4. They turn it over on downs. 4 plays, 6 yards. Texans couldn't make them pay because they couldn't get out of the huddle in time twice. One coming out of a timeout.
Oh, yeah, our favorite. That was one of our top 5 most infuriating penalties.
It was, yeah, that's right.
I think it was number 1 or number 2?
It was the first one I said, so it was number 9. I think
it wasn't even a penalty, but it was, to avoid a penalty. Yeah.
Right. Any coming out of a timeout.
But then they did have the delay of game immediately afterwards.
Right. They're like, oh, no, I know we called a timeout to prevent a delay of game, but by God, we're going to get a delay of game, okay? And then finally, just to close this out, interception to Azeez Al-Shaair. Those are the fourth quarter drives for Patrick Mahomes.
Can I?
Yes.
I texted you last night about how I had to consciously remove myself from the 2-minute drill, if that's what you want to call it, at the end of the first half. So I got to consciously not think about that.
Yeah.
I have to force myself not to think about that because, my God. What? Sean, what the hell? Sean, what in the ever-living hell is going on with the Texans at the end of the first half every single week?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like they just look. As somebody who struggles with time management myself at times, sometimes you gotta clamp down on the ADHD, fellas.
Yeah.
You gotta realize, no, there's a clock. You gotta be sure that you're getting to where you're supposed to be on time.
Yep.
You can't spend 25 seconds trying to get guys lined up when the clock is ticking.
Yeah. And then you go 3 and out, start the second half. So the whole advantage you have of getting the ball to start the half that puts you – it gives you an inherent advantage in what they call the middle 8, the last 4 of the first half, the first 4 of the second half. They frittered that away. It's things like that, Seth, things like going 0 for the entire third quarter, and yet you go on the road and beat the Chiefs.
Yeah.
In the only game – and I'm going to give you another Mahomes stat here in a second. This isn't the Mahomes stat I'm about to give you, but this is the only game that's the Chiefs have lost that hasn't been a one-score game. Every other loss has been a one-score game this year. The Texans beat them by 10 in a game where they were completely dormant in the second half of this game. It's just that the defense was able to get them multiple opportunities on the plus side of the field. How about this one for a Mahomes stat? Mahomes, this is the first time Patrick Mahomes in his career has had a game with 0 touchdown passes, multiple turnovers, and a less than 50% completion percentage.
Yeah.
It's never happened before. He's never had a no touchdown, 2 interception, 15 for 31 game or something.
You got to blow it up. You got to blow it all up.
Fire Reid, blow it up. Yeah.
And the great thing is that even fishing was just absolutely horrendous on both sides of the ball yet again.
Yep.
I mean, the Chiefs fans really can't look themselves in the mirror and still try to blame the officials for this. I mean, they will, I'm sure. They're not accustomed to seeing their hero without clothes and his dad bod. I guess they are, actually. They actually have seen his actual dad bod without clothes for a good amount of times.
Yeah.
But he looks that much more dad body-ish when he has a game like that.
Man.
And those were earned drops by the Texans. There were so many easy shots in the kill zone. And the best part of that game, Sean, which of those two teams, again, if you didn't know the geographic location of those teams, which team looks like it was bothered more by the cold weather? 100% the Chiefs.
That you can contribute a percentage of the drops to that, maybe. Who knows?
The injuries, the drops, all of that. They looked like they were not ready for cold weather. Yeah, they looked like they needed hot cocoa in the locker room.
I'm glad you brought that up because that to me, look, they beat the Chiefs, so this is going to newsflash. This is going to be a largely very happy show today. I just want anybody who's really frustrated with the third quarter. I totally get it. But the fact that it looked like the issues the Texans were having on a frigid night in Kansas City had zero to do with the weather, and the reason why I'm happy about that is the way the standings are shaking out. You're going to have to go play in some cold places at some point here. Look, New England and Denver are running away with the AFC right now. So if you want to get to a Super Bowl, you're going to have to play one of those two teams in January in cold weather. The Texans didn't look fazed at all by it yesterday. They looked more fazed by just trying to get out of their own way against what's a pretty good defense in a hostile environment. But the
thing that bothered me last night was that I was retroactively angry at the Cowboys for winning that game, for losing that game, because if the Chiefs hadn't had their backs against the wall, I think you wouldn't the version of Chris Jones that you've seen all year, which is more kind of like, sometimes I play, sometimes I don't.
Yeah, he was dialed in, man.
He's one of those guys that kind of like, remember Chester McLaughlin back in the day?
I do.
Classic don't poke the bear guy. Chester McLaughlin, when he chose to, would absolutely destroy your world.
Yeah.
And Chris Jones felt like he was having one of those moments last night where he really decided to play football.
He did.
And beat the absolute snot out of the interior offensive line.
That's got to be frustrating if you're a Chiefs fan to see something like that. Like, oh, tonight you're trying the entire time.
He really could do it every single game if he somehow wanted to.
Yeah, it's wild. And yet I don't think there's a Chiefs fan out there that doesn't think he's worth the $30 million a year that he's getting. Because he's made such big – maybe this year.
Well,
I know
this year there are.
This year. I just mean in general. Like, he's been this way forever.
Remember we had what's his name from the Chiefs?
Carrington.
Carrington Harrison. Carrington Harrison said just that. Wow, he got that big contract and just hasn't been the same guy since. That's
true. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. We're off and running, and this is a great Monday to be a Texan fan. 20-10 final score over the Kansas City Chiefs. We're going to continue to break it down. We talked about the big picture. Let's take a look at it in the next segment. It is wide open in the AFC right now, and one of the biggest developments in the division was probably the biggest news story in the NFL yesterday. So we will get to that. We'll do headlines a little bit later. We'll dip in on we will dip in on what happened with the college football playoff rankings yesterday. I know all of you are ready to bathe in my tears. We'll get to that at some point here in the first hour as well, but check in with us, 713-572-4610. But let's get you guys in a luxury vehicle first, shall we? West Point Lincoln.
2. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. There were big doings yesterday around the AFC. Obviously, the Texans over the Chiefs last night is going to get a ton of attention nationally, probably more so for the Chiefs side of it than the Texans side of it, although the Texans defense is going to continue to get a lot of love. But that'll be a big theme, I would imagine, Seth, today around the NFL on the national coverage of it is, are the Chiefs dead? Especially on the same day where the Ravens lost to. We're looking at an AFC where Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes are both 2 games out of even being a wild card team, and the team they're looking to catch has beaten them this year. So they're really 3 games back of the playoff hunt with 4 games to go. Both of those teams, Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes, the 2 multi-time MVPs of the last decade or so. It's a crazy AFC right now, and now you're the Texans, and you're sitting there at the 7th seed, and you're tied with the Indianapolis Colts, who you have the tiebreaker over. But the Indianapolis Colts yesterday, Seth, just basically turned into the Arizona Cardinals and the Las Vegas Raiders on your schedule, because Riley Leonard looks like is going to be the quarterback the rest of the year. The Colts with I can tell you, nobody's watched more Riley Leonard football over the last year than I have. Mm-hmm. I love Riley Leonard. I love what he did last year for my alma mater, taking them to within 60 minutes of a national championship. He ain't ready for the NFL, man. And we saw that yesterday.
It's like a poor man's J.J. McCarthy.
He is not ready for the NFL, and so the Colts are in big trouble. Their schedule's hard.
Yeah, the problem is that the Jaguars get to face the Colts again as well.
Yes, yeah.
That's the Jags schedule. Jags and the Texans have similarities, and they both have one tough team remaining on their schedule. Yeah. The Jaguars have the tougher one. They play the Broncos still
in Denver.
Yeah. But they also have the Colts and the Titans and
the Jets. The Jets. Yeah, the Jets are this weekend. Yeah, that's what I would tell Texan fans is get to know the Jags schedule chapter and verse here, because the Colts, I know the Colts are tied in the standings with the Texans. They're out. Daniel Jones is done. They're done. The Sauce Gardner trade looks awful. It's like everything, honestly, everything that could go wrong for the Colts since they made the Sauce Gardner trade has gone wrong for the Colts. They're losing football games. Yeah. They've lost their quarterback for the season. And the guy they traded 2 first-round picks for is also out with a calf injury.
The best thing, though, is that the Colts are going to forget that the offense hasn't been good for the last 5 weeks, and they're gonna run it back with Daniel Jones.
Yeah. Boy,
they won't have to pay him. They're going to look at it like, well, hey, okay, he should maybe he'll be able to come back from this Achilles, and we'll get him at a discount. Here we go.
Yeah,
and maybe this Anthony Richardson kid, maybe he's got something in him after all.
Yeah, this is if you have your computer open, people, don't do this if you're behind the wheel of your car, but if you're sitting somewhere stationary, open the AFC standings and tell me that the Texans can't win an AFC where Bo Nix, Drake May, and Trevor Lawrence, and Aaron Rodgers, 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers, those are the quarterbacks of the 4 division leaders right now.
Mm-hmm.
And Drake May's been awesome this year, so I don't want to lump Drake May in with those other 3 guys to say that he's played the same. He's played at an MVP level.
He's played awesome, but they've and I'm sorry, Sean, I'm not trying to rub salt in your wounds or anything, but they've faced a Notre Dame type schedule.
Yeah,
actually not as hard as a Notre Dame schedule.
Right.
They haven't faced as many hard teams as the
2 hard teams.
Yeah, they really
maybe.
and they haven't.
Yeah.
So there is a little element of that. It's that, man, the Patriots this year do feel like a really impressive college team that hasn't been tested yet. And they've got some good victories, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But we just really, until the playoffs, won't know exactly how good the Patriots are. And that's a scary thing.
Yep.
They could be that they're genuinely as good as you think they are. But there are some elements about them that just don't scream, oh, yeah, we can do it in the cold weather versus tough and physical football teams.
You can beat all of the teams ahead of you in the AFC standings with what has become the typical Texans overall effort, which is elite level defense and the offense not turning the ball over and doing just enough to win games, being opportunistic about the chances that the defense gives you. That was the formula last night. I'm not here to justify what the third quarter looked like offensively. I'm not. But the fact of the matter is, with this defense, these are good enough efforts offensively, obviously, to win these games, or they wouldn't be winning these games now.
That game last night felt almost like an NBA game in that the proverbial, hey, when an NBA team's back is against the wall, you're going to see them fight every last little bit. And in the, going into this game, we talked about how, man, when the Chiefs hit the playoffs, Andy Reid's got a few tricks up his sleeve. Pat Mahomes tends to scramble around and make some things happen downfield, and they come up winning these games. Don't feel like they should be able to win. That's I'm not being backhanded or anything. That's how they've been the entire duration of their run.
It's a compliment.
From the first year where they came back from double-digit deficits every single game on their way to a Super Bowl in the playoffs. There is still that element of them, but it also, man, watching last night, it felt a little bit like Astros 2024 vibes, or Astros 2024. It's like, all right, you can only get so far with gumption.
Mm-hmm.
You can only get so far with veteran savvy.
Yeah, no question. So yeah, that was. I think it's a compliment when you say that. It takes skill to win games like that many years in a row.
But Andy Reid also just going forward on that fourth down when the Texans offense was doing zero. They had 1 first down at that point in the second half.
Yep. And
you go for it in your own territory for a long. It was a long yard and a half. That was a decision. Of all the decisions Andy Reid has made, that was one of them.
The guy is drunk.
They had 1 first down, and it was on, like, if I recall correctly, it was like CJ putting on a cape to make a 16-yard completion to Jaden Higgins. Like there was, even when the Texans were moving the ball in the second half, the rare occasions where they moved the football, there was nothing pretty about it. It was all very jagged and jittery, and they did just enough to bring the ship in, man.
The way the Texans rushed the passer all night, it was interesting. I saw sometimes that, they had Danielle Hunter going inside and giving kind of a soft edge on the right side of the pocket. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that was by improv or by design at times. Will Anderson did a really good job of compressing the pocket and not just going for sacks.
Yeah.
And that did lead to a lot of the bad throws and the interceptions, because they knew, just like it was versus Josh Allen, that containing him is more important than actually getting him down.
Yep.
By and large. You want to get both, and they did that at times. That's why your defensive tackles got sacks in that game. But this is a telling thing versus former MVPs who can very much hurt you with their legs. Thank you to Hippolito Arriaga, our beloved listener, for forwarding this to me.
Mm-hmm.
So the former MVPs that the Texans have faced this year, Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, 0 touchdown passes, 5 interceptions, 10 sacks combined against those two players.
Yes.
No other team in NFL history has had 10-plus sacks and 5+ interceptions against former MVPs in a season while holding them to 0 touchdown passes.
Wow. Okay, I like that. Man, the Texans are doing a lot of stuff where, hey, this stat, this stat, that's never happened before.
The way Lamar Jackson is playing right now, I wish they had Lamar Jackson on Christmas Day this year.
Yes. I do. Hey, when did you feel like you could breathe last night towards the end of that game?
Aziz's interception.
Okay.
No, not even after that, because they still had one more series after that. No, not until the clock read 0-0-0. What did I expect, the offense to come out and close it out? No.
The Aziz interception set up the drive that got the final field goal.
Yeah.
That put me 20-10. I did not feel that game was over until I saw the ball sail through the uprights on Kaimi's field goal. Then it's 30 seconds left, 2 possessions.
Then I still, I was still holding out a little bit of like, wait a second, just.
Really?
Wait. They changed the overtime rules because of this SOB. I'm not.
I was good. That's funny. That's really funny. I was like, man, I was so tense that Kaimi field goal because he misses that. Then the one guy who's proven he can go the length of the field in 30 seconds is the guy on the other side. When Kaimi made it, I'm like, oh, we're going to win. This is going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew I couldn't consciously do the math in my head, but I was still nervous.
Yeah.
I knew I was being irrational.
I thought I was being. I think Clinton Parker thought that I was like, why are you so worried right now? I'm like, because it's a 1-touchdown game. He needs to make this chip shot field goal. I don't know if you've watched Kaimi kick in the weather before.
You and I were like Archie Manning and Eli Manning up in the booth during Peyton's Super Bowl after they scored the big touchdown.
Yeah.
And everybody was celebrating, but we were the Manning family up in the booth, still analyzing, still thinking, okay, what's the possible way to do this?
Yes, yeah. I just love the fact that you, until it said zeros on the clock, you wouldn't let yourself enjoy it.
Until there was mathematically 0 chance of Mahomes just somehow figuring out a way to do it.
Yep. All right.
Plus, not to mention, let's be honest. Do you trust the Texans not to commit a penalty on special teams? If the Chiefs had lined up for an onside kick, do you think that somehow the Texans wouldn't have figured out a way to botch that?
Fair point. All right, up next, headlines. We will circle back to the Texans for sure. What went on around the league, college football playoff rankings. We'll share that with you as well. We'll get to all that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
CJ shotgun, Dare to his right. Here's Nolan in motion to the right. First and goal from the 5, handoff. Dare trying to dance between the tackles, taking it across the goal line. Touchdown, Houston. 5-yard run. Dare Ogunbowale.
Dare, he's that utility guy that wherever we need him, he's ready to go. So we needed him to get in and run the ball there, and he punched it in. O-line did a great job, but Dare secured the football, got across. When we needed it most, he made a huge play for us.
That was that kind of game last night, man. All hands on deck, and Dare Ogunbowale comes in at running back for one snap. He might have played more snaps at running back, but that was his only touch of the game, and he gets it in the biggest spot. Woody Marks had just gone out the play before because he got tackled awkwardly. It looked like something happened with his eyes. Maybe somebody scraped his eyes or something like that. Dare had to come in for a play, and Nick Caley says, you know what, let's give it to Dare down near the goal line down there.
Setting himself up potentially for all kinds of social media.
Yes, well.
Which is exactly what you should worry about.
Not sure if you've noticed, but the Texans have had trouble in that spot on the field inside the 5-yard line. But Dare gets in, man, and that was the difference in the game. That made it 17-10. 20-10, the final score. The Texans beat the Chiefs. And Seth, I haven't looked at the percentages yet, playoff-wise and whatnot. I'll go find that at some point. Safe to say the Texans have put themselves in really, really good position right now to be part of this postseason dance.
They are currently the 7th seed behind the Chargers and the Bills. Mm-hmm. So they have a head-to-head over the Bills. If the Texans can ascend one more spot and have the equal record to the Bills, or one more game, and have an equal record to the Bills, they'll have that tiebreaker. And if they beat the Chargers, they'll have that tiebreaker. Yep. So there's a really good avenue to get to 5. And then after that, it becomes, hey, can the Jaguars drop a game somewhere along the way? You've got a better conference record and a better division record versus the Jaguars right now, but they also have they still have one extra game to play in the division than the Texans do at this point.
Yep. The big game to watch when it comes to the Jags will be that Denver game, not this coming week, but the following week. They're at Denver because the rest of their schedule, especially with the injury to Daniel Jones, I mean, we're talking about the Jets and the Titans are bottom 5 teams in the league, and they play both of them in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
They're at the Colts in Week 17. That game just became much easier with Daniel Jones going out. It's almost imperative that the Denver Broncos beat the Jags a week from this Sunday.
And by the way, and I should have mentioned, obviously, the Chargers play tonight. And so there's a chance that the Texans go above the Chargers. I don't know what the tiebreaker would be there, but whatever. As of right now, it has a Texans with an 87% probability of making the playoffs on NFL.com.
Yep.
That's what most of and the Texans are favored in each of their remaining games, but except for the Chargers, by the computer probability, it's basically a draw right now. It's got the Texans with a 52% chance of winning. We'll see how that looks in a couple of weeks.
Here was DeMeco Ryans last night after the game when asked, how does the defense allow you to play above expectations?
For our defense, there's high expectations like within our group, and that's the only thing really that matters. It's nothing about an outside expectation. Our guys, they play for each other. It means a lot to them each and every snap. They're a tight group, and they go out and they know how to play together. It's not about one man making a play. Everybody's excited. They're fired up when whoever makes a play because that's how they play. They swarm, they play relentless, and it's beautiful to watch.
As long as they're winning, there's probably part of this defense that doesn't mind all these 3-and-outs. They're back on the field getting ready to go hit some people. There's probably part of this defense that gets impatient staying over there wanting to get back out there. And I say that for those who haven't looked at the box score or whatever. The Texans were all 3-and-outs in the entire the whole third quarter was 3-and-out. They had 12 plays for -2 yards in the third quarter yesterday. I don't even know that this defense cares. They're just back out there just rattling skulls. It's really incredible to watch.
Yeah, the best thing about the defense for me, Mitchell Schwartz last night tweeted at one point in the game, quarterback under center, play action, and look at the linebackers. They don't move their feet. And
how about the screen where everybody stopped?
Yeah, and I tweeted out that we get to watch that every week. Yeah. Mitchell Schwartz responded to me. He said more of a no one respects the Chiefs run game thing from my perspective, but I agree with you. The defense is fantastic at all three levels. The funny thing about this is the previous time that I had posted about the linebackers not moving their feet at all, it was against the team that has the number 2 running back in all the league, the Buffalo Bills.
Yep.
They are dialed in. They just flat out, they know so many times what you're going to do before you do it.
Man.
And that's a testament to coaching and the intelligence of the linebackers and everything else.
Well, top of the hour, we'll hear DeMeco Ryans' locker room speech. We do that after Texan wins at 7 o'clock. And we'll do we'll go back through the game through the voice of Mark Vandermeer, voice of Vandy. We'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20. We had a lot to get to with this game in the 7 o'clock hour. Around the NFL yesterday, the big story, Daniel Jones, torn Achilles, out for the season. This was interesting, Seth, because they were so hyper-focused on the broadcast early on of the Colts and Jags. Jags beat the Colts, by the way, 36-19. They were so hyper-focused on that fibula injury with Daniel Jones, zooming in on that sleeve that was made for him, that kind of, I think, for some friends from Duke invented for him. And then it was the other calf that ended up with the Achilles injury. Like it was,
which the overcompensation when you have an injury like that. He's been hobbling around for 3 weeks now. That you can never say exactly that's why it happened, but man, it sure seems like it.
Yep. So he's out for the season with an Achilles tear. Riley Leonard, the rookie out of Notre Dame, is going to be the quarterback for the foreseeable future. Steelers beat the Ravens 27-22. Bills beat the Bengals 39-34. Those are two games that impact the standings around the Texans. The other game that got a lot of attention between two really bad teams, Shedeur Sanders threw for 364 yards yesterday in a loss to the Titans.
And he had a couple of big chunk plays, but also just by and large put in a good effort.
Yeah.
The quarterback. Stefanski taking a lot of heat for taking him off the field down in the red zone, adding fuel to the fire for the people that believe that Kevin Stefanski hates Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
But if he has another couple games like that, you might see them try to just offload Deshaun Watson somehow, some way, and take the hit. And we'll see. We'll see. We know whether Kevin Stefanski actually hates Shedeur Sanders or not. Who knows?
Yeah. I promise I'm not avoiding the college football playoff rankings for those of you out there who are looking for me to cry about Notre Dame not getting in. It's just the Texans beat the Chiefs yesterday. So if you missed college football playoff rankings, Indiana number 1, Ohio State number 2, Georgia number 3, and then Texas Tech number 4. Those 4 teams get byes. The big story in the rankings was Notre Dame, who's been above Miami all year. They flipped Miami and Notre Dame in the final rankings because ultimately the two of them wound up next to each other at 10 and 11, and I guess that was enough for the committee to trigger the head-to-head tiebreaker because apparently when they're at 12 and 10, that's not enough. When they're in 11 and 10, that's enough to completely change what you've viewed these teams as all year. So Notre Dame out. Notre Dame's not going to go to a bowl game either. So as you can imagine, people are having a lot of fun with that. There's really no they took their ball and went home thing going on at all right now with Notre Dame. No. All right, so college football playoff ranking, there you go. All right, let's circle back to the Texans. DeMeco in the locker room after the game. We've had 5 straight of these right now. They're 8-5 right now. This team was 3-5 and trailing the Jags at halftime in Week 10. It's crazy to think where they are now. And we'll go back through some of the big plays yesterday, including a series of defensive plays in the fourth quarter that really took this season to another level. We'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20. Stay there. But first, Prize Picks.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Here's what it sounded like in the locker room after the Texans' 20-10 win over the Kansas City Chiefs last night.
Hey, baby, hey, what you think about that hunt, baby? Hey, so extremely proud of you guys, man. Hey, way to come out here tonight, man, execute and finish. Right, it was all about the finish, right? Great first half, third quarter, didn't look too hot, but I love the way every man in here stood up and finished, right? Most importantly, defense, you got, hey, way to take the football away. Way to take the football. We got Kamari got one. Yeah. We got Petri got one. Yeah. And a Z. Yeah. He got it. Hey, way to finish there at the end, man. Way to run the ball. Way to finish when we needed it most. Way to finish. Great team win. We did what we came to do. All right? And since we did what we came to do, I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Proud of you guys, man. Really appreciate everybody in here. Hey, it took everybody to get this done. Really proud of you guys. And just, hey, this is what we're supposed to do. All right? We just keep going one game at a time. Everybody remain focused on the task in front of you, one game at a time. We got a special group. We continue to do what we need to do. We're going to do some special things. One time, Texans!
All right, there you go, DeMeco Ryans. Is that a good – that's, as a former player, Seth, put us in the shoes of hearing the coach go, see you Wednesday.
Oh, it's fun. I don't know. I was always, I always got nervous. I was like, oh, okay, I hope these guys get their sleep and everything. And just, I don't know. It didn't ring as much for me. It depends on who the player is. A lot of guys are still coming in anyway.
Yeah.
But it's nice to not have the, it's nice to not have the pressure and the stress and the corrections and all of that stuff. It's a psychological break. But most guys still come in.
Yeah.
But there's always a party that worries about the jackasses. The nice thing about the Texans is I don't think they have nearly as many jackasses on their
very
team as
low
a lot of the teams.
Jackass ratio. I would agree with you. I would imagine it feels nice on a Monday where you're landing at 2 a.m. or whatever it is.
Oh,
you know? That probably feels good. To have the option.
A lot of those, that's where you also you can come in at 1 p.m.
Right.
And get your workout and everything and do all that.
That's right.
I was just watching some of the film during the break, and one of the really encouraging things about last night was, hey, you've got these questions about the safety position and exactly what do you do about the fact that your safeties are so banged up. They played their base 4-3 defense, which means you only have you have Jalen Petri out there playing like a box safety and Kalen Bullock playing up high.
Yep.
A lot versus three wide receiver personnel versus 2 tight ends. And they were able to do some things that I don't think DeMeco would have been comfortable doing the last couple of years. The last couple of years, one of my worries was, man, sometimes teams can just basically force the Texans into playing their nickel personnel where you have 5 defensive backs on the field and then kind of dictate terms to them. The Texans just lined up with heavier guys on the field, and Travis Kelce didn't do a damn thing in the game.
Yeah.
So you're out there, you got 3 linebackers on the field, and you start to get nervous about, well, what do you do with Travis Kelce? I don't know. You let Kalen Bullock play single high, and you attach Jalen Petri to Travis Kelce.
Yeah, man.
How about you do that?
Man.
How about you just do that?
Yeah, and think about that. Think about how nervous we were coming into the season about. We would talk about Jalen Petri like they had to hide him out there when it came to coverage situations, you know.
Yeah,
and
he's been awesome in coverage, and I think they know exactly how to use him this year.
Yeah, he's been dynamite. All right, so let's go back through this game, through some of the highlights here, through the voice of Vandy, Mark Vandermeer's calls on this game. Let's start early here. The Texans get the ball, the Chiefs get the ball to start the game, 3 and out. Texans get the ball, they move it a little bit, but they had to punt. They held it for about 4.5 minutes and had to punt. Chiefs punt the ball back to the Texans. So you can already get the feel of this game, that this is going to be an under game. It's going to be a defensive battle. The Texans broke through the field goal largely because 1st and 10, first play of this drive at their own 33, they flip it all the way to the opposing 21-yard line on this play to Nico Collins.
First down, Texans at the Houston 33. No score at Arrowhead. CJ under center. One back. Stroud fakes to give. Stepping up. Firing deep downfield. And Nico Collins makes the catch at the 21-yard line. McDuffie brings him down. Huge play to Nico.
That's a play. Looked a lot like that play he had against the Colts last year, Seth, in the opener, where CJ kind of threw it up. Now, that play, he had two guys on him. This play, he only had Trent McDuffie on him, but kind of underthrew it, and it just basically turned it into a jump ball that Nico, I'll give him the advantage on plays like that every day of the week.
No kinda about it. That's an easy touchdown if
he leads him.
Yeah. And McDuffie goes down. McDuffie goes down basically because, as we've seen many times this year, when it looks like Nico should be the one taking the punishment, he delivers punishment just by standing there and being a big redwood. It's like these poor little defensive backs are sprinting into a redwood, Sean.
Yes.
And that never ends well.
No.
You know? What are you, Johnny Knoxville? No, you're not.
No. You've done that before? Sprinted into a redwood? Can you speak from experience?
No, but it looks like something they would do on Jackass.
Yeah, it does. Yes. I miss Jackass.
These defensive backs might as well be in a shopping cart, careening towards Nico Collins. Remember Eric Murray? When Eric Murray just looked like he was about to destroy Nico Collins, and Eric Murray bounced backwards and got injured?
Dude, yes. All right, so the Texans would kick a field goal. They would go up 3-0, 35-yard field goal from Kaimi Fairbairn. Chiefs would punt it back to the Texans. Texans would get the ball and go on a 10-play. You watch this Texans offense in the third quarter, and they're like 3 and out. And part of the frustration is I just saw you do a 10-play, 90-yard drive in the previous quarter. I know it's in there. I know you can do this. But a 10-play, 90-yard drive that it looked like the Texans were going to get stuck in the red zone again. They had first and goal at the 12. There was a penalty down there, a 5-yard penalty, false start on Trent Brown. So they had first and goal at the 12, second and goal at the 13, so they're going backwards. Third and goal at the Kansas City 9-yard line, and C.J. Stroud and Woody Marks hook up.
C.J. Stroud in the gun. Woody Marks to his left. Nico short side left. Bunch formation right on third goal at the 9. Here's the snap. Stroud, pocket collapsing, dumps it off to Woody. Takes it across the 5, and in! Touchdown, Houston! C.J. Stroud to Woody Marks.
They blow the coverage.
Well, that was nice because it looked like at first Woody Marks was staying in to pick up a blitz. Yeah. And he kind of chipped the guy and then went out in a pattern.
Yeah, that was exactly what you want to see. And that was as the Texans again were having their same old problems in the red zone.
Yep.
And you start to get the feel that they get down there in the red zone and guys just get the jitters or something. Leave it to the rookie, the actual puppy, who can not get excited and wet himself. Yeah. You know, the rest of the Texans' offense is like they're like exuberant puppies when they get down in the red zone, and they just can't stop jittering.
Yes.
The rookie is the guy out there, the one guy out there who can keep his head
calm, cool, collected. Man, yeah. Woody Marks waltzes into the end zone. Texans go up 10-0. Chiefs get the ball back, and once again, they Chiefs. Where am I here? Oh yeah, Chiefs get the ball back, and this was one of the plays of the year. Jalen Petri had 2 plays in this game that were play of the year candidate for the Texans worthy. This interception, 2 plays into the Chiefs' next drive, set the Texans up in pretty decent shape here.
Pacheco in motion to the left as Mahomes takes the snap, looking, firing over the middle, tipped in. Petri with the pick, a diving effort at the 45-yard line. Tips and overthrows. We got to get those, and the Texans get it. The deflected interception.
I don't know if I can do it justice if you didn't see it. He tipped the ball. He got in the passing lane there. Jalen Petri did tip the ball, went up in the air and over the receiver's head.
Yeah.
And he ran around the receiver and I believe Kalen Bullock to go make a diving play on the ball.
He's and wearing that Guardian cap and still playing the way he does. He reminds me of one of those like a nerdy looking pitcher that's still a scary pitcher.
Yes.
He might as well have the dark dork glasses on or something. But he's the guy who's going to wreck your world. world. He's the Marine in spectacles in the 1970s.
Yep.
That is just going to you're going to look at him and be like, huh, this guy? Ow! Ow!
Right. He's tougher than he looks. Yeah. That was a hell of a play by Jalen Petri right there, who's had an awesome season. He's been worth every penny, man. Of that.
And again with Petri, going back to their ability to play like a base 4-3 defense where you've got two safeties out on the field, and Jalen Petri he's a box safety, but because Kalen Bullock can play deep middle field, deep center field. They were able to, I can't say enough about the fact that you're out there with three linebackers on the field and you're completely shutting down Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
Like you're doing, whether they were in two tight ends or one in three wide receiver sets, and it didn't matter. They completely shut down Travis Kelce because their safeties and their linebackers were so dialed in last night.
Yep. So the Texans are going to the locker room up 10-0 at the half and getting the football. They did not capitalize on that Jalen Petri interception. They had to punt the ball back. The Texans had some horrible clock management at the end of the half again, which we'll probably dig into more tomorrow when we go back through some of the things that they need to improve on. But it was bad. They got the ball to start the second half. Didn't get any better. They had a penalty on the opening kickoff of the second half. They went 3 and out. The first play from scrimmage in the second half was a 4-yard tackle for loss on Woody Marks. Like, the Texans came out of the locker room and did not look good. Defensively, did not look good. Very first play, a 35-yard pass to Hollywood Brown. The Chiefs marched the ball down inside the Texans' 10-yard line. And 3rd and 7, Mahomes scrambles to the 1. They decide to go for it. The Chiefs do, and they get on the scoreboard.
4th down and a long yard at the Texans' 2. Hunt in the backfield. Mahomes in the gun. Kelce in motion to the right.
Be aware of Kelce here.
Mahomes takes the snap. Handoff, Hunt. Hunt powering toward the goal line. Hunt, he's in. Touchdown. They could not plug the hole.
Dude, it looked like they had him. It looked like they...
Will had him in the backfield and just... He couldn't keep his legs going because he was kind of falling down as he was hitting them, and that's just enough. Kareem Hunt, as they pointed out last night on the broadcast, he's been really, really good in short yardage situations. I remember at one point during the Cowboys game, he had gotten stuffed, but at that point, he had been 22 for 26 in 3rd and short or 4th and short situations, and obviously a similar situation on the goal line. He's another one that you go through that game. And if you're a Chiefs fan, you got to be thinking, and I know they are because they tweet about it all the time, it's that if Andy Reid had ever had any kind of actual devotion to the run game, they could probably still be a much better offense than they are right now. But they just, even when they're running the ball well, there's no genuine commitment to it. And it makes it a lot easier to diagnose play action and everything else like that. That's you go to these offensive coordinators. Nagy's getting a whole lot of criticism for it in the city because apparently when the offense isn't going well, it's the offensive coordinator's fault. When it's going well, it's Andy Reid's offense.
Yeah.
But you look at the Colts last week, and these offensive coordinators, they want to be geniuses more than they want to be good sometimes, and that's where the Chiefs find themselves right now. The Colts probably, if they had given Jonathan Taylor the ball 5 or 6 more times in the game last week, might have won that game.
Yep.
If the Chiefs had ever really committed themselves to the run game, this might have been a different story, but they're not.
Nope. All right, so the Chiefs would end up tying the game at 10 on a field goal late in the 3rd quarter. Texans would punt the ball back to them as they did repeatedly throughout the 3rd quarter. The Texans finished the 3rd quarter. Game was tied at 10. The Texans went 3 and out 4 straight possessions and generated negative 2 yards of offense in the entire quarter. In some ways, it felt like they were lucky to be tied going into the 4th quarter. So the Chiefs get the ball there to start the 4th quarter. They throw an interception, a deep interception, almost an arm punt by Patrick Mahomes to Kamari Lassiter. So the Texans are able to get the ball back. They were able to generate 19 yards on 6 plays on the subsequent 5, and then still had to punt it back to the Chiefs. This is where it started to get crazy. It's 10-10. Chiefs get the ball with 11 and a half minutes to go in the game. 1st and 10 at their own 22. Mahomes throws a couple incompletions, and then Mahomes scrambles for 9 yards. That was the extent of their rushing offense. Other than a couple short yardage runs by Kareem Hunt, they generated most of their yards on the ground when Patrick Mahomes is able to escape and scramble a little bit. He scrambles for 9 yards, which sets up a 4th and 1, and Andy Reid decides to go for it. 4th and 1 at his own 31-yard line with a little over 10 minutes to go in the game. In a tie game against a team that had generated 17 total yards on 18 total plays in the second half. Let me repeat that. He decides to go for it on 4th and 1 at his own 31 with 10 minutes left in a tie game against a team that has generated less than 1 yard per play in the entire second half of the game, and here's what happened.
On 4th and 1 from the Chiefs' 31, Mahomes in the gun. 3 receivers right. Mahomes throw. Mahomes in trouble. Will Anderson gets there. A throw over the middle. Incomplete. They wanted Rice. Couldn't do it. And the Texans turned them over on downs. The Texans already in field goal range.
And you could tell. I love that. Very underrated. You could tell Mark Vandermeer did not have a touchdown on his mind right there. He's like, hey, they're already in field goal range.
Well,
I don't want to put words in Vandy's mouth. I just found that funny. Like, they're taking over in a tie game at the Chiefs' 31-yard line. It's like, oh, we might get a field goal out of this. We might get something here in the second half. Texans ended up not getting a field goal because they got a touchdown. Woody Marks got them within striking distance with his long run of the day. 8 yards to get them down inside the Kansas City 10-yard line. In fact, it was 1st and goal at the Kansas City 5. Woody Marks had to come out of the game because he needed to be attended to. It looked like an eye issue. He came back in the game after this. He ended up carrying the ball 26 times yesterday. Nick Chubb went out of the game with an injury. So it was the Woody Marks show in terms of touches in this game, except for this one, Dare Ogunbowale.
Real quick, by the way, that when the Chiefs went for it on 4th down, wait, did we do the 4th down go for it?
We did the first one.
The first one.
There were two. Yeah, there were two. This was Dare Ogunbowale from the 5-yard line. 1st and goal from the 5. Dare's only touch of the game.
CJ shotgun. Dare to his right. Here's Nolan motion to the right. 1st and goal from the 5. Handoff. Dare trying to dance between the tackles, taking it across the goal line. Touchdown, Houston. 5-yard run. Dare Ogunbowale.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Dare, we love Dare, and that was an awesome run. The lack of depth at the running back position was something I was citing before the trade deadline as a real issue with this team. And it wasn't so they would go get Breece Hall to be the featured back. Any veteran running back that's got some pelts on the wall that carries the ball a fair amount, I would have taken. Because if Nick Chubb or Woody Marks goes down, then Dare Ogunbowale becomes a much bigger part of the game plan than he was last night. So I don't want to rain on Dare's parade. I'm just nervous about whatever this Nick Chubb injury is, which leads to Woody Marks getting used like he's Christian Okoye on Tecmo Bowl back in the day, that kind of thing. That's concerning to me right now.
Yeah, that's look, and the offensive performance in general last night versus a defense that has not been as good and is scary when blitzing. They were very good and scary when blitzing last night versus the Houston Texans.
Yep.
The running back depth, everything. There's some seriously moving forward, and as the week goes along, this offense has some serious flaws and blemishes that were very much exposed last night. Yes, you're on the road. Yes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But they really did nothing of substance other than a couple of sparse plays there on a short field in the second half.
Yeah, the defense was able to give them 3 short fields, and they were able to turn it into 10 points in the second half.
Just real quick, going back to that 4th down, the failed 4th down, the one that really lost the Chiefs that game.
Yep.
I'm trying hard not to be the guy that criticizes a quarterback from, way up in the top row. Juju Smith-Schuster was wide open with the look that they were going for. Like, Henry To'oTo'o had vacated because Marquise Brown was in the backfield, and Henry To'oTo'o ends up, following him out of backfield in coverage, and it's wide open over the middle. And, he could have pulled the trigger to Juju Smith-Schuster for an easy 1st down, but instead Mahomes looks off to the left where there are no receivers. Yeah. And I think he was going for the deep shot there, but Will Anderson came in, and boom, there you go.
Yep.
It was, boy, what a dumb play all around by the coach and the quarterback.
All right, so it was 17-10. The Texans take the lead, so the Chiefs get the ball back. They get it back at the 35 on a touchback. 6-yard run by Kareem Hunt on 1st down. Stuff for no gain on 2nd down, 3rd and 4, and Pat Mahomes throws an incomplete pass. So now we're down inside of 6 minutes and the Chiefs are trailing by a touchdown, I still think that Andy Reid could have punted the ball here and gotten the ball back. The Texans had not been moving the ball in the second half. They got a touchdown because it was a short field. 4th and 4, 5.5 minutes to go at his own 41, and old Andy Reid decides to go for it again.
Here we go. 4th down and 4. Mahomes gets Pacheco in the backfield with him. 4th and 4 from the Chiefs 4-1. Here's a snap to Mahomes. Mahomes with pressure up the middle. Mahomes firing and dropped. Incomplete. Rice could not hang on, and the Texans get the ball on downs in Chiefs territory again.
Azeez Al-Shaair was the one in on the coverage there. I still think Rashee Rice might have been, like a lot of Chiefs receivers were last night. I think the Chiefs, Seth, were just hearing a perpetual drumbeat of footsteps out there all night.
It was twice there in the final drives where Azeez Al-Shaair was bearing down on either Rashee Rice or Travis Kelce.
Yep.
And they
wilted.
They understand the kill zone. We talked about this last week before the kill zone. I'm surprised it doesn't get more national play, but the Texans just flat out look at it as, look, yeah, you're going to get some completions over the middle, but we're going to make you pay for them.
Yep.
And the guys who watch film, you know what? This is a testament to Rashee Rice that he watches film, and he also remembers getting plastered by Jalen Petri early in the evening. If anything, the drops here they get, the more film they watch because they understand the price to pay when you get the ball in the middle. And it's not like Azeez was in position to make an awesome hit on this play or anything, but he's thinking about it.
Yep, he's right there behind him. Yeah,
and it was also it was as much a pass breakup as it was a drop. Like Azeez was hitting him as he was still trying to complete the catch.
Agreed. Oh
no, he dropped it before Azeez got there.
No. Let's go back to the narrative. Well, we're about to. We're look. Azeez is about to get acknowledged here in just a little bit. The Texans didn't do anything with that stop there. In fact, they looked just as disjointed offensively as they had for most of the second half. Needed to use a timeout, coming out of a timeout to avoid a delay of game. Then got an actual delay of game. They were hell-bent on getting a delay of game on this particular drive. They punt the ball back to the Chiefs. Chiefs get the ball at their own 8-yard line. So they've got to go 92 yards to get a game-tying touchdown. It didn't matter because on the second play of the drive, this happened.
Mahomes in the gun on 2nd and 10 from the Chiefs, 8-1 back. It's Hunt. Mahomes to throw. 4-man rush. Mahomes unloads downfield and tipped and intercepted. Azeez Al-Shaair has it off the deflection. Another pick. 3rd of the game for Houston. Wow.
Hot potato is what Vandy called it shortly thereafter, because that was that interception was one of the ones where they have that camera in the booth where the clips of Vandy pop up on social media, and it was awesome. He's like, hot potato, and it was kind of tapped around. It was almost like Travis Kelce just served it right up to Azeez right there. Said, here you go, buddy. Take this. You've been intimidating me all night long. Maybe you'll stop intimidating me if I hand you this interception.
Thrown slightly behind, egregiously behind
Kelce,
behind Kelce. Mahomes was getting hit as he threw it. It was one of the defensive tackles was hitting Mahomes, so it goes behind Kelce. Kelce is trying to bring it in, and it's funny. It almost looks, watching it in slow motion, like Travis sees that it's Azeez Al-Shaair bearing down on him as he's trying to pull the ball in. He went, but it looked like he took his eyes off the ball. Like you could convince yourself of that. And then Miles Bryant comes in for the hit, and Azeez Al-Shaair comes down on him
with the pick. I know that's about to say. I'm like, he's all worried about Azeez, and in comes Miles Bryant to smoke him. That was
right
great.
Into the kill zone. That's it. You're sitting right in the kill zone there, Travis Kelce.
So
you gotta watch it.
So let's do some acknowledge me. Colin, our producer, has the hotkeys in there. We name somebody who had a big performance this weekend, and we acknowledge them.
Acknowledge
Roman Reigns. Let's start with Azeez. We'll acknowledge Azeez Al-Shaair.
Acknowledge
Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee, mind you. But that interception last night was huge. His first interception since 2021, and he was funny. He was on the postgame show with us, and Clint asked him to, take us through the interception. And Azeez himself acknowledged that he's dropped a few over the last couple of years, and his teammates do not let him forget that he's been dropping interceptions.
Yes. I mean, we were in like a quarters coverage, and Kelce had ran the 7 routes a couple times. And so I have him if he goes vertical. He was going vertical, but I could just tell by the way he was starting to break down that he was going to break out. And so Henry was kind of underneath. put air on the ball, and I just drove the route until when I saw the ball kind of hit Kelsey and pop in the air, I just, like, my eyes got big and I just caught it. But, you know, like, I remember this is before the game because the guy's been giving me crap really the last year and a half. I mean, since I've been in Houston, I've dropped 7 interceptions. So for me, it's like, you know, I almost like, man, you can't catch. You know, I have all type of stuff going on. I'm just like, you know, before the game, I just made a prayer. I'm like, God, maybe I actually can't catch. So I know with him, anything is possible. So please find a way to help me catch this ball. So when I caught the ball, that's the first time I just was so grateful. I dropped to my knees in the end zone and just thanking God because I was just so grateful. And, you know, a lot of guys have been telling me that the big play was coming and it's going to come when we most need it. And so for it to come in that moment, it was awesome.
Yeah.
You know, let me say this about Travis Kelce real quick. He did his little thing where he tried to bait guys at the end of the game.
Yeah.
It looked at any moment, I thought we were going to get a sideline eruption out of Travis Kelce. You know, like a classic, him shoving Andy Reid or something like that.
Yeah.
But on a night where instead of shoving Taylor Swift down our throats, they decided Mrs. Kelce was one we're going to talk about all night.
Oh, Donna? Yeah.
What, honestly, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
What? Oh, like, she seems like a nice enough lady. Don't make me hate her.
Right.
I already hate her son.
Right.
One of her sons. I think her other son is delightful. But, like, you guys, why are you trolling us like this?
Mm-hmm.
It was all night. It was.
Oh, I know.
They played. That was a Donna Kelce reality show promotion. You know, complimented by a football game.
Yes.
Points there.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
so glad that he ended up being the one to finally lose the game for
Me
them.
too. All right, Jalen Petri.
Acknowledge me.
Two of the best plays of the season. We played the interception from the first half during the Voice of Vandy segment where we went back through the game. The second play was one that is tailor-made for social media. This was Jalen Petri breaking up a pass to Rashee Rice. And I'm sure – I haven't listened to this call yet. I'm sure it's awesome because it's Mark Vandermeer. And yet I don't know that the ghost of Keith Jackson and Vin Scully could do justice to this hit right here on Rashee Rice. Let's take a listen.
Mahomes takes the snap, steps to his left. Mahomes now back to the right. Mahomes being chased, throws downfield, and got a man. Worthy hanging on, took a big shot, incomplete. Wow. He had it for a moment, and Petri hit him hard, and he slipped down in front of the KC bench. Hopefully he's okay.
What a shot Petri hit Rice with.
So it was Rice. Okay, good. Yeah.
Yeah. That it'll be interesting to see how the league handles this because he didn't lead with his helmet. By virtue of them not calling it, you know, by virtue of it not being a reception, they might say that he got hit helmet to helmet while in the act of making a catch. But they didn't flag it last night, and there was no intent there. He didn't lower his head or anything.
Mm-mm.
I think there was guardian cap to helmet contact, but it was about as good as you're going to get in this era of just a clean and legal hit, abiding all the rules and still destroying a guy's world.
Yeah, I don't think you can't make calls. I saw Mitchell Schwartz posting video of it afterwards saying, I know I'm a Chief. I know the refs love us. This is a penalty. And I'm like, man, you can't call helmet to helmet every time the helmet just happens to touch the other guy's helmet. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
It's got to be forcible, irresponsible, head down, sometimes with intent, sometimes not, but a level of irresponsibility. Petri was going in with his shoulder. If there's helmet to helmet contact, it's purely, I guarantee you, that was like fifth on the list of things that were hurting Rashee Rice after that play, was whatever was caused by the helmets touching each other.
It was guardian cap to, glancing helmet.
Glancing,
contact.
Yes, it was glancing.
I don't know if there weren't a guardian cap involved, there might not have been any contact at all.
That's true because it's
actually,
a bulkier,
you know what? I'm watching it. I slowed it down. Oh, yep. From the one side angle on the replay, it looked like there was helmet to helmet, but I actually think that he avoided the helmet altogether. It's just Rashee Rice's head jerking because of the body contact.
Yeah.
That might have been I think it was. I'm looking at it. I think that was a completely clean hit.
Textbook hit, man. Good job, Jalen Petri. All right, Tommy Togei.
Acknowledge me.
Tommy Togei filling the box score last night. 10 tackles, a sack. In fact, let's take a listen to the sack.
2nd and 8 from the Houston 47. Mahomes shotgun. We got the Texans jumping. Mahomes might have a free one, and he's going to be sacked.
I don't see a
to the
flag,
ground
though.
at the 42-yard line by Tommy Togei.
I think this is going to stand. There's no flag.
Right.
And if anything, I thought Isapoli was the guy that started early.
Okay.
Mario Edwards there was from a flex alignment. He was a half yard or so off the ball. Mm-hmm. So he did jump, but he didn't cross the neutral zone before the ball was snapped.
Yeah.
I was astounded that Kansas City Chiefs fans and commentators were so stupid to not understand the notion of the neutral zone.
Yeah.
Because I went back and watched it in slow motion immediately. I had to catch back up in the game. It wasn't even close to encroachment by Mario Edwards.
Yeah.
Why are you guys so dumb? Why are you so stupid? Why do you not understand the neutral zone?
Are you surprised that those referees actually got that one right last night?
Yes. Yeah, they were horrible on both sides.
On both sides.
What a horribly officiated game.
It was really poorly officiated.
But it was funny. I saw, of all the plays to point out as evidence of bad officiating, that was actually not.
Right.
And the left tackle also, that was a guy that you thought maybe also had a false start, but he was pretty much simultaneous with the snap. That was a clean snap and a clean sack by Togei, but Mahomes was whining and complaining about it afterwards.
Togei,
he doesn't understand the neutral zone either.
He doesn't. No. You think he would? He's been in the league for a long time. Tommy Togei, 10 tackles, that sack you just heard, a TFL, and 2 quarterback hits. That's how you backfill the loss of Tim Settle right there. You pick up the slack. Good job, Tommy Togei. In fact, the Texans in the last 2 games only have 3 sacks combined, and it's been 2 of the better defensive efforts of the year. I mean, last night was that was a legendary defensive when you consider who the quarterback was and what his stats were at the end of the night on the other side with Patrick Mahomes. They have 3 sacks in the last 2 games, and none of them are by Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter. They're all by interior linemen.
And a lot of that has to do with the disciplined pass rush. And it's really, I cannot compliment those defensive ends enough to be selflessly at times just turning their rush into a bull rush and just compressing the pocket when most guys are still trying to hit their 7th pass rush move as they're getting washed past the quarterback.
Yeah.
And it just closes in and compresses a quarterback, especially. And you look at last night's game, the most dangerous thing Mahomes did was run 5 times for 50 yards or whatever it was.
Yep.
He was their leading rusher last night. They still let him out of the pocket at times, but by and large, they limited him by just compressing the pocket, and defensive tackles end up getting sacks.
Worked really well. All right, last one here. Yeah, Mahomes, by the way, 7 carries, 59 yards. So he did the job with his legs last night, but that was about it. All right, last one. Fernando Mendoza.
Acknowledge me.
He's the quarterback of the number 1 ranked Indiana Hoosiers. He is your likely Heisman Trophy winner. They beat Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game, Indiana did, on Saturday night, and they'll enter the playoffs. Indiana will enter the playoffs as the number 1 seed. Here was Fernando Mendoza after the game. Now, keep in mind, this is a player who is being forecasted to be a top 5 pick. In a not-so-great quarterback draft, he is being forecasted to be a top pick in the draft. So, I'm going to play this post-game interview, and you tell me, if the Texans were in need of a quarterback, would you want this guy as your quarterback?
Congratulations, Indiana, the Big Ten champs. How does that sound?
It sounds so beautiful. I want to give all the glory to God. We were never supposed to be in this position, but by the glory of God, the great coaches, great teammates, everyone we have around us, we were able to pull this off. Whoever thought the Hoosiers would be here, but now the Hoosiers are flipping champs. Let's go!
You guys call yourself a bunch of misfits who found the right home at Indiana. Why was this the right place for this group?
It's the right place for process-oriented. We're going day by day, whether it's the offensive line, the defense, the coaches, the team. We're all process-oriented to one goal. That's our thing, is we're brothers. We can drag teams into the deep end because we know that we're going to stick together and we're the strongest glue ever.
Okay, you can down cue it there. I can't.
He's in a zone there, man.
And I know you saw this video because you sent it to me. So I can't do it justice. You haven't seen it. He's like looking in the camera. It feels like I'm watching a dorky Dave Portnoy video on Twitter.
It was a stream of consciousness, but punctuated with nothing but bullet points that his coach had shown throughout the season.
Right.
I've never heard somebody talk about process with such passion.
I know.
Usually fans hear coaches and players talk about process, and you're like, oh, boy, here we go. Oh, yeah, winning doesn't matter. It's all about the process. Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful by him.
That was nice,
man. He was like a computer programmer preacher. He started off with all glory to God, and then he wheeled right into the PowerPoint the presentation about process.
He's a more likable Russell Wilson, I think. He's just like,
there's a huge smile on his face the entire time.
So happy. Yeah.
That's where I get when it comes to preachers. I go for the positive guys more so than the fire and brimstone.
Oh, yeah.
Fire and brimstone guys, I'm like, what are you trying to scare me? Or you think I'm scared? If anything, I'm like, all right, no, this isn't working.
Fake hustle, fire
Show
and
me the
brimstone
glory.
guy. Right.
Show me the joy, all of that. I'm like, all right, I want some of what that guy's having.
All right.
Yeah.
Payne and Pendergast, give Mendoza. People are texting in before we even comment on it. Give Mendoza a break on this one. We just said we like him.
What the hell are you talking about? Give him a break.
They were texting while that was playing. They were assuming that we were going to trash the kid, and we didn't. We did. I mean, with Call, he's a little dorky. Yeah. Give the guy a break.
Give him a break.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? That was glorious.
I know. We did
give him a break.
We followed your orders. We gave him a break. All right. Payne and Pendergast.
You got to take something positive and turn it into a negative before we even have a chance to turn it into something negative.
Payne and Pendergast. Hey, Monday Night Football tonight on Sports Radio 610 matters for Texan fans. Official scoreboard watching season is here. We discuss coming up next.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
7:06 on the text page. Can we give Tommy Togei his flowers? Sir, we did. I know you just texted that during the break. We did. We acknowledged him, but we'll do it again. Yeah. We'll acknowledge him one more time. One for each of his quarterback hits.
Acknowledge me.
Maybe you know what? I hijacked the acknowledge me for Tommy Togei and started just I started explaining how Mario Edwards wasn't actually offsides or didn't false start on that play. So, he dedeserves the second acknowledgement.
Okay, yeah.
Because I made it about the officials more than Tommy Togei.
We got off track. Yeah. Hey, I'll ask you the question that is the big question on TV right now, Seth. Is the Chiefs dynasty dead? Is it dead? It's dead?
Dead as it can be.
Dead as a doornail. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. No.
Nobody's ever dead in the NFL.
No, and it's not dead. It's just this is way too similar to also remember the two life cycles that Tom Brady had, and it's really 3 life cycles because they had the first 3 Super Bowl championships, and then they had a dark period where all they were doing was going to Super Bowls but losing them.
To Eli Manning of all people.
Yeah, then they started winning the Super Bowls again. But really, it's I think Pat Mahomes is going to have a long career. The interesting thing will be how much longer does Andy Reid coach. Mm-hmm. I think Pat Mahomes is likely to finish his career in Kansas City.
Oh yeah,
but with a different coach than Andy Reid.
Yeah.
And he's shown very much his own. Like Pat Mahomes has shown that he cannot be Superman and do it all on his own. Mm-hmm. As he gets older, it's going to get harder and harder to do.
Yep.
And they're going to have to make some changes.
Yep.
They're definitely on the down cycle. If they don't, I see Chiefs fans this morning asking about tanking. How does it work?
I heard about this tanking thing.
It was like, hey, what about this tanking thing?
Yeah.
Because Jenkins, give me a report on tanking.
Exactly. Just ask ChatGPT about it. Just give me something.
Yeah.
They're scheduled the rest of the way. It's interesting.
They're screwed.
They host the Chargers next weekend. Then they're at Tennessee. Then they host the Broncos.
Oh.
And then they're at Vegas. So they've got they got 3 division games in their last 4 games, but they can't win the division now. The Broncos haven't clinched the division because the Chargers are still within striking distance. Mm-hmm. But for the first time in the Mahomes Reid era, they're mathematically eliminated from the division, and it's 2 weeks before Christmas.
Listen, Sean, statistics are statistics, and they never lie. Yesterday, Shedeur Sanders was a much better quarterback than Pat Mahomes, and even he couldn't beat the Tennessee Titans.
That's true.
Cam Ward is on a winning streak, and to think that somehow the Chiefs are going to march into Nashville,
right?
Or is it vice versa?
It's in Tennessee, yeah.
Oh, they're going to march into the Music City,
Thunderdome,
and somehow play better than Shedeur Sanders did versus the Titans? I think not.
This will be fun. Like tonight's Monday night game has me way more amped because the Texans are 8-5 right now. We're big Philadelphia Eagle fans tonight. Mm-hmm. This is fun, man. Scoreboard watching season. I like it.
This is the much beleaguered and embattled Philadelphia Eagles. Their backs against the wall.
Yes.
Can they take care of business for the Texans?
That's right. That's right. Yeah, we're big Jalen Hurts fans tonight.
To talk about a different style of play, the Eagles. You look at the red zone scoring percentage, and it's everybody. And then way, way, way up at the top, 75% touchdown scoring percentage in the red zone, the Eagles. If they get down to the red zone, you're screwed.
They score.
It's just a matter of just getting down there that sometimes eludes them.
Someone saying on the text page, I need more. This is on the heels of us playing a bunch of highlights before, one of which was a Woody Marks touchdown catch. I need more Woody Marks on pass routes. That'd be perfect against all these blitzes. That's interesting. Could you have taken advantage of the aggressiveness of the Chiefs by maybe using Woody Marks more in the screen game last night?
It's a double-edged sword because you'd like to also have Woody Marks available to you as a pass protector. But I don't think, certainly not the offense's best night in terms of handling anything. I'm all for more Woody Marks. Yes.
What's your? I mean, they're obviously not going to be a great offense by the end of the year. Like they just won't. What's your vibe? What's your optimism level that this can get to be an offense that can coexist with this defense at a playoff level? Like you can win playoff games with this offense.
Coexist. Yeah. I mean, can CJ be as good as Brad Johnson back in the early 2000s? I don't know. They look completely lost. They look like they don't have answers when they go against a team that's figured something out against them. And when you go through the playoffs, you're gonna run into that at least a couple times.
Yep.
So right now, my optimism level isn't high. It's gonna have to be with not just huge plays by the defense, but with scoop and score and pick sixes and things like that.
What's the biggest problem?
The biggest problem is that really they genuinely can't hold up physically on the offensive line.
Yeah.
And they do a lot. They make up for it with the quarterback getting rid of the ball quickly, whether it's Davis Mills or C.J. Stroud. But when you face smart defenses, and I think the Chiefs, despite the Chiefs not being the same as they typically are, they're a smart defense. And if you take away those quick options early in the down, they're not that good of an offensive line yet. They're just they're getting there, and they're better than they were. But if C.J. really has to hold on to the ball, if they really need to anchor down and protect, I just don't think they can trust him to do it.
Yeah. Someone's asking on the text page, can you tell me the last time Mahomes was held to 10 points or less? Seems rare. It is beyond rare. It had never. That's the lowest output of his career, Patrick Mahomes.
He's never scored fewer than 10 points or fewer than 11 points.
That was the fewest. They said on the broadcast at the end of the night last night, they said that's the fewest amount of points he's ever scored in an NFL game.
Wow.
Yep.
That's pretty astounding. It was really bad. It was the worst quarterback rating he's ever had. It was the worst expected points per play he's ever had. It was a career low in a lot of ways for Pat Mahomes. And now you're looking at, man, twice in the last postseason, the last Super Bowl, and then in this regular season now, he's had a couple of the worst games he's ever played.
Yeah.
So you talk about, is the Chiefs' dynasty over? Certainly their golden era is over, and whatever comes out next year will be a second phase of the Chiefs. But they're facing when Mahomes had faced the number one scoring defense late in the season previously, he was 5-0.
Yep.
This was exactly the opposite of that, obviously.
Yeah. It's you invoked the Astros a little earlier in the show, and we've kind of been saying that for the last few years, is that there's been a lot of parallels with the Chiefs and the Astros in their respective sports. You know, the same way the Chiefs made the AFC title game literally every year for like 6 or 7 years, the Astros are almost simultaneously making the ALCS every year. They both multiple championships, both multiple losses in the championship round. The parallels are striking up to and including this year being the year that it looks like there's a lot of reevaluation that needs to go on. Or not a total rebuild, but a reset maybe? And I think now look, I think the Chiefs ultimately probably have the lesser retooling to do than the Astros. The Astros are retooling their starting rotation in a way where it feels a lot like the way the Texans retooled the offensive line this year. Hey, this journeyman and that journeyman, and we put him next to this guy that we've had here for a while, and then let's see what we got here.
This last night I was starting to get nervous. I was simply putting out Mahomes stats, but I started at the end of the third quarter, into the fourth quarter when Mahomes was 12 for 26 for 131 yards. Mm-hmm. They'd scored 10 points up to that point. Obviously, that was the most they would score. The Texans' offense had one first down in that half before the drive where they got close again. Yeah. The Chiefs were starting to drive a little bit, I still had people. I had somebody telling me that the Texans' defense was pooping the bed because they'd allowed that one long drive. I just know. Do you know how hard it is when your offense goes 4 straight 3-and-outs and then a 6-and-out? Do you know how hard it is to withstand that when you do have Pat Mahomes and a bunch of speedy receivers and Travis Kelce on the other side of the ball, and they still made it you cannot lose track of this. The Texans' offense provided nothing for the defense in the second half, and the defense still gave you the worst Mahomes performance in the history of Mahomes performances.
Okay, Reggie Atatula is listening, texted in. Correction, worst performance at home So it's the least amount of points he scored in Arrowhead. He had a 3-point outing at Tennessee in 2021 and a 9-point at Denver in 2023. It's still the third lowest overall. It's
No. And as far as all the the passer rating and everything else, that was the worst at home or away or at a neutral Super Bowl location.
First game ever with no touchdowns, multiple interceptions, and less than 50% passing. This was a dynamite defensive performance last night. Seth? Antibodies to you.
Antibodies to you as well.
Thank you very much. We are out of time. We will hand things over to John Harris and Mark Vandermeer for what I'm sure will be a jubilant Texans Monday on Texans Radio. We've got you covered throughout the day. Obviously, 10 a.m. In the Loop, 2 p.m. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, and then obviously Monday Night Football tonight. All eyes on that. Philly against the Chargers in L.A. But let's get you guys.
Loyalty FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sport.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Here we go with 11 seconds to go. 2nd and 15, Chiefs from their 40-yard line. Mahomes with one back. Here's the snap. Mahomes throwing over the middle. Hits Gray, and he's down at the 45-yard line of Houston, short of a first down. 3 seconds left, 2 seconds left. The game is over. The Houston Texans have done it. They've come to Kansas City and defeated the Chiefs 20-10. A landmark performance for the Texans.
Welcome in Texans Radio. That is the voice of Mark Vandermeer. Mark and John, they didn't get in until about 2, 3 in the morning, so they asked me to step in. I am N.D. Kalu, and this is Texans Radio. Appreciate everybody who's listening, and I'm sure all the folks that were enjoying the listen as I do every single morning with Seth and Sean are still here for the after party. This is the after party. 5 great wins for the Houston Texans. Now they are 8-5, and the AFC just got very, very interesting. And we have one of my former teammates, a guy that I respect, in for this segment, Seth Payne in the house. What's going on, Seth? All right, I can't hear him, so if y'all can hear him, we're going to make sure we get that taken care of. But anyway, this is a Texan Radio. I'm N.D. Kalu, the Houston Texans. Up next have the Arizona Cardinals, then the Raiders, then the Chargers, and then they take on the Colts again. So look, this is why you bring on a guy like DeMeco Ryans. When everything is right, when everybody's hitting on all cylinders, when the offense is putting up 30, 40 points a game and the defense is playing the way they've been playing, it's easy to coach a team like that. But when you start 0-3 and you need that leader to, show that, hey, we're still confident in the process, we're still confident in what we're doing, that's what you have with a guy like DeMeco. As a teammate, that's how he was, and that's how he is as a coach. And somebody else who's like that, Seth Payne. When things are down, you know that things are going to get better when you have a guy like Seth Payne in and on air with you. What's going on, Seth?
Sorry, I forgot that I had a different obligation this morning. You know what I was doing, Andy?
What were you doing?
As I was supposed to be on air with you the last 2 minutes, I was taking the clip of Tommy Togei's sack and showing and slowing it down to show that Mario Edwards was not encroaching on that play. And so I was, as a defensive tackle or as a defensive lineman, you can appreciate this. I was so angry last night about people thinking that somehow Tommy Togei had gotten away with a free play when no, there was no encroachment there. Mario Edwards was not across into the neutral zone when the ball was snapped.
A true D lineman's D lineman. And, I'm glad you talked about that. Both of us former defensive linemen said Tommy Togei, 10 tackles, a sack. Like, those are great linebacker numbers. And for a guy that's bounced around the NFL, a guy that's had to prove himself year in and year in, playing that interior spot, can you, as a guy who mastered it for over a decade in yourself,
mastered it.
Talk about like what Tommy Togei brings to the squad.
Well, you know who Togei is, Andy, because we saw these guys all the time, is that there'd be some, and he wasn't an undrafted rookie free agent, but he got bounced around like he was. The guy that's on the team that you see during training camp, like, holy crap, this kid's making a lot of plays. He's really good. But he doesn't have all the measurables. And sometimes those guys get ignored by the coaches. And the scouts act like he's just, whatever, he's a try-hard guy or whatever. And, I would see that you see the same thing with offensive linemen sometimes. There'd be like a scout team guard or something that gives you a hell of a time in practice. And you're like, why do the coaches not like this guy? And it feels like that's what happened with Tommy Togei. He had to bounce around to a few different teams before he found a coach in DeMeco and Matt Burke that said, okay, I don't care what his 40 time is. The guy just flat out makes plays. He's strong as hell. He's got good technique. What am I missing here? He just produces.
And what's funny about that? There are guys like that. We've played with them. They're still in the league. And it's always the good character guys. It's almost like the crash outs are the ones that get the attention of the coaches, and first they discipline those guys and then they give them extra opportunities. But the guys that keep their mouth shut and they do everything you ask, they're so forgettable.
Yeah. And I think that if you look at the defensive line also last night, I kind of braced myself for this, that if the Texans didn't have a bunch of sacks, people were going to say that it was a disappointment because, the Chiefs are playing 3 backup offensive linemen. My takeaway from it was you watch those interceptions, you watch some of those errant throws that turned into drops or just flat out incompletions, and they do such a good job, the defensive line does, of rushing with discipline. And there's times when Will Anderson, he could go into business for himself and do everything he could to try to get a sack, but he turns his rush into a bull rush just to compress the pocket. And it's that selflessness and their ability to contain pass rush in a way that it looks good on paper, but it's hard to convince guys of it. And if you can't convince all 4 guys rushing how important it is, it doesn't work anyway. But they've done a really good job of it by and large this season, especially versus guys like Josh Allen. It did end up resulting in a bunch of sacks. But last night versus Mahomes, it didn't result in a bunch of sacks, but it resulted in a lot of incompletions and interceptions and everything else that goes along with it.
And you almost forget with Patrick Mahomes, because of the great passer that he is, he's deceptively fast. Also the name of Seth's podcast that you can catch anywhere where you catch all your shows. And when you talk about Patrick Mahomes and you see him finding those rush lanes and those running lanes, and there were times yesterday, Seth, where I was like, oh, I forgot he is kind of athletic. He is kind of fast, and he picked up some big yards with his legs. So I say that to say, yeah, going against a guy like Patrick Mahomes with this defense, because of what they did against Josh Allen, you can assume, oh, yeah, they're going to get 4 or 5 sacks, 5 or 6 sacks. But you also have to respect what Patrick Mahomes is able to do with his legs.
Yeah, and that was the hard part about last night. They're down to their 6th safety that they have to play out there when it's Miles Bryant. They ended up, because of Pat Mahomes' legs and because of how the Texans still have to be concerned about Patrick Mahomes throwing the ball, but also the run game, everything else like that. They were able to just go out there and play in their base 4-3 defense a lot more than I think DeMeco felt comfortable doing in the last couple years. And it was because Kalen Bullock could go play single high safety, Jalen Petri could go down and play in the box, and then they figured out ways to mix and match, putting guys, manning guys up. Sometimes Kamari Lassiter on Travis Kelce. Sometimes it was Jalen Petri on Travis Kelce. They just, at all 4 levels, or all 3 levels of the defense, they play really disciplined football. And it's so much fun to watch. And I was watching with somebody last night who doesn't watch, the friend of my wife who doesn't watch a whole lot of Texans. And but she knows football. And she just kept saying, like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, about either Jalen Petri or Kamari Lassiter. They've got so many guys that just jump off the screen at you.
Is this the best defense the Houston Texans organization has seen?
I think, if you go back to, all right, it's a risk of, I don't want to insult anybody, but it was just kind of the style of defense. If you go back to the Bulls on Parade, one of the things that would sometimes annoy me about the Bulls on Parade is that the edge rushers would have a whole lot of flybys, what DeMeco calls flybys, where the guy you're running past the quarterback at the back of the pocket, and maybe you put your hand in trying to swipe at the ball. If you don't get him, you just get completely washed. These guys, going back to that disciplined pass rush that we talked about, when these defensive ends get to the depth of the quarterback, they just turn inward. And you don't see a whole lot of flybys, and that's one of the things that helps the defensive tackles get the sacks that they do. It's a more completely disciplined defense, I think, than we had back in those days, and I think that's what really sets it apart.
It's funny you bring that up, that specific fact up when it comes to the edge rushers. I was talking to some young D linemen, and we always talk about once you get to the level of the quarterback, you have to counter, but that's easier said than done. And what you just talked about is something that I felt with Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter. They understand that before they get to the level of the quarterback, their momentum and the momentum of the offensive tackle pushing them is going to take them past. So you see them start their bull rush or their counter move before they actually get to that level, and I think that's what makes them so special.
You know where I get jealous of these guys a lot, in a good way, in a positive way. But to play on a defense like that, it's so rare to have, honestly, a bunch of selfless guys who still are individually can come up and make huge plays. It's just the closest I ever came to it was, the year when I was in Jacksonville, we went 14-2. The first 2/3 of the season, we were the best defense in the league, and then injuries got to us. But there's something about just, for one, like playing 48 snaps in a game and just how good you feel afterwards, that it's so much fun that you can walk on the field and at any given moment just feel like great things are about to happen. And this is still above and beyond anything I ever experienced. Like to have this many really physical playmakers, the guys that just come up and Jalen Petri and that hit on Rashee Rice, it was just textbook. It was playing by the modern rules, doing everything you have to do, and still making a huge hit and a momentum changer in the game. Or Kamari Lassiter coming up in the end zone and busting up the pass, to the point where now it's just not dumb luck with him. I've got knack for getting his arm up right in between the receiver's hands and punching the ball out, even when it looks like he's beat. I've never personally played on or had my team that I watch have this be this dialed in. And then the other thing too, and you saw it last night especially, is just how disciplined the linebackers are versus play action. Like how many times do we see this, ND, of just it's play action and the linebackers don't move their feet at all. Like they know. They've got their pre-snap keys or whatever the read is during the play, or knowing the tendencies. There's so many instances where they don't bite on play action. It's so amazing to watch people operate at this level of expertise and professionalism.
You bring up the Jalen Petri hit. That was so bittersweet for me because, to me, when I saw that hit, when I saw that play, I'm yelling. I'm getting so excited. It was bittersweet. Then I'm so annoyed that fat bastard number 52 for Kansas City tries to fight Jalen as if it was a dirty play. And I can't even offensive lineman anymore, and I'm going to try not to stay on this soapbox. But that's where the NFL's at now. Anytime you see a hard hit, a big play, you just assume it's dirty. It's one thing for the refs to assume it, but now you actually got other players thinking, oh, that was a dirty hit because it was a hard hit. That just really bothered me.
Yeah, that was, I don't know. And Creed Humphrey was their one lone remaining good offensive lineman out there. He's the center that went out and did that. I was honestly kind of shocked by that. And I guess maybe at some point in that game, they're just figuring, all right, I gotta do something to show some kind of manliness out here instead of just Pat Mahomes every now and then either running to bail us out or throwing a chunk play downfield. It was a throttling, man. The ability to hold Pat Mahomes to 10 points at home. I don't care how banged up the offensive line was. To force Andy Reid into a situation where he's going for it on fourth down. Despite, you talk about, and I think they mentioned it on the broadcast at some point last night about how his defensive-minded head coach, DeMeco Ryans, going versus offensive-minded head coach, Andy Reid. And it felt like his ego or his hubris or his pride did him in making that decision to go for it on fourth down in his own territory. Because, how much disrespect are you showing your defense there? It's just completely destroying the Texans' offense in that half, and you feel like you've got to go for it at that point. And meanwhile, the Chiefs had been able to move the ball at least. And I know all the win probability percentages and everything like that, they're trying to say, oh, no, this supports Andy Reid's decision. No. Not in a game where you're playing with three battered offensive linemen and your defense is destroying the Texans' offense. It was one of the dumbest decisions I've ever seen. It was amazing. I told Sean, you got to fire Andy Reid after that decision. You got to fire him.
I was surprised. I played for Andy for 5 years, probably the best coach on any level that I've been around. And we're not even friendly. But after that, I really thought that he was just confused. I thought the defense and the way the Texans were playing, they just threw him into a whirlwind where his mind just wasn't working right because that was not an Andy Reid decision.
I'm going to wait and see what the quarterback experts say about that fourth down play, because every time I want to feel like I know that a quarterback should have done something, somebody smarter than me says, well, actually, Seth, what he was seeing here is, but on that play, Juju Smith-Schuster was wide open over the middle because Henry To'oTo'o had cleared out, tracking the running back. Well, it wasn't the running back. It was Hollywood Brown was aligned in the backfield as the running back. Henry To'oTo'o left the core, and the middle was wide open, and Mahomes has a clear shot at him for an easy first down and looks off to his left where there were no eligible receivers, and then ends up getting pushed out of the pocket. So I don't know what Mahomes was thinking there, other than maybe just had been frazzled by that point and frustrated.
100%. As always, Seth, appreciate what you do. You and Sean do an awesome job. Thanks for sticking around one more segment. But get some rest. I know you were up and you're probably still watching film, but go ahead and close some eyes and get some rest.
I will not. There will be no sleep. I can't do it. I'm going to force myself to take a 10-minute nap. Thanks, ND, and I apologize for my tardiness. You can find me. Leave the letter in my locker.
The fine jar will be at the microphone when you're ready, when you come back in. My man Seth Payne joining us for an extra segment. This is Texans Radio. Quick timeout, and then we're going to get right back to it. We have so many people to catch up with. Travis Johnson, Wade Smith, the General, John McClain. You don't want to miss any of it. Leave it right here at Texans Radio.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
A breast cancer diagnosis can turn your world upside down. But your Houston Methodist team assures you they'll use the latest cancer research and technologies, collaborating to treat and remove the tumor and reconstruct your breasts, restoring symmetry, sensation, and your sense of self. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the victory dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your victory dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Texans fans, want to give your child a moment they'll never forget? Ashley, proud partner of the Houston Texans, presents the Ashley Kickoff Kid Giveaway. One lucky kid will run onto the field at NRG Stadium and retrieve the tee after a Texans kickoff. Visit any Ashley store in the Houston area or visit HoustonTexans.com/Ashley Kickoff Kid to sign up. Ashley, proud partner of the Houston Texans.
What could be better than watching your Houston Texans from the stands this season? Watching the exciting matchups with 10 or more of your friends and family. Plus, get exclusive benefits like discounted ticket prices, recognition for your group on the video board, and more. Experience the sights and sounds of NRG Stadium with your squad and secure group tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390 to learn more.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
At H-E-B, we know that game day is about more than the game itself. The taste of victory is unparalleled, but so is the taste of H-E-B jalapeno poppers hot off the grill. Seeing the best players in their prime is truly something to behold. So is an H-E-B Prime 1 burger that you grilled to perfection. For low prices on all the things that make game day great and delicious, visit H-E-B, your official game day headquarters, or use the My H-E-B app to start prepping for game day right away.
You can't fake greatness. That's why 1800 Tequila has built it through generations of obsession with the details. It's the mindset that wins champions, and the same mindset behind every bottle of 1800. That's how we became the world's most awarded tequila. So when the final whistle blows, raise a glass worthy of victory. Official tequila partner of the Houston Texans. 1800 Tequila. Proximo, Jersey City, New Jersey. 21 and older. Please drink responsibly.
The Texans took down the Chiefs at Arrowhead.
3 seconds left, 2 seconds left. The game is over. The Houston Texans have done it. They've come to Kansas City and defeated the Chiefs 20-10.
We did what we came to do. Wasn't anything extra on top for winning this game, but we knew we just had to get the win.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Goal at the 9. Here's the snap. Stroud, pocket collapsing, dumps it off to Woody, takes it across the 5, and in! Touchdown, Houston! C.J. Stroud to Woody Marks.
They blow the coverage.
Welcome in, welcome back, Texans Radio. I am in Kalu, sitting in for John Harris, Mark Vandermeer, as you can imagine. Got in pretty late last night after that butt kicking by the Houston Texans over the Kansas City Chiefs. 20-10, your Houston Texans win. 5 straight in a row. They now sit at 8-5. This is Texans Monday. Texans Monday is brought to you by Houston Methodist, the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. And a guy that used to lead block for many great running backs in this league and protect quarterbacks. One of my favorite offensive linemen. Most of them are trash, but this guy's a good dude. Wade Smith joining us, Texan Monday. What's going on, Big Wade?
I'm good, man. I appreciate being one of the few offensive linemen that you don't consider trash. I appreciate that, ND. And I also appreciate that comeback audio of that play to Woody Marks. I thought that was an excellent job by Woody Marks of flashing and showing that he was going to protect and block that linebacker and then slipping off of him and finding himself wide open for a touchdown. That was a good ball up and down for the Texans offense.
You know what, Wade? I'm glad you brought that up because as a player, you're very detailed. As a businessman, and I've talked and I've seen you at work, you're very detailed and specific. Kind of talk about that because a lot of guys, a lot of casual fans, they just think about blocking, catching, running. But talk about the details of what Woody Marks did on the play to help him get open, to help him hit pay dirt.
Well, that was definitely something that was a play called or a technique that was taught that, like, hey, we want to show that we're going to block this guy and get him to try to defeat your block and get to the quarterback. You see C.J. Stroud after Woody Marks went to go block that linebacker. He kind of slides a little bit to the right to buy himself a little bit of time because he knows that the rusher is going to come free. And he's wide open, and to me, that you talk about some of the things that the Texans have been trying to do to be more successful in the red zone. To me, I thought that was a great job of executing something that I'm sure they worked on practice that week and saw something out of Kansas City is like, hey, I think there's going to be a opportunity to make a play off of that because they're so aggressive, and you saw throughout the game they did a good job of blitzing the Texans. But that one was a big time play for the Texans to score a touchdown, based off of the fact of, like, that's the same guy that has you in coverage, that linebacker. He's also the guy that's rushing. He's supposed to rush to cover, and it's tough to be able to know right at that moment if this guy's actually blocking me or if he's running a route. And something that I was always taught as an offensive lineman when you talk about play action passing. Hey, if you believe, they'll believe. If I come off the ball hard and I drive into Indy Kalu or Seth Payne or whoever that D tackle is, they're going to sit down and expect that they're getting double teamed. And when that happens, those linebackers are going to bite up and they're going to think that it's a run, and then there's a play action pass right behind it, and you see Andre Johnson running wide open over the middle. It's the same kind of concept for that running back to sell it on that play of, like, all right, I'm going to sell it, like, I'm going to sit down. And Woody Marks, he's shown throughout this rookie year that he's an excellent pass protector, and he'll drop you. And I'm sure those linebackers saw it, like, I ain't finna let this rookie, run me over in pass protection. So that, I think, plays into it as well. And so he used that against him, the linebacker, slipped him, and he's wide open for a touchdown.
With Wade Smith, former Pro Bowl offensive lineman, played over a decade in the NFL, and one of those stops in Kansas City. Talk about, because when people ask me, the proverbial what are some of the toughest stadiums to play in. I always bring up Kansas City because I remember playing in Kansas City at times, and it would get so loud, I would have to be reminded, like, oh, we're outdoors. Like, that's how great the fans are over there, and that's how loud they get. Just talk about going into Kansas City and stealing a victory when they have their backs against the wall.
I think that's the biggest part of it when you said that they have their back against the wall. They have been the boogeyman in the AFC and in the NFL since Pat Mahomes has gotten there pretty much. The past 10, however many years that Pat Mahomes has been in the league, the Kansas City Chiefs, that's a very difficult place to go out there and get a win. And they've been the boogeyman, and they've been somebody that, has been very difficult to beat. And for you to go on the road and beat them when they know they needed to win a game, they lose that game, they're out of contention for winning their division, and they're in severe disadvantage of trying to get into the playoffs. And when you think about scary movies and you think about villains, those villains don't just die off the first time when you stab them or shoot them or whatever you do to them. You push them down some stairs, all of a sudden they're going to pop back up again. And that's what you saw out of them in the third quarter. But for the Texans to overcome that regardless, going against that crowd, going against the fact that you're playing against champions. A lot of those guys on that team have won multiple Super Bowls. For you to go in there and get a W, that's a huge deal. And a great credit to DeMeco and what he's done over there, and this entire organization and those players going out there and making plays and beating a team that that you got to knock out a champ. And that's what the Texans did last night. They knocked out the champ.
Well said. Now, you talked about Kansas City, and you talked about the ultimate goal for anybody that steps on an NFL field is Super Bowls. So right now, we're all excited. The Houston Texans, one of the hottest teams in the league, 5 straight victories. But we still can improve. When you look at the third quarter of the Houston Texans and that offense getting -2 yards in the third quarter, as a guy that excelled on the offensive side of the ball, what are some of the things the offense can still work on to get better on that side of the ball?
Well, you notice in the first half of the game, the Texans did a pretty good job of picking up the blitzes. Kansas City tried to heat them up. They did a good job of kind of getting outside of the pocket and making some throws down the field to Nico Collins. CJ did a good job with that. In that third quarter, the Kansas City Chiefs were desperate, and they were bringing the house, and they were getting home, and there's a lot of penetration. They played a very physical brand of ball in that third quarter, and you could feel the momentum shifting. And I thought that the Texans did a good job in the fourth quarter of actually shifting that momentum and starting to make a few plays, and CJ began to make some more plays, throwing the ball down the field and converting on some third downs to allow them to get some points to kind of put the game away. But there's definitely a lot of room for improvement on all sides of the ball, but especially on the offensive side of the ball. Getting into the red zone, like, hey, let's make sure that we're not getting illegal shifts in motion. There was a illegal shift that was called early in the ball game. It was a touchdown to Dalton Schultz. That was when you get in the red zone, you can't do. When you want to go and you want to get, and you start talking about that Super Bowl thing, like that stuff has to get cleaned up. You have an elite defense. The special teams has been excellent the last few weeks, and historically they've been excellent. That offense has continued to improve, and you're starting to see things, especially compared to what was going on earlier in the season. And so you're starting to get more and more confidence watching them go out there and operate. But those little things, those false starts in the red zones, getting yourself behind the 8-ball, you don't want to have to convert 3rd and 15s and 3rd and 12s. Although CJ shows that he can do that, and that's another kind of a mark of a championship caliber ball club. Is like, hey, can you convert on those situations that most teams can't? But you don't want to put yourself in that situation. You don't want to put the defense behind the 8-ball. You don't want to have a situation where you're having multiple 3-and-outs in the third quarter. Now the defense starts to get tired. That was when Kansas City ended up scoring and getting back into it. So I'm excited about what I've seen out of the Texans offense, but I know that their ceiling is higher, and there's plenty of opportunities for growth on that side of the ball.
You talk about growth. Can you make these improvements in season this season? You've played 13 games. You have 4 more regular season games to go. Can you make the improvements that you think this team needs to make to be a true contender this season?
For sure. Like, some of the stuff that I'm talking about is, illegal shifts, guys not getting set long enough. That's a matter of the QB making sure everybody's set before you snap the ball, or getting the plays called quicker, or getting the plays called quicker so you can get lined up and see how everything is developing, what's going on the defense side of the ball. There's a lot of things that are correctable mistakes that happen, but some of the things that encourage you is, hey, for some reason, the Texans are finding ways to get the ball to multiple receivers, multiple targets, big targets. Higgins is making plays. Hutchinson is making plays. Of course, Nico is making plays. Dalton Schultz is making plays. Woody Marks, there's Jalen Noel. There's guys making plays all over the place. And it's very difficult to stop and shut down a defense when there's multiple guys that are able to convert third downs. And CJ, when they gave CJ Stroud time, he's the problem, man. He's one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the league, and you saw that. You've seen that since he's come back from his concussions, and you've seen multiple guys, a young receiving corps making plays. And so there's definitely a lot of excitement when you look at the ceiling. You got young players that are making plays and winning ball games and figuring out ways to win ball games in different manners. Back-to-back weeks, the Texans needed to run the ball to put the game away, and they did it. That's such a huge quality of championship ball clubs. The defense knows if we don't stop you, we lose this game and it's over for us. And you're still able to run the ball down their throat. That's what championship ball clubs do. That's what competent offenses do. And that's what you saw the last couple of weeks out of Houston Texans.
As a guy that's been a leader in the locker room, and if you're in this locker room coming off your 5th straight victory and you're fixing to play Arizona, Raiders, Chargers, Colts, let's just focus on Arizona. What are you saying, Wade Smith, Pro Bowler, leader in the locker room, to make sure the rest of the team, the young guys, don't try to overlook Arizona, who's sitting at 3-10 right now?
This is the league, man. Anybody can get in any given Sunday. This is the league. Those guys are playing for their jobs. They're playing for their careers. They're going to go out there and play well. What you do is you get on a team like that early. You get on that team early and have them looking for ways out instead of ways in. And so you don't want to allow them to hang around and start to have belief. That's the most dangerous thing that you can have in sports, especially in professional sports. Like, hey, if you give a team that you're playing belief and that they can actually pull it out when they're a lesser team, that gives them confidence and that gives them the ability to start making plays that they might not otherwise make. So you want to just continue to improve on what you're doing yourselves. Like, it's not like the Texans played a perfect game. We just talked about it. There's things out there that they need to improve on in order for them to play the complete game that they want to play. So if you're focusing on getting better every day, you're focusing on improving on the things that you made mistakes on, you're not worrying about the fact that your opponent, whatever their record is, that stuff doesn't matter. And then when you look at the players on the field, you're going to have players that are high-level players that will embarrass you if you allow them to. And so that in itself, just being a competitor of like, hey, I want to put away whoever's lined up across from me, that's the type of stuff that will get you in the right mind frame and in the right temperament to go out there and execute and get another W at home.
Speaking with Wade Smith, former offensive lineman, when you talk about the best offensive lines in Texan history, it's always going to be the units that Wade Smith played on. We're going to go a little off track. That's what I do when I get in front of a mic. December 19th, are you going to be in Tampa, Florida? Do you even know why I'm asking you that? And if you don't, Wade, I'm putting you on the spot. If you don't, there's going to be some folks that like, we might have to take his card away from him, and I'll explain. December 19th, Tampa, Florida. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm not going to be there, but I'm going to be watching it for sure, and I'm interested to see why you would bring that up. If I was playing, if Memphis was playing against Rice, then I would get the question. But seeing that we're playing NC State, it's kind of like I don't know the connection there, but I'm definitely going to be watching it on TV. The Memphis Tigers, in a bowl game again for I don't know how many years in a row, which is something that you couldn't say when I was there. But congratulations to the Rice Owls, man. You guys are going to a bowl game. Going into this season, I'm sure that's not what y'all thought was going to be on the agenda. You got a new head coach, but I thought Coach Scott Abel's done a great job with that program. getting them to 5 wins this year. I'm sure that I think I just saw that they had a really nice recruiting class. So things are on the up and up and looking good over there for those Rice Owls. And you know I got love for the Rice Owls. You know my daughters are Rice volleyball players. So shout out to the Rice Owls volleyball team, and shout out to the Rice Owls football team. And hopefully you guys can go out and get a W against Texas State.
Wade is part of the Rice War Owl family. He sent his beautiful daughters and talented daughters to Rice, so we appreciate that. I'm impressed, Wade. I thought I was going to catch you slipping, and I was going to have to remind you that your Memphis Tigers made a bowl game. So I appreciate that. Though you've played over a decade in the NFL, though you've had success after the NFL, you still keep up with your Memphis boys. So that's why I wanted to put you on the spot, but you passed with flying colors. I will say this, and like I said, I'm getting off track, but that's what we do. I'm talking to a football player that had success in college and in the NFL. The state of college football. Yesterday, I'm sitting there with my son who plays at Baylor, and, he's looking at his phone like all people under 30, and he's telling me, oh, this team opted out of a bowl game. This team opted out of a bowl game. And I finally said, man, I asked my son, Wade, I was like, do y'all even enjoy playing football? Or is it just about the transaction and trying to get the NIL money and trying to, transfer to greener pastures? And do you have an issue with what we're seeing in college football today?
It's very difficult to look at what's going on and be excited about just the state of college football. There's too much going on that is just not right. It's not the way we were raised playing the game. It's not the way that you feel like things should be done. You feel good about the fact that players are able to have NIL and to make money when that wasn't the case when we were there. But it's too much wild west. There's not, when we talk about the movement of coaches, the movement of players, opting out of bowl games. It's got to be kind of a downer if you're a fan. But I tell you what, there's certain programs where you can tell those programs the number one thing is not that. It's not NIL. It's not. You see, Indiana just won the Big Ten. You listen to that coach. You listen to those players. They're bought in on trying to be the best versions of themselves and the best players they can be. And so, and everything else comes after that. And I think if you can just prioritize, being the best version of yourself, winning ball games, all the other stuff will come. And I think if you do it that way, then a lot of the movement and a lot of the extracurricular stuff that comes along with it could be minimized somewhat. But it's tough right now. It's crazy when you think about the fact that, Notre Dame, they didn't get in the college football playoff. So instead of doing that, you're going to just not play at all. Like, you're taking your ball and going home. I've never seen that before. I get to the reason why people say, guys are going to be not wanting to get hurt and guys are going to be transferring, and so the rosters aren't going to be the same. And I get it, but at the end of the day, it's interesting. It'll be interesting to see, and I think they talked to Nick Caserio about this. Like, how do NFL teams evaluate that? If you're a guy that's trying to play in the NFL, how you handle the situations, I'm sure, is being looked at by NFL rosters. Whether it's in a good way, bad way, or indifferent, it's being looked at. And so you just have to make sure that you're prioritizing things right as far as a player. And I think that coaches really have to be held accountable as well. It's like, hey, the whole Lane Kiffin situation, that was crazy. Yeah. And the fact that his team is in the college football playoffs and he's not going to be coaching his team, that in itself is crazy. So I think I've heard people say that the college football is broken. I can't disagree with that. It is definitely not in a great state right now, and hopefully they can come up with some things that have some more checks and balances so that it will make it more of a palatable product, and you can get the best teams in the college football playoffs, and you get the best players in the best situations to where they're taking care of themselves, but they're also putting the team first. And if you can find some type of happy medium there, I think things will be better for everybody.
This is why I love bringing you on. You hit so many important points. And just real quick, this is Texans Monday, but all day we're going to hear about the Texans game, and we're going to hear about the greatness of the Texans. But I'm so glad you brought up, because the things that I don't like, I'll tell you what I like, seeing these guys get paid. So I'm not one of those old, get off my porch, I don't like seeing them get paid, they need to be struggling. Hell no, that's not what I don't like. what I don't like, and again, when I talk to the youngsters, they kind of look at me like I'm crazy. With all this movement, they don't really get to form that bond. Like, you know, I turned 50 this year, and I still talk to my Rice brothers like we're in our 20s, and we still kept that connection because we grinded, we fought, we would sweat, bleed, cry together for 4 years. So it creates that bond. But now these guys just bounce around, and I'm like, man, y'all are missing out. And they're like, what's this fool talking about? I just got 500 G's to sign somewhere else. I'm not worried about these bonds. But that's the part that I love the money, but I just feel like they're not getting the experience. But I love what you said, because it's not just the players, it's the coaches. Like, how in the hell are you going to make the college football playoffs? And you're like, oh, I'm gone. Good luck, guys. Good luck, guys, as I head to LSU. So I'm with you. That's why I love getting you on the airways. Wade, as always, appreciate everything that you do.
I appreciate it, man. It's always real, fellas.
All right, that's my brother Wade Smith joining us. This is Texans Radio, Texans Monday, celebrating the Houston Texans' victory over the Kansas City Chiefs with that 20-10 score, despite ramping up. And I use the word ramping up, or the term ramping up loosely, -2 yards in the third quarter. This team was able to prevail and beat. And look, I've played 12 years in the NFL, and when you're playing teams that are riding high, you know, if we're talking today, the New England Patriots, Denver Broncos, you get excited and you're ready to try to knock them off and you know, have the upset. But when you're playing a team with talent and arguably the best quarterback in the game, I know sitting at 6-7, it's hard to say that about Patrick Mahomes. But if you talk about the players, the defensive players, and ask them who's the best quarterback in the game, a lot of them are still going to say Patrick Mahomes. When you go into their home with their back against the wall and they still have that talent, that's one of the toughest things to do in the NFL. And the Houston Texans did that as they continue to climb out of that hole that they had themselves in early in the season. And this is why what we're seeing right now, this is why you hire a guy like DeMeco Ryans. Like I said earlier, it's easy when everything's riding high. It's easy when you start the season off the way people expected you to. But when you start the season off in a hole and people are talking bad about you and they're mocking your swarm defense mantra, and you just stick to your guns, you stick to your process, and when you're walking around NRG Stadium from Monday to Saturday when the cameras are off and you still have that big smile on your face and you're still showing that confidence, you know who buys in? The guys that we see on Sunday, the guys that we see on the field. That's a representation of DeMeco Ryans. That's the guy that doesn't falter. He's strong in his faith. He believes what he's doing is the right way, and that's why you can weather the storm and you're able to have these type of runs and you're getting real excited about what's going to happen in the AFC, especially the AFC South. People are talking wild card. I'm talking winning the division, baby. Right now, the division, Jacksonville Jaguars sitting at 9-4, the number 2 team, the Houston Texans at 8-5, Indianapolis Colts 8-5, and the Tennessee Titans at 2-11. So yes, things are getting very interesting, and they're taking on the 3-10 Arizona Cardinals next. Quick timeout. We'll get back to Texans Monday, Texans Radio. I am ND Kalu. Don't touch that dial.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Texans tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Texans.
We believe in possibilities at Texas Children's. As the nation's largest women's and pediatric healthcare system, we believe all lives can be changed for the better. We're inventing revolutionary in utero surgical procedures, finding a cure for difficult-to-treat brain tumors, solving the world's most complex neurological disorders, developing life-saving cardiac technology, and so much more. Texas Children's, the difference is life-changing. Come see why at texaschildrens.org today.
Seaside Events is your home for memorable events at sea. Cruise ships are the perfect venue for your next business or industry meeting, music festival, sporting event, or any other type of group activity. Our expert team works hand in hand with our clients to identify the most suitable cruise ships with the ideal combination of cruise length, destinations, and facilities to meet our clients' needs for a memorable event at sea. Visit seasideevents.net for more information.
Texans took down the Chiefs at Arrowhead.
Stroud, pocket collapsing, dumps it off to Woody, takes it across the 5, and in! Touchdown, Houston!
Oh, yeah, it's big time, we were all motivated to win this game, and, it's a blessing, but, always things to clean up, and in December, you want to get win, and all that really matters.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610, the Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Hey Texans fans, it's CJ. I'm teaming up with TDECU and you should too. Whether your favorite look is deep steel blue, battle red, or the fan favorite H-Town blue, it's all 15% off at the Texans online shop with your TDECU Texans debit card. Upgrade your Texans game day gear and show off your loyalty while you do it. Visit tdecu.org/Texans and get the MVP of your wallet today. Insured by NCUA.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4.
Take advantage of exceptional offers today.
In football and in life, having the right team makes all the difference. That's why the Sheriff Injury Lawyers are proud to be the first ever official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. If you've been injured in a car accident or on the job, don't let insurance companies call the plays. Let the Sheriff Injury Lawyers fight for you. Call the Sheriff Injury Lawyers today at 832-600-0000 or visit myinjury.pro.
Empower girls, provide opportunities, sanction the game. She's next. Join the movement to support Girls Flag Football. When you support Girls Flag, you help provide opportunity for girls in Texas to play the game they love. More support means more access to resources, equipment, scholarships, and helping flag football become an official UIL-sanctioned sport in Texas. Help us make Texas next to sanction Girls Flag. Join the She's Next movement at HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Mahomes to throw. Mahomes in trouble. Will Anderson gets there. A throw over the middle. Incomplete. They wanted Rice. Couldn't do it. And the Texans turn them over on downs. Texans already in field goal range.
Welcome in, welcome back. Texans Monday, Texans Radio. I am ND Kalu, sitting in for Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, as they were on the call. John Harris on the sideline doing what he does very good with the things he does. And one of the best, if you can ever get it, this would be worth money. If there's ever an auction event for a charity, if they ever say you get to spend a lunch or a film session with John Harris, make sure you bid on that, because the dude knows his football. He loves his football. He's passionate. Former players, and he played college ball, D1 level, coach. But guys like myself just really appreciate guys like John because they have an appreciation for the sport. Colin, I just said the word appreciate and appreciation like so many times. What I need to up my vocabulary.
You just come off celebrating a great Texans win.
You're right.
It's understandable at this point.
Thank you, Colin. Such a nice guy and good at what you do. All right, speaking of John Harris and speaking of someone who's good at what he does, he was able to catch up with head coach DeMeco Ryans after that victory.
Coach, we sat in your locker room twice last year, kind of shaking our heads like, man, we had him. It was right there. Could have made a few more plays. We'd have walked out of here with a win in the regular season or in the playoffs. Now we sit in here tonight with a win over these guys. Totally different feeling. First of all, what are the vibes? How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling really great, man. I'm really I'm feeling proud, just proud of this entire team, how guys came out, and we just did what we needed to do. Like it, whatever it took. We started off with a great first half there, getting up. Third quarter was not great by any means, but the defense kept battling. They kept getting stops when we needed to get stops. And then we finished in the fourth quarter, right? And that's really what it all boils down to. That's what matters most is how you finish versus a really, really good team. Like we came out and did what we were supposed to do.
All right, there's so many people to talk about, so many moments to talk about in this one. But you have first and goal at the 5, and Woody's got to come out of the game. And Darius goes in, and Darius, I don't know that he's had a carry in I don't know how long. And I know he's a guy that week 1 after that game against the Rams, he very easily could have packed it in. Like, I had that fumble. It cost us. He never did. And he came up with the biggest play, scoring that touchdown. I know we all felt good for him, but obviously that was such a big play. How do you feel for a guy like Darius wearing the C on his chest making a play like that?
And say enough good things about Darius. Like, whenever you need him, he's always there to show up. Remember, a couple years ago, Emi goes down and he's able to kick for us in a game, and now Woody goes down, he's able to run the ball in for a touchdown. He makes play after play on kickoff and on punt team. So he's just a true pro. Like, whenever his number is called, he's there. You can count on him. He's trustworthy. He makes the plays, and no play bigger than the touchdown he got tonight.
Another guy that we didn't even know if he was going to play tonight, that was Kamari Lassiter. Kind of started seeing him maybe turn at the end of the week, and then like, okay, we got to have him out there. And Coach, this might have been the best game that he played. He was all over the place. The throw to Thornton, I thought was a touchdown. The fans thought it was a touchdown, and he punched through the hands like he's taught. He came up big. And then after a few plays after that, he's blitzing. He had the interception. I don't know if there's any more Kamari Lassiter could have done tonight. What a great game.
Man, what an outstanding game by him. And even more so that, it was tough for him to practice all week. Like, healing, with an injury, but, man, he sucked it up. Went out there and not only just played, but he played big-time ball for us. When the ball was up in the air, we knew they were going to try to take some shots. He goes up and makes a play, takes the football away, just constantly around the football. And he's an outstanding young corner in this league. And I always get such joy watching Kamari play because he's going to make some type of play. It wasn't the physical big hit plays today, but it's the ball skills, being able to go up and take the football when we needed it most. It's a great game by Kamari.
One thing we talked about this week, I know Mark and I did, was the fact that in both games last year, you didn't have 5. You didn't have Jalen Petri. And you could see tonight, obviously, the big hit on Rashee Rice, but the tip pick that he ends up having is a big one, even though he didn't score on that drive. Just having him on this defense, having him back healthy, Coach, what does it mean for your group?
Jalen's the X factor. Man, you talk about a guy that shows up every single week. Like, wherever we need to play him, wherever, if it's covering, if it's stopping the run, if it's blitzing, like whatever we need, he's going to be the guy to stand up and make a play for us. And what a huge hit that he got to jar the ball loose, and then him just flying around all over the field all the time. He finds a way to get an interception as well. So, man, I love watching Jalen play football.
I know the offense kind of had some tough sledding there in the third quarter, but CJ made some plays tonight when he needed to, and he took care of the ball for the most part tonight. There were a couple plays he had to dirt, but he made huge plays. A couple throw to Higgins were huge in the second half. What do you think of the way your quarterback played tonight, Coach?
Yeah, I thought he made great decisions. Like, versus a really tough defense, they pressure you a lot. Like, I thought he made some really good decisions, as we call it, some sack-saver plays. When it's not there, just dirting the football and let's get on to the next play. Thought him moving around, being able to escape the pocket, keeping his eyes downfield, make some critical throws, right? Getting the one to Woody, getting the one to Nico, like a couple big plays there, extending drives. I mean, he did a really nice job in a tough environment. Look, it's loud. It was hard to communicate, but I thought he handled it really well, and proud of him just battling again, second week back. Did a really great job of finding a way to make a play to help us win the game.
Mental fortitude, 2 weeks in a row, on the road, tough places to play, and you get W's. What does that say about your team, Coach?
Yeah, we're ready for any environment. Wherever we have to go, whatever we have to do, everybody just remains focused. Like, everybody's dialed in on the task at hand. That's just doing your job to the best of your ability and find a way to finish in the fourth quarter.
Spot the ball. Let's play, Coach. Congratulations.
All right, thanks, John.
You heard them, spot the ball. That's what they've been saying. That's the attitude that they've been going out there with. John Harris catching up with DeMeco Ryans, head coach DeMeco Ryans. I have to make myself not call him Young Meek because that's what we called him, or that's what I called him when we played with him, when I played with him in 2006, 7, and 8. Quick timeout. Going to catch up with another guy that I had the honor of playing with. We call him Trap J. You might know him as former first-round pick Travis Johnson will be joining us on Texans Monday. Don't touch that dial.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain, tear, or nagging ache can set you back. Until your expert orthopedic team at Houston Methodist uses advanced technology to personalize a treatment plan that's minimally invasive, healing your pain and getting you back to life on your terms. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. For you, Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Official healthcare provider for the Houston Texans.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
When you partner with CDW, you get more from your devices with solutions purpose-built for your toughest tasks. CDW experts are creating seamless workplaces using HP's suite of PCs, printers, and peripherals, so remote teams can work flexibly and designers can display their brilliance, all while keeping your customer safe. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HP.
Looking for hot new Houston Texans merchandise to rep throughout H-Town? Look no further than the Houston Texans team shop at NRG Stadium. Whether you're looking to make a statement with our popular collection of Rep in the H merchandise, or you're shopping for a little one, the Houston Texans team shop at NRG Stadium is your one-stop shop for anyone looking to rep the Texans in their own way. Visit HoustonTexans.com/shop to learn more and stop by for exclusive items only available at our team shop.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Texans fans, the Caesars Viva Las Texans sweepstakes is your chance to win a VIP Vegas experience that includes a 3-night stay at Caesars Palace, a $1,000 flight credit, $250 for dining, and a Texas autographed item. Hurry, the sweepstakes closes December 21st as the Houston Texans battle the Las Vegas Raiders at home. To enter, go to HoustonTexans.com/Viva Las Texans and rank your favorite ways to redeem Caesars rewards now for your shot at Vegas. Want to build the future of Texas? At Burns & McDonnell, we're more than engineers. We're Texans shaping tomorrow. From Houston to every corner of the Lone Star State, we're designing and building what's next. A career at Burns & McDonnell goes beyond delivering projects. It's about owning outcomes, finding your best fit, and making a difference. Join a 100% employee-owned firm where your work powers progress and your career. Visit BurnsMCD.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
Texans fans, who wants 50% off Pizza Hut? You do. Duh. Texans win, you win. 50% off your total order of Pizza Hut on Mondays following the winning game. Every winning game. Use code Texans on PizzaHut.com and start your winner's party off right. What are you waiting for? Texans win, you win. It's just that simple. Let's do the math. Texans win, you win. Boom, 50% off. No win-out pizzas the Hut. 50% off your total order, valid Mondays following the winning game only.
NRG Stadium will be packed this Houston Texans season as our 2025 season tickets have sold out. If you're not already a season ticket member, join our 2026 priority list and be the first to know when tickets become available next year. Plus, you'll benefit like access to 2025 playoff tickets and last-minute Texans tickets. Exciting offers from select Texans partners and more. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call us at 832-667-2390. Go Texans!
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Go in motion to the left as Mahomes takes the snap, looking, firing over the middle, tipped, and Petri with the pick. A diving effort at the 45-yard line. Tips and overthrows. We got to get those, and the Texans get it.
Welcome in, welcome back. Texans Monday, talking, celebrating, whatever we want to call it. But the Houston Texans get their 5th win in a row over a desperate Kansas City Chiefs team. And sometimes when you're playing against those desperate NFL teams, those are the hardest teams to play against, especially when they have the talent that the Kansas City Chiefs have on their roster. And what I mean by that, look, you have teams that you can say, oh, the New York Giants are desperate. No, they're not desperate. They're done. You know, at 2-11, they're not getting into the playoffs. You can say, the Saints are desperate. No, they're done also. But the Kansas City Chiefs were in a position where if they won, their playoff hopes were still alive. They didn't do it because of those guys with the Houston Texans, steel blue, red, Liberty white, whatever we call it. Those boys from Houston made it happen. As I promised, one of my favorite people, the government, the feds, they know him as Travis Andre Johnson, but here on the streets, we just call him Trap Jizay, Florida State's finest, over 6 years in the NFL, former first-round pick. Trap J, Travis Johnson, joining us here on Texans Radio. What's going on, Trap?
Indy DJ Jordan Kalu, God of Thunder. What's going on, Indy?
What's up, my brother? Let's keep that same energy. I want to talk about the guy we just heard the highlight on, Travis, Jalen Petri. This dude is out there with a Guardian helmet, with a concussion-safe helmet, knocking guys out. And I think that just embodies the whole defense. Can you kind of talk about Jalen Petri's game?
Well, I mean, for one, listen, the guy's been a hero since he was with the Stafford Cobras, played a long time. He's what you want. He's a hometown kid. I laugh because, them they call them Guardian caps right now. You forgot when we first got in the league, they called them Jimmy caps. You know what I'm saying? When they first started putting them things out, they called them Jimmy. So I just say he out there with the helmet rubber, and he ready for anything. He ready to go raw in anything, but he got the protection. You see what I'm saying? So I just like the way he's out there. He's flying around. He's playing great ball. He's knocking people. Now, I saw a tweet yesterday that might be the greatest tweet of all time. They said, Reese Rice finally understands what it's like to be hit full speed and the guy responsible for it walks away. And it just literally was a pit. Like, I literally was crying laughing because Petri, with that hit, I think, took the fight up out of all of them. I think they realized that these dudes out here ain't playing. You know what I'm saying? Like, come around here acting crazy, you better tuck your chain in like Devo showed up.
100%. And what I love about this defense, what I love about this team, but specifically we'll talk about the defense right now, they all play like what we saw out of Jalen Petri. You look at a backup defensive tackle, Togei, and he has 10 tackles, a sack. He's all over the field. And you just feel that all of these players are taking on the personality, the characteristics of their head coach, DeMeco Ryans, on that side of the ball.
Oh, no question. I think they playing, what they call swarm. We always call sideline to sideline, no seatbelt football. You know what I mean? Like, they are swarming to the ball, play in, play out. You watching a guy like Tommy Togei, I don't think he's the backup anymore. He's a tone setter. Like, he is a tone setter. He's one of those Polynesian guys that literally move mountains. They are going to hit you in the mouth. They're going to do everything you ask them to do. Like, he's a player that you want on your team. He's a player that I would start a D-line with. That's the type of player I think Tommy Togei is. Tommy Togei, his attitude is a whole different ball game. Like, we always used to say, Indy, it's two type of Nigerians you're going to have. You're going to have the ones like Indy Kalu that'll hit you with, like, that'll be like, yeah, all right, play me you want to, that same calm energy, or the ones who won't bust a grape. You can say the same thing about our Polynesian brothers, our Usos. And you got the ones who will kill you, and they got the ones who just trying to get back to Hawaii so they can have they cook off. You know what I mean? Like, and Togei, he ready to knock your head off. He's the type of D-lineman you literally start D-lines with. Like, he is a pillar on the front end of the defense. And you watch these guys, like you said, they're a direct reflection of leadership. You know what I mean? You see DeMeco play the same way. He coaches this way. And guess what? It rubs off on guys. Guys understand. You either coach it to happen or you allow it to happen. And they know he's not going to allow me to be second fiddle. He's coaching us up to be dominant in every asset of the game. And that's what he's doing. And I love watching him play. Like, it literally, like, it brought me so much joy smoking a cigar last night, watching it outside, watching them dominate from start to finish. Like, it wasn't like, no, we giving up. Even when the offense faltered for a quarter and didn't really give us any points or give us any motion, you know what I'm saying? These dudes still was like, it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing. We're going to keep on hammering that ass. And that's exactly what they did. And it was beautiful to watch.
For those that don't know, like myself, Travis enjoys a cigar. Right now, what's the brand? When you're watching the Houston Texans dominate, what's the brand of cigar?
Well, I've been working on my own, so I was smoking one of my own, but I did start the day off with a
Hold on, Trav. Hold on. Smoking one of my own. That sounds real shady, brother. Like
no. This wasn't. I mean, it was grown from the earth. But it wasn't wacky tobacco. It was actually grown in the Dominican Republic, hand rolled in the Dominican Republic by Eladio Diaz, who was the master blender at Davidoff for 50 years. You know what I mean? So it's all legal. It's all. Hey, listen, okay. It ain't cigarettes. It ain't cigar weed. It's a cigar. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh. So hold on. Are you breaking news? Are you about to have your own brand come out?
Well, no, I'm not. You know what, Indy? I don't want to do all that work. Mm-hmm. So really, just getting something for me to smoke. Gotcha. You know what I'm saying? Gotcha. And it's like one of them limited editions. Like, it exists, but you don't know it exists. And if I didn't give it to you, you ain't smoked it. You know what I'm saying?
There it is.
So it might later on end up being some real live. Some stuff that people be like, hey, man, you heard about trash cigar? I ain't never had it before. Yeah, because he ain't never gave you one before. But I got you, Indy. You come by the house later, I give you a couple. You know what I mean?
It's that exclusive stuff. Okay, so I'm going to set the scene for you. The entire Texan team, they're chilling in your garage. You handed them the exclusive cigars, and you're telling them that, and you're talking to them about their upcoming game against 3-10 Arizona. What are you telling these guys? And what are you warning them against as they prepare for a 3-10 Arizona team?
I just tell them put your foot on their throat. End of the day is like put your foot on their throat. Do with fish what you're supposed to do with fish. Get them up out of there. Make them stand up. You put that hook in their mouth. You try to break their bottom jaw. You know what I'm saying? Like, you go in there and you hit these dudes in the mouth and you keep your foot on their throat, because let's not get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? That quarterback that they got. Jacoby Brissett, yes, he's a winner. Jacoby's won everywhere he go. He showed you the reason why Jacoby is going to play 20-plus years as a backup for most of his time, because every time Jacoby gets in the game, he shows you, I'm going to keep my team in the game, and we're gonna potentially win this game. You know what I'm saying? And then, God forbid, they put the midget back in, it becomes a whole different offense. You know what I'm saying? So, end of the day is, you and I both know how easy it is to win and lose games in this league. And I mean how hard it is to win and lose games in this league. And, it's just that any team can win games. Any team, you can be two and forever. Yes. And come somewhere and hit somebody in the mouth because you finally play the way you're capable of playing and you don't make those mistakes. You think about this team this year, right? They've won 8 of the last 10 to become 8-5?
Yep.
Right? To become 8-5. The 5 games we lost, nobody whooped us. Maybe I think one game we probably should have lost out of those 5. So do you think they look at this team as a different team if we came into this game 13-1, or before this last game 12-1? Mm-hmm. You don't think they look at this as a totally different team? You think Kansas City, you think the announcers, which Chris Collinsworth I can't stand, you think he over there topping off everybody while they talking, while they playing? If we come in here 12-1, no, he understands what we see every week as real Texans fans. The Texans are the most dangerous team in the NFL. If you want to play with us, play with us. What your mama used to say, hey, play with your food, not me. You know what I'm saying? Play with your little friends. Don't play with me. That's how the Texans out here. The Texans out here like somebody's mama. Play with your friends. Don't play with me.
I heard.
You know what I'm saying? Because I hit you in the mouth. Huh?
Especially on that defensive side. Why
Exactly.
Why is there this hate with Chris Collinsworth? Am I the only brother that actually appreciates him and likes him?
Nah, Chris Collinsworth is like.
What don't you like about him?
He talked listen, like the tackling, like the tackle that was made on the sideline. This is the greatest tackle I've seen in the last 10 years.
He did.
What have you been watching?
He did say that.
Jalen Ramsey give us 2, 3, 4 of those every year. You know what I'm saying? Like what are you talking about? We got to watch. Like you people might not like it, but Aziz give us a tackle like that every year. Bobby Wagner's giving us a tackle like that for the last 15 years.
But Travis, that's excitement. Look, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I hope we're not getting too specific for the listeners. There was a play where Collinsworth said it was the best tackle in 10 years, and I kind of just laughed it off. But it sounds like you're taking it personal.
Hey, listen, and then not to mention, and then when they showed the replay, after he's like, "It's the best tackle in 10 years." Buddy got his eyes all the way down, his head tilted to the side, his ass in the air like we finna throw ones at him. And guess what? He's lucky he didn't break his damn neck.
Not throw ones at him.
No, he's lucky he didn't break his neck. So we sitting there like, this is the best tackle I've seen in 10 years. He could have easily been in an ambulance and sitting in the damn tunnel waiting on somebody to get hurt. So what are we talking about? What was everybody flying around? We was flying around.
Yes.
We was hitting people in the mouth. But for you to sit there and the first nice play they were making some nice plays. It's the greatest tackle no. Getting the guy down is the greatest tackle I've seen every day. You say that. I love all you gotta do is say everybody. Both of these defenses are playing physical ball. Now, was it a physical tackle? Yes. Did it save them 2-3 yards and could have potentially had us in 2nd and 1? Yes. Was it a play made by a guy who's been in the league? Yes. Did he do his job? Yes. Like when are we yeah, he did his job on that. Like he was the force player. He's the guy that got to come up there and make the play. Guess what? Because if he don't make it, he's gone. And a lot of people are like, no, there's a lot of people around there. Every play, every action has an equal and opposite reaction on the defensive side. Everybody is there's somebody that's supposed to make every single play if the defense is played right.
Yes.
Right? Like you're funneling the runner to where you want the tackle to be made. Right? That's how we've always done it. You know what I mean? That's how the league is. That's why when you get guys like us from the defensive line standpoint that comes out of the stack and are running down the line, we making plays that we're not supposed to make. And guess what? People love it because the back end might not have been in position to make that play. You know what I'm saying? So now it's like, oh, dang, thank you for coming out the stack the way you came out the stack. Why? Because you saved us, because our DB, our safety, tripped on this play right here, and he would have hit his head on the goalpost if somebody doesn't make this tackle. Every day, people don't see that. But guess what? Buddy did his job. He did what was asked for him to do. You know what I'm saying? And he didn't tuck tail. He bowed his neck and he earned his check. You know what I'm saying? That's all you asking guys to do. Bow your neck and earn your check. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And we watched it. Was a little bit of old school feel because we got to watch big hits, and we got the referees allowed the game to be played yesterday. And what probably as a fan pissed me off was that everything that happened, Collinsworth was like, no, that wasn't a penalty. I don't know why they did this. Oh, that should have been. I know why he was doing this. You know, even when Togei got his sack. Mm-hmm. When Togei got his sack, what's called is 15, Mahomes. Mm-hmm. Mahomes is over there talking about, oh, he looking for the flag. You know why he's looking for a flag? He's looking for a flag because he thought Mario Edwards Jr. jumped off sides, which he didn't. He got a great takeoff. He slipped and ended up because he looking like, I know, because he slipped and almost stopped at the same time because he's like, I know I just didn't get this great of a takeoff.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And, like, he literally was like, no. But it wasn't offsides. He moved when your center moved. You just thought that fat meat wasn't greasy, and you thought, oh, Togei, like, he ain't coming. Yeah, all right.
Right.
All right. And he was him out. So now all of a sudden you complaining, you whining. You watch Travis Kelce. Now, I ain't going to lie. When Travis Kelce showed up with a fade, I got a little spooked for about 3 seconds. You know what I'm saying?
You thought it was the old Travis.
Yeah, I thought it was the old Travis, but then I realized it wasn't no real fade. Like, somebody hit him with the flow beat. You know what I'm saying? They gave him with the vacuum cut. It really wasn't like nobody used no T outliners on him. Like, he had no fresh eggs, but he had a fade though. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, he wasn't looking like Officer Roberts. You know what I'm saying? But he also wasn't looking like Trav. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Like he went to Supercuts instead of going to
the
hood.
No, he looked like he went to Supercuts and they pulled him out of Floby. He might not have done that. You know what I'm saying? Taylor might have put the bone on his head, took the edge around, just blended in the side, and then hit the Floby on the top. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And that's why his swag. Now listen, his swag has been off, dog. You know what I'm saying? Now he might retire this year. I hope not. I hope he got more time in him. But his swag is a little off right now, and it's kind of disheartening. You know what I mean? As a fan of the game.
Well, I think it's Father Time, Trav. It's Father Time's.
Yeah, you're right. What year is this for him?
Well, I know he's 36. I don't know exactly what year it is, but he's 36.
So that means it's probably like year 13 because remember Trav I think he did all his time in school. You know what I'm saying? And he got kicked out. So it's probably year 13. And them tight ends start struggling about year 30. We all can't be Antonio Gonzalez.
Right. Or, and his name escapes me.
Antonio Gates.
There's one now, and his name escapes me, and this is bad radio, so I'll find it during the break. But I want to say he's in like year 18. Is it Ingram? It might be
Evan Ingram?
Yeah, I believe.
No. What's his name is Mercedes Lewis. Mercedes Lewis is in year 20 right now.
Yes, that's it. Mercedes Lewis. Yes.
Yeah, I grew up with Mercedes.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Mercedes from Long Beach. I know Mercedes when we was kids.
Oh, nice.
He was in those. He's the draft behind me.
And still playing. How crazy is that?
And still playing. Mercedes is in year 20.
Yes.
But also Mercedes is 6'8" though. You know what I'm saying? So it's one of them. It's the same thing you can say for Calais Campbell who's in year 18 or 19. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like the first couple of years, everybody's like, "Oh, Calais is not that great." It's all right. Once he gets it, he's gonna get it.
Yes.
And he's 6'8". You know what I'm saying? Like those 6'8" don't grow on trees. You know what I'm saying? Like those guys are bred, and when you get them and they learn what they're doing, you know it's. Mercedes came in the league as a pass catching tight end, and now he is a blocking tight end.
Yes.
You know what I mean? He's Mark Bruner.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So like I love watching that type of stuff because you know what? When we came in the league, I forgot you older than me, but when I came in the league, it was a lot of U's around. Guys that playing 10, 12 years, team full of guys like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like team full of guys, it's at least 10 dudes on the team that got 10 plus years of service. Now you watch a lot of guys that don't necessarily have that much service. So in tune, you watch a lot of sloppier play. You know what I'm saying? At times, yeah, it's gonna be fired up sometime, but you watch as certain guys win games and certain teams win games until they get too slow to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're getting old. What works faster? Your mind still works faster than the other guys. So, I don't have to be as athletically gifted as I was when I was 23 years old because now I kind of know the game, especially on defense, to where I'm going to play the game towards my game, and I'm going to be there faster than you necessarily would be, and we're going to play good we're going to play good fundamentally sound football, and because I'm old, cantankerous, and mean, I'm going to play mean football too. It's going to be violent because guess what? I know my time is fleeting. I might not have as much time to hit you in the mouth, and I get sent to jail for it.
Speaking of a Texan that a lot of fans outside of Houston would like to see sent to jail, Azeez Al-Shaair. I mean, I think this is one of the most underrated and underappreciated football players in the NFL. And I'll tell you this, Trav, one of the things I love about Azeez Al-Shaair, there's this negative story when it comes to the way he plays, but it hasn't changed the way he plays the game. Like he's still laying guys out, and he's still playing with the same intensity that people in Houston love and the people outside of Houston hate.
And listen, what I tell you right now, and you know my kids their entire life. Yes. We live 150 yards from each other. You know what I'm saying? Probably
shout out to your baby girl, full ride Memphis softball's queen.
I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? And I know 2 years ago, I told Travis, I told Ducey, hey, listen, you want to learn to play linebacker? You truly want to learn to play linebacker? Go watch Azeez Al-Shaair play. And I literally told, I don't even have to go ask for film and say, no. Go Google this guy, because I want you to see what a guy who, and mind you, he's 6'1". You know what I'm saying? Yep. He run like his hair is on fire. He's an undrafted free agent. This is a guy who hadn't been given anything. A free agent. You know what I'm saying? And he's taken everything he's got in this league. You know what I'm saying? He is literally one of them guys that you say, I wish I could my kid can be this kid. I wish that my kid can watch this kid play. This guy's Florida Atlantic, dog. Florida Atlantic. From Tampa, dog. You know what I mean? They say he's 6'2", but I know he's probably like 6'1". You know what I'm saying? Yep. But this guy has gotten everything you want to get out of yourself and continues to do his thing, dog. This guy doesn't let anything discourage him. He plays to the echo of the whistle. You know what I'm saying? Like, he is the type of player. And I told Ducey, be like Zero. Please, go be him. Figure out, I don't need you to watch Ray Lewis. I don't need you to watch none of them other dudes. I want Zero to inspire you to be a ball player, to be the ball player I think you can be. You know what I'm saying? Because that is what I want for you. I don't want you to be a Hall of Famer. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I don't want you to be none of that. I want you to be that, a dog. I want you to be a guy who plays to the echo of the whistle. I want you to be the guy that loves the game because the game loves you back, and loves the game even when it don't love you back. The game like a fine-ass woman sometimes. Sometimes she love you, sometimes she don't love you. But guess what? Like Steve Urkel, I'm wearing you down. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make sure you gonna love me because I'm gonna give you everything I got. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I want. That's what I want for you, because if you love the game like that, and you play the game like that, and you approach the game like that, and you prepare for the game like that, guess what? The game will give you everything and more. You know what I'm saying? And that's what what do we want for our kids? We want them to have everything they want and more. Everything they need and more. And if you approach life the way Al-Shaair plays football, it'll give you anything you want and more. You know what I'm saying?
Well said.
And that's why I love watching Zero play the game. That's why I love, like, the way Zero plays his game is the way, like I'm telling you, the way you wish your kids played. The way I don't care if you in the old school black hole in Oakland. I wish my mama wouldn't show up with my jersey on. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Because guess what? Everybody in every stadium, I don't care you like him, you hate him, whatever. You respect him. You know what I'm saying? Yep. You respect him. Because guess what? He played the game the way you would wish everybody played the game. If the game would play like that, which it used to be, you know what I'm saying? But there's only a certain set of few that used to play like that still. You know what I'm saying? And that dude, you got to think about that. Now, that dude has overcome everything, bro. Mm-hmm. He's overcome everything. Like that's a dude play like, man, I don't know what type of life I'm from. I don't know exactly what type of life he's from, but he ain't trying to go back.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what you love, and that's what you respect it so much out of the way he plays the game. I literally, bro, I've literally told him, like, after DeMeco is Zero my favorite player on the team. Outside of little Mario Edwards, because it's like my dog. That's my dude. I've known him his whole life almost. Mm-hmm. Outside of little 1.5, 97, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Zero is my favorite player on the team. Like, with no doubt in my mind, Zero is my favorite player on the team.
No, he's one of those guys.
If I could die and come back as any of them, bring me back as Zero.
He's one of those guys, one of the very few playing now that if they didn't pay you to play football, he'll still be playing with the same passion that he has. Like, he's one of the few left.
No question. No question.
Yeah, it's so fun to watch, and it resonates throughout the whole team. And you know what else is fun? Having Travis Johnson on your show. As always, brother, appreciate the time, appreciate everything you bring to the airways.
Man, I appreciate you, Andy, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Go Texans. Hey, man, listen, we finna win, bro. I told y'all weeks ago, it's coming. Don't let us mess around and slide up in there.
Don't do it. Yeah. Don't do it. Don't let them Texans in because you don't want them in right now with the way they're playing. I agree. That's the voice of man J, a.k.a. Travis Johnson, former first-round pick for your Houston Texans. Quick timeout. We're going to get back to it. We have about a couple more segments to go. We're going to get John the General McClain in with us, but we can't do it without you. Don't touch that dial. Texans Radio right here on this Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
A breast cancer diagnosis can turn your world upside down. But your Houston Methodist team assures you they'll use the latest cancer research and technologies, collaborating to treat and remove the tumor and reconstruct your breasts, restoring symmetry, sensation, and your sense of self. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Sometimes a girl in my class doesn't bring anything to eat for lunch.
The truth is, in America, 1 in 5 kids worry about their next meal.
I want everybody to have yummy food.
So do we. That's why Kroger donates surplus fresh food from our shelves to your local food bank. We've provided over 3.5 billion meals through Zero Hunger, Zero Waste plan. Visit Kroger.com to see how you can help fight hunger and waste in our community.
Because nobody should have an empty tummy.
Sky Vodka is now made with water enriched by Pacific minerals and filtered through California limestone. Sky Vodka, a smoother, fresher tasting vodka that's also gluten-free. Just in case you've ever wondered what a subtle ocean breeze tastes like. Sky Vodka, born from the blue. Sky Vodka distilled from grain, 40% alcohol by volume. 2021 Campari America, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
With Houston Texans Lux, we take you and your guests beyond the game with exceptional premium services and amenities. Host clients, reward employees, and build intentional connections, all while watching your Texans take on opponents like the 49ers, Broncos, and Raiders. From the moment you arrive, we guarantee you and your guests will have an unforgettable luxury game day experience. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com or call 832-667-2299 to speak to a representative today.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get a Hyundai Elantra with 2.99% APR for 48 months, plus $500 bonus cash, or lease for $229 a month. See your local Hyundai dealer, the official car of the Houston Texans. Offers end January 2nd. Call 469-405-7740 for details.
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston and the Houston Food Bank to create the Chevron Market Pantry at the Houston Texans Team Club. The partnership provides food to the local community and is run by Team Club members and Chevron volunteers. Together, we're helping make Houston a better place to call home.
Amegy Bank and the Trevino Group have worked together to put the us in business banking by growing and planning for the future together. Now, it's your turn with your own dedicated Amegy banker with banking experience in your industry. Because you're more than a customer, we're more than a bank, and together we'll help put your business on solid financial footing through the ups, downs, everything in between by being the trusted partner you need. Here, we collaborate. Here, you grow. Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Bank Corporation and a member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
The Texans took down the Chiefs at Arrowhead.
3 seconds left, 2 seconds left. The game is over. The Houston Texans have done it. They've come to Kansas City and defeated the Chiefs 20-10.
We did what we came to do. Wasn't anything extra on top for winning this game, but we knew we just had to get the win.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
CJ shotgun. Dare to his right. Here's Nolan motion to the right. First and goal from the 5, handoff. Dare trying to dance between the tackles, taking it across the goal line. Touchdown, Houston. 5-yard run. Dare Ogunbowale.
Welcome in, welcome back. Texans Monday on Texan Radio. I'm Indy Kalu, sitting in for the great John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. That was the highlight from my Nigerian brother, Dare Ogunbowale. And you know what? Woody Marks is out for a couple plays. Just hand me the rock, and I'll put 6 on the board, and that's exactly what he did. Coming up next, a man who has the title that all of us who step on the field wish to get one day. He is Hall of Famer John the General McClain joining us, and one of the best to ever do it, and just a guy that I personally have always appreciated for what he's done for me, life after football. John, what's going on, brother?
Andy, it's a great time to be a Texans fan. As you know, you played 12 years, the last 3 with the Texans. You played defensive end. You know what great defense looks like, and we're looking at one of the 3 greatest defenses I've seen in my 49 years of covering the NFL in Houston, along with the Love You Blue Oilers and the Run and Shoot Texans in 93 with Buddy Ryan. But it's fantastic. I'm looking at all these great stats, Indy. Against Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, they allowed those guys 413 yards, no touchdowns, 5 interceptions, and a rating of 44. And Mahomes had the worst rating of his career, the fewest points they've scored since he's been there. It was an incredible defensive performance, and they getting so much respect around the NFL. And Indy, now I'm doing what DeMeco Ryans tells his players never to do: look ahead. And right now, looks like they're going to have to win out. You know, they're one game behind the Jags. The Jags host the Jets, play at Denver. They need to lose that. Play at Indy. They'll win that one with the Colts losing Daniel Jones. And then they finish at home against the worst team in the league, the Titans. Texans, of course, get the Cardinals, Raiders at home, go to the Chargers, and then they finish here against the Colts. So both teams have one tough road game. Jacksonville at Denver, Texans at Chargers. And the Texans, as you know, have never been a wild card team. People find that hard to believe. The 8 times Texans have made the playoffs in 24 years, they've been division champions.
That's big. That's huge. There are a couple of things that you said, John, where I was like, wow. One, I know you've covered football for a very long time, and to mention 49 years of covering this great sport, and the defense that we're watching right now, that we're experiencing right now, is in the top 3. I kind of wanted to go in on that because as I watch this defense, John, I'm starting to think to myself, I've been a fan of football for a long time. I've played on some great defenses. But outside of the 85 – I know this is going to sound crazy. Outside of the 85 Bears, the Baltimore Ravens defense when they had Trent Dilford as the quarterback and led them to the Super Bowl, I don't know if I could mention another unit that's playing better outside of those 2 teams that I mentioned than the Houston Texans right now.
Well, you're too young to have remembered them. But the Steel Curtain of Pittsburgh that led the Steelers to 4 Super Bowl titles, you know, that was a great defense too. But the Texans, this is the best they've had in franchise history. It's DeMeco Ryans' defense. Matt Burke doesn't get nearly much credit because he's making those calls, and Matt has done a tremendous job, as have the position coaches. And the players buy in. You know, Indy, they don't get 8 sacks every game like they did with Josh Allen, but they get pressure. And the DBs, it's the best secondary in the NFL. They have the best pair of defensive ends. The defense is so smart, and it's relentless, and the tackling is improved dramatically, and you can tell the players buy in. They're smart in this system, and they play it well. You don't see guys making mistakes like Gardner Johnson did early in the season when he allowed that long pass play to Jacksonville that ended up costing them that game, along with 3 turnovers in the red zone in the fourth quarter. But it's just magnificent. Watching the plays as a Baylor fan, I love watching Jalen Petri make big hits. Lassiter and Stingley, they don't ever mention Stingley anymore, except that breakup, because nobody throws at him. And Derek Stingley Jr., his name was only mentioned once, and that's a good thing for a cornerback. So the secondary is just outstanding. Kalen Bullock is improved in his second season, but when you got 3 guys, Stingley, Lassiter, Petri covering the slot, there's not a better threesome in the NFL.
You know, you talked about Stingley not hearing his name is a good thing, similar to an offensive lineman. When you don't hear their names, and typically they had a pretty good game. Let's talk about the offensive side of the ball. What improvements do you think can still be made in season, throughout this season, so this team will be a true contender?
To me, the offense has been a huge disappointment. Under first-year coordinator and play caller Nick Caley, it's almost like the offense tries to survive, make a few plays, but it's not consistently good enough to play anywhere near the way the defense has played. Special teams played well last night, too, and got to make sure to give Frank Ross a shout-out. But the lack of consistency on the offense, if they're a wild card team, do we see them winning 3 road games to go to the Super Bowl with this offense? I don't see it. With this defense, yes. But the offense doesn't turn it over, don't put the defense in bad situations, then I think they could win the rest of their games and then win, hopefully, the division title, host a playoff game, the early one on Saturday as always. But if they have to go on the road at this time of year 3 times to get to the Super Bowl, I just don't see it. That third quarter was one of the worst offensive quarters I have ever seen. They had no answer for what Jim Spagnuolo was calling. They had negative yardage, and then they got very fortunate that Andy Reid made a really stupid defensive call going for it when he did on 4th and a long 1 on his 31. And people are saying, well, analytics say in that situation to go for it. Analytics doesn't take into account who's playing, that you got 4 offensive linemen out and you're going against the best defense in the NFL. It doesn't take into consideration that. And Andy admitted afterward he screwed up. But, man, the Texans, I cannot remember, Andy, a better defensive game the Texans have played in their history.
Yeah, and when you say that, when you think of, oh, well, what about this game? It's going to be from this defensive unit. So that's what makes it so special, how consistently. As a former defensive player, I'm always waiting because I keep telling people that I talk to, hey, those guys, they get paid as well. So I keep waiting for there to be a game where the Houston Texans give up 30, 40 points, and they don't look great. And I just haven't seen it yet because they've been.
Yeah, we're not going to see that this season, I guarantee.
Well, I like that. Let's talk about the AFC South because no one knows the entire division better than you do. Just what have you seen from the AFC South, John? Like, is this what you expected? We have Jacksonville leading the way with a 9-4 record. We obviously know the Texans have fought their way up, but the Colts at 8-5, Tennessee at 2-11. Did you expect them to play a little better with Cam Ward, or is this kind of what you expected in his rookie year?
Well, the Titans screwed up royally by winning in Cleveland yesterday. They went from having the first overall pick, which would allow them to trade down for a quarterback like Fernando Mendoza of Indy, University of Indiana. And there's a lot of time to go in the scouting process, but that guy looks like a first overall pick and sounds like. And they've now got the 3rd overall pick. And, of course, they wanted to win games. But, man, when you're as bad as they are, you got to do whatever you can to have an advantage on your rebuild, starting with the new head coach. The Colts were losing before Daniel Jones went down for the season last week. Teams realized you contain Jonathan Taylor, make Jones beat you, and he can't do it, and he wasn't. So now they're having to go with a rookie, Riley Leonard, because Anthony Richardson's been on IR for a long time because of something that happened to him in the locker room that was freakish, and I don't know if they can be healthy enough to be activated by the time the Texans close the season here, and I don't think it matters. I think what this defense will do to whoever the Colts quarterback is probably should be illegal. And I think the Jaguars, I watched them beat the Colts yesterday, playing really well. They've got it going on under first-year coach Liam Cohen, who's doing a tremendous job. I don't see them winning at Denver, and I don't see the Texans right now winning at the Chargers, although they embarrassed them in the playoffs last year and beat them Justin Herbert the time before that when he came in here, and they beat him with one of those 2 terrible seasons they had. So if that's the case, Texans will be a wild card team, and the Jaguars will win by 1. And if Texans win out and the Jaguars lose at Denver, then it'll be tiebreakers since they split.
What's been the one biggest disappointment, and what's been the one biggest pleasant surprise for you covering this Texan team?
I thought the offense would be better. I thought it would be more consistent. When you don't have Joe Mixon, who I guess is in the witness protection program, that's the only thing I can come up with about why he disappeared with no explanation. Without your top running back, and I don't think they expected him to not be available all season. That set back this offense because you know what Joe meant to him as a runner, receiver, also as a very vocal leader. And Woody Marks has been terrific for a rookie 4th-round pick. And I still think they need to get a back to be number 1 and have Marks coming off the bench behind him. But I would say the offense in general, the line, they've only now started this group for 3 games in a row. It took them all this time to decide on a starting 5. And it's amazing. Started Laken Tomlinson all that time, cut him. Started what was the guy they started one game at guard? City Sal. Somebody, a tree must have fallen on their head, and they thought that guy could play. Start him, he was terrible. Pull him out. They've just made some terrible decisions in the offensive line, but right now they got it going on. And if I'm a team, I look to see what Jim Spagnuolo was doing with all those max blitzes last night. And if you're the Cardinals and the Raiders, you're terrible. Why not try it? Why not do something different and go all out on them until they prove they can beat it? But the defense is surpassed my expectations. I knew they'd be great, but didn't know they'd be historically great. And it'd be nice to see the offense put together a very consistent game from start to finish and still needing to improve in the red zone. I guess the biggest disappointment is the red zone. Only team worse than them in the red zone going into yesterday's games was the Saints. And that's inexcusable to be that bad in the red zone.
That's the voice of Hall of Famer John the General McClain. What are you currently working on? Where can the people read or hear from you next, John?
I'm just doing broadcasts now, Andy. I'm on 610 3 times a week, KRIV twice a week, do a podcast with Mattress Mac on Tuesdays, and then do shows in Waco, San Antonio, Austin, Las Vegas, Nashville, Knoxville. I have a blast just doing that. And I'm working on a documentary with 3 friends that'll be out in February about the history of high school football in Texas before integration. We think it's going to be big.
That is awesome. I heard you talking about it at a function. I've heard other people talking about it. I can't wait in my Bart Scott voice. John, as always, we appreciate everything you've brought to the sport and to this town.
Andy, thank you very much, as always. And sorry about your Warriors coming up one game short.
One game short. Appreciate it. That's the voice of John the General McClain. But what he probably hasn't heard, because so many teams have opted out of the bowl games, my Rice Owls will actually get to play in the Armed Forces Bowl. Not quite sure how I feel about it, but they're going to get free stuff. So go ahead and get your free stuff and play some football. Quick timeout, another segment to go. Texans Monday on Texans Radio. Don't touch that dial.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the Victory Dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your victory dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
The Whataburger Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich is back, and it's still bigger and better than any chicken sandwich out there. More chicken strips, more Monterey Jack cheese smothered in buffalo and ranch, all on a 5-inch bun. There's so much crispy, cheesy, saucy goodness, you may find yourself speechless when someone asks what's your favorite part. Not because you can't find the words, just because it's hard to talk when your mouth's full with this much deliciousness. The Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich is back for a limited time. What a burger.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for a reason. From the first legal distillery in Texas, Tito's is 6 times distilled till it's just right, and naturally gluten-free, making it a high-quality spirit that mixes with just about anything, from the smoothest martinis to the best Bloody Marys. Tito's is known for giving back, teaming up with nonprofits to serve its communities and do good for dogs. Make your next cocktail with Tito's. Distilled and bottled by 5th Generation Inc., Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume. Savor responsibly.
The Texans took down the Chiefs at Arrowhead.
Stroud, pocket collapsing, dumps it off to Woody, takes it across the 5, and in! Touchdown, Houston!
Oh, yeah, it's big time, we were all motivated to win this game, and, it's a blessing, but, always things to clean up, and in December, you want to get wins, and that's all that really matters.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Hey Texans fans, did you know you can win real gear worn by your favorite Texans players on the field on Sundays? Head to Texans Bids in the Houston Texans app to bid on team-issued items like jerseys, footballs, cleats, and pants. Some signed by your Houston Texans. Texans Bids is the only place to find game-used merchandise and offers unique autographed memorabilia. If you don't bid, you can't win. So click on Texans Bids in the Houston Texans app today.
When it comes to unique experiences, pick TickPick. You're picking the official fan experience partner of the Houston Texans with no hidden fees ever. So pick TickPick for your chance to enjoy an all-exclusive experience at NRG Stadium at every game. A chance to experience the national anthem on the field, or exclusive suite access during the game with an opportunity for post-game field access. Don't let fees get between you and a great game day. Download the TickPick app and enjoy the best experiences supporting your Houston Texans this year.
This holiday, Verizon is helping you bundle up incredible gifts and savings. You'll get the latest phone with a new line on My Plan, and a brand new smartwatch and tablet. No trade-in needed, even on our lowest price plan. That's 2 gifts for your family and 1 for you. Or 2 for you and 1 for someone else. Or 3 gifts for you and only you. Either way, you save big on 3 amazing gifts at Verizon. All on the best 5G network. Visit Verizon today. Rankings based on Root Metric Truth Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Additional terms apply.
The Houston Texans and Amity Bank are proud to announce that Famous Barbecue is a 2025 Small Business Boost winner. Located in Sawyer Yards, Famous Barbecue is known for their distinctive hickory smoke flavor, served with down-home Southern hospitality. To learn more about this business, please visit famousbbq.com. Congratulations to Famous Barbecue on being an Amity Bank Small Business Boost winner.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Welcome in, welcome back. I'm ND Kalu on this Texan Monday. You've heard us talk a lot about Azeez Al-Shaair throughout the entire show. Now it's time for me to shut my mouth so y'all can hear from him as he caught up with the guys after the game last night.
All right, joining us right now on the hotline, he had one of the biggest plays of the game tonight, an interception to set up the final field goal that put the nail in the coffin for the Kansas City Chiefs. He had 5 tackles as well. He's one of the captains of this football team, and he is the Texans' Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee. He is linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair joining us on the heels of a huge Texans win. Azeez, it's Sean and Clint. Man, how did that feel? How did that feel after those 2 games last year in Kansas City for you guys to get the job done tonight?
How you guys doing, man? Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Man, it was amazing. You know, before the game, in the locker room talking to everybody, and I let them know, like, man, like last year, remember how we felt. For me specifically, I remember being in the locker room crying, a lot of guys crying, and I was upset. Like I got hurt in the game and tried to fight through the injury and just didn't play well. And we all remember that feeling. And I told them, like, we're not leaving here until we get a win. I don't care how it happens. I don't care what happens. We're gonna find a way to win, and that's exactly what we did as a team.
Hey, you made a big play right there at the end, Azeez, and I know it is without a doubt clear as day that you guys are all about the team first. It's a team game, but Zero made a play right there at the end that put the nail in that coffin, man. Can we always like to ask guys to walk us through that play, because what goes on in the minds of a player, particularly a middle linebacker, I think fascinates the heck out of fans and listeners, man. Take us through what you saw and how ultimately you ended up completing the interception.
Yes, I mean, we were in like a quarters coverage, and Kelsey had ran the 7 routes a couple times. And so I have him if he goes vertical. He was going vertical, but I could just tell by the way he was starting to break down that he was going to break out. And so Henry was kind of underneath, put air on the ball, and I just drove the route until when I saw the ball kind of hit Kelsey and pop in the air, I just, like, my eyes got big and I just caught it. But, you know, like I remember this was before the game because the guy's been giving me crap really the last year and a half. I mean, since I've been in Houston, I've dropped 7 interceptions. So for me, it's like, you know, it's almost like, man, you can't catch. You know, I have all type of stuff going on. I'm just like, you know, before the game, I just made a prayer. I'm like, God, maybe I actually can't catch. But I know with him, anything is possible. So please find a way to help me catch this ball. So when I caught the ball, that's the first time I just was so grateful. I dropped to my knees in the end zone and just thanking God because I was just so grateful. And, you know, a lot of guys have been telling me that the big play was coming and it's going to come when we most need it. And so for it to come in that moment, it was awesome.
Azeez, I was so happy for you. I was telling Clint this before the show. I was covering you guys at the Greenbrier this year, and you did an interview with me after practice one day, and I remember I had to wait like 45 minutes to talk to you because you were out there with one of the assistant coaches, like doing hands drills out there for 45 minutes because the exact reason you just said that you dropped some interceptions. I was so happy for you tonight when you caught that because I remember talking about that drill with you at the Greenbrier this year.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like I said, in the last year and a half, you know, I've dropped 6, 7 interceptions. So, I mean, for me, it's like I understand how vital the ball is, but, like, just for some reason just wasn't able to come up with the play. And, you know, Meek and everybody on the team that just been supporting me. And, you know, guys give me crap a whole bunch of the time, but they always tell me, like, hey, the play's coming. Like, you're playing great. You're in a great spot. You're in a great zone. Just keep playing, and eventually you're going to end up catching it. So, like, at least you're in position to drop it. And I'm like, okay, well, we'll see what happens. And like I said, I mean, I remember making that prayer, just like, look, I don't, you know, you try to lie to yourself and be like, no, I can't catch. I'm like, well, look, maybe I can't, but I know, God, you can make anything happen, so please, find a way to help me catch this ball. So, I mean, when I caught the ball, like I said, I was just so grateful.
Hey, Azeez, again, man, I know you guys are, hey, on to the next, man. We're focusing on the next, man. But talk to us a little bit about what it means to, just as a football player, this isn't even about, to me, it's not even about the Texans and you know, the bigger picture, but everybody that's ever played the game at this level knows, hey, man, Arrowhead Stadium is one of the most difficult places to play, especially when it's a night game, prime time, 20-some-odd degrees at kickoff. You got Pat and Andy over there. You guys went on the road. You went to Kansas City, and you ultimately choked them out 20-10, and you're getting on the airplane coming home with a dub, man. How big, just in the football NFL world, is that to have accomplished that?
Oh, man, it's huge. And, you know, I've talked before the game and even just to, you know, the media and everybody. Like, obviously, we know Patrick Mahomes is Hall of Famer, Andy Reid, same. Like they have great players, great scheme. They've been great in this league for a long time. My rookie year, they ended up beating me when I was in San Francisco to end up losing the Super Bowl. So, obviously they're great players. But like I said, the one thing I love about the NFL is it doesn't matter what you've been or who you were. I was an undrafted free agent when I came into this league, and I worked for everything I had. And, Patrick worked for everything he had to be so highly regarded. But, like I tell everybody, it's any given Sunday, and this year more than any year, with just all the teams around the league, you see the stuff that's been going on. I think it's just shown more than any that any given Sunday, anything can happen. So I think for us, just knowing like, hey, you gotta be the best today, not who you were, not what you've been. Even for us as a defense, we've been top defense in the league, we feel like all year, but it doesn't matter if you don't do it that day. So I think that was just a challenge to everybody, and of course, it's a huge win for the guys.
That's going to do it for that interview, but I'll tell you what, there's so much to be said about this defense, about this team. It's going to be exciting to see how they respond to the next coming weeks because, like John, the general said, they may have to win out, and they can do it with this defense. That's going to do it for me. Appreciate everybody involved in the show. To the super producer, Colin, appreciate you making this an easy show for me.
Super producer. I like that one.
Yeah, put some respect on the name as the guys John Lopez and Reggie get in to entertain y'all for the next few hours. Rocking his Texas A&M Aggie shirt, always representing, but appreciate everyone listening. And don't touch that dial because you're only going to be entertained even more with Reggie Red and my man John Lopez coming up next.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
We all want to stay healthy, but sometimes we get sick or injured. That's why Houston Methodist has primary care right up the street.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Four-man rush. Mahomes unloads downfield and tipped and intercepted. Azeez Al-Shaair has it off the deflection. Another pick. Third of the game for Houston. Wow. Kelsey could not hang on. Azeez got it. Hot potato pick. And the Texans have the ball in Chiefs territory again.
That's right. Wow, indeed. And for the fifth straight day after a game, it is a victory reaction Monday in the great city of Houston, ladies and gentlemen. How's it feel?
Man, it feels incredible. Let's not dilly-dally around. Let's not parse.
All right, so let me set things up. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
Get right to the bleep.
Victory Reaction Monday. We will get right to the bleep, but I do always want to appreciate you getting involved because we love it. We love the conversation, and on a day like today, this is what it needs to be. 8-5 Houston Texans football team. Get involved. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Also, appreciate you to the Mahomes and Reid lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
On YouTube page, Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. John Lopez. This is a Texans team that is 8-5. They have won 5 games in a row, starting with 3 games won by their backup quarterback. I think that the chance to the percent chance on the athletic playoff simulator that we've kind of made into a pseudo Bible of our own of late was dipped into, what was it, like the 20s?
Yeah.
At one point, they now get this after winning this game at Arrowhead 20-10, which has happened many times. It's not anywhere near a score, guys, just in case you're reckoning. 92% chance of making the playoffs, these Houston Texans. Can you think back to the various twists and turns, the near misses that got them here? Having to scrape it out against the Jacksonville Jaguars, just barely by a field goal beating the Tennessee Titans, getting themselves to this place. There's a number of other instances where you can have that. And now this Texans team not only controls their own destiny for the playoffs, they've got a good shot of winning the AFC South again, and they look like the scariest mofos headed into the playoffs of anybody on at least this side of the bracket and maybe all the way around the NFL.
Yeah, you know why they do? Because they are. You know, you always hear this term, this phrase, well, you can throw the records out. Yeah, Texans are 8-5. Yeah, they're number 7 seeded in the playoffs. By the way, they are seeded 7th in the playoffs right now. You can throw all that out the window. Forget the numbers. Forget, all due respect, Reggie, forget the percent chances, the win probabilities, the playoff.
I will never forget the percent chances.
The playoff. Seriously.
How dare you?
Seriously, forget all that. This is a scary, scary team that can do anything out there. And that was a monumental win, not just because of what, but because of who. And that, to me, was my biggest takeaway. We saw the end of something last night. Yeah, I know there's going to be Chiefs fans, and there's going to be people saying, oh, but Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, Patrick Mahomes can back to the mountaintop. There's no question about that. But that team as we know it is done.
Not this year.
The team as we know it is done. Travis Kelce was seeing ghosts. You just heard the hot potato thing. The receivers were seeing ghosts. They were getting their cleats knocked off. At home in prime time against the Chiefs in that environment. That was the end of Andy Reid got shook, and we're going to get into that a little bit when we talk about the defense. That was the end of the Chiefs as we know it. I'm not saying they're never going to get back to the top. That was the end of something. You know what else it was? It was the beginning of something.
Ooh, okay. I want to do both of these things simultaneously, and I know where my feet are. I'm in Houston, Texas, the home of the Texans. Shout out to Slim Thug and so on and so forth. I'm kind of enamored. The scab is there to pick. Do we need to do the KC funeral?
No. It's part of the Texan story, but this is a Texan story.
Okay.
All I'm doing is framing it. That was the end. It was theater. It was dramatic. It was drama. The empire has fallen. The empire has fallen in Kansas City. That's part of the story for me of what the Texans are building. I'm not going to say empire. It's way too early for that. But I thought we saw very, very clearly this is a team, the Texans, that is to be reckoned with this season and moving forward. That's why I say, the whole throw the records out. I know what I'm looking at.
Okay. I think the league know what they're looking at too.
Yeah.
I will save the KC funeral for later. I do have the KC funeral on deck. I want to let you know
that is part of it.
But you said this was the end of something and it was the beginning of something. And I would like you, if you could so please, to extrapolate and expand on that, because I see you on the text line 408. Why are y'all getting so excited? The Texans have been here before. All of this only to be knocked out of the playoffs. That is a question that can be asked.
But this one feels different, though.
Okay, go.
This ain't like, yours. Yeah, remember when Bill O'Brien led Houston Texans won, what was it, like 8 games in a row or 9 games in a row?
Yeah, they started 0-3 like this team.
Yeah, we didn't feel like this. I think, and to be fair, I think all of us were sitting here like, yeah, it's cool, but we had like a lot of questions.
Did you feel like this?
No,
I didn't.
I didn't. You talking about that last time?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
I didn't. And
we knew it was kind of fool's gold.
Yes, and we're waiting for the other shoe to drop. The Texans are the shoe.
And that drops upon other people.
And they'll stick it right up here. You know what? And here's where I want to go with the Texans. I said the empire has fallen. I don't care what anybody says. It has. They could still rework things and bring in some players.
You keep wanting. I got the KC funeral.
No. What I'm saying though is let's get to the Texans though.
Yeah.
Yes, C.J. Stroud had an awful third quarter, undeniable.
Well, you say C.J. Stroud. I think that the offense.
Well, the offense did.
I would put that more squarely on Nick Haley when it comes to that. But yeah, the entirety of the offense had a rough third quarter.
But ultimately, C.J. Stroud made Patrick Mahomes plays. This defense made Chiefs plays. This team, even though some early, mistakes here and there and bad moments and unforced errors and all that, they got Chiefs breaks and calls ultimately. This is a team that let's just say it. This looked like the first hints of the torch passing. I really believe this, and
the torch passing.
Yeah, that's the thing that caught my attention. Where I was like, that feels like a coronation that you're doing of the Texans in this moment.
I'm not putting a coronation. I'm not putting a crown on them. But what I am saying is this: you guys know I've seen this squad and other Houston professional football squads a lot.
You have.
I haven't.
17 years on radio.
17 years on the radio.
How many years?
No, going on 19 years on the radio.
My bad. I didn't mean to short you a couple. 19 years on the radio.
17 at the Chronicle.
Okay.
That's cute.
And then obviously an Oilers fan from way back when. I have never felt as confident about a football team as I feel about this one. You can talk about House of Payne and Warren Moon and my buddy Dan Pastorini and all.
I had to put that my buddy
and all that stuff because he's probably listening.
Hi, Dan.
And all that stuff. You can put that all out there. I have never felt this good about a squad in this city.
You know what's funny? Because there are no Pender notes, but my Reggie notes, I actually did pretty well for what I thought on a Sunday Night Football I'd be able to do. At one point, I wrote down, and it was as the fourth quarter was turning over, I was kind of amazed that there has not been a point to this point in the season where I felt more comfort in the idea that DeMeco Ryans' message of it's about how you finish was going to demonstrate itself.
Yeah.
Headed into the fourth quarter, this defense made it abundantly clear. Like, even with the offense coming off of a third quarter where the offense was abysmal, I'm willing to use a word that harsh. That was an ugly, ugly third quarter that we will talk more about for this offense. But I was like, yeah, and even still, you're looking at a game where, this defense is not going to let anything happen, and the offense will find something to finish. What is the something? Apparently, it's 3 yards and a cloud of gosh darn dust.
Yeah.
But it is something, and I think that filters into what you're talking about of like. It might not even be definitely not the most explosive offense, or like it might not be this or that compared to teams of yesteryear. But the idea that when that moment comes, I feel entirely comfortable in what this team is going to deliver in that moment. I think that speaks volumes for what this team is. Right now.
I'm not sitting here saying, "Oh, the torch has been passed."
It sounded like that for a second. I'll be honest.
I am saying this: The Empire is done. That part. As far as the Texans,
this is for the first time in 9 seasons, I believe they will not win the AFC South or AFC West.
Yeah.
That is wild.
But I am saying this: I think there's going to be a day, maybe in a few weeks, maybe in a year or two, where we look back at this game and we point to it and we say that's when it started to change. That right there. You can talk about and 3 weeks ago I was talking about, hey, this defense you can win against anybody, and I believed it then. And I certainly believe it now.
I have a friend that tapped in from out of town that was like, "Is your co-host saying that they're going to be a Super Bowl team?" And buddy, you have just never wrong, just early. Right?
Never wrong, just early. But so what I am saying is, like, because of this game, this was not a normal win. I don't care what anybody says. This was not a normal win given the circumstances that we just laid out. This defense, my goodness, of course we're going to talk about that. But the biggest tell of the night was the Texans made Chiefs plays on both sides of the ball.
Dude, you used a phrase that is very similar to a phrase that I got from a friend who is also funny enough a writer, so it makes sense that your writer brain took you to this place. Somewhere in the second quarter, I got a text that said, "Man, CJ is making plays that are downright Mahomesian."
Yeah.
And he absolutely was, right? Not to go back and rehash conversations that were had way too much and that in that organization never had any level of roots. But Davis Mills isn't making some of the plays that CJ making plays off schedule was fantastic in this game. This was a very good game.
Across his body,
dude.
Weaving it between two defenders.
Was that a 53-yard pass where he's rolling to his right, throwing back across his body, and having just an innate connection with the Nico Collins coming back to the football and making a huge play in that moment that was absolutely necessary. CJ was fantastic.
But also another Mahomes play is not just knowing when to do that, but knowing just when to throw it at the feet of someone. He did that some too.
Yeah.
He was sort of like, not just, I'm just going to hurl it there and see what happens. It's like, no, I think I got a chance here. Oh, I don't have any chance? Throw it in the dirt.
Yeah, live to see another day.
Yeah. It was, I'm kind of struggling with the feeling I'm having because this is, again, the word that keeps coming back to me is monumental.
Oh, okay.
Paradigm shifting. It was that kind of game.
Let me ask you this. Do you feel really, really confident now that you see who's at the top and the teams that were at the top a couple years ago, you beat?
Yes. Lamar Jackson is not going to make the playoffs more than likely. Patrick Mahomes is not going to make the playoffs more than likely.
Buffalo.
Josh Allen, you sacked him 8 times. At the top of the quarterbacks at the top of the standings are, all due respect, of course,
Bo Nix,
Drake May, Bo Nix, Trevor Lawrence. You kidding me?
Yeah.
I mean, think about the top 3 quarterbacks.
I think that's why I'm kind of, I'm not there with the Super Bowl stuff yet. I guess because I'm just nervous about it. But when you name those 3 quarterbacks that up top, I'm like, man, I think they could beat them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the reason why is we have to come back to it. And it feels like sometimes it's hard to stay in this place because it feels like, all right, what else is there to be said that has not been said? But good golly, this defense,
man.
There are so many things to appreciate with this defense. They've gotten finer, and it's funny because one of the things that gave me that confidence in the fourth quarter when I'm like, oh, the defense is going to handle it. It's not like, well, we've seen all the things that you can do and now we can game plan for it. The Texans come in, they're like, we you know what we're going to do. Yeah. We know what we're going to do, but we're going to be so damn good at it that you can't do anything about it. And it's funny because on top of that, you can see the instances where they're better. The interior defensive line was bellissimo, right? The way that it happened, because you could see Sheldon Rankins at times being very careful about, all right, I am very cognizant that this is a moment where we've gotten far upfield, and this is probably where Patrick Mahomes tries to escape forward. And one of those plays late in the fourth quarter, I believe it was even Mario Edwards, who, as Patrick Mahomes steps forward, steps back like, all right, I'm disengaging because I know that this is a moment where it is now incumbent upon me to make a play. How about number 4, Kamari Lassiter?
My goodness.
It was mentioned, I think, very briefly on the broadcast by Tirico and Collinsworth, and boy, Collinsworth, man, you just can't help yourself, can you?
That guy needs to put a sock on the door.
Right. He sounded dejected at that point.
He did.
Kamari Lassiter was dealing with a foot injury during this week. We had a conversation where we talked about the fact that I'm a little concerned with the speed element that this Chiefs team can't present.
Rashi Rice isn't anymore.
Yeah, man. I think Kamari might have gotten semi-got once, and it's not like they helped him out. He's out here with something in his foot and already giving up a little foot speed. I think we can acknowledge to some receivers, and he is on it. He goes and gets an interception because he's in the right place, and he is still every bit as physical. Like, that is fantastic play. You got 3 interceptions in this game. Your matchup zone shows up in the times when you need it. Big 4th down PBU by Derek Stingley running through the muck. Like, this was a fantastic showing, and that's talk less of Jalen Petri being out here being the most destructive wrecking ball that is the nicest human being that you've ever met.
It's true. And you know the best tell, and I challenge you guys, and I challenge every single one of our listeners to tell me I'm wrong on this. I wanted the Texans defense to take the field. How often can you say that about your squad? Like, it's a close game. It's a 1-score game.
Yeah.
And that's Patrick freaking Mahomes, who's done it a million times. And I was sitting there in the fourth quarter saying, I'm glad that I want to see this defense take the field. I want to see what they're going to do against this team.
Where does Patrick Mahomes rate all time as the quarterback that you want in that moment?
1, 2, or 3.
Like, he's not falling off the podium. And he's still that matchup.
And I wanted. Did y'all feel that way? I wanted him on the field.
This was the first time probably ever where I wasn't nervous that Patrick Mahomes had the ball.
Right.
Because usually I'm like, oh man, he about to march down the field and score.
Yeah.
But this is the first time where I'm like, I'm confident.
Bring it.
That was a long night for him, man.
And even in the context of this season, there's been times where, all right, defense on the field. Oof.
Yeah.
Right. Oh man, Tampa game. Oof.
Yeah.
Right. Jacksonville. Oof. What is it, Bo Nix?
Yeah.
Not today. Not against Patrick bleeping Mahomes in his house, right? Like, this was a performance where Patrick Mahomes, I got to pull up the stats again because there's a number of stats that illustrate to a great degree just how fascinating the last few weeks have been for this defense. I think when it comes to Mahomes and Josh Allen, combined 38 of 67, 413 passing yards. That's 2 games with 2 of great quarterbacks. No touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Right, like or 6 turnovers rather, 5 interceptions, and to have both of them in late moments go, we'll handle this up. We will stand on our. In fact, even better than the game versus the Bills, because the Bills were able to make a few plays and then you stopped them in the red zone. This one, it was like, we're cutting the water off.
No, 100%. The Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen have a 44 quarterback rating against this squad. 44. I wanted to see him on the field. And that, for all those people, but we've been here before.
Not like this.
Dude, you're preaching to the choir. I felt that every time.
But
I don't feel that
But
right
just
now.
Look at the field, though. Just look ahead of you. The people that had, do you feel confident? You could probably, I know you lost to the Broncos, but do you feel confident if we had to play the Broncos again, that you'll probably get this
Exactly.
win?
Bo Nix, Drake May, and again, he deserves a lot of credit. He's been playing great.
Do you feel confident playing the Jags?
Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah.
This is...
Although, this is a fun weekend to do it because Trevor Lawrence might have put up one of his best games of his career.
He did.
Yeah, they look like they rolling since that last loss to the Texans.
Hey, Josh Allen put up a great game before and after the Texans.
Houston made a cameo. Houston made a cameo in Liam Cohen's actual post-game press conference. That is the level of I don't know, fantastic play that you've gotten from this defense and from the team. And now, for yet another island game, another instance where you're on the major stage, the Texans deliver on prime time. The Texans deliver in the cold. The Texans deliver at night. The Texans deliver at GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium in a way that literally no one else has in the Patrick Mahomes era. That's 10 points for the Chiefs, which is the lowest outcome or lowest point scoring total from a Chiefs team under the Mahomes era at home. Like, this is unequivocally an incredible win, and you deserve to celebrate it as such. You're 8-5 Texans that look like they are bounding their way into the playoffs. In fact, they are currently, for the first time this season, inside the boundaries of the playoff hopefuls. And what a time it is to be alive in the great city of Houston, Texas.
Yeah. This, like I said, this ain't like they getting all these wins but losing to the Chiefs or losing to the Bills or losing to the Ravens. Nah, you beat these teams, man, and right now you rolling.
281, most satisfying win as a Texans fan. Ooh, okay. 713-572-4610. Do you agree with that sentiment? I kind of want to think about that. I mentioned Liam Cohen, Trevor Lawrence. Those guys, they had quite a game themselves. Let's go go around the AFC South and talk about some of the other things, because getting to the playoffs is one thing. Winning the AFC South still in play. Let's talk about it next.
881-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a victory reaction Monday after your Texans take down the Kansas City Chiefs, probably end their possibility of making the playoffs, at least make it razor thin possibilities of them doing that with a 20-10 victory. Texans 8-5 now. Still, they now technically have the 7th spot in the playoffs were the season to end today. It doesn't. There's still a number of games in front of them that all feel very, very winnable. One of those in particular because of things that happened this weekend. So let's do a little around the AFC South and talk about some of those things. And as you know, John Lopez, as you know, Figgy Fig, and as you know, dear listener, it's always a choose-your-own-adventure proposition. And so with that, choose your adventure.
Keyword adventure. Indianapolis is an adventure right now.
Buddy, is it? The Indianapolis Colts went to Jacksonville.
Is it adventure or a roller coaster?
It's all of the above.
You can have an adventure on a roller coaster. In fact, I imagine that the ones that are the best do. Although, from their perspective, I don't know if best is the right way to talk about it. They had a loss 19-36 in this game, in which Jacksonville definitely looked like the better team. However, I believe on their third drive, Daniel Jones goes down with an injury. I mean, to that point, Daniel Jones had an interception on the first drive, which I think is probably more of a Devin Lloyd really good play, the linebacker there. And we'll talk about that side of it because that's the Jacksonville side. But interception, then you have a fumble, I believe, on the second drive, if memory serves. And then Daniel Jones goes down with a non-contact injury well back in the in the pocket. And it was very evident that it didn't look good. He's pounding the grass, and everybody's attention looks bad. After the game, Shane Steichen says it's an Achilles and it doesn't look good, and we find out that is indeed a torn Achilles. Daniel Jones will undergo surgery, and now they find themselves in a circumstance where the schedule doesn't get any easier down the stretch. They no longer have their first-choice quarterback, who was already hampered. The team is starting. The offense that had been that had been number one in the league to even to this point recently, but even if we want to say the last few weeks have looked bad for the first probably 8-9 weeks of the season. That is now in jeopardy as Riley Leonard had to go in, and he didn't look all that great either in this football game. Man, the Colts not really in a great place.
The Colts might be just, you don't want to say too much, go down this road too much because of how they started the season, but they don't have their quarterback. They clearly are out of the postseason picture now.
It's probably either Riley Leonard or Brent Rippon because Anthony Richardson is still on the IR.
And Rippon was on the practice squad, and they have probably the toughest schedule of the division. Remaining. Yeah.
I saw somebody say, "Hey, they should have took more. They should have been more focused on the backup situation." I'm like, that was the backup that went down. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
They brought him in to be the backup.
Yeah. So they are in a bad spot right now.
I think they kind of screwed a little bit.
Yeah,
just off the quarterback position alone.
Yes.
For this season, they're pretty screwed because even if coming back off of IR, Anthony Richardson's there, confidence level.
Yeah, there's none.
And I have to ask the question. We didn't love the Sauce Gardner trade from an Indianapolis perspective when they made it. 2 first-round picks and A.D. Mitchell for Sauce Gardner. Sauce Gardner has had an injury. I don't know if that matters as much, but Daniel Jones is now injured, but it's an Achilles. Like, this is not a short-term injury. It's a long-term injury. He's going to come into camp. In best-case scenario, he's going to have a pitch count coming off of that. Don't have a first-round pick in either of the next 2 seasons. Is this already unequivocally an awful move?
Well, in retrospect, absolutely. I saw them working. They felt like they had a chance. They didn't. They wanted to make their run this year, and it blew up in their faces. I mean, it's as simple as that. But those 2 first-round picks, that's enormous because now they have to find a quarterback. They have to find a quarterback.
You're gonna have to kind of find a tread on a quarterback at some point.
I don't know if they can afford that. I think they just end up in the same place that they were starting the season, which is Daniel Jones dealing with a little bit of an injury, but we'll see now. At least they know it can work if he is playing, but I guess to some degree because I think the question.
They think they do.
The question is, did that get figured out? Yeah. And then you have Anthony Richardson, who's in the exact same place as he was in the offseason again, right? Like. Don't know if you really like him. Don't know if he's progressed far enough as a quarterback. That's a nasty place for the Colts, mind you. Indiana's a percent chance of making the playoffs per the Athletics NFL playoff simulator, 30%.
How did that happen?
With games against Seattle, the Niners, the Jags once more, and the Texans, of course, to finish this out here. So, by the way, if they lose against Seattle, it's a 25% chance, and it only goes lower and lower.
I think the thing is, I mean, if they were going downhill like this, you would probably want the Texans and the Jazz to lose some games, but they ain't losing no games.
No, that's the thing. And then the Texans schedule their next 2 games, clearly based on what we've seen and 5 wins in a row, should be very, very manageable. And then the Jaguars are getting hot.
All right, choose your own adventure. That's the Indianapolis Colts. They're 8-5, and technically on the outside looking in of the AFC playoffs, but remaining in the AFC South as we continue around.
Jaguars.
The Jacksonville Jaguars, the winners in that football game, 9-4 now. This is 11 straight years of the Jags winning their home game versus the Colts. I don't think I realized that.
Because remember, that was a big, stuck in their craw kind of thing.
Yeah, and this one feels different. As said earlier in the program, Trevor Lawrence might have played his single best game in his NFL career. Now, if you look at the statistics, you'll say, Reggie, come on, man. Like, it did not look as if that was the case. In a 36-19 victory for the Jags, Trevor Lawrence threw for 17 of 30, 244 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. And you go, that's a downright mediocre stat line, or it's a fine stat line at best. 1, he dealt with some drops, but 2, he looked more confident as a quarterback than he had. Plus, it's his 5th best game by EPA per drop back, which I know you're rolling your eyes at, but he actually attacked down the field with his average depth of target being maybe like 4 or 5 yards more than those other games.
Right.
Like he looks confident. He was making plays off schedule and also within the structure of the offense. It was a really good game. Does this feel like this means anything to you, though?
Oh, I think it does. I really do. You have to give them credit. The Jaguars have scored at least 25 points in 6 straight games. First time they've done that since 2007. And one of the great stats that we're going to talk about today with the Texans defense is that since that Seattle loss, they've given up 15, 18, 29, 13, 19, 16, and 10 points. An overwhelming points against performance by the Texans defense. That 29, Jaguars. Think about that. 15, 18, 13, 19, 16, 10. And 29. So you got to give him credit. You got him.
You do got to give him credit.
Yeah.
But now you look at the Jags, 9-4. Liam Cohen absolutely deserves a lot of credit in this. He looked very good in his coaching. I think he made some fantastic decisions. And Brian Thomas Jr. looks like he might be on his way back to being a valuable player in the league. They still have the Jets, Broncos, Colts, and Titans. The Broncos are the one that you're looking at to hopefully do you a solid for the Texans if you want to win the AFC South, right? Because the rest of this season looks winnable for the Texans. In order to get that game back and obviously for the tiebreaker to kick in, you need the Jaguars to lose one. I think that you're looking for Week 16 versus the Broncos. All right, finally, the Tennessee Titans, rather. Oddly enough, kind of a bad game in a way. It's a good game, but a bad game. They get a victory against the Cleveland Browns, holding off a 2-point conversion that would have tied the game at near the end. 31-29 is the victory. The tank they gave up a little bit of that. The Giants now have the number 1 overall pick. They're both 2-11, but strength of schedule currently puts the Giants as the number 1 pick. We'll talk more about the Cleveland Browns in this game when we go around the NFL.
Yeah, you mentioned that 2-point conversion. That was interesting.
Yeah, that was interesting. However, Tony Pollard rushed for a career-high 161 yards and 2 touchdowns in this game, 5.3 yards per carry. It's a little concerning that Cam Ward was outplayed in this game by Shedeur Sanders.
Is it?
Okay.
Shedeur played well, and he seems to be gaining favor with everyone except his head coach. And I don't have any less confidence in Cam Ward. I think there's a lot there.
Okay, fair. Okay, because I do think that the Browns have been in a rough situation, but they probably have better things around Cam Ward.
Sure.
If for no other reason, a coherent and cohesive offensive system compared to whatever is there after Brian Callahan left with the Tennessee Titans. But the Tennessee Titans seem to at least be able to come together, and they're still fighting in a way that's a little surprising for a team with the amount of chaos that's been there. And Jeffrey Simmons been standing up talking after every game. So they're still fighting, which I guess is some level of credit to them there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the AFC South here. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, where, again, it could be this game, it could be at some point prior, but what moment last night or this season made you realize that this year is really different? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
The Texans. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
DJ Stroud in the gun. Woody Marks to his left. Nico short side left. Bunch formation right on 3rd and goal at the 9. Here's the snap. Stroud, pocket collapsing, dumps it off to Woody, takes it across the 5, and in! Touchdown, Houston! C.J. Stroud to Woody Marks.
They blow the coverage.
Hey, that is CJ's first passing touchdown in the last few weeks, probably 3 weeks or 3
games.
Starts rather.
Yeah,
I should say.
Yeah.
And that was the first touchdown of this game. One of those downright Mahomesian plays that it felt like you had from C.J. Stroud early on in this game. That is one of the scores that helped you get a 20-10 victory versus the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday on Sunday Night Football in the cold, outdoors, on national TV. Doesn't matter. W for your Houston Texans on this Victory Reaction Monday. And on this Victory Reaction Monday, we ask you, 713-572-4610. Question of the day, at what point last night or at some point this season made you realize that this year was really different?
That's a great question because there have been moments even early in the year where you're like, and they start to make their move a little bit. You're like, all right, so they might do this. And then there's moments against the Bills maybe where you see them sack Josh Allen 8 times. Last night there was a moment when really the game was just about in. Well, the Texans had control defensively, as we've talked about and are going to talk about. It was when Al-Shaair got that interception against Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce was scared. Like he knew what was coming. He had dropped a couple of balls for other reasons.
He went 1 of 5, one catch on 5 targets in that game.
That was Travis Kelce, and I'm not saying he's a scared player. I'm saying he was scared in that moment. He is a Hall of Fame tight end that absolutely has been clutch over and over again. When things break down, when the Chiefs have faced situations like that in the past, Kelce mans up, bows up, figures out a way, finds some room. Even this year, makes the catch, makes a big play. In that moment, he was scared.
Yeah.
This defense scares people like that. That's the moment when I went, it's just different, man.
Oh, and that's the back end of it. The front end part of it that is a just as important piece of that. Patrick Mahomes, that throw.
Yes.
You look at that throw, and that throw was not in that perfect pocket. No, to be fair, I don't think every quarterback is always put in that perfect pocket, but you kind of think of Patrick Mahomes as placing the ball usually really well for Travis Kelce to have a better shot at it. That one's a little bit behind him because Mahomes is not setting his feet. He's stepping up in the pocket and throwing on the move because
maybe both ends of it are the moment.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I'm accentuating. I'm not taking away from what you're saying. Like on the other side of it, at the same time, Mahomes can't get that ball into a great place, and Kelce is afraid because the front end is doing their job, pushing Mahomes off his spot and making him make a throw off balance.
Yeah.
And then Kelce having to make a tougher play is also worried about getting cracked on the backside by Azeez Al-Shaair, and ultimately all of that leads to the third turnover of the day for the Texans. Just an absolute incredible play, and interesting for you to note that as one of those moments. I put up, I don't know if it's my ultimate answer, but that play that we came back into from break, where you have C.J. Stroud stepping up into the pocket and recognizing, hey, there's a blitz coming, or maybe not. Yeah, it's a blitz coming because the linebacker, Nick Bolton, basically looked up and saw, oh, okay, Woody Marks is blocking. I think that I'm just going to avoid this and go and see if I can hit C.J. Stroud. C.J. acknowledges that, sees it, gets the ball out at the right timing, soft enough for Woody Marks to catch it. Not to say that Woody Marks doesn't have good hands, but, it was a running back versus firing that thing in there. Woody Marks, booty butt naked open, walks into the end zone. And I was like, this is a C.J. Stroud that is comfortable behind the line, even under pressure. As you mentioned, there's some instances where he even knew and was comfortable enough to dirt the ball and knowing, hey, keep the ball, keep it alive. Let's go back and we'll live to fight another day. I thought C.J. Stroud demonstrated himself really good behind the line, even though I think the third quarter got a little dicey.
Yeah.
And I can give Steve Spagnuolo and the Chiefs some credit. We'll talk more about that on that one.
Yeah.
I actually do think that was part of what happened there. But
do you have a moment?
CJ stepping even further into himself and looking, at least in the first half, like CJ Stroud of 2023, the dude that we were projecting up forward. I think that changes the game a big way.
Yeah, I think the moment also was from last night, and this. I was talking to Reggie about this earlier. The car crash that happened on the field with Jalen Petri. Yeah, just running through the stop sign and hitting another car right in the middle of the intersection. At that point, I'm like, oh man, I think all of these receivers, and then at this point, you start seeing a lot of receivers just dropping a lot of passes, man.
Yeah.
Even Travis Kelce. Where I'm like, man, this defense is really getting to him now, man.
Really good one from the text board here, and I think this is a strong, in that moment you realize things are different. That's the question, 713-572-4610. And by the way, I know a lot of folks are going into work or at work or whatever. Open another tab or on your phone. Just open that YouTube. Because we're going to be talking about this all day.
Just jump into YouTube. I think it's people in there just chatting it up and all that.
That's one of the best parts. Is I love seeing the conversations. Yeah. I didn't want to do this because I'm not trying to put nobody on blast, but there was very clearly a Chiefs fan in there mixing it up. And what a great day to be a Texans fan when somebody opens themselves up to ridicule.
Come in there. We ain't gonna jump you. We ain't gonna jump you. Just come in there, man.
You got a bunch of tabs open anyway. Just open that YouTube, put in your ear pods, and have at it.
They're having a whole nother conversation in there.
Yeah, and you can stay up to date on. We got a lot to cover today, but anyway, this is a really good one in terms of what moment did you realize? All right, this is different. Somebody from on the text board said when they won the 3 games with Davis Mills.
That's a great one.
That's
3-4-6.
a great one.
3-4-6 took it to another place, which I really appreciate. They said first and start for Davis Mills. When Davis said that Daniil had walked to him and told him, we're a good defense, we're going to get you the ball back, keep balling. Like the level of confidence, gravitas, cojones to be like, hey, man, you don't got to do that much.
Yeah.
We got it, big dog. Just play your role. And especially from Daniil Hunter, who is the most quiet, the most, just do your job type dude, to walk over me show a little bit of bravado in that moment, be like, hey.
Yeah.
You know what we got over here, right? You could be, dog.
We don't care who's at quarterback. They could put a Gumbawale back there.
And they might.
And they might. Hey, Stover.
Just don't turn the ball over.
Hey, speaking of which, 1 turnover in the last 4 games?
Hey.
Remember what I said was their offensive identity? Just don't screw it up. I stand by that. Just don't screw it up. Last night was a great example of that.
Last night was the epitome of don't screw it up. And for a moment there, you were wondering if they would. 4 3-and-outs, 4 straight 3-and-outs in the third quarter. And I'm just like, come on, dude.
I'll tell you another moment for me.
Okay.
It still goes down to Travis Kelce because, that's Travis Kelce. That's Patrick Mahomes. But if I had to pick another one, it was the Josh Allen just undressing, man.
That was one of I was going to mention specifically the 3rd and 6th where Josh Allen drops, then tries to escape up the middle, and then from behind, Anderson Jr. flattens him. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, he's done for the game, the way that he's squirming. Now, of course, Allen is a tough mofo, and so he ultimately makes his way back in that football game. But for me, I am not afraid to admit that this team has had Josh Allen's number. I tend to lean more into the DeMeco Ryans school of thought that this is a new year and you cannot assume that. And inherently, that is a good dude, so you have to treat him accordingly. Apparently, they say, bump all that. We know that's Josh Allen, and we're his daddy. And that was one of those things where I go, oh, okay, it don't matter. It don't matter who come in here, right? Especially once this team had gotten their head screwed on straight, because obviously the Matt Stafford performance in week 1 was something else. But once they had their head screwed on straight as a defense, it don't matter who. And that was solidified once again in this game with Patrick Mahomes, not being able to, and the Kansas City Chiefs offense not being able to be the same boogeyman, even that they had been in portions of this year, but specifically not in the past. I did appreciate someone on the text line, and I wanted to give them their props. They were like, since day one, I've been texting and telling y'all that they lost a couple of games against some great teams. All right, go ahead and talk your talk. I ain't mad at you. So yes, was there another moment that came up for you in your thought?
It's more of moments. Christian McCaffrey was a non-factor. I mean, I know he ultimately got some yards, a lot of them late and a lot of them cheap, but you're talking about a guy that always catches the ball and gets yardage, always rushes the ball and gets yardage. It's kind of like the Josh Allen of running backs. They just said, no, it ain't going to happen against us. The McCaffrey game, when they basically shut him down.
From the 281, did we really play the best versions of the Ravens, Bills, and Chiefs? Ravens, no. Bills, probably not. And Chiefs, no. However, Ravens don't feel like they'll be in the playoffs. Bills probably will. But, again, you demonstrated yourself very good against the defense with this defense, and you handled them up pretty well, whatever version of them they are right now. And the Chiefs, again, you put them out of this place where it does not feel like they'll make it to the playoffs. Also, a great point made, because I don't want to forget this. It just reminded me. Someone said when you stop them on fourth down. And that is important, not just because, you stop them on fourth down. Patrick Mahomes typically makes those plays, so on and so forth. You know what the Chiefs have been on fourth down?
What?
The best team in the NFL this year. 21 of 26 up until this game. You stopped them on fourth down when you needed them up.
That was stupid, though. I think that was another testament. That might be a moment. You made Andy Reid panic. You made Andy Reid. He was shook. He knew that was his best chance and only chance to just try to do something against this defense. And by the way, Figgy, 979 said Petri did not hit another car. He ran over a pedestrian.
Well, I didn't want to put it like that. But.
And he had the care and concern that would happen if you hit a pedestrian. Because Figgy, you were mentioning it.
Yeah. My favorite thing about that was how hard he hit, was it Rashee Rice?
That's right.
And then he was hyped. And then immediately, I think it was the center for the Chiefs came over. You know how they always do.
Yeah.
And Petri immediately put his hands up like, we good. We good.
No, but he also, what are you doing?
Football,
that was a clean hit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No, that could have easily went the other way around where he would have gotten the dude's face, but he was just like, hey, that's a clean hit, brother.
How about this
we out here playing football.
How about this one from the 832 when Ryans gave up defensive play calling?
That one, I'm still
not bad.
I'm still trying to figure that one out because I haven't seen the requisite figuring out of all the other head coaching things. However, they getting these wins, so who am I to talk?
Man.
Matt Burke has been fantastic.
Matt Burke, baby.
He has been very good.
Yeah.
All right. We continue on in the loop here on a Sports Radio 610 Victory Reaction Monday. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where the Texans pick is getting better. Well, not that one. But then also, what the hell is Kevin Stefanski doing? We'll do all that next.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let us go now around the NFL on what was also still a very fun NFL Sunday that we had yesterday. Obviously, your Texans get a victory 20-10, but other things were happening as well. Actually, this happened early on a Reaction Monday of sorts. I don't think this is a reaction to the game in any way, but how did you like seeing this, that tight end Brevin Jordan is signing a one-year deal through the 2026 season? So he will be back once again, kind of re-upped on that contract that he was supposed to have this year.
I'm kind of glad that happened a little bit, man, because last year or this year was supposed to be a prove-it year. He got hurt, and I thought he was just going to have to go somewhere else, but it looked like they really got a lot of faith in him. And they want to give him that chance to prove it again.
Just a matter of staying healthy. I don't mind it. You know, his is one of those stories of, like, in the NFL, there are a lot of Brevin Jordans out there that we never heard about.
Yeah.
You know, that never quite because he's good.
Just bad injuries at the wrong time and don't really have that prove-it deal. But I'm glad the Texans are doing this to kind of give them that chance
You talk about it all the time, crash car sport, you know, or car crash sport. And there's a lot of victims. There's a lot of victims
There
out
absolutely
there.
are.
Yeah.
Remember, it was a torn patellar tendon that happened during camp. And apparently, according to Aaron Wilson, the rehab is going great as of right now, but he's on track for next season. I will say, and of course, I'm willing very much to put whatever this thought is well behind me until we get the chance to see him. He's supposed to be in a trio of Dalton Schultz, big body blocking Cade Stover, and Brevin Jordan. He's supposed to be the speed guy. I do wonder what does that speed look like when he returns?
No, that is more than fair because
athleticism, right? It's not just speed.
A lot of lower body injuries, and he's that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm excited to see him once again, just because of the dude. Like, you talk about Jordan, you're like, you want him to win, and that's one of the things that's kind of amazing about what this Texas team is doing right now, because you could look at the defense in particular, and we're all gushing over Petri laying the lumber and all this physicality. They are a group of some of the nicest dudes in all the NFL. Like, they very much do we want to make sure we have the right kind of guy in the building, and that they don't sacrifice a thing when it comes to being football tough and scary and swarmy, all those things.
A big part of last night's win was the culture. Yeah, it's not going to make any headlines, but that's what ultimately led to the guys that were out there.
The Texans will also benefit as we continue around the NFL in a draft pick type of way, because their second-round pick, not their own, but the one that they have and they acquired in trading away Laramie Tunsil, continues to get better and better as the Washington Commanders were skunked. They got zeroed out against the Minnesota Vikings. I'm talking about J.J. McCarthy 3-touchdown game versus the Commanders. And I think the most notable thing is that Jaden Daniels was taken out in this game after he was it an interception? I believe it was an interception. And he's trying to track back. He just gets shoved into the dirt. His non-throwing shoulder hits the ground. And apparently that was all Dan Quinn needed to see. Dan Quinn pulls his starting quarterback just because he feels like the game is just out of hand. Yeah. It's not going the right way, and it's not worth it. Do you agree with a head coach doing that in the sport that we call football?
I think I do, only because we don't know what the pain level was. You know, it's already being affected. He's already being affected. It was kind of out of their hands. And you know what? I like it because the Texans do they have a top 5 pick right now? I believe they do.
What, in the second round?
Yeah.
It would currently be 6th in the second round. So I don't remember what my math is. 38.
High. Yeah,
but not bad for another pick. And we know it's not even guaranteed that they take that one, right? It could very much move around.
Yeah.
So the Texans getting a better look at that one. But also, I think that this is, and look, injury is always a weird time to try and bring this up because I'm not trying to like dance on nobody's grave, metaphorically or whatever. However, the crowning and the coronation of Jane Dales as the next best rookie season of all. Here you go with year 2 and the downs of it as well.
We are familiar with that, but no, I think that I don't think they have much to worry about with him. But I thought that was the right move.
Oh yeah, and from the 713, did you see the hit on Zach Ertz? I had completely forgotten that.
Oh boy, I don't want to see it again
because I'm a little squeamish when it comes to injuries, like even just the hyperextension. I'm like, I don't really want to see that. And his knee was bent the wrong way. In a different plane of direction.
A lot the wrong way.
We are done here with Zach Ertz, are we not? He's 35, I believe.
Yeah. That was brutally bad.
And to be fair to Zach Ertz, that is a player that was able to ring out probably about 3 or 4 years that I didn't think he had anymore. When he went to Arizona away from Philadelphia, it looked like you were getting a significantly less good, for lack of a more eloquent way of saying it, less good version of a tight end.
Yeah.
He was
fine.
He was one of those elite tight ends.
Yeah.
When he was in Philly, they move on to Dallas Goedert, and you go, he was one of those tight ends that you need to draft in fantasy football because there's usually like a handful of them, and he stopped being that, and I was like, oh, okay, this is done here.
Yeah.
He managed to ring out some more years, but this one feels like this could be done for him.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Which is really, really sad to see of that. Some other things around the NFL. Cincinnati just couldn't help the Texans out, could they?
That was the one, right? That was the one that, they had total control of this. I say total. They had control of this game until they did some very uncharacteristic things.
Some wonky stuff,
Very uncharacteristic. Wonky is the right word.
Joe Burrow with this offense is a menace. This game got to the place where, what was the score? 28-18 for the Bengals early on in the fourth quarter. They were doing a great job of scoring. And really, the defense was showing up enough, not necessarily anywhere, but enough.
Yeah.
And then the Buffalo Bills rattle off 3 touchdowns in the span of, about 4 minutes?
And that interception that clinched it for Buffalo, that was so unlike Joe Burrow. He's not the necessarily the gunsling. Like you could see Patrick Mahomes throwing that interception. Just trying to make a play, trying to shot put it, because he did. He just kind of shot putted the ball. But not Joe Burrow, but that was the ball game.
Can I give you a statistic from this game?
What's that?
What do you think the Bengals went on third down, percentage-wise? Just give me a random guess at percentage-wise that you think that they were on third down.
30?
On 12 third downs, they converted 10 of them. This is cartoonish now, the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah.
Just the offense is a howitzer, and the defense is a water pistol. Like it just continues to be that. Obviously, you got to give credit to the Buffalo Bills standing up when standing up needed to happen. The Bills still look really good against everybody not named the Houston Texans.
Yeah, that's again. We said that earlier. All you need to know about the Texans defense is what the Bills have done before and after facing the Texans.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that for me, I just keep looking at the Cincinnati thing and I just go, one, it feels like Zach Taylor's definitely going to be looking for work, right? He might need to fire up the old CV, as the Brits will call it, get that situated. But I keep asking, how viable is what Cincinnati is doing? Because
we're getting the answer. We're getting the answer in living color. That's a game they should have won.
Do they need to give up one of those wide receivers in order to help them actually do this?
They got to do something.
Well,
they didn't pay
way?
Either. They didn't pay their guys on defense either.
No.
So
no. All right. Some other
Steelers are still around.
The Steelers are still around. I'm glad you made mention
Mike Tomlin for you, man.
He's got 9
as soon as the
lives.
noise started getting a little loud, he won a game and ended up over 500.
Did this game make you feel good about anyone? The Steelers get a 27-22 win over the Ravens. Ravens had a couple of instances where they had an opportunity to try and drive and win, and they just couldn't. There was a touchdown that was overturned by Isaiah Likely that has been real questionable around the league. But I'll ask the question again: did this game make you feel good about anybody?
No, I'm not. In terms of good, I'm not scared of the Steelers. If that's what you're asking,
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess in a roundabout way, that's a good enough answer. Yeah, this was just. I don't want to see any of the AFC North.
And the Ravens are done, right?
It feels like it at this point. Where are they falling now in the grand scheme of things? Again, I believe the Ravens currently 6-7, along with the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, they still have a path through the AFC North because nobody is running away with that. But yeah, the Steelers are 7-6 in that space. So yeah, it's nasty. I love getting a chance to now be on the side where I look at a division winner and go, should we really let all all the division winners in?
Well,
should we?
That's a common question.
Should we let the poors over there in the AFC North? Should we let them in the club?
Don't be peacocking too much, man, because look at our division a couple years ago, man.
That was the joke.
Ago, how about every year?
Yeah.
That was absolutely the joke I was making.
Yeah.
But yes.
11 a.m. on Saturday. Oh, by the way, you think the Texans are good enough defensively? They won't play the 11 a.m. game on Saturday?
This defense
or noon
draws
or
enough attention that I think the defense being of all world might be able to get the Texans out of the Saturday slot. Of course, write this down when I'm eventually wrong, and the honorary Texans spot does hit in the way that it was supposed to be. The Ravens win out. They win the division via tiebreak. Thank you, 281.
Just think about this for a second, though. The Ravens and Chiefs have the same record as the Dolphins.
Hey, you say that with that derisive tone?
Yeah, I did.
Hey, man,
I did.
The Dolphins are still playing for that.
They're still playing.
I think that coach remains next year, and I think that they remain kind of like a pseudo interesting team, like in that same like middle space where they could be in the hunt for the playoffs next year. It's weird to say, but I do look at them and I go, hey. All that drama that was happening earlier.
They've been interesting.
They've won 4 in a row.
They've been interesting, if nothing else.
They've won 4 games in a row.
Yeah.
Talk about a team that does not have a winning streak at all.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell are the Cleveland Browns doing?
Oh, man, I forgot. That's what I wanted to get to right away. So what is the situation with Stefanski and Shedeur Sanders?
Well, Stefanski is a dead man walking, and he clearly had – well, actually, I think it's true to say that he clearly has at least a professional distaste for Shedeur Sanders as a quarterback. I think that's fair to say. I don't need to take it to the place of personal. I don't want to take it to a place of personal, but that's clearly not his cup of tea at quarterback. And it is interesting to say that because Shedeur Sanders had himself a game, Bubba. He had himself a game. Shedeur Sanders on the day versus the Tennessee Titans, 23 of 42, 364 yards, 3 touchdowns, and an interception, including getting them in a place to score a touchdown and with an opportunity to tie this football game. And at which point, the Browns decide, and Kevin Stefanski, as the decision maker, decides to go 1 for 2 because they need to tie the game, but goes with a Quinshon Judkins Wildcat with an additional running back in the backfield, like. And fake reverse play. I can't even accurately describe it, but it fails miserably. What was your reaction to seeing this 2-point conversion?
You talk about Stefanski. To me, it's as simple as this. I think this is a classic case of ego. 2 guys that are in charge of the Browns that wanted 2 different quarterbacks. I don't think this was as simple as and his explanation after the game was just awful. Trying to explain.
You want to hear it?
Let's hear it.
This is Kevin Stefanski, where the media was pressing him on what happened on that 2-point conversion.
What's supposed to happen on that last 2-point conversion?
Yeah, not going to get into all the specifics, Jeff, but obviously it did not go as we thought it would.
Did you make that call or did Tommy?
Yeah, I make every call.
I mean, I think this is Stefanski. Shedeur Sanders is not Stefanski guy, and he's just, I'll show you. I think ego is a big part of this.
I'm not sure if I actually think that this particular instance, I don't think that this is what came in.
I think right here, because he did the same thing earlier in the game too, just that wildcat. They kind of been doing it all season, but my thing is Shedeur was kind of hot, man. He was kind of hot, and I think leaving him on the field is a threat. And so you take him off the field,
exactly,
and everybody know what you about to do when you in a wildcat like that. So that, to me, I just didn't understand that. Like, I get it early on in the game, but right now, when the game is on the line, you got to have your quarterback on the field.
And that quarterback, the way he's playing. And I don't think it's necessarily like I think it's just been, if you go back to the preseason and the draft and even further and how they've handled Shedeur the whole season, I think this has all the markings of that's not my guy, it's your guy, and I want my guys on the field.
I strongly agree with that. I think in this moment, there is a place to bash, I guess, for lack of a better term, Stefanski. I think it is more just as a play caller, period, than it is about Shedeur himself.
Well, then he overthought it or the wrong thing.
Agreed.
And this is the other thing too. He gave up play calling. So his offensive coordinator, I think it's Tommy Reese, is calling the plays. And right there, I feel like he probably just took the bullet for him. Maybe
that's possible.
Maybe he said, "Hey, I'm fine with the play call or whatever."
Yeah.
But I think right there he kind of took the bullet.
But I think also it's his decision to get him off the field or not.
Yeah, no, I agree.
It's like DeMeco Ryans doesn't call the defensive plays, but I think he would say, "What do you mean you don't want Will Anderson on the field on third and 8?" You know?
Yeah. No, he's a head coach, so I think he'll probably veto that play if he wasn't comfortable with it.
I think that there was a number of players in that locker room that were defensive of it, saying that, hey, man, we've run, like, this is one of our 2-point plays. Mm-hmm. We've run this a lot. And I would agree with, in that moment, you need your best 2-point play, call it. I just feel like you probably should have a 2-point play that threatens to throw the football.
Yeah, I think you just can't take a quarterback off the field like that, especially the way he been playing. And then, by the way, he did rush for a touchdown.
Yes, he did. 4 touchdowns.
4 touchdowns total.
Yeah. Yes. Speaking of Shedeur Sanders, this is what he had to say about the circumstance.
I was thankful that I was driving down the field and we scored.
Did you wish you had the ball in your hand in that moment to tie the game?
If I'm out there any play, I would wish I would always have the ball in my hand, but that's not what football is. Sometimes you got to run the ball. Sometimes you got to kick a field goal. Everything. That's the game. That's the game. That's the most important thing is the ball. So in any situation, of course you would want to, but I know we practiced something and we executed it in practice, and we just didn't seem to this day. So I would never go against, kind of like what the call was.
If I'm out there, I want the ball. If I'm out there, I want the ball. And by the way, this is growth for him because I kind of fully expected him to say, well.
Well, I don't even know what that'd be born out of because I think he's largely given the right answers.
Yes.
He kind of does it with that smile, like he's 60% of his pops, right?
Yeah, the thing is, he's not like a robot when it comes to players talking to the media because I feel like some players have a script where they just say the same thing where you be like, all right, he ain't giving us no answer.
Right.
He's not really going by that script, but he's giving his honest political answer.
Yeah.
He sounds just like his dad too, man.
He does. He does sound like his pops. And so happy trails as we round up around the NFL. I mentioned a couple of these teams, but the Commanders, the Jets, the Falcons, and now the Browns have been eliminated from playoff contention.
Man, they ain't in the hunt no more.
Nah, not nearly in the hunt. And I see you, AZ Storm Walding, on the YouTube. We assume that the Cleveland Browns won to win. Is it possible? Secret tank? Secret tank?
I don't.
Secret tank?
I could kind of see it.
I'm doubting myself.
I could kind of see it because look, man, they
3-10.
Hey, they took a long time to put Shedeur out there anyway. And I don't think they thought he was going to be balling like this where they give him a chance to win.
Yeah.
I could kind of see it.
The number 4 pick as of right now, Secret Tank. Secret Tank for the Cleveland Browns. But yes, they join the Falcons, Jets, and Commanders as no longer competing for postseason football. Can't say that about the Houston Texans, though. Can't say that about the Houston Texans, not one bit. Happy Victory Reaction Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. That's how we go around the NFL. Coming up next, I want to talk about something that really shocked me. We talked about the possibility of the matchup within this game and the matchup between coaches. And I don't know if he was the worst in this game, but he definitely made the worst decision. I kind of want to talk about Andy Reid. Let's do it next.
Fresh up. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Mahomes in the gun. 3 receivers right. Mahomes to throw. Mahomes in trouble. Will Anderson gets there. A throw over the middle. Incomplete. They wanted Rice. Couldn't do it. And the Texans turn them over on downs. The Texans already in field goal range. The Chiefs gamble, and it does not pay off thanks to the Texans' pressure.
Already in field goal range. That's right.
They were.
A huge inflection point in a 20-10 victory for your Houston Texans that takes them to 8-5, puts them officially in the playoff a slot right now. I think the 7th seed is what they would be if the season were to end today. You slay the dragon that is the Kansas City Chiefs. You had lost the prior 5 games to the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, I mean, do I have to keep rattling off, unfurling the scroll of the various things that last night represented? It was huge. But in one of the ways that I did not anticipate, it also showed us or gave us a moment in which I look at Andy Reid and I go, you had the worst coaching moment in this game.
Of the season.
Okay. You're going of the season of their season?
I mean, their playoff lives were on the line. And this is the Chiefs.
And I tell you what, Chris Jones was playing like it.
Oh my gosh.
He was playing like that was a playoff game.
There was only one dude tickling tonsils on that Chiefs team.
Buddy.
And that was Chris Jones.
Yeah, Andy. I will say.
He had that team on his back.
Yes, he did.
And that's a team with Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
If you talk about moments or instances where you go, ooh, I don't know. It was in the third quarter when Chris Jones is just feasting on this offensive line.
4 straight plays?
He was
4
more
straight
than that.
plays. It felt like 12 people was blitzing.
It was more than that. Like Chris, it was
4 consecutive where it was either a sack, a tip ball, or a pressure that made the play.
He was always right there.
Yeah,
it was one of the disconcerting things about this game is that we had started getting to a place where like, offensive line can hold water. Ed Ingram, who I think you could reasonably say has been the best offensive lineman of these offensive linemen, he was out there getting his ass taxed by Chris Jones. I'm talking about Chris Jones was whooping his ass.
Yes. But I want to talk about Andy Reid.
Okay.
Because I think there's a bigger story in play here. I'm not saying that you're wrong if you're in the camp of, boy, he choked, he panicked, desperation move. Worst, I think it was the worst coaching decision of the season considering the context of what the Chiefs were facing and all that.
And I had to give them a little bit of credit because I did go and find the stat that they coming into this game were 21 of 26 on 4th down. Like that's just something that they expect themselves to be able to do. Yeah. Not against this Texas defense though. Can I give a moment because I know you're holding on to a thought and I feel like a jerk that I'm delaying it.
That's all right.
But
we got time.
Can we give Derek Stingley a lot of credit there?
Oh, was he playing last night?
Derek Stingley.
Never heard his name. Never saw him.
Derek Stingley had to fight through. That's a matchup zone, and Chris Collinsworth calls it a zone. He has to fight through traffic to get to that play and make a pass breakup on a quick inbreaker, and he does. Like he just closes that distance in an instant through bodies. What an incredible play on that 4th.
Yeah, he was just. I mean, he takes away the whole side of the field sometimes, and when you do test him, like in that case, he makes a play. But on Andy Reid. He over the years in a previous iteration of Andy Reid, he would be criticized for game management and such.
Without question.
But
Clock management in particular.
Clock management, thank you. But not this. Not an absolute choke on your, what was it, 31-yard line or whatever?
31, yes.
Yeah, 31-yard line with the game on the line. You don't make that play. He panicked. He choked. He was desperate. I want to get into the why.
Oh, I love this because I think the why matters here.
I want to get into the why because, yes, all of that is true. He cost that game and by extension the season of the Chiefs. But Chris Collinsworth was talking on TV.
Boy, was he talking.
We're not getting into that part of it.
Okay, my bad. Sorry.
He was talking about TV like, well, he's an offensive-minded coach, and that's just the way he's wired, and that's probably why. No, man. I think he went for that because that was like desperation mode. I got to find something against this defense. I think the Texans' defense had as much to do with that. Yes, they were hard to move the ball on. It was fourth and just about a yard and a half.
It was
a long one.
Yeah, fourth and a long one.
Yeah. I think
they went empty.
I think the Texans defense got in Andy Reid's head, and basically, he was thinking, I've got to go for it. I don't know if we're going to be able to move the ball against this team. It's 4th and 1. Let's roll the dice. And he rolled the dice. Yes, it was an awful decision. I'm giving the Texans credit on this.
Without question. Yeah. I think also, like, the Texans defense deserves credit. I think why it's such a bad decision is the Texans offense. The Texans offense was atrocious in the third quarter. We can't ignore that. I don't think anybody's invested in ignoring it.
Yes, we can.
No, we can't. No, we can't.
Let's talk about it on Thursday or something, man.
Not even tomorrow. Thursday. I gotta wait till Thursday. Man. Word. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. No, they were terrible, and they were terrible because in juxtaposition, the first quarter they looked really good. Mm-hmm. Right? They were doing a great job moving around. C.J. Stroud making some plays out of structure on top of getting the ball to the right places in structure. I thought that was very good, and you got to give Nick Haley some credit in that first quarter that they were doing things. In that third quarter, or the first half rather, in the third quarter, because Chris Jones was blowing things up, even Karl Loftus was getting involved, who had not been playing all that well. Mm-hmm. Your offensive line was a little bit leakier, and you were getting into places where all your routes were still downfield. It's one of those things that we ask, that we talk about with Nick Haley, where we go, "Hey, man, can you give some easy buttons?" And I will give him a little bit of credit. There were screens and stuff that were entirely blown up because the Chiefs were also very smart in getting their hands up. Right, once they were stopped at the line of scrimmage, they would get their hands up and make it so that CJ, the quick passes were hard to do. So he had to float the ball, try and get it over the line, but also try and get it to his guys in space. Like, clearly that messed things up. But I think that is another reason why Andy Reid not punting the ball and saying this defense is on Nick Haley and this offense is ass. We don't keep putting them in that place. Going for it there, missing it, and putting the Texans on the 31 restarted the offense just far enough for them to finish the game, because I think at that point, the Texans hadn't been running the ball well at all. They've been getting stuffed. And then they're in the shadow of a field goal. They know that they can do that. And then they start getting 3 yards, enough for them to ultimately get a touchdown.
And by the way, C.J. Stroud, a Mahomes play to avoid what could have been catastrophic sack.
Absolutely.
And pushed them out of field goal range. Give C.J. Stroud credit on that. But to your point, you're absolutely right. Those are all things that Andy Reid should have thought about.
100%.
Hey, our defense is doing great. They're not really doing a whole lot on offense. Let's punt the ball and get another chance. But again, I'll go back to the same question. Why didn't he do that? Because we got 4th and 1. Obviously he believes in Patrick Mahomes, and he was out of sorts. Why are we out of sorts? Because of this Texans defense. And let's extend it. Mahomes was 0 in the fourth quarter with 2 interceptions. Travis Kelce was seeing ghosts. The receivers were crumbling and alligator arming stuff and missing easy receptions, that maybe were a little bit off target, as they pointed out, but receptions that they easily could have made. Andy Reid, the Texans defense got in Andy Reid's head, and he got desperate. I think, yes, it was stupid, but there was a reason for it, and it was the Texans defense.
It was desperation or arrogance.
Yeah.
It was desperation or arrogance in that moment. Either way, it served them terrible. And I go back to Reggie on Friday, and I was looking and I go, oof, I'm a little afraid of the coaching matchup in this. DeMeco Ryans, I think rightfully and maybe jokingly, right, to be fair, seeding that, hey, man, I'm not anticipating matching wits with Andy Reid.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the end of the first half still had some problems for the Texans.
We'll get to that. We got passing thoughts coming.
But like when all is said and done, I don't know if Andy Reid was inherently like the worst like decision maker all the way around, but he absolutely made the worst decision of this game.
It was
without question.
That we can agree upon. I think everyone would agree upon. He cost them the game and the season by extension with that. I just feel like when your offense has been struggling so much against a defense that is just destroying you, you see that 1 yard and you say, well, now's our shot. We got to do it. And then maybe we get lucky and make another big play.
Yeah, he decided to be aggressive there. And I will say, I appreciate it because, again, I sincerely believe that your ability to jumpstart the run, even though the run didn't like come back to being fantastic, was because you're in that place where you can have some confidence. Guys, just go out here, be aggressive. You don't have to worry about too much about losing yardage. You're in field goal range already. And so I think that allowed the run game to start picking up, and they stopped having 3 and outs at that point. Like at that point, it was like, all right, well, we can go move the football. We can go score a touchdown that then puts you up, and then change the game script back, right? It goes from a 10-10 game to a 17-10 game and applies even more pressure.
Yeah.
Right? That's one of the things we've talked about a ton this season is if the offense can do enough to apply game script pressure to the other team, the defense goes to another level, and they did.
And the Chiefs defense lost a little gas too. But when they all of a sudden had to take the field on the 31-yard line.
Yeah, that's a 4-play because they had previously in the third quarter 8-play drive, 7-play drive, 7-play drive. Then the defense they get the ball after 3 because of an interception. They get the ball after 4 because of a fourth down stop. Then the next one, you get another fourth down stop. Again, credit to the defense. Defense was having to get on the field more, and then you could wear them down. And that's how the game was won in my estimation. So shout out to Andy Reid making that gambling decision. He does gamble on his offense. That is fair. But in that moment, you had to have the situation, and I think he made the wrong situational decision. And that's the thing. This Texans defense, to your credit, the Texans defense changes the calculus in NFL football.
Yeah.
That is probably the biggest credit you can give to the Texans defense. What you think?
I thought that was the biggest testament to how great they are.
Yes.
Yeah.
What you think is your typical MO has to change because the Houston Texans defense is on the field, and that happened last night. 20-10 victory.
Swarm City, baby.
Swarm City. I don't want to say the last word. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping here on a Monday. And the Rockets played over this weekend. I think they're developing a little bit of an issue. Let's talk about that. And we've got some we have a new Hall of Famer that was elected for induction. We'll talk about all that next.
The Texans.
required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, plenty of ground to cover here as we get into What's Poppin' on this Monday. So let's see if we can cover it. Shout out to former Astros second baseman Jeff Kent, who via the ERA committee of the Hall of Fame voters, was elected for Hall of Fame induction. 5-time All-Star. He was an MVP as well. He will go into the Hall of Fame, but clearly he's not going as an Astro.
No, I don't think he's going in as an Astro, but he had some terrific moments as an Astro. None bigger than the walk-off home run. Was it Game 4, I believe, in 2004. But I could be wrong on that. But I was really happy with Jeff Kent getting in. I mean, I always thought even as an MVP, he was one of those guys that just never quite was put in at the level that he should have been.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 100%. Just power, defense, durability, all of it. I was really happy with him.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of his best years are probably with the Giants, but yeah, you made a great point in that he still gave you some really good moments as an Astro. So it's one of those guys. Also, I feel like pretty good guy, mm-hmm. You know. So like I feel like you can't be too mad at his inclusion, and yeah, so he gets in.
I think he lives down here now.
Oh, does he now?
Well, south. He's got a big ranch.
Oh, well, yeah. This is the place to be then, right?
This is the place to be.
I love that Texas does this, where no matter where you play in your career, if you played in Texas at some point, likelihood is you're making your home in Texas.
Home. Yeah.
Like, you will make your home here.
He's got a big old South Texas ranch.
I do hate this portion of it, though. I would love to just stop and be like, salute to Jeff Kent. Let's have all the Jeff Kent moments. The problem is, this is always going to be about the second portion of the story, which is that another Houston tie, Roger Clemens and Barry Bonds, including I think also Don Mattingly, and we're talking in this era or this committee that puts players in, will not be were not elected, and Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens did not get the requisite votes to still be in consideration, so they'll be off of the voting ballot, I think, till 2031. That's the earliest that they can make the Hall again.
I don't understand it. There are some that have the track record that those guys have had that are in or have been or will be in, and yet those two don't. I guess being the face of a particular era doesn't pay.
It's kind of wild that Don Mattingly has had such a hard time getting in.
I think his is more, Hall of Very Good versus Hall of Fame argument than anything, but I think he should be in.
Yeah, I mean, I think the name rings really large, which maybe is affecting me personally. But yeah, and shout out to the text line saying, doesn't his kid play for Texas A&M? Apparently he does. Caden Kent.
Yeah, hit a walk-off home run in the regional.
Yeah, did not keep that in mind. But yeah, I thought AJ Pierzynski had a very interesting take on this. He works for foul territory. They do a good job covering baseball. He said, as a guy that played against the guys in that era, he thinks that if you had anything prior to 05, I think, he thinks you should get in. Like, that was the time period, at least the line of demarcation that he leveled as the time where they were like, hey, this is actually against the rules of baseball.
Yeah.
Because he makes the case that before that it was illegal, but not against baseball rules in all technicality.
Yeah, 98 is the infamous one.
Yeah,
obviously with McGuire and Sosa and all that. I don't mind that take. I will say the only argument against it, and I think they both should be in. By the way, I'm just saying.
Strong agree.
I'm just saying the argument against it is if you find that line of demarcation where it was clear they were sort of not quite the Hall of Fame stature, and then all of a sudden regained it. I mean, what does that mean, in terms of your numbers and such? In these two cases, I don't think it should matter at all.
Well, one thing I can tell you.
For some players, it does.
Yeah, for some players, it does. Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer before.
No matter what.
Before we even got close to him doing the juicy juice. Roger Clemens, a little bit dicier for me because I know we have a clear line of demarcation with Barry Bonds in an interesting way, and he was a Hall of Famer prior to then. But yes, it's kind of a sadness that they don't get in. But again, salute to Jeff Kent, who does get the honor. He'll be inducted in the summer. All right, some other things that were popping. The Rockets had back-to-back this weekend. Friday, they face off against the Phoenix Suns, and they do what they're supposed to do. They put the Suns in the dirt. Now, to be fair, no Devin Booker, no Jalen Green in that, and they're Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks' return to Toyota Center, but no problem. They handled it up very well. And I think the story on that night Kevin Durant reaches 31,000 points. He's the 8th player to do it in NBA history, and he is tracking down Wilt Chamberlain for I think, I can't remember, what was that, 6th most?
I was going to say 4th. It's somewhere in there.
On the all-time scoring list.
Yeah.
It's kind of incredible. I think he has something like 400 points to go to get there. Likelihood is we get to see Kevin Durant take another step when it comes to scoring all time.
We do, but the back-to-back thing is what you were talking about, and we'll dig into this more tomorrow. Obviously, there's so much Texans to talk today and other things, but I do feel the whole Steven Adams thing is going to be interesting all year long. The whole back-to-back thing is going to be interesting all year long, and does it cost them?
Yeah, because on the second night of the back-to-back, they went to Dallas, a Dallas team that has not been particularly good. And they lost pretty convincingly, 122 to 109. No Steven Adams, no Alperen Şengün, and I think that made a big difference. In addition to the fact that they just they were so sloppy with the basketball, which I also still think ties in.
Keep in mind in the Phoenix game, they were sloppy in the first half.
True.
I mean, there was a lot of turnovers, just something to monitor.
Yeah, if you need a programming note, tomorrow we will be talking about the second nights of back-to-back for the Rockets, because the 2 times that they've had them this year, the fewest of anyone in the league, they've lost the back half of that. So I think that there's something there. Some other things that are popping. We have a college football playoff field, and buddy, one thing I say about college football, it is stupid, and I mean that as a good thing in a way. At least it's entertaining, but you can't take the stupidity out of college football. The College Football Playoff Committee, they did themselves a disservice in this.
They did, but I don't know if I want to say this or not. Notre Dame skipping its bowl game is the big headline. I'm not so sure that people are understanding everything that went into and goes into teams skipping their bowl game after
Notre Dame.
Yeah, with Notre Dame and others.
Because I know K-State and Iowa State both are skipping their bowl game. They actually are fined $500,000 apiece by the Big 12 for skipping their bowl games. But I think that in both of those cases, they have a coaching change very late in the game, and they're going to be in bowl games that, let's face it, not the most prestigious. I do wonder if it was worth their while all the way around monetarily. Notre Dame was going to be in a big bowl game.
Notre Dame was going to be in a big bowl game.
This was the take my ball and go home move.
Well, it's both, and that's where I was going with this.
Okay.
I think Notre Dame is pouting because we're Notre Dame. I do think that's a factor. I also think in this era, people are saying, well, that's the end of the college football playoff as we know it. I hope it changes how they pick them, but I hope it doesn't change in terms of number of teams that get in or whatever, because they do need to change how they're doing things. People are forgetting the transfer portal affects so many coaches these days and so many teams these days. It's Notre Dame maybe wanting, to be in the playoff and pouting about it, but I think there's other factors as well. Like, are you gonna put a team out there? We see it every year now. A team that comes to the Texas Bowl, which, by the way, shout out, to U of H and LSU.
Great Texas Bowl. I'll talk about some more of the Houston area teams in bowl games.
We see bowl game after bowl game after bowl game. We're like, well, they're missing 7 starters who are sitting out. I think that's a factor too. And
but I think that there's value in jump starting your season. It used to be
there is.
It used to be that the bowl game was valuable because you get more weeks of practice and you get another game, especially in kind of a good way of getting some of those guys who maybe next year will step into roles.
That's why I'm saying
into those roles early.
I think it's both those things that are factors.
Yeah.
Yes, because there's value and they should have played in the game for all those reasons that you're talking about. But I also think they are pouting a little bit, but they're also like, man, we're just going to be a show.
Sean, get your boys.
Yeah.
Tell them to quit pouting. All right, some bowl games that are worth noting. First and foremost, in the college football playoff, shout out to the team that you are wearing across your chest right now, Texas A&M.
Yeah.
They got what is probably a very unfun path.
They have the toughest path.
Courtesy of the College Football Playoff Committee, ultimately deciding that, hey, we messed up by putting Notre Dame over Miami earlier. Again, I will dig deeper into that college football on a Tuesday, but I told y'all that they just be doing anything. Miami will be the number 10 seed, and they will go to Kyle Field as Texas A&M hosts the first round game, December 20th. And then if they win that, they have an opportunity to play who?
Ohio State. So hear me out.
Figgy! Hey, Fig!
The Aggies have the toughest path to get to a national championship. By the way, Indiana has the easiest, and they should. But the Aggies, if they can beat Miami.
We forgot to talk about the championship games.
Oh, my gosh. If they can beat Miami, all they have is Ohio State in, I believe, the Cotton Bowl. If they can beat Ohio State, all they have is probably Georgia, wherever that's going to be.
In the semi?
Yeah. And if they can beat Georgia, then all they have is probably Indiana in the championship game.
And while we're here, let's go ahead and talk about the Big Ten championship game because oh my goodness, Figgy, you can close your ears if you don't.
Oh no, it's all good.
Mm-hmm. Indiana, like real deal. And I think I had gotten there, but I had a friend who very much hadn't, and he was like, "I guess we won't see today." And we saw very quickly that team is nails.
What do the kids like to say? Grown man football.
Yeah,
that's what they play.
Yeah,
they play grown ass man football. And they deserve it. I wasn't a big fan of the post-game interview with Fernando Mendoza.
We'll bring that back around when we get to winners and losers of the weekend because I think that very much factors
What
in.
is going on with that guy?
All right, let me run off some more of these bowl games. Another team that will be in the college football playoff. Shout out to the Texas Tech Red Raiders also showing their wares, beating BYU the way that they tougher than the way that they beat them in the regular season to win the Big 12 championship game there in Arlington. I thought it'd be really wild if they could get the Cotton Bowl and then play again in Arlington and have a decided home advantage. They didn't have it, but they'll be the number 4 seed. They'll have a bye in the first round. So unfortunately, Jones AT&T Stadium will not host a game. However, because that would have been fun, but they will have the bye and they'll face the winner of James Madison or Oregon in the Orange Bowl on New Year's Day.
If I had to bet on a team, and obviously I hope the Aggies do it, but if I had to bet on a team to win the national championship, not named Ohio State or Indiana, it would be Texas Tech.
The physicality that they demonstrated again is there. Quarterback is a pretty good player. I mean, defense is fantastic. Best linebacker in the nation, so on and so forth. And I think Oregon, who will beat the mess out of James Madison. I am happy that Duke did the thing, though. I told you I wanted chaos.
Oh, yeah.
The chaos.
Oh, yeah.
But Oregon is going to smash.
Outplayed their asses, too.
It wasn't even just like they happened to win. They were the better team in that ACC championship game. But Oregon will be a good test of that physicality, but I think Texas Tech is game. Some of the other bowl games, you'll have Prairie View A&M and the Cricket Wireless Celebration Bowl.
Man, I was happy for that. I ended up watching a lot of this game.
The Prairie View Jackson State game that happened. Shout out to Prairie View. They'll be playing on December 13th. So this Saturday, the Texas Bowl, as you mentioned, LSU UH is going to be a fun Texas Bowl game. Not to say that they aren't always, but this is going to be really good. Citrus Bowl, Wednesday on New Year's Eve, 2 p.m. Texas, Michigan is going to be a fun football game.
The Cheez-It Bowl.
Cheez-It, yeah. It's the Cheez-It Bowl. That's the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. There's a Cheez-It Bowl and there's a Citrus Bowl.
I'd like to say Cheez-It.
But they're different bowls, Lopez. You got to make sure you get that right. And then the Armed Forces Bowl will have the Rice Owls, courtesy of a whole bunch of teams that were eligible. I don't think that's what they say.
It is.
Is it? Oh, my bad.
It is.
I thought you messing around.
Hootie-hoo.
The Rice versus Texas State. We didn't even talk about the World Cup groups being set for Houston.
I'm so excited. I am so excited.
You're going to have Portugal will have an opportunity to play here, so you'll see Cristiano
Ronaldo, man.
That'll be fun. I'm personally looking for Diego Dallo. I know nobody actually believes that. Germany and the Netherlands, all going to be nations that will ply their trade at what they will call Houston Stadium, but of course it's NRG Stadium.
Two of the best environments you will ever see in international soccer are usually brought to you by Germany and the Netherlands. I mean, it is. If you have any chance at all, even just to get down to wherever the gathering, I'm guessing downtown.
There's going to be a few gathering places, I'm sure.
You got to go. Even if you're not going to the game, you got to go. The Netherlands, Germany, and if you do go to a game, you get to see one of the greatest players in the history of the game, Cristiano Ronaldo, right here.
We managed to do it. There's a lot of things that we hit there. We will dig deeper into it. I see some of y'all trying to disparage James Madison and not on waves. Now I got him. We'll talk about that tomorrow on College Football on a Tuesday. But coming up next, let's return to this game where I feel like we need to give some flowers. There's more things to talk about, a ton of things to talk about in this game, but I would like to talk about the best performers in this game because there's a few of them that need a little bit of love. Let's talk about who hooped next.
Anderson. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
DJ shotgun. Dare to his right. Here's Nolan motion to the right. First and goal from the 5, handoff. Dare trying to dance between the tackles, taking it across the goal line. Touchdown, Houston. 5-yard run. Dare Ogunbowale. The Texans retake the lead on Kansas City at Arrowhead Stadium.
One play, one carry, touchdown.
What's his efficiency rate?
That's what we call efficiency in National Football League and any other league. Shout out to my Nigerian brethren, Dare Ogunbowale.
What you mean Nick Chubb for, man?
All right, okay. That is a conversation that we need to have. We can maybe have a little bit of that here, but I do want to salute the people who had fantastic games in a little segment that we typically call Who Hoop. I feel like we can shout out Dare, man. Like, I think that means a lot for him to be able to step in and tote the rock in a way that was not entirely dissimilar from anything else that you had gotten from the other running backs that were in there. It's one of those things where I know that every Texans fan, or maybe not every, I can't speak for everybody, but I'd probably guess about 80% of the Texas fans saw number 33 step in after, Woody Marks has to be helped off the field, and everybody's like, oh, damn.
Yeah.
Oh, no. And then they saw him hand the ball, and they're like, no! And he just put his head down, he followed his blocks, and then he ran hard, as it seems like everybody in this Texans backfield does, and then he hit pay dirt.
And a little bit of a hat tip. We're going to talk about him more, of course. A little bit of a hat tip to Nick Caley right there. No one on the planet thought they were going to hand the ball to Dare Ogunbowale. Fresh off the bench, 4 yards, 5 yards, whatever it was. And
only 80-something offensive snaps?
Yes.
For the season.
And you know what? He said, we're going to do what we do. And the line did its job and got in the end zone.
They really and truly just believe we do what we do no matter who the person is, next man up, and we do it. Shout out to Woody Marks.
I thought he had a really good game.
He did what was required of him. He was a battering ram in this game. He carried the ball 26 times. Yep. Remember last year when we were like, oh, Joe Mixon, we might be overworking him. Was Joe Mixon carrying the ball 26 times? Maybe a few times?
Yeah. A few times, yeah.
Woody Marks is doing that too.
But the thing with Woody Marks...
it's easy to forget Woody Marks was dealing with the foot injury.
Yeah.
Well, Nick Chubb was out, which obviously helped a lot.
It got to a point, Nick Chubb had one run.
Yeah, and he was out with the rib injury.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the reasons that Woody Marks had 26 carries. And some people I'm sure are saying, wait a minute, what do you mean Woody Marks was really, really good? He only had 68 yards and a 2.6 average.
Yeah.
That's one of those where you have to look at the game, what he did late in terms of finishing runs, extending drives to keep the, when everybody knew you were going to run the ball, and he actually had his best runs late in terms of, being able to extend a drive so the Chiefs didn't get the ball again. No, I think that was one of those where if you trust your eyes, he was getting stonewalled early. I mean, no gain, 1 yard, no gain, 1 yard, 2 yards, and that's why the average is so low. But late in that game, he was nails.
Yeah, and I told you, it really was 3 yards in a cloud of dust late. Like, they were just picking up enough. We talked about this last week, did we not?
Yep.
This run game is efficient.
They're going to run no matter what.
I will not call it a great offense because y'all should stone me in the streets if I say something that absurd. I'm not even sure if I'll call it a good running offense, but it's efficient, and that's exactly what it felt like in the fourth quarter.
It's a running offense.
It was sufficient to get the job done. I liken the run game to a car. Like, it's no longer one that's entirely leaking oil, but I'm not getting it up to 80 on the highway or nothing. They did just enough running the football, and Woody Marks was part of that, running hard after having a long day at work and coming in work with injuries that had befallen him. Now, there is something to be said for, we gave Dare credit for just coming in and doing a job, which probably does not speak very highly of our general belief in him.
Yeah.
And that does make me look at, when DeMeco talks it too, what are we going to hear about Nick Chubb? And also, that running back depth is really, really, really problematic right now.
You don't – I was going to say you can't, but he just had a big play. You don't want to go into a game with Woody Marks and Dare as your two backs.
No.
You just
and then what do you have depth-wise? You calling up
British Brooks?
Are you actually going to give him running back reps? Because it feels like the answer is no. If you wanted to give him running back reps, you were getting close to the opportunity to do so.
Yeah.
He was active.
Yeah.
You could have. And they didn't.
Oh, he played.
Right?
Yeah.
Is it Jawar Jordan? Are they bringing him up off the practice squad and utilizing him in the same way? I don't know. Like, especially with how much they're running between the tackles. I don't know if Jawar Jordan really fits that in my estimation. But yeah, like there is some questions for me, and this is a question that's been there, but now it's coming to the fore of what you're doing at the running back position.
Yeah. But when you talk about who hooped, let's get the obvious ones.
Let's do it.
Not out of the way. Let's give the obvious ones their due.
100%.
I'll put it this way. Are we in All-Pro territory with Jalen Petri?
Yes, I wrote it down in my notes. I was like, we're definitely Pro Bowl, and we're probably All-Pro.
It's a deep position in the league.
But he's unequivocally been an incredible slot, to the point where one of the things that people talked about was coverage at the tight end spot. He was really good in this game. He was laying the lumber as well and breaking up passes. I don't know if it's the guardian cap that gave him additional powers or nothing, but he's been fantastic in that role.
I love the imagery of a dude in a guardian cap just taking fools out.
He's like, I'm safer, but are you?
He's making it look cool.
It's like getting outrun in a 40-yard dash by someone wearing heels. You know, it's like,
man, the way he was playing, I would be like, man, I'm about to get me a guardian cap. That looked cool.
That's right.
He made it look cool. That's like
trendsetter.
That's like Allen Iverson wearing a sleeve.
Yeah,
like he was hitting so hard they were like, that had to be helmet to helmet. You saw Mitchell Schwartz? Was it Mitchell Schwartz on the
yes
on Twitter talking about like, I know I'm a Kansas City guy, whatever, but I was like, I don't know, dog. It looked like he hit him so hard with his shoulder that man's head whipped around. That's what it looked like to me.
Absolutely clean. Absolutely
it was
clean.
a couple hard hits in
and
this
he made
game
a
too.
lot of plays, man. It wasn't just that.
Yeah.
Also, like, right? Like,
incredible interception.
That is one of those, again, where
he hit the ground too.
I want to give him his credit because those are the skills that people don't typically associate with Jalen Petri. We talk about the ability to trigger and blitz and be physical because those are the things that we know.
Yeah.
The idea that he's breaking on the football, or breaking on a wide receiver, making a play with his hands, and then of course Kalen Bullock still brings lays the lumber, but then tracking the ball in the air, catching the football. Now, of course, it wasn't the most difficult interception, but I'm not here to put it on a gradation. Like he made that play in the way that a defensive back truly makes it. And sometimes we talk about him as a glorified linebacker. Nah, man, he got all that, and he definitely played as such in this game.
And then the other one that I thought was just huge. I mean, there's so many players on the defense, obviously, that excelled when you have a defense like this. But I thought Kamari Lassiter had, that deep ball down the middle that would have been a touchdown that Patrick Mahomes threw, and he just closed. Whatever. You know, he's not fast, right? We all agree on that? He's
Correct.
Not the fastest guy out there?
Not the fastest, because don't get him out here foot racing
fast.
all of us. He's going to make us look stupid.
Yeah, he's not the fastest. He closed on two balls. One that was a fade route, or at least a corner route, earlier in the game, and then the touchdown, the potential touchdown down the middle.
Yes.
Closed on both of them and knocked the ball out. Those were, sneaky, two of the biggest plays of the game.
Without question.
Yeah.
And again, I will circle back to conversation that we had on this very program. I was concerned with the ankle injury, although I did make it clear, like, they'll get it done, but it is a thing that I'm watching. But it was fun to watch it.
Yep.
Man, a foot injury coming into this game where his status was, we were talking about watching the active report to see if he'd give it a go.
Yeah.
But he was incredible. Like, they were testing him, and he's up here making plays in the way where I wonder how many people in the watching audience of Sunday Night Football recognized that he was dealing with an injury coming into this game.
Right, they mentioned it, but probably not a lot.
Physicality was there in the same exact way, coming up and making plays and making tackles, breaking on footballs and making plays as you described, and drop like the play where he makes an interception. Is that Rashee Rice going straight downfield and then into like a little bit of a corner? He is running stride for stride with it backwards, then turns and makes a play on the football. Like, this is all plays that you already are astonished by him making to begin with, then with him in an injury. Fantastic job by him. Kudos to Kamari Lassiter.
And Derek Stingley was on the field too. Derek Stingley's the other one. But the one that I want to mention...
I hope it's the one that I want.
I
hope so.
Is it a defensive player?
It is a defensive player.
We mentioned that Jalen Petri is in all-pro territory.
Uh-huh.
Is Tommy Togei in Pro Bowl territory? Is he in Pro Bowl territory?
Tommy Togei I don't know if he's in Pro Bowl territory. I sincerely don't know. I don't say that as any little. I just don't know. I sincerely don't know. Right?
It always comes out, doesn't it?
It's interesting. You was the hypest one on this show.
Because I thought he was fantastic. Like, that was another thing where I was like, ooh, Tim Settle lost for the season. Yeah. Right? What's going to happen here? Now, again, I think that our general concern on this show was, what is the long term with the rotation? Because they use a lot of guys. I know I saw Haggai and Dubisi get involved there as well. But it was like, on the short term, who do they choose? And it was more of Tommy Togei. Now, I wonder how much that's the circumstance of, especially making sure that you stop the run with the way Kareem Hunt was. Who the hell did Kareem Hunt think he was for a little bit there? But he was fantastic stopping the run, which is one that we knew. He had a straight up sack where he just
beat. You giving them credit for this one?
How can you not? He straight up beat with a nice swim move or no, rip through rather on the guard, and then he just closes the gap quickly with Patrick. Patrick Mahomes did not know what to do with it, how quickly he got there. I was thoroughly impressed. Not that my impression or me being impressed means nothing to that dude, but I was impressed that a dude who I view as more of a run stopper, who is very good at that, and I've appreciated that, decided I'm going to do the pass rush as well and go make a stop. He was very, very necessary, especially because the run stopping showed up time and time again for big number 72.
I mean, he is a guy that is not supposed to be making the plays. He's helping other guys make plays. 5 quarterback hits for the season, 5 tackles for losses, 41 tackles, and a sack and a half. I mean, is he in Pro Bowl territory?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. I would love for him to
even
get
if it's
some
by
more love.
default, by other people not playing in pro. I hope he get a chance to go.
He gonna make himself money.
Oh yeah, 100%.
He definitely is.
He gonna make himself some money. That is something for certain. Can I give a little love? If I'm talking about wide receivers, I should absolutely mention Nick Hollins with 121 of them things.
I think I know
and
where you're going.
All of that was
now I'm going to do what you just did. Are you going to go where I think you're going to go?
I hope so. It is the other 6'4" wide receiver, Jaden Higgins.
That's not where I was going.
Okay.
That's a good one. Go
I'm
ahead.
I'm interested in where you go, but I go Jaden Higgins as a wide receiver. Only 3 catches, 34 yards, but one of the things that I thought he did incredibly well is in thinking about this game, and I don't know if I even brought to air, Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes typically have a really good relationship, and one of those things is in scramble drill when they're out of structure, Kelce is always a dude who just manages to get open for C.J. Stroud. Yeah. I was asking myself, and I might have asked you in like off-air circumstance, who is that for the Texans right now? And I didn't really have a good answer. Like Tank Dell clearly was that in year 1. Year 2, I don't know who you really would look at. Stephon Diggs maybe served as it for a little bit. I think Hutch had the big play that one time against the Chargers where we talked about it, and maybe you say that. Higgins is getting a lot better at that, and you can see it in the way that he handles it. He turns to the quarterback, he finds space, he shows CJ his numbers. That is something that is super important that we don't think about. Part of the Mahomesian effort is CJ, when he gets out the pocket, being able to go, all right, where is my guy that I can get the football to? I think 80 will be coming at for sure for him.
No, that's a great one, and I totally agree. That's not the one I was thinking of, but everything you said with that other big dude, with the options, with the safe throws that by and large, C.J. Stroud is making. I mentioned it earlier. The thing I was most impressed with C.J. Stroud's game is he knew when to be able to take a chance and maybe trust the receivers like Higgins or Nico or whomever, and knew when to throw it into the dirt. But the one I was thinking of, and you guys picked up on it, I'm sure, last week. Shout out to Kaimi Fairbairn. I mean, I was nervous about him going into this game. I knew it was going to be a close game. I knew there were going to be some kicks involved. Harrison Butker has been missing some kicks, man, and he doinked one. Well, I say doink, it was more like a boom, a gong. It was more like a gong when he hit that and Kaimi Fairbairn was everything you needed out of him.
Yeah. And part of it was you didn't have to ask too much of him, but he hits his 2 extra points, and he gets your field goals when you need them. Sounds great. Sounds great to me, man.
I thought it might go bad for him because of the weather and everything else and bad vibes that he's had in Kansas City, and he came through.
So can we just say that 2024 was a weird year for him in the backstretch of the season?
It's looking like it.
Talk about exercising demons. I don't know if you could fully label it as a demon, but I think we might be able to say, hey, outside the cold might not be as big of a thing for Kaimi Fairbairn. as we had once talked about. Somebody mentioned on the text line, Higgins also got a first down that everyone, including satellites, thought was a conversion, but Andy Reid said no. Tommy Togei had 41 tackles so far. Myles Garrett has like 50, just to show you how good he's been. No, he's been really good, especially when it came to stopping the run. On the YouTube page, what about DeMeco Ryans?
Well, he tipped the ball. That was real important. That was huge.
Who's surprised, right?
Yeah. Toto had a good game.
Yeah, Henry had one of those quiet games where just, as a linebacker, being where he needed to be. I thought the linebacking core in general, you could give them a lot of credit because there was a number of times where play action was utilized for the Kansas City Chiefs that the linebackers did not bite. Like that discipline is super, super necessary, and the Texans have gotten to a place where they have that incredible discipline on the defense, on that second level of the defense. And there was a lot of base, in fact. They had a lot of 5 guys at that level. Where you have your linebackers, you have obviously your star player, where you talk about Petri playing that nickel role, and then maybe even a wide or a cornerback at that level of depth where they're ready to jump in and help in stopping the run. I thought that all those things were really good. Was Dameon Pierce active for the Chiefs game? I wouldn't know.
He wasn't.
Okay, he wasn't.
Yeah, he wasn't.
So all that was not necessarily there.
And don't forget Azeez Al-Shaair.
Oh, how could you?
How could we forget Azeez?
Dude, his what they say that the work done in the dark will always come to the light. His offseason work in coverage is,
you can see it,
evident.
Yeah,
is evident. In fact, I'm glad you mentioned Azeez. Actually, dang it, I looked up and saw the clock. Remind me. You know what? We'll do it in winners and losers of the weekend because I want to go to Azeez in the post-game show with Sean and Clint.
Oh yeah, that was great.
He is such a delight. It was fitting that this was the game after he was the Texans' Walter Payton Man of the Year because you hear the joy that he gets, how much he cares about this game and this team, and you see it, right? You see the work that he put in the time period. He's a veteran, 7-year vet. He's done this a long time. He's great at what he does. For him to take the offseason and go, no, there's a clear thing I need to get better at. Got better at it, and it showed up in the place where he needed to get that kind of play, that kind of redemption, and he made it happen.
You know what? It's Reggie saying this. Let's screw the clock. I got to hear from Dom in New Jersey.
Oh, we got Dom?
We got Dom.
Dom, what's happening, man?
Boys, usually I prep a little bit for these calls. I'm firing from the hip here. I called you on Football Friday to get these boys fired up, and they delivered, all right? The Houston Texans are for real. We marched into that dump in Kansas City and showed them who the best defense is. C.J. Stroud stepped up when I asked him to. People are giving him stuff about, he missed a few throws here and there. Guess what? The few big plays he made saved our you-know-whats last night, okay? 7 is a gamer. I believe in this team so much. I haven't been this fired up in years. And let me tell you something. There was a worse coach on that field last night than Nick Taylor, believe it or not. And you know who that was? That was Andy Reid. 4th and 1, you're going for it. And on top of it, you throw at Derek Stingley, the best cornerback in the NFL. How dare you insult me like that? Andy Reid, I don't know what you're doing. The dynasty's over. The Houston Texans are here. I want all the smoke. The Texans want all the smoke. Let's go Texans, baby.
All right. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about.
New Jersey!
That's what I'm talking about. I'm so happy for Dom and all that.
How dare you throw at Stingley? Even though the first route was going ahead of it, but then they were running into Kamari Lassiter saying, how dare you throw at Stingley?
That's right.
Yeah! Salute to Dom. Just don't go to a game this year. Just hold tight.
Your couch is your friend.
Yeah, just hold tight, man.
Your couch is your friend.
I think you offer.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Victory Reaction Monday, reacting to a 20-10 victory over the Chiefs, where they exercise some demons. All right, coming up next, we do our lunchtime confessions as we always do.
Monday Night Football is on 22-22. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, tell me if you would agree with this. Superstars like Travis Kelce are the worst superstars. And let me just lay it out for you, first of all. Dude has the world on a string. Future Hall of Famer, incredible player, very affable. He's their club representative for Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just so many. Obviously, the whole Taylor Swift stuff. I mean, his life is set. His kid's life is set. His kid's life is set. You would think
his whole family.
Yeah.
Even off the strength of his brother.
You would think, terrific. I mean, you can't be nothing but happy for him. But when you lose a game like that and you are a superstar of his caliber and you refuse twice to talk to the media, as he did last night, I hate those guys. I hate when people do that. You are who you are because of your incredible talent and the things you do in the community and the things you do on the field. But it gets publicized and talked about, and your accolades, and you get so many over-the-top stories written about you, pieces on television that are focused on you, and all the world, just fawning at you. And then you lose a game like that takes you out of the playoffs, and you refuse twice to at least answer a few questions. There is nothing that irks me more than that. Nothing.
Yeah, I think I generally will give players be a little more permissible, but especially for Kelce, who
a guy like that,
he's a vet.
Yep.
I think the responsibility that you tend to have, especially as one of the more notable players.
Responsibility is the key word.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna pretend like I'm always in the locker room, but the time that I've gone in the locker room, you can see the times where players don't really want to do this, but you know what?
But does it?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I mean, we all got things at work that we don't necessarily want to do in moments. And so I have a lot of respect for the players that do. And in this moment, it felt kind of nasty. Because Rashee Rice also left before talking to the media in the locker room.
Patrick Mahomes talked.
I don't know. Well, yeah, the quarterback. You're gonna have to.
Some haven't.
Yeah. Well, I guess so.
Yeah.
I think it's tough seeing this too because they were Super Bowl champions. What they won in 3 times and whatever it is.
But that's more of the responsibility.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
To me, I don't like just people in general. When everything is high, then you can't get
where
them
the
off
cameras?
a mic.
Yeah, where the cameras?
Yeah, but when stuff is not going their way, then they don't want to talk.
I hate those types. I just do, and it's not fun. No, it's not easy. You probably hate every second of it.
Yeah.
But you're Travis Kelce.
Yeah, the first thing I thought about, remember J.J. Watts last year here?
Mm-hmm.
And he had to go up there and talk every single week. I think it was every single week, if I'm not mistaken. And they were
miserable.
They were a bad team. And you could tell he was miserable.
Mm-hmm.
But he still had to go up there, bite his lip, say the right things, saying we just got to play harder, knowing this team wasn't going nowhere.
You're a professional athlete. And not only that, you're a superstar. You got to stand there. You got to stand there and take it. It's not fun.
Yeah, I didn't love that either. I thought that was pretty weak.
Mm-hmm.
These are my confessions.
And of course, as you came to me, I forgot what I was about to say.
I got another one.
No, we've heard plenty of you.
No, but this one has something to do with you.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
you want to go?
Yeah, because tell me if I'm wrong. I think you are on the opposite side of this, Reggie.
Okay.
During games of my teams, and I'm talking about the teams that I really care about, the Aggies, the Texans, or whatever. You know how you get your notices on your phone? You know,
Sure.
like the Texans have scored, or you got the stats, you got the running sort of narrative. Am I the only one that does? I'm not the only one, but is this wrong? I always turn my phone upside down.
So you don't see the notification?
So I don't see the notification because it's always a little bit ahead of what I'm watching.
Yeah, but hearing the buzz itself.
I said it like,
so you don't get the buzz?
I don't even get the buzz. Because a lot of times if, I'll kind of glance, your eye naturally goes to look at it and it says, Nico Collins touchdown. I'm like, damn it, I want to see that. Is that wrong? I want to see it before I get the notification.
I imagine that more people agree with you, and maybe this is a confession in and of itself.
Mm-hmm.
I have realized that my game watching, at least for my purposes as someone who's going to ultimately talk about this the next day, has gotten better when I know the next play. Like I
can't do that.
I'm streaming this game as I think a lot of us have gotten to, and I have my my game center game tracker open where it has the full box score and it has the play by play of what's happening, and it has made me better at watching watching what's happening and actually seeing what's happening by seeing, okay, well, this is a Woody Marks 3-yard run. Well, let me look intently at what the offensive line is doing and see what the blocking scheme is.
Oh, figure how do you play?
It has been so much better.
So I might be one of a few, but I don't have any notifications when it comes to that type of stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just turn those notifications off, those ESPN notifications, score updates, and all that stuff. What I do, I kind of treat the games kind of how you have you ever live tweet while watching some type of reality show or some type of show that everybody's in on?
Yeah.
That's how I kind of do it. I just watch it as a fan. And then if I see something, I would tweet it out or, try to be funny with it once in a while. But that's how I kind of do it. And if I want to somewhat be like Reggie and just say, let me see how many yards this person got right now.
Well, see,
I would just go and check it then. But I don't get any notifications on when they score.
I do have the notifications on. I do have the play-by-play open. But I don't want it to spoil my live sort of gut feeling as I'm watching. After a play happens, then I'll turn my phone over and kind of see, what's what, in terms of stats and stuff like that. But I turn my phone down. I don't want those notifications. Don't ruin it for me.
Yeah. See, I like to be on social media to see people's real reactions and what they're saying about this movie because I think it was the end of the first half, I want to say, where they was kind of having another blunder, and I jumped right to social media to see what everybody's saying because sometimes I'll be feeling like I'm tripping. But then when I see other people agreeing with me, I'm like, okay, everybody, we all on the same page. So I kind of like the live tweet it, and just kind of see people reactions.
These are my confessions.
All right, so in case y'all was living under a rock a little bit, but Ohio State lost to Indiana, and that was Indiana's first Big Ten championship
since 1947?
First solo since like 1940-something.
I thought it was 1955 or something like that.
Maybe that was the share. The first solo, I think, since 47.
Yeah. So my dad wasn't even born during that time. But I got to confess, I really wasn't that upset like I thought I was over this loss, man. Like, I know it was a close game, and I guess I was a little more upset with the kicker, but I'm actually kind of a little bit happy for him, man, because I always looked at Indiana as a basketball school. Football was nowhere. I never even paid attention to them or took them serious as a football school. But right now, I'm kind of like, damn, it's cool to have a good Indiana football team right now.
I want to see how long that lasts for you.
No, this is part 2 to my confession.
Yeah.
I'm kind of hoping one of these big ass schools try to money whip that damn head coach. Yeah, come on to Alabama or something, man.
Did he get an extension too?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did, right?
He did.
Yeah.
Right. I want to say it was right after they let go of Penn State.
Oh, yeah.
Because remember, it started rumors circulating around with that, but I'm kind of hoping he don't stay there forever. Like, just maybe another year. And
that's
then
right.
just going to the SEC or something.
I think part
it was the 8-year, $93 million.
Yeah, that's what it was.
11 a year.
That's right. I think part of the reason it didn't hit you as much because there was no way either of those squads was going to drop. They were going to switch or whatever.
Yeah.
In the playoff. Now you play Indiana again in the playoff. I think you're going to be a little upset.
Yeah. Also, I think what makes it easier for the first time in how many years. Beat Michigan, didn't you?
Oh,
yeah. That one makes it all.
That one was way more important to me than this one.
Yeah.
But I actually don't feel too bad about that. I felt worse at other times, but this one, I'm actually not too bad. I kind of like the coach too.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure about the quarterback. Like,
oh my God.
I know a lot of people buying the hype, talking about trading up to get him and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Looking at you, Cleveland.
I'm not sure how good of a quarterback he's going to be, but that's just me. I'm kind of enjoying the success of Indiana,
except for that interview at the end of the game. But,
yeah, I'm curious to know how Adam Spillane is feeling.
Oh, he's on top of the world. What do you mean?
Peacocking like a son of a gun.
Because he's got the sports fan complex. Complex is probably sounds judgmental, but I don't mean it as such. I was there when it was atrocious. And it was.
Yeah.
It was bad. And now he gets to see them on top of the world, which is a place I'm certain that he had never anticipated. Oh, man. Talk your talk, Spo.
Yeah, man. Salute to Spo, man. Congratulations.
100%. All right.
Unless they play the Aggies.
Well,
stay tuned.
I don't know if you'll have much choice in that matter. All right. You're in the game. Oh, in the championship game?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying, but
oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was I don't know if you can affect that in the way that you believe you'll be able to affect that. All right. Those are your lunchtime confessions here on a Victory Reaction Monday. Speaking of a Victory Reaction Monday, let's get back to it. With coming up next, let's do a little winners and losers. And I think there's some winners and losers from this game as well. Who won, who lost on the weekend? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
All right, guys.
Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
43-yard attempt, left hash mark. End zone uprights to our right. Ariza will hold Winchester with the snap for Butker's field goal attempt. 43 yards out. Snap is down. The kick is up. And it's off the upright. You heard the gong. And the Chiefs have that bagel remain on the scoreboard. 10-0 Houston with a minute to go in the first half.
Why don't you enjoy it a little bit,
It was
Vandy?
so loud. It was so loud.
It was a different type of sound, too, man.
It was so loud. That was Harrison Butker missing an admittedly pretty short field goal, too.
And it's the kick is up.
Honestly, it didn't even sound like what you would imagine an upright sound. It almost sounds like somebody hit a fence.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it knocked down like a
down,
wall.
The kick is up.
Yeah, that sounds like a fence. That didn't sound like a...
He hit that square, man. It was flush. It was like a good iron from 180 yards.
Oh, man, that was a part of the Texans getting a 20-10 victory versus the Kansas City Chiefs. I believe that was the 8th missed kick by Harrison Butker this year.
Yeah, a rough year.
Rough
Yeah.
year. We talk about the dynasty maybe having a window close or what have you for the Kansas City Chiefs. That's also part of it, is that those points that stack up. We were talking about, hey, kickers are going to be important. It wasn't the Texans kicker that was missing in the cold.
That's why I wanted to give Fairbairn some love. And Harrison Butker, let's just put it this way, not cooking.
No,
Ooh, I see what you did there.
Not cooking, indeed. He is a loser on the weekend, adding to his missed kick total. I sincerely thought about it in that moment where I was like, or when I saw that he had missed 8 kicks this year, I was like, is he going to be back next year? Because we've gotten to a place with kickers where if you get to be decently ineffective, you're gone pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Kickers usually have a short leash.
Yes. I mean, unless you're, one of the legendary. He's not one of the legendary kickers that's out there. No, definitely on the bad side here.
832 said you can hear Dre laughing. Actually, I think that was just me chuckling. I don't think that was actually Dre laughing. I think he's too much of a professional. Me, however, not so. I'm gonna laugh. Let's get to some other winners and losers of the weekend. 713-572-4610. Can I throw out here, because as a way to kind of cover my keys, put a bandage over something that I might have missed. A winner of the weekend are your edge rushers, Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. I almost called him DeMeco Jr.
Yeah. Well, he kind of is.
You see it. But then also, I feel like the entire defensive line, they did such a good job of containing
the
Patrick
edge
Mahomes.
rushers is interesting because we all thought, they're going to have, what did you say that one day? 8 sacks, Figgy? They didn't, but the pressure was constant.
Did they only had 2 sacks?
Yeah, one was Togei.
Yeah.
Who was the other one?
Give me one moment. Let me look at my statistics.
Yeah, I believe might have been Will Anderson, if memory serves. But either way,
half sack for Rankins and DeMeco Autry. So neither of the big names ended up with the sacks there.
But they still had incredible games. Despite the not having the numbers with the sacks.
Yeah, I thought that this game felt a little bit different on the defense compared to some of the other ones where, to be fair, Patrick Mahomes still led that team in rushing by like 29 yards. Like it showed just how ineffective they were running the football, which I think is part of the funeral that you want to have for Kansas City if you indeed want to have it. But even still with that, you could see the very clear decision that we're going to keep him corralled, right, as best as we can for a dude who, while not being fast, is super elusive in getting out and getting yards. I thought they did a pretty damn good job of keeping him in the pocket, or at least keeping him from being effective, using his legs out of structure in the way that is usually his superpower. So I did want to give them some credit there.
Yeah. Others, winners and losers. I don't know who you have on your list, but
I got some people. But please bring stuff to the fore.
Well, I kind of want to talk about the guy that's on our screen right now. I've been giving him a hard time.
Let's do it.
That was a weird. But,
Let's do it.
But Fernando Mendoza, Heisman Trophy winner?
I think that there's quite a possibility. He had a fantastic throw that as soon as it happened, I texted the group chat like, hey, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm not campaigning or anything because I know that you have a Heisman vote. However, just take note of this. Take note of this thing that happened, which I think a lot of people.
You're trying to influence the election? Did you hear him?
Yeah.
What you gonna do about it?
You saw the text, right?
Yeah.
What you gonna do about it?
He's trying to influence the election.
What you gonna do about it? You got one vote. Come on now. But yeah, actually, the winner I had was Kurt Cignetti.
That too. Yeah.
I think Fernando Mendoza absolutely deserves his credit. He's been very good. Figgy, you mentioned it. There's a lot of people who have looked at him. I think the best quarterbacks that people look at coming out, which are not the quarterbacks you would have imagined coming into this college football season, Fernando Mendoza, Dante Moore, and Ty Simpson. Is that the third that people are looking at?
Yeah.
And he's been the best of them, both in making sure that his team wins. Also, his stats don't look that great because he don't be playing late in these games necessarily oftentimes.
No, he does.
But I think Kurt Cignetti is the biggest winner of that game in particular, but that team, because he now is in charge of the greatest takeover and flip in college football history.
Yeah.
And I say that as a fan of Kansas State University.
Which had one of the greatest.
One of the greatest. They were frequently considered the worst program in all of college football.
Yeah.
In all of college football.
I was there.
And Bill Snyder came in and got them to be playing respectable football within a matter of 3 seasons, I think. Kurt Cignetti went to Indiana, which had widely been regarded one of the worst in the Power 5. And he took them from one of the worst in the Power 5 to one of the best in the Big Ten last year in a single season. And then in 2 seasons to a number 1 in the nation. And not a flukish number 1.
No.
The way that they've played, they've been every much the physical match of everything they played, including Oregon, and Ohio State. Physical match. In fact, they shut down Ohio State off, and then offensively, they're doing the stuff. And all of this happens within a year or two with Kurt Cignetti. That is huge. His name is going down in college football lore. Remember the name.
No matter what, from this point, just this season alone, even if they don't win the national championship, just what he's done.
Can I throw this up here because I forgot to set this up this way? Kurt Cignetti, on the first day that he sat down in the press conference as the head coach of Indiana, was asked this and asked about the recruiting and how he would, what his message would be. And this is what he said, and there was not a smile to be found.
Well, when you recruit them, how do you sell your vision of your culture? I mean, what's the...
Who are you talking about? The high school guys, the transfers, who?
All of the above. I mean, how do you... Is there
it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Talk about a quote that is going to go down in history.
He was not joking.
He was not joking. He was serious, and he was right. He was 100% right. Notre Dame?
Notre Dame was some losers this weekend.
Yeah, they were.
But I think, to be fair,
I've tried to defend them a little bit, talking about it's the transfer portal, it's a lot of other stuff, but still, you can't do that.
I think they got by what is an issue I've always talked about, which is the consistency or the consistent rankings, the week by week rankings, which gave them a belief that the committee had a consistent thought process. When in all reality, I think the committee changed their opinion. Hunter Yurachek, who is the chief on the committee,
or
the committee head or whatever, who was out here answering these questions, he said that basically once BYU lost, they dropped, and then once you had Miami and Notre Dame side to side, then they considered head to head. I'm like, what? How does that work? I think the reality was they realized when they put Notre Dame ahead of Miami, they messed up. Yeah. And then this is them trying to clean it up where they go, okay, head-to-head, we probably should acknowledge that.
I think they realized we really don't have a defense now, because BYU lost and they're sitting there right next to each other.
They didn't have a defense before.
They didn't. No, I'm saying, but they could talk about it all they wanted and BYU this or that or whatever. But that, that's why they changed it. I still think Notre Dame it's just an awful look. It's just a bad look for them. They look like little crybabies.
Yeah.
And it goes back to what I've said throughout for years. Win another game. Just win another game.
Yeah. And
that's all you had to do.
One of the things that I think that the loser is the way that this thing is structured, the college football structure in general, where clearly we saw the college football committee operate differently when it came to winning or losing your or the benefit or demerit of winning or losing your conference championship game. So that makes it so that people are probably incentivized to get rid of that. You got people who are teams that are unwilling to go to the bowl game en masse, which makes it seem like the bowl games themselves are losing. That's one of the things that really stinks. Can I hit you with this real quick?
Yes, sir.
I think CBS might be a loser, or you tell me, are they a winner or loser here? They debuted a technology called CBS Viewpoint. This is how they described it on the broadcast. And Lopez, I want to show you what it looks like, but I'll let you hear it, dear listener, and I'll let Lopez describe what it looks like once we get done with this audio. But here's CBS Viewpoint as they described it during a little bit of college basketball.
Now we're about to show you something you've never seen before. It's called CBS Viewpoint. This new technology uses live on-court tracking data to generate virtual recreation of today's game. It lets us deliver camera angles that were never possible before, even perspectives that show what players sell in real time do as they develop.
Yeah, I actually saw this.
Oh, you saw it live?
No, I've seen it. Yeah, and
can you explain what is happening here?
It's a video game. It's a video game.
Now it does get angles all in between, but it's basically replaying a play from like the interior of the video game.
Yeah, and it's. Do you have interest in this? Did you see it, Figgy?
Yeah, not really, man. That's a little above what I'm looking for.
It seems weird because I'm all in on like the umpire cam in football and stuff. But for some reason but
it's actual video of what you're looking at. It's a different angle. I think I would get better with the amount of cameras that we have in any of these games. Just give me multiple camera angles.
Yes.
I think that's worked.
Yeah.
I don't think that a visual or like a CGI remake of what was actually happening gives me the insight that you believe that it is. But shout out to CBS for trying to innovate. I just felt like, this is not.
It's a little too nerdy.
I want to see 2.0.
Yeah.
I want to see the next version of it.
Yeah, but I understand it in football, but I ain't trying to see this in basketball like that.
Okay, all right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I want to return to this ball game. The Texans get a 20-10 victory. So many things that we still have not gotten an opportunity to chat about. Some of the things that you guys are texting about on the text line. So let's just try and hit a whole bunch of them with some passing thoughts. Let's get the OG's passing thoughts next.
The Texans. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, Victory Reaction Monday. 20-10 victory over the Kansas City's for Houston Texans, and you'll hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans a little bit later. I imagine everything slid because of the Sunday night football game. 2 p.m. is about when you should expect to hear from DeMeco Ryans right at the start of the drive, so keep that note. Also, if you care at all, apparently for the Browns, they will continue to start Shedeur Sanders for the remainder of the season.
Oh, word?
Yeah, apparently so. Apparently 360 yards, 4 touchdowns, 3 in the air, 1 on the ground is enough to get you
we'll keep you starting for the rest of the
so.
year. I guess you proved yourself.
Might as well.
All right, let's get some OG's passing thoughts.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
All right, some good, some maybe that we're not ignoring in victory, but let's start with this. How about a standing ovation? If you're in a place where you can stand up, you know what? Let's do it. If you're in a place, let's start clapping.
What am I clapping for? I feel very uncomfortable. This feels like this could be a bait and switch.
Matt Burke.
Oh yeah, okay.
Standing ovation.
Yep.
Hey, we can't do that, man, because otherwise they're gonna put him on this list of
He's already on the list.
head coaches.
He's already on the list.
Hey, come in. You're too loud, man. I got to shut up about that, man.
I've often said that.
It's a done deal. Now I don't know if he's going to get a head coaching job.
Agreed. But he's
the way this defense playing.
Yeah, multiple times. Of all the things that I was happy for and am happy for last night, not only was he getting the national attention and love, but you look at what he's done since he's taken over. No question, DeMeco Ryans still has a say, still has an influence. Let's try this.
It's made in his image. He's still like kind of the.
But Matt Burke is calling every play, and this defense is generational. Got to give it to that dude.
Without question.
Got to give it to that dude.
No notes.
That's definitely going to help his resume for sure.
Oh, he's getting in probably 3-4 teams.
Yeah, a couple. I think a couple of people have texted us like, "Do you think that he's going to be in interviews now?" And I'm like, yes, without question. I think he was already there. But the question that I have is, will he get jobs? And it's not even about him, because I think he will interview in a fantastic way, have a great plan, because he explains football really well. If you listen to the coordinator every week, when the coordinators step up to the podium, he explains himself so incredibly well, which I imagine works well in those sit-downs with general managers. And
has charisma.
Yes, he's charismatic as hell.
Yes.
I think the question will be, will that team want to hire a defensive coach at any given point, which is a very particular place that you have to be in the NFL right now. But yeah, he's absolutely going to go through the round.
As long as he get his foot in the door, man, he can talk his way into a job, I think.
Yeah.
All right, another passing thought. Now let's just sit where we are and give a little golf clap.
Oh, okay.
Just a little. Okay. Little golf clap.
I still don't know what I'm clapping for.
Nick Caley, he had an atrocious third quarter.
First half was good.
Into the fourth quarter, but I want to give him a little credit that he normally does not get. Number one on the list is I was kind of halfway kidding about this, but I think it's very real about the identity of the Texans offense. Is what? Just don't screw it up. I think he, and more importantly, his quarterback, have embraced that. And I think some of his play calls, while it was awful in the third quarter, I think he had a really good play call on the touchdown pass to Woody Marks down in the red zone, the first one. That was excellent. And then in the fourth quarter, being able to understand what they are. Hey, we're only averaging 2.6 yards a carry. I don't care. A head coach wants to run the ball. We're going to run some play action. We're going to run the damn ball. And then it became 6 and 8 yard carries. So a little golf clap for Nick Caley.
Yeah, I thought that there was some really good stuff early, if for no other reason than they were aggressive. They ain't coming to this game with kind of one of those the timid nature that sometimes teams can come in with, versus a team like Kansas City. Even if they are not playing at that level, the image that Kansas City cast, the shadow that they cast over the last decade or so, of football in the National Football League, some teams will come in scared.
Yeah.
They were like, we trying to punch you in the mouth.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, is kind of different than what this Texans team has done a lot of the year. So coming in and being aggressive, I kind of love that. There were some plays in here that I liked the route combinations or what have you. Was it like he was, taking this to an entirely different level? I don't know. And then the third quarter, I thought that you could get
it was bad.
It was metronomic.
Yeah.
And it was, run up the middle, and then you get to these places where your offensive line is getting absolutely bulldozed by Chris Jones. And you didn't make adjustments fast enough, at least not in my estimation, which is something I have questions on with Caley, is how quickly he acknowledges and changes. But you can give him credit for the way that they started in the first half, the aggression that they had. And then, as you mentioned, in the fourth quarter, knowing that, hey, man, the 3 yards that we can muster that, and that's exactly enough to get by. I think you can give him his credit there.
All right, another couple things, maybe not on the altogether positive side. Hey, DeMeco Ryans. End of the first half is still something of a something here, man. I don't know what's going on. End of the first half. The time management, dude. If anything, as confident as I am with this team right now, and I was just texting Captain Scott because he was talking about the Texans guy, and I said, I don't know what to do with my feelings right now because I'm so confident in this squad, and I've never experienced that with a Houston professional football team. As confident as I am, I'm still. Is that something that's going to end up costing them?
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's quite possible, especially if they continue to have everything be so damn close. Thankfully, the defense widens margins the way that they play, but it just feels like they don't give themselves a lot of opportunities. Now, one of the things that was nice in this game is because they handled the coin flip the way that they did, you knew that there was a little bit more ease knowing that you're getting the ball coming out of half.
That was points, though, man.
But yes, agreed.
That was points.
I think the part I'm worried about is that could have easily been the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
What if it was the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
Are they going to be operating like that? Will it be a little more urgency? Will it be a little more, button up? That's what I kind of think about, because I know we kind of complaining about it, the end of the first half. But when if it was, 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
Also, some of the end of the first half, sorry to go backwards with Nick Caley, there were instances where I was asking, who's the hot route in this moment? And some of that I imagine also was CJ, but like some of the instances, I know that the defensive line just made it so that, okay, there's a screen and they blew this up. You can't get this to the screen. But there's other instances where I was like, who was your hot route in this moment to try and counter the blitz? I thought that those things still need an opportunity to grow. And CJ has done a great job of, on Sunday Night Football, when he's thanking his Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and giving credit to this team, he's also like, in the offense, we need to do more to help him. And then on the podium, he's still keeping that front of mind, but it's evident when you still see it there.
Another passing thought, if Patrick Mahomes had made some of the plays that C.J. Stroud made, Chris Collinsworth would be smoking a cigarette and eating a bologna sandwich in the booth.
Correct.
Because he was more Pat Mahomes than Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, this is one of the things, and maybe this should have been my confession in lunchtime confession. I'm usually mostly agnostic when it comes to Chris Collinsworth. I know that there's a lot of him. The Pro Football Focus thing recently has been an annoyance, and I know people brought up the idea that you see where Stingley is rated and you go, ain't no way. Yeah, there's issues. We don't have to relitigate that. But, man, it was annoying last night in a way that even someone who typically is like, the broadcaster, whatever, it was annoying to the level. I think with the 22 seconds left when the game was like, 10-point game.
If y'all think this game is over. No, it is.
It's like, and I understand.
It's over.
I understand a broadcaster's responsibility to continue to invest you in the game.
But even the broadcasters,
but I was like, hey, man.
He was being very Tony Romo-ish a little bit. Where I'm just like, man, just be quiet for a minute.
You had to lay it on this thick, man. Goodness gracious, Chris.
When he said, if you think this game is over, I'm like, yes, it's over.
I would have been like, you want to bet?
That's right. All right, another passing thought here. Hey, man, maybe this is a little confession. I really like Red Rover Stover, man. I really like the tush.
Okay.
I really like the tush.
That was the one that was took back because of the neutral zone, because the hand.
Like a hair was sticking out of his helmet?
No, I think they called it on the hand because his helmet is onside. If anything, you talk about helmets, Chris Jones' helmet was protruding further the other way into the neutral zone in my estimation. It's one of those things that's officiated, but whatever. I could easily just be in a place where I don't know things, because there's a lot of times where I don't know things, and I'll acknowledge that. I didn't realize that your hand being in the dirt would be something where they go, oh, you're offsides there, buddy.
Yeah.
But apparently that'll get them. Yeah, I like it. I liked it last week too.
Mm-hmm. I thought they got him last week. They converted.
And Stover did a great job in this one. You know, taking a beat, looking at where you got the push. Thankfully, it was Ed Ingram on the right side, leaning that way and following it in. He probably got about 1.5 yards on that.
Yeah.
Maybe 2.
No, I am a fan. I think it's going to work. And with Jakob Johnson and
British
Brooks back there, it really, really helps. Another passing thought here. We got to just be honest here. Maybe this is something that could come back to haunt them. Still way too many pre-snap penalties.
Dude.
It was way, 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 way too many.
I've told you that I've begun color coding my notes.
Mm-hmm.
Yellow, as you might imagine, is the penalty.
How'd you come up with that?
There's a lot. Yeah, took a lot of. There's focus groups.
That's right.
I had a color. I had a color consultant, and they were like, "I think yellow." There's a lot of these, man. And it's to the point where I'm wondering, what does this say? Like, what am I to make of this? Is the question I'm asking myself. Is this one of those where we go to the head coach discipline type thing? Because that doesn't feel like it fits. They're disciplined in a lot of other ways.
Yeah.
How much of this is operational type stuff, but it's everywhere, man. And then some of it was just this crew was a little wonky, like the face mask. I don't know. It didn't feel like he even who was that on that play? Was that Edwards? Was that Mario Edwards?
He did. The thing is, he did get the little finger inside.
All right. Okay.
That was a fingernail, man.
But you know that. I mean, again, I'm not trying to do.
No, technically,
once you get into the mask,
technically that's the rules. But I thought they was gonna let it go for just him touching.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you could maybe
you can touch it,
braise the face, man. I thought it was a little braise.
Yeah. Also, I will say though, if you were mad at the illegal shift, I thought that was entirely legal, or not legal. I thought that was entirely a good call.
Oh yeah.
I thought.
How about when they're moving 2 guys to the right and then
I don't even think it was the 2 guys.
No, and then
you need to get set. I thought you had Jalen Nolan. Maybe this is the small things that they are using for him to not get snaps. I think he actually split snaps equally with Christian Kirk in this one.
Yeah.
But you get there, don't take a while to put your back foot back. Get set.
Yeah.
CJ is looking at you out of his periphery, and when he sees your head stopped, I'm guessing he imagines you're stopped, but your leg is still moving. You caused that. You took a touchdown off the board. That was a great touchdown, well schemed for a Dalton Schultz. What is it? Was that a slant up the middle? Boom, touchdown.
Yeah.
That's taken off the board, and you ultimately got 3 there, right? Because you didn't get touchdown because of poor operation.
Right. One more for you here. Well, you know what? I hate to end on a down note because it was such a good game, but this is a passing thought. Jake Andrews still scares me.
Oh, he got whooped one of them
once,
1 or 2 of them times. Well,
or 4.
Hey, one of them was very evident.
Hey, this is an evergrang comment, right?
It
here,
is.
Man.
Scares me,
every single week.
I get it, Chris Jones, but it wasn't just Chris Jones. He scares me in the middle of that offensive line.
I will say though, I was a little surprised that it wasn't him that was the dude who got
Ingram?
his ass whipped the most. Man, that was super surprising that Ed Ingram was out there getting his ass whipped like that. Now, to be fair, Chris Jones is that dude. If you looked at the production. I guess outside of what game was it where he played really well? He hadn't had many games this year where he had done that.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, maybe it's there.
Yeah.
It is there. And did you see Trent Brown also getting beat on the outside late?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you got to remember, hey, the offensive line is improved, but it's not great. The improvement has also been helped by getting the ball out quickly. Some of these other things that have helped. And you get into this instance where you start feeling yourself too much, it can disintegrate. I thought that was an important reminder that the Texans needed.
And Spaz was out there wilding, man. He was sending 14 people out. I was just like, damn.
He was like, here's 5.
Too many men on field.
Yeah.
When he rushed 5, I was like, oh, that's nice. He's only rushing 5. That's nice.
I'm like, he out here wilding, man.
Yeah.
But that he has
it
that
worked.
on paper.
It was working.
Not only does it work, he does that. Like this is his MO. There you go. Those are your OG's passive thoughts here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Titus Howard neutral zone was BS. It wasn't Titus. It was that one was called on. Was that called on Titus? I thought that was called on Ursery
yeah.
off the left edge. But there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Still. Victory Monday, like even within all of that, a victory for your Texans. 8-5, technically 7th in the playoffs as of right now. And the crazy thing about it is that felt like that was the biggest obstacle you had to running the table. It feels like you can win 12 games. Think about that.
Yeah.
You went 0-3, and you now I could easily see them getting to a place where they equal the best win total that they've had in their team history. That is crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy to think about. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next. It's about that time where we hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so just imagine a CEO of a big-time company offers you $1 billion to prove something. Could you do this?
For $1 billion?
Yep.
I have a strong feeling. I have a strong feeling that the answer is yes, but let's find out next.
The Texans took down. tickets and more information. And hear the game exclusively here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Victory Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. Lopez, you're a big fan of Columbia Sportswear, right?
All the time, yeah.
Are you familiar with the CEO?
Yeah, it's a woman. Well, it was a woman. It might be someone else.
Yeah,
now.
so it's a guy.
A woman founded the company.
But the CEO of that company is Tim Boyle. Okay. Not that Tim Boyle.
Yeah, I was like, that sounds familiar.
Not the quarterback Tim Boyle, the real Tim
Boyle. Good
Boyle.
for Tim Boyle, man.
Nah, this is the real Tim Boyle right here.
Sometimes you always wonder what athletes are able to do after they done playing. Good for Tim Boyle.
Yeah, but this Tim Boyle is worth a couple billy, something light. But he had a message for everyone out there, specifically a certain pocket of the world or a group of people. And this is what he had to say.
Hi, I'm Tim Boyle. I'm the CEO here at Columbia Sportswear. And this message is for flat earthers.
Oh.
You guys claim there's an end to the earth? Well, just go snap a picture. Send it to us, and you get the assets of the company. All of it. Best of luck.
You get the whole company?
That's what he said. That's what he said. Could you do this?
No, you can't.
713-572. You wouldn't try to do this for $1 billion?
Okay.
I will.
Are we going to have a flat earth discussion?
Hey, I would pull up ChatGPT, make me a picture of the earth being flat. Here you go, buddy.
Why did he do this?
All of a sudden, we're going to have a flat earth discussion.
The last time that Sports Radio had flat earth discussions, it was Kyrie Irving actually, was this when he was in Brooklyn, or was this even before that? What? How?
Oh, boy. I'll tell you what.
I
said I would try when you teased it. And as we've talked about, I don't even like to look at your rundown on your thing because I like to be surprised in the moment. I actually would not try. It would not.
You're not gonna get on your boat and just keep going until you find it.
Going.
You better all playing the lottery.
That's right.
What made him do this?
Yes.
I don't know. He must have been having a conversation with somebody. You know what? Damn it! You know what?
You think the Earth is flat? Prove it.
He thought enough was enough because
I would give you this whole damn company if you could send me a picture of the Earth being flat.
That's how you know somebody was on his last nerve. It was on his last nerve.
I give up everything I worked hard for.
He said, "On my mama, I'll give you everything. I don't even care.
I'll let you have my wife.
How much you want to bet?
Prove this to me.
How much you want to bet? I'll bet everything. How much you want to bet?"
Yeah. That's exactly what happened. He probably got into some message board or some conversation.
No, that had to be in person.
No, man, it's flat. It's flat. Trust me. No, man, I've seen stuff. Oh, you think it's flat? I'll give you $2 billion worth of my company.
Also, this had to go through legal, right? Like he can't just
probably.
He didn't just put this on social. Is this on like the Columbia official social media? Or
yeah,
whatever?
I think he posted it.
Yeah.
Or did he just post it himself? Or was it? That's what I'm wondering. Like, did he get mad and do this on his own, or did he take this through the entirety of the company?
It was a professional ass video. It wasn't just let me break out the iPhone in selfie mode. This was a professional ass video.
I want to know what everybody else in the company thought as that was working through the chain of like the lawyers were like, is he for real?
I just want to see somebody come through and try to prove it.
Yeah. Oh, there probably will be someone.
Yeah. I want to see somebody like, hey, look, bro. Look. See, here's the picture right here.
This is where it ends.
Yeah.
This is where it ends.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. If you guys were in Cleveland, Ohio doing radio, how would you start your show off, man, after the game yesterday?
That is a good question.
It's got to be about Stefanski, man.
Yeah.
It's got to be about, like, what is this bozo doing to potential franchise quarterback?
Yeah, I'd be trying to put him on a rocket and fire him into the sun.
Yeah.
But see, it's a couple different ways you could go with this, man, because you could. I would be talking about Stefanski right here because I felt like that was an awful job he did.
Yeah.
But also, it's the other place you could go to and say,
Tankathon.
Heck, no, that's another place.
Okay. I thought the Kate you put on the Cool in the Gang and just celebrate good times.
Yeah. Or you could go, hey, you got a franchise quarterback.
Oh, are they doing that?
Here we go.
So
360 something, 4 touchdowns?
Yeah, so I decided to check them out. 92.3 The Fan up there in Cleveland, Ken Carman and Anthony Lima. Before I get to what they was talking about this morning, this was Ken Carman and Anthony Lima. I want to say the day after, I want to say that Monday morning after a preseason game where Shedeur Sanders started.
And I'm going to do it. Super Bowl! Super Browns! Yeah! I think we might have one.
The circus is here.
I think we might have one. Then fine, call me the ringmaster because I'm excited. I'm so excited. I can't believe he did what he did. I thought
Carmen and Bailey, we're here, the circus.
I was hoping it was going to be okay. I had no idea it was going to be that good. I am busting. I am so excited. Whoa. I have no idea how this season is going to turn out. But damn it, what an exciting moment. What a night. I hope you all enjoyed it.
That was after a preseason game.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was at the preseason game versus the Carolina Panthers.
Man, hope springs eternal during training camp or before, even right before training camp is even better because sometimes you actually see things in training camp where you go, oh no, right before training camp. It's so great. It's the greatest delusion of a sports fan. It's just like going into every season. This is our year.
Yeah. So this was this morning. So if you didn't know, the Cleveland Browns lost to the worst team in the league, in the Tennessee Titans. But Shedeur Sanders had a pretty good game. This is how they started their show.
We gonna do it?
What? I'm not doing that.
You're not doing it?
No, sarcastically, I'll do it.
Sarcastically? Kenny.
What?
How many yards, how many touchdowns does a quarterback need to account for you to do Super Bowl Super Browns?
Super Bowl Super Browns. Can't do it.
Yeah!
Can't do it.
Found our quarterback.
I know you don't insult the people's intelligence. You're being sarcastic. You're being sarcastic.
I got the text from my boss this morning.
You're being sarcastic.
He's sending me paragraphs.
See, this is now you got me
Hold
pissed.
On.
Now he's mad.
I have a marital spat?
Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's great radio right there.
Yeah, so it's weird because Ken was clearly pissed about the coaching decision and losing to the worst team in the league. Meanwhile, Anthony was like, hey, we got a quarterback.
Super Bowl, Super Browns.
Let's go.
It's a good bit. It's a good bit.
Yeah, that got to be tough, just going through all of those different emotions.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So a couple of current NFL quarterbacks decided to jump in the media space during the bye week. So you had one Jameis Winston, you had Russell Wilson, decided to, be a fill-in analyst.
I'm so glad you did this.
Yeah,
so glad.
Russell Wilson decided to be a guest on, I want to say it was CBS.
No, Russ was on CBS.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Russ was on CBS.
NFL Today.
Yep. So he was kind of hanging out. He was in studio, had the microphone and all that stuff. So here is kind of his, I guess, what he had to say about who's the most dangerous team in the AFC.
The next pun for you, the most dangerous team in the AFC.
Man. We just played the Patriots. We played Denver early. They had a crazy comeback, 19-point game. But I'm still going to go the most dangerous team. I'm actually going to go with the Texans. Wow. I'm going to go with the Texans. They may lose tonight, but they're going to win the rest of them. They're going to get back in the playoffs, I think, and to find a way to get in. And if they get in with that defense, they're a problem.
Thanks, Matt Ryan.
Yeah.
Matt Ryan has been on this. So can you give me that sound that Matt Ryan made again? Because that wasn't a human sound that he made. He was so excited that somebody agreed with him, even if it was Russell Wilson.
But I'm still going to go the most dangerous team. I'm actually going to go with the Texans.
The heck was
I
that?
didn't know what that was.
The heck was that?
He was so excited. I feel like that's how he felt watching Azeez Al-Shaair get an interception. Just that noise right there.
Yeah. And so he was kind of made the rounds on CBS.
Danger Russ. I see what they did there.
Yeah, I see what they did there.
Ain't that his Twitter account?
Yeah.
Yep, and they also said they gave him that nickname in college.
Which college?
I have no idea. I don't think they...
Because he's a whole pack of Badgers, so I never know which college he wants to talk about.
Yeah. So Jameis Winston was also doing a little media thing with Fox.
Yes.
And here's Jameis Winston on Liam Cohen.
Ever since Liam Cohen has been getting recommendations on how to pronounce Duval the right way. He went Duval.
How would you pronounce it, James?
Duval.
What's your Broadway one?
Duval. Yes,
they all work.
The New York got to me, but I got the Jags.
You got.
By the way, I do not want to see Russ Wilson in this space. He's clearly auditioning. He's clearly angling. I don't want to see it.
I'm glad y'all said that.
I don't want to see
because
it.
I was wondering because clearly they trying to do a little, they trying to work their way in a little bit. So I wonder out of some of the current NFL players that's playing right now that are probably towards retirement a little bit, who can you see being in that spot?
I do want to see Jameis. I mean, he's just entertainment personified, and no matter what he's doing.
Yeah, I got a couple names on here.
Okay.
I'm gonna just run down the list.
I feel like
tell me yay or nay on these. Travis Kelce.
I'm good.
I could. Yeah.
You don't see him on Fox next to Gronk.
I know they can do
His
that.
His brother doing a good job.
I like Jason much more than I like Travis in that space.
I think Travis will get the opportunity. I'm just saying I don't want to see it.
Aaron Rodgers.
Ooh. I think it might be interesting.
I think it would be better
than see him following Tom Brady a little bit, trying to be a color commentator.
I think Aaron would be better than we give him credit for right now because he seems like he has the right amount of DGAF for, I'm just going to say what I need to say in this moment, which sometimes I think that they can kind of dance around, but he just gets that smug look where you want to hit him in the face, and I don't know if I want to watch that all the time.
But the thing is, I think people would want to see what he's saying, and that's a big barometer. That's a big gauge of whether they're going to be successful. I'll put it this way: I'll put Aaron Rodgers ahead of Travis.
Count me as a strong maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
Yes.
Von Miller.
Yes.
Oh, for sure. Got that country accent.
Yeah.
Talking about chickens and all the weird stuff that he's done in his life.
DeAndre Hopkins.
Ooh.
I don't know.
I would have to see. Yeah, I'd have to see the audition. I'd have to see how a couple of test runs.
We really don't have that many wide receivers that get into the space, like at least in the legacy media space.
I could see him getting in the podcast area a little bit. But I'm kind of curious if he'd be that guy that just be on Sports Center, just giving his take on some of the games going on this weekend or something like that.
Who are the wide receivers we have in this space? Like, obviously, you have Greg Olson's tight end. I'm stretching it. Nate Burleson.
Yeah.
And Andrew Hawkins got into it for a little bit, but he's kind of been a little bit more on the periphery now.
Yeah, you got Randy Moss.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. How could I forget?
Randy Moss. Yeah.
Yeah, you got a couple people.
Okay, you got some wideouts. All right, my bad.
And then last couple ones, Kirk Cousins.
I think he'd be great. Yeah, I think
Kirk would be okay.
I think he'd be great.
I think he might be a little too eager, which again, my fault, not his. Like. Yeah. He is genuine with his, and I appreciate that. It would annoy me personally. So that's more about me than it is about him. I want to make that clear.
All right, and last one, Geno Smith.
Nah, I'm good on that.
I don't know what the analysis would look like.
Yeah.
I would like to hear him try, but I actually don't know. Because some of this is also like, oh, man, this person would provide good analysis. I have no idea whether he provide good analysis.
Yeah, it's kind of tough because, even Dan Orlowski, I would have never thought he would be as good as he is, just off the strength of him being a backup quarterback or not that good.
Yeah.
Oh, but this is a great answer on the YouTube page. Shout out to Sean. Calais Campbell. Yeah, sign me up every day and twice on Sunday. 100%. Like, he is really smart. He is super nice, which I don't know how much that you value that, but it's kind of cool to have a dude where it's like, I know he's a great guy.
Likable.
Yeah. Also, his voice is hilarious, man. He sounds like a friendly monster in a kid's movie.
That's right.
He is fantastic. So there you go. There's another fantastic edition of the mixtape right here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. 1:20 p.m. is when you catch it every day. At the Figgy Fig, if you see something mixtape worthy to throw in there. Jimmy Smith is one somebody throws in here. Appreciate you guys getting involved. We always like that. All right, coming up next, we'll get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive. But before we do that, I would like to salute again a dude who I believe was one of the most important guys in this football game. We'll do that next.
Over. The Houston Texans have done it. They've come to Kansas City and defeated the Chiefs 20-10.
We did what we came to do. Wasn't anything extra on top for winning this game, but we knew we just had to get the win.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attitude.
Mahomes in the gun on 2nd and 10 from the Chiefs. 8-1 back. It's Hunt. Mahomes to throw. Four-man rush. Mahomes unloads downfield and tipped and intercepted. Azeez Al-Shaair has it off the deflection. Another pick. Third of the game for Houston. Wow. Kelce could not hang on. Azeez got it. Hot potato pick. And the Texans have the ball in Chiefs territory again.
Interception number 3 on the game. 6 turnovers for the Texans team when they faced off against Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. This defense, man, incredible. It's funny because we talked about it, like this defense being all world in a way, and how they weren't turning over the ball, or they weren't like creating a lot of turnovers.
Update?
Now they have more interceptions than they have touched allowed.
Yes, the numbers.
I think it's 15 to 12.
Mm-hmm.
Sheesh.
The numbers are getting a little bit ridiculous. Can I interest you in some numbers, which I know is the answer is going to be yes.
Buddy, yes, every day, yes, I would like numbers.
Since the Seattle loss on Monday night, this defense has 22 sacks, 12 interceptions, and has allowed 33% third down conversions. They're averaging 93 yards rushing given up, and they've forced 34 punts.
Jeez, is that good?
They're just – it's an all – we haven't even said this today. I mean, there's no question anymore, right? This is a generational defense.
Without question.
This is one of the greatest defenses of this century since 2000.
You tell me, old man. You've seen a lot of defenses.
I have.
How does it sit on your conscience, like compared to what you have seen in your history?
Well, I'll put it this way: I was listening to McClain earlier this morning on Texans radio, and he said this is one of the 3 best defenses I've ever seen. Well, I saw the other 2 defenses he's talking about too. He was saying like the old love you, and I wasn't covering the team then. I was in high school and. But nevertheless, he said,
sure?
The Love You Blue. I think it was a 12-year veteran. No, he talked about the Love You Blue defense with Elvin Bethea, 3 Hall of Famers, Charlie Culp. Then he talked about the House of Payne defense, and I'm sitting there going, this defense is better than those. I mean, all due respect. I mean, seriously, 3 Hall of Famers on that.
You about to take McClain off?
I know I am.
How many Hall of Famers then do you got here?
Well, who knows? Well, let's put a pin in that.
No, go ahead and call you a shot.
Let's put
Jalen Petri in the Hall of Fame already.
We're barely putting him in as an All-Pro. But I think this is the best defense I've ever seen in Houston. Full stop. Ever. They're that good.
Yeah, and that's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. I mean, they're the Ravens 0-1 defense. Yeah, and I think eras matter because it's tough. I know that there's a refrain that's happening on the text line, at least between a couple of our texters and ourselves, that, CJ's better than Trent Dilfer, right? Like, and that he 100% is. But I think also, like, it's just a different NFL.
Yeah.
For the modern NFL, but this is some level of equivalent. It's been fantastic because it's the front, it's the back. And now you're even seeing the level in the middle also showing up with the likes of, Azeez Al-Shaair being a little bit of everything, right? Including giving you some coverage in a way that you had not prior. I do want to get to Azeez and what he said on postgame show. Actually, I'll do that first. I know we got someone on the line. I'd like to get there. But this was Azeez on the postgame show with Sean and Clint. And this was what he said about the interception that he had.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
All right, no problem. But yeah, I found it to be very interesting. Like, He had such a reflective view of this game as a whole in Kansas City. Like, it makes sense. He's that heart and soul of that team we talked about earlier in the year. And he had that heart and soul reflection of this is where we were crying at the end of that playoff game. And so he said, we're not leaving until we get a win, which in my brain, I'm like, what would have happened? What would have happened if you lost? You're just like, nope, not leaving, not getting on the plane.
I got it.
But this was Azeez on the postgame show talking about the interception.
Yes, I mean, we were in like a quarters coverage, and Kelce ran the 7 routes a couple times. And so I have him if he goes vertical, and he was going vertical, but I could just tell by the way he was starting to break down that he was going to break out. And so Henry was kind of underneath, put air on the ball, and I just drove the route until when I saw the ball kind of hit Kelce and pop in the air, I just, like, my eye got big and I just caught it. But, like I remember this was before the game because the guy's been giving me crap really the last year and a half. I mean, since I've been in Houston, I've dropped 7 interceptions. So for me, it's like, I almost like, man, you can't catch. I have all type of stuff going on. I was like, before the game, I just made a prayer. I'm like, God, maybe I actually can't catch. But I know with him, anything is possible. So please find a way to help me catch this ball. So when I caught the ball, that's the first time I just so grateful. I dropped to my knees in the end zone and just thanking God because I was just so grateful. And, a lot of guys have been telling me that the big play was coming and it's going to come when we most need it. And so for it to come in that moment, it was awesome.
Just an incredible play. We all saw it. If you didn't, you need to go see it. Obviously, you just heard him talk about the importance of it to him and sort of
my man was praying about getting the
exercising those demons and all that. But the other part of this was, to be, and I fully believe he thought of all those things. Oh, Henry's underneath. I better go over here. I'm gonna drive through the ball. I mean, in that moment, at that speed against those players, to be able to process like that and be able to make the play is incredible. And then the part of it, talked about it earlier, I think Travis Kelce was scared. I think this defense put the fear of God in everybody in red last night.
Yeah, I love the description that he had because it points to how everything ties together, front to back, middle, all of it.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the phone line where I'm being told we got Larry in Stafford. Larry, what's popping, man?
What's going on, Reggie Lopez, Figgy? Hey, man, it's that Monday after that massacre in Kansas City, so I had to get in, man. Look here. J-Lo, this is the best defense that has ever been in the H, man. I watched all of them, and trust me when I tell you, back in 79 and 80 when the Oilers went to the AFC Championship game against Pittsburgh, we watched them boys go up there and lose that game with Mike Renfro touchdown being called back. Then we watched the 93 Oilers go to Buffalo and have that thing fall apart up in Buffalo. And then, obviously, we watched Bill O'Brien with that 24-0 lead in Kansas City. This kind of get back and lick back is what we've been waiting for to happen to get this team the kind of respect that they have garnered. And I'll say this, man. Look, I'm a big fan of Taylor Swift, right? But her ass is about to write an album my girl Jen told me about that is going to just make the whole Kansas City Chiefs organization start crying because when she break up with Kelce over the way his ass got dealt with last night, that album is going to be epic. I already got some titles for the songs she's going to play, but I could just tell you this team is the best defensive team I've seen. And we cannot say this without saying the other side of this. Lopez, I don't know what the hell wrong with Nick Caley, man. I really don't. I really don't understand some of the play calls he makes. But he has to be able to step his game up, man. That third quarter was enough reason on my block to make me want to go find Nick Caley at the airport and figure out exactly what the hell kind of plays he was calling. Because that game wasn't supposed to be even close because we were a better team. And to do Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen the way that defense has done them, all we need is that offense to do a little bit more than what they did. But I'm going to take the win because, boy, your boy was on one last night. But I could tell you this team has something special written about them. And the way DeMeco is holding them boys together and holding them accountable, the way that my boy Jalen Petri from Stafford is hitting, Lopez, this is going to be a fun 4 games, the next 4 games in our hall.
That's right. That's
it really
right.
Is. It really is.
I mean, you got a Cardinals team that, it feels like they're sending Kyler Murray already to the gulag. Mm-hmm. Jacoby Brissett is out there doing his best, but he can only do so much. You got the Raiders, who that's been a mess of a team. The Chargers, we've talked about them. They're playing tonight.
Who knows what they are?
Monday Night Football will be really interesting. Mm-hmm. You might be able to put them out of their misery before you even get there. Although they're still in a playoff spot right now. But if the Eagles can get a win tonight, you might you put them in more urgency and see more of what breaks them down before you get them. And then you got a Colts team that just saw their starting quarterback go down for the season with an Achilles injury. And then, another dude who was competing for that starting spot at the beginning of the season is still on IR. He'll probably be back, if he is returning this season, by that time. Or you'll be seeing the likes of Riley Leonard, who also was dealing with the knee injury, apparently, is something I learned this hour. Mm-hmm. Or Brett Rippon. Like, that is, you can easily win out and have 12 wins. And that's the high most wins that you've gotten in a season as a Texan, right?
That is. And I'll go back to what I've said at least twice today because it is weird, and I can sense it kind of from Larry and Stafford as well. You're so confident in what this defense can do, and it's so, as you laid out, it's so obvious that you can easily win out with this defense. I kind of feel like I don't know what to do with this. We've never really been in this spot too often where it's like, this is a squad and this is a squad that can beat anybody and nobody is out there that can scare me. It's just a matter of just doing a little bit more offensive, or at least a little bit more of a complete game offensively, because I think there were some good moments, and obviously C.J. Stroud made a lot of those good moments by doing Patrick Mahomes things. So how much of that? I think he was smart. I'm really looking forward to asking Clint this, if not on the air, off the air.
That's one of the benefits. We got free access to Clint Stoerner and Seth Payne and all the gentlemen on this. We just be hitting them up.
I felt the best thing. And Clint's in the room now, so maybe he'll answer this. I thought the best thing that C.J. Stroud did last night was knowing when he could take that chance and knowing when to dirt it. And that's something that Patrick Mahomes has mastered. The cross-body throw, the throw to Higgins, for the big third down conversion. I thought he really felt, especially when you see the angles of the cameras from the end zone, he really felt, I've got this play. And then there were some where he could have, the previous C.J. Stroud might have tried to make a big play, and he said, nah. And he just threw it away. Is that right?
Yeah, no. Look, I think you're spot on in the first half. I think you're spot on. And look, he had to throw it away. To your exact point, he had to throw it away several times in the second half. But in the first half, I thought we caught a quick glimpse, and I thought it was back for good. I'll be honest with you, it was convincing. I thought the first half we saw the C.J. Stroud that, to your point, made those kind of judgment decisions of, hey man, let me go ahead and throw this ball away versus let me make a play. Seems like he made the right decisions in those moments. It seems like there were several times when he just had little sudden movements where he either suddenly stopped and kind of just slid, slightly forward, or he escaped out, whatever he did, like he was playing with his instincts. Obviously making big boy throws. The Davis Mills, C.J. Stroud conversations have been fun over the last couple of weeks, and look, it's great conversation. I'm here for all of it, right? I don't like to poo-poo those conversations or minimize them. But what we saw last night from C.J. Stroud in the first half, that's why C.J. Stroud is different.
And it can work.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, it can. Now, will it work the way it worked for a good chunk of the 2023 season? Can we turn the corner in this offense and be that guy? We'll see. There were several throws that, that you're just Davis Mills just and anybody with a lesser talent is just not making. Whether we're talking about velocity, we're talking about arm talent, we're talking about back across the body. All of those different things. You're not getting that out of a in the system type of guy, and you want CJ to play in the system for about 90% of the time. But when you need him to go do those things, like the one drive last night was in the first half was vintage 2023 CJ, and that was good to see because we hadn't seen that. I don't know we've seen that at all in Nick Caley's.
He was big.
Yeah.
Not all the way through. Obviously you look at this, but when he had to go make a play and make a throw,
and some in the fourth quarter.
I'm talking about throughout. Yeah. He only completed 3 passes in the second half, but 2 of them, one's a 3rd and 16, 17. That he has immediate pressure with that psychopath.
That was the Higgins?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
As 95 just was possessed for about 2 quarters.
He was giving Ed Ingram the blues.
any of them. And he's getting he's getting pressure immediately and putting it on the money between 3 guys. And then again, that 95 again was on him, and he rolled out, got away from him, and threw a seed Higgins. And so. But he did that multiple times in the first half too. The big play to DeMeco, he was special. And as you said, look, we could stop with the Davis. Davis, that's just not in his toolbox. He doesn't have that in his bag, and you had to have that. We'll get into more on that because, he was doing that. Not a lot of help from other things around him.
Yeah. The third down throw to Higgins with that very important conversion. It just the power that the dude can generate with that short, quick stroke action, where it is just he is wired the right way, and that is just
and avoiding the sack first too, because the sack there gets you out of field goal range as quickly as he got back there. he avoided the sack, and I'm thinking, oh, he's going to throw it away. He said, no. I mean, I'm put it on Higgins.
That ball had to travel a long way and get into a tight window, and just the way that he doesn't
see receivers catch it.
Yeah. Well, there's just no like usually when a DB can see a quarterback like, okay, he's fixing to let this one go. You know what I mean? And you see him wind up, and you have time to break. But CJ is just like the ball just jumps out of his ear hole, and is on the wide receiver before you know it. That's rare, man. That's rare. And there's a few guys that can do it in this league, but that's the rare skill that he just brings to the table that not many guys
he has
can.
some moments, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Gassed up to hear you guys talk more about it. I know DeMeco Ryans is coming here shortly.
That's right.
And one thing I want to say before we go, y'all, my man Ron, that man speaks from the heart, and he ain't no punk. Those are things that I know for certain about Ron, the show.
What happened? Why'd you have to make that announcement?
Because I've been seeing people. They've been plotting on until 2 p.m. and I'm letting them know.
Yeah. Oh, well, y'all come on through.
Exactly. Like I said, he ain't no punk. So I'm excited for yet another edition of a Victory Reaction Monday. The drive with Clinton Stoerner.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be honest. I mean, the better team won the game.
There you go. See,
that became very evident. They were the better team, and then the worst team. Coach did some things to go ahead and help the better team.
We'll get out your way. Victory Reaction Monday rolls on with the drive. You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. Victory Monday. Tyler doesn't have the T-shirt on for some reason.
I'll be damned. T, what are you doing?
Must be
5-game winning streak,
man.
What the hell happened?
That bad boy
washer broke
deep in the.
Well, I got to get a new one. Armpits ruined it.
Oh, hell no.
Mid-season, week 13.
I'm telling you, man, I got Niagara Falls under these armpits, dude.
Week 13, dark blue shirt. You're going to blame it on the
It's a 5-game win streak. I've been having to wear it a lot.
I don't believe
decision.
you. No, Tyler, I swear. I got to get a new one. The armpits are ruined.
No, but I'm saying, you got up and you saw it today clean, and you said, nope.
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, okay.
I heard my wife from the laundry room yesterday scream, "Babe, I think the Victory Monday shirt's done." I said, "All right." Well,
boy, that is.
I don't like that at all, Tyler. I think you got to keep wearing that, man.
I mean, I don't believe
can't
whenever the armpits are looking bad, dude.
That's not true, man. That's 5 in a row. I mean, people are gonna blame this on you if something bad happens.
Nothing bad's gonna happen at least this week. They ain't losing to the sorry ass Cardinals.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm just saying, man. Wow, can't believe it. I can't believe you don't have it. Well, even though he's not wearing a shirt, it is a Victory Monday and a Reaction Monday as well. Coming up, and we will go out live. Tyler will jump in my ear as soon as the head coach DeMeco Ryans and his press conference starts. We will go right out to NRG so you can hear exactly what DeMeco has to say coming off of that enormous win, and they are now in the playoffs. They are now the 7th seed and a game back behind Jacksonville, and they got a real shot to win this division. Looks like the Colts are out of the way with their quarterback situation, so a huge, huge win. We'll get to DeMeco soon. Tyler and Clint, Texans get the big dub. Your thoughts right off the bat here as they go into Arrowhead, and get the dub.
Yeah, look, I think it's a monster win. I mean, I don't care what NFL circles you're in, and this clearly has not. It's damn sure not changed or lightened up since I played. If anything, it's gotten significantly more difficult, which that is going to Arrowhead and winning a game. It's one of the more difficult places to go and play on the road. It's one of the more difficult places to win. Now you add that it's always been that way, or at least since I was playing. And now with Kansas City and Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid and the team having as successes they've had recently, going to Arrowhead and winning is a monster accomplishment first and foremost. With this particular team needing to make a run, needing to keep the momentum rolling, needing to stay confident to make this run and hopefully get this division. This win was big, man. I mean, this is one that you let breathe for a little while. If you're DeMeco Ryans, man, and I don't
believe him when he says it don't mean this one didn't. This
Yeah,
was
he let them boys off till Wednesday. He said, "I'll see y'all Wednesday." I mean, so it clearly meant a little bit more. But yeah, man, it was a big win. Just generally speaking for the Texans, I think you look at the primetime window, you look at the national narrative, the respect. I think the defense was already getting a ton. They're going to get even more with this performance. And you know, you're staring like if you can't sit and have a conversation right now, if you're in that building over at NRG Stadium, and say, guys, here's the deal. We got to handle our business. There is an opportunity in front of us that doesn't come around very often. The only top quarterback in the AFC that looks like is going to be in the playoffs is the one guy that we've made look pedestrian multiple times, which is Josh Allen. It looks like there's not going to be a Pat Mahomes, a Joe Burrow, or a Lamar Jackson. The run to an AFC championship and a potential Super Bowl is never been more promising, I guess, if you're somebody that's not one of those guys I just mentioned. And so, yeah, man, this was a big win. Where the Texans sit right now, if you just handle your business, there's a really, really, really good shot that you can win this division. If you just beat the AFC opponents that are left on your schedule, which I say just, we're talking about the Colts, we're talking about the Chargers, and we're talking about the Raiders. All teams that, if it was a neutral site, I think you'd be favored. I don't know what's going to happen with that Chargers game.
That damn near going to be neutral.
Yeah, but so you know that is the Texans should be able to handle their business. If they do, if they can beat the AFC teams left on their schedule, and the Denver Broncos can beat the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Texans, my understanding is the Texans will own the deep tiebreaker that will exist, and they will get a home football game in the playoffs right here at NRG Stadium. And so they're close, boys.
All right, let's go down to NRG and take in the head coach, DeMeco Ryans.
All right.
Hey, DeMeco, you've often talked a lot about the importance of Jalen Petri. When I think back to his second season, it didn't seem like it was the easiest for him, but he's really shown a lot of improvement. What do you think about how he's been able to prove and become somebody who's really critical in your defense?
Yeah, Jalen's been a smart, trustworthy player for us. Whatever I've asked of him, you know, he's willing and acceptable of whatever role that is. Just a guy who truly just wants to help the team in any way. Unselfish guy, great teammate, great leader. He's just really been a great player for us.
Aaron?
Hey, DeMeco, when you have a defense like yours, and I was talking with Tony Dungy before the game, he says it's kind of built in your image and what you're about. What are some things that you feel like are really working well for you right now? And do you see opportunities to improve the defense to take it even, as good as it's gone, to do even more? Thank you.
The things that are working really well for us defensively is, we're getting critical stops, third down, fourth down, to get critical stops against really good offenses. That's going to set yourself up, right, to play good defense. We're not playing extra plays. We're playing smart, getting off the field. We need to get off the field. So that's going well for us, and we're taking the football away. That's always goal number one is, can we take the football away? And more specifically, can we take it away 3 times? And to be able to do that on last night, that was huge for us. And there are always rooms for improvement. There's something, everything is not always clean. It's never perfect. It will never be perfect, but really proud of the guys for when things are imperfect, they still find a way to make it work. And that's where I truly lean on. This is about the players. It's always about the players, and they stand up and make the plays that we need to make, and we'll continue to coach them on things that we can improve upon.
Sam?
Hey, DeMeco, sticking with the defense, you all held Travis Kelce for just a catch for 8 yards last night. What allowed you all to contain him, and how important was containing him for your defense?
Honestly, we weren't concerned about a specific player and trying to limit a specific player. Everybody just did what we had to do. We just played the defense the proper way.
Sarge?
Hey, Coach. Can you hear me?
Yep, got you, Sarge.
Oh, all right.
Coach, I know that even though you all won the game last night, you always talk about the opportunity to learn from it. You know the positive things that you do, but going back and looking at some of the things that happened. When you look at the way that defense was blitzing that offense, blitzing you all on offense on last night, do you think that that's a kind of a learning experience for a young offensive coordinator like Nick Caley to be able to put that, watch that film, put it in his back pocket, and be prepared for it next time?
Look, there are a lot of things offensively I think we have to improve upon, specifically in the half and coming out at the beginning of the second half is not good enough for us. We got to move the ball better in those situations. All right, and when it comes to the pressures, there's things to learn from. We got to operate much faster with just the timing of everything, getting the play calls in and out of the huddle, getting the line properly, making the right ID, getting guys picked up the proper way. Like, we have to operate more efficiently. We have to operate with much more urgency on the offensive side of the football. You'll continue to see those type of pressures, right, that showed up. So there's a lot of room for improvement there, and we have to see that improvement very quickly.
Thank you.
Cody.
Mika, what can you say about what Woody Marks has been able to do running the football for you guys? How's he feeling coming out of this one? How's Chubb feeling? And what'd you make of Dare's opportunity? His, 1-for-1 for him.
Yeah, Woody's done a nice job of, as a running back, like when you get, the bulk of the carries, like it takes a toll on you. I think he's handled himself, very well, taking care of his body, but it's hard playing running back in this league. And Woody, he's played physical. He's fought through some nicks and bumps along the way. So I'm proud of the way that he continues to push through. Even though he's battling, he's pushing through. We'll see where Chubb ends up this week. He had the rib injury throughout the game. So we'll see how this week goes with him, see if he can get back out there for us. And Dare, like you say, 1-for-1. Everybody would love that. That was an awesome job by Dare. I talk about all the time, taking advantage of your opportunities. It's nothing better than Dare in that moment. Man, we needed it most. We needed to get in the end zone, and Dare's the guy to do it. So I'm happy for Dare.
Kim.
Hey, DeMeco, you have talked all season about making, executing, and finishing. Have the path you guys early, some of the bumps you took early on when you guys were struggling, has it been cumulative to get you to where you are now, where you're starting to be able to finish and execute?
Yeah, I think it is cumulative, Kim, when you look at where we started and how we didn't finish games, how we learned brutal lessons early on, like how do you not finish games, like not protecting the football, not closing it out, in the critical downs defensively. So everybody had their sort of sore areas in the game where they could have helped us to win the game, and we did it. So I feel like we learned from that, and guys are making those critical plays when we need to make them. We're protecting the ball really well. I think that's helped us here. On the stretch we've been on, is we protected the ball really well, and we've taken it away. That gives you such a huge swing in the advantage of opportunities to win the game. So we have to continue on that path. We're doing a great job offensively, protecting the ball. Defense, keep taking it away.
Adolphus.
Hey, Coach. Question. I know head coaches have mantras for teams that they build on through the course of the season. Has there been, say, during this run now and everything, has there been some little small inflection points that you sort of have acknowledged? They hadn't raised a whole lot of eyebrows, but you sort of have acknowledged it and just sort of shook your head and moved forward with it?
Well, the main thing for me is, I'm laser focused on like what's in front of us. And that's why I want to keep our guys. It's like the main thing is having your eyes in front. Like, looking back on how we started, it's easy to look back and see like, oh, such a bad start. And it, like, your eyes are in front. Your eyes are focused in on the next opponent, the next target, as I said. And it's all about continuing to execute and finish. And if you continue to focus on those things which you can control, not really worried about what others are saying. What's the expectation for this game, that game, like all that stuff? It doesn't matter. All right, for us, it's eyes in front, focus on your target, and execute.
Aaron?
Hey, DeMeco, guy for the future for next year that has been rehabbing and working really hard, Brevin Jordan. What did it mean to you guys to be able to commit to him, to let him continue to get healthier and make a go of this next year? And have a follow-up. Thank you.
Yeah, I love Brevin Jordan and what he can bring to our team. I love, the energy that he brings, the joy that he brings to our team. I think Brevin is a playmaker. He just has to, continue to do those things he's doing in the background of working really hard to make sure he's healthy and ready to go for next season. So I'm excited to add him for another year.
And looking at this week, what are some of the priorities? As you obviously the guys have some time off after a big win, but as far as getting back to it Wednesday, what are some things you hope to kind of drill down on? And we talked about the offense, but anything else that you feel like is critical heading into this matchup at home?
For us, it just goes back to we start over, right? Whatever the next opponent presents to us, Arizona, good team, good quarterback. Brissett, he's been around for a while in the league. They like to throw the football around. So their defense presents a lot of challenges. So I talk about things that we have to improve upon when it comes to, really executing when we're going up against different pressures, different looks. We're going to see that versus this team. And then defensively, we're going to see some challenges in the passing game that we have to step up and try to attack the football, try to put some of those challenges out. So it's next opponent presents always a different set of challenges, but we're always up for those challenges.
All right, we'll close with Jonathan, Kim, and Sarge.
DeMeco, you mentioned earlier wanting to see a sense of urgency with your offense. Why do you believe that your offense hasn't been as urgent as it needs to be? And then separately, what do you think being urgent could add to the offense?
Yeah, the urgency I'm speaking about, I talk about our third downs where we're up against the clock, like the urgency of getting the call in, the urgency of getting the protections call, of getting it all picked up. That's the urgency that I'm speaking of.
Go ahead, Kim.
How do you think that'll help?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Can I ask how you think that'll help?
Well, we can execute a play, win a third down.
Hey, DeMeco, can you talk a little bit about the third quarter? It was a little rough offensively, but can you just talk about how CJ really kind of, I guess, made some great plays to pull you guys through? And when you go back and look at it, what you saw from him?
Yeah, the third quarter, as we know, it wasn't good enough. We coming out of the half, their best player, Chris Jones, he turned it up and he made a lot of plays on us, a lot of negative plays, which we knew he was a very disruptive player. So we accounted for him, but he beat us on a couple plays, and that's given because he's such a great player. But it was some critical third downs there, I think, with CJ being able to step up in the pocket and make some plays on some of those third downs. I know he made a couple to Higgins there that were huge for us to keep drives going. I think it was one to Nico he made as well. So those plays were huge plays to just give us some breathing room. Actually, we wanted to punt the football and back them up, right, defensively. So those plays that he made on third down allowed Tommy to give us some really great punts to back him up, to force them to have to drive the whole field.
Sarge?
Coach, I don't know if we got an opportunity to ask you this on last night, but when the Chiefs went for it in their own territory on that fourth down, how much of that competitive edge in you as a coach, looked at that and said, okay, so if we're going to go mano a mano, let's go mano a mano. And, with the distance to where they were to go for it like that, some of the players said on the defense side, all said it felt kind of disrespectful with the way that they were playing. Did you see it that way as well?
No, I didn't see it as disrespectful at all. I saw it as knowing that was my first thought. like just knowing Andy and knowing how he's been, they're an aggressive team on fourth down. It hasn't shown up in those situations, but I just felt like how the game was going. It wasn't surprising that he would go for it there. You know, in that moment, he felt like they would have made a play because the previous play, all right, they had one open and they felt like they made it and he got dropped the football. So I see why, you know, he went for it. And you know, we went for it there, and our guy, you know, Stingley showed up and made an outstanding play there on fourth down, which is what he did. Was that last week? Previous week, we had another fourth down.
Yeah.
We got to stop all these fourth downs at the end of the game. But no, Stingley made a play on fourth down last week, and it shows up again, you know, in a critical moment. They don't throw the ball to him much, but in those critical moments, seems like he shows up on those fourth down plays, and he makes a huge play for us, right, to really seal the game.
Thanks, Coach.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Coach.
All right.
All right, that's head coach DeMeco Ryans as he meets with the media. Coming up, let's look at a couple of things he said, especially the comment at the end there on, I think we agree, Clint, that the play that changed kind of the course of the game there that he just discussed. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. If you lived around these parts for any amount of time, you know all about it.
welcome on a victory for I want to something he said at the end, Clint. And I don't know about you. I think a lot of people felt like the game really changed on this moment. And I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Fellas, I did this 3-game stretch we said was going to be hugely important, where they played AFC contenders, and that would be home Buffalo, at Indy, at Kansas City, coming off of the 16-13 win at the buzzer against the Titans. I ain't gonna lie to you, I didn't see them winning all 3 of these.
No, I mean, I don't know that it did.
I didn't. I'm sure there's going to be some that text in that did. I didn't see them winning all 3, but they've got a formula and a way of doing things, and it has worked. And they have made the run 5 in a row now, 2 different quarterbacks over their span, and the last 2 road games against the Colts and the Chiefs. That's big. I did not have that one on the bingo card.
No, I didn't have it on the bingo card either. I think it's impressive. That's why it's not just about the Kansas City game. Yes, that is a huge exclamation point on that 3-game stretch is to win at Arrowhead. But to your point, man, you got 3 really good football teams, or what everybody thought was really good football teams, consecutively, and your season on the line. And the Texans went out there and handled business. They did enough to win. Now it's obviously led by the defense, and the offense has got some struggles. But it's led by the defense, and they're doing a hell of a job. If there was ever any doubt, Ron, if anybody out there still had a doubt of this team this defense being championship caliber defense, and this team being able to win games versus quality opponents, given the state of the offense, if you had any doubt that could happen, those doubts should be erased at this point in time, because this defense, with very little help from the offense, this defense can single-handedly win games.
Listen, I know DeMeco knows Andy, played for Andy for a year.
Yeah.
I did not agree with him at all. When he said he wasn't surprised that Andy Reid went for that, which I felt like turned the game. Again, I think the Texans were, from start to finish, they appeared to be the better team. They appeared to be handling things better. And then the only thing the Chiefs had going their way is Spags and Chris Jones. It seemed to be that was the only thing. Everything else seemed to be in the Texans' favor. And then in that third quarter, it felt like, all right, here they go, and it's getting dangerous for the Texans right now. And then the thought to go for that 4th and 1 on his own 30-yard line. DeMeco said he wasn't surprised. I was shocked, Clint, and I think it absolutely changed the entire game.
I think he handed the game to the Houston Texans on a silver platter. He had a tie ball game at home. His defense was playing lights out. His best player on the defensive side of the football had taken over the game completely. At that point in time, when Andy Reid made that decision, the Texans offense had ran 18 plays in the second half. They had 16 yards, and it all
came on one play.
They had no answers for the pressures that Spags was dialing up. They were reeling in a major way. In fact, it was worse than not having answers. They were completely overwhelmed on the offensive side of the football. It looked like the Texans offense, the dam was fixing to break and something bad was going to happen in favor of the Chiefs. And Andy Reid made a bonehead decision and gave the Texans the breath that they needed, the life that they needed. He handed them not only the ball, he handed them all the momentum that Kansas City had created, and it was on a 31-yard line going in. You handed them points with Ka'imi Fairbairn on the sideline. Look, this ranks second for me among piss-poor decisions, bonehead decisions by Hall of Fame coaches. Nothing will ever top Bill Belichick hiring a defensive-minded head coach to be his offensive coordinator. Nothing will ever top that. But Andy Reid, the Hall of Famer Andy Reid, one of the best, if not the best to ever do it on the offensive side of the football, made one of the biggest bonehead decisions that I've ever seen a coach make. Season on the line.
What was he thinking?
All the momentum is in your favor. I mean, It would have been different if you had an offense over there on the Texans sideline that was like, "Whoo, boy, they're figuring this out. Hey, man, they're coming. They're making plays. Hey, our defense is gassed." Man, you handed it to them for no apparent reason.
It felt like the game had turned into field position and who was going to make the first mistake or whose offense could sustain a drive that could get to points. And at that time, it was clear that even though the Texans had the number one defense, and that's the number one reason why they won the game, it was clear at that time the Chiefs were having better success against the Texans defense than the Texans offense was having against the Chiefs defense.
From the time we got to football at the end of the first half, and we did whatever the hell that mess was that we called
Chris Jones started to take over at the end, that last possession.
There was no reason to have any level of fear that the Texans offense was going to figure it out. At that point in time, you literally say, "Hey, man, play this thing tight to the vest, and I'm just going to bet that Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Andy Reid are going to make enough plays to get a field goal late or something to win this thing." The last thing I'm going to do is hand it to them on a 4th and 5 attempt or 4th and 4, whatever it was. That was one of the worst. Now, tip my cap to the Texans. They turned around and they didn't just piddle around and kick a field goal. They took that sunbuck down there and they shut it down.
CJ made a hell of a throw to Higgins that was.
Yes, absolutely, man. That was to credit to the Texans for taking full advantage of the opportunity and going down and scoring a touchdown and getting 17-10 and really putting the pressure on Pat Mahomes. But there's no way around this one, man. That decision by Andy Reid, if that weren't Andy Reid, every sports show on TV and radio would lead with, why does this guy still have a job? If the season was on the line, if the season was on the line and you players like the Kansas City Chiefs have, and you're in a 10-10 ball game at home, and that game was going the way that it was going, any coach not named Andy Reid and Bill Belichick make that decision right now, they'd be trying to run them up out of town.
The decision was bad, and then it's as if he just arrived into the game right at that moment. Like he wasn't there.
Zero feel.
Like he wasn't there to watch it, or he didn't know he was down to his fifth tackle in the game. And in the play, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter are left singled up on fourth in the season. And Will Anderson just races around the tackle to cause him to have to throw it early. It was I don't know. I mean, he panicked. Like, I don't know if it makes you wonder if he knew what the score was. It was wild.
That's one of them as a head coach. You got to go in there and say, "Fellas, that one's on me."
There's got to. I
mean, if I'm Chris Jones, I'm mad at that. Like, you stole my moment. I am literally in the middle of having a defensive player of the year type of moment, and you pulled the rug out from underneath me and gave him the ball on the 31-yard line.
Do you think the Texans had a length of the field drive in them?
Not a chance. There's no.
It seemed like at some point they would have to blitz and they wouldn't pick it up.
The only touchdown drive that the Texans had to that point was one where C.J. Stroud was vintage 2023 C.J. Stroud. There's 3 plays in that drive, 4 if you count the Dalton Schultz touchdown. I think that was the same drive. But there was 3 or 4 plays that C.J. just made kind of off script, off schedule that were like, wow.
Well, the big one in the middle of the field, DeMeco.
That was a big. There were several big ones in that drive.
On that touchdown drive they had in the first half, it was the big one where he catches Nico in the middle of the field running and threw it late across the middle of the field when you're not supposed to, and got the big play.
But it was one of those.
But after that, it was they weren't having any success.
The point is that whole drive, nothing was easy. That was that took vintage C.J. Stroud to get it done, and that guy disappeared with about 2 minutes to go in the first half. So. That was a bonehead Andy Reid moment for sure.
All right, let's get in our players of the game, and I know there are a couple of things you want to address coming off that game a little bit more closer. You can send them in, your players of the game. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. For many of y'all out there, it's happening, man. Your hair's thin.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's get our players of the game in. Our Man Eye Institute players of the game. You can send yours in, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Don't worry, we will hear from you coming up at 3 o'clock. We will hear from you coming up at 3 o'clock in the next segment. We'll hear from the people and get your thoughts on it. But let's do our players of the game. Clint, who is yours? Who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game? Man Eye Institute. See life better.
Well, I mean, look, this one's really easy, and since you let me go first, I'm going to take it. Jalen Petri. I mean, he is just typically I hear people, a lot of times it's fans, you see them on social media talking about all pro this, all pro that, Pro Bowl this, Pro Bowl that, and 9 times out of 10 you can dismiss it pretty quickly. I don't think there's any doubt right now that Jalen Petri ultimately is playing at an all-pro, not a Pro Bowl, but an all-pro level at that nickel defender position. And the interesting thing is you got a lot of guys that obviously play that position at a high level and play it at a high level from a coverage perspective. But when you look at what all he's bringing to the table with the instincts, playing the run, with the instincts, being able to pressure the quarterback consistently, and now all of a sudden he's making plays in coverage and big-time plays. That's one of the best interceptions I've ever seen. Maybe the
That's
best.
That's what Collinsworth said.
Well, maybe the best. When you look at tipping it and then being the guy that runs the hula hoop, that big hula hoop that you D linemen used to run at practice, and somehow track the ball and catch it, that's wild to think.
Keep it into
yeah. It's one thing to just turn around and like, oh, the ball's falling right, but he turned and tracked it and went and got it. That was wild. So 6 total tackles, 4 of them were solo for Jalen Petri.
The great hit he had on
the hit across the middle, or I guess on the side over there to break up that right there. I mean, he had a monster game, and on a night when the defense really showed out. I mean, you can pick one of about 3 or 4 guys, but I got to go with Jalen Petri, man.
Yeah, Jalen Petri, a great pick. People are saying Jalen Petri as well. Tyler, who's your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
I believe the same fella that was the player of the game for me last week, Big Nico Collins. He had 8 targets, only reeled in 4 of them, but they were 4 big ones, 121 receiving yards for Nico. Some big plays for that offense to keep the chains moving. I'm going with Nico Collins.
Yeah, my man Nico was getting you about 50 yards a catch his first 2. Yeah, he was. Did he get a catch in the second half? I don't think he got one of them, did he?
I don't
because he
so.
completed 3 passes.
Only 3.
I know Higgins got 2 of them. And I think Noel maybe got the other one. So, yeah, but the first half, he set up a touchdown. He ran past the Chiefs' best corner, who then missed the rest of the game on that first big play. Yeah, he was a problem all the way up in that first quarter, or that first half, excuse me. So, Nico Collins, big-time game. My Man Eye Institute player of the game goes to Kamari Lassiter. I know Petri was good, but you got to remember Kamari Lassiter was walking in here not practicing all week, bad foot problems. And did you see what they did to him? He was on Kelsey a lot last night. They threw a corner on Kelsey a lot, and then to me, I think he made, for me personally, the biggest play of the game. I know there were turnovers, there were all of this. I know Andy Reid got drunk and forgot where he was. But that was a surefire touchdown to Tyquan Thornton, and he was burnt. But he caught up to the ball and knocked it out of his hands. They would have gone up 14-10 there, and I would believe that Andy Reid would have played it different if he had a 14-10 lead at that point, and all momentum would have swung that way. And the way that the Chiefs defense was playing, I think 14-10, any kind of point where they trailed was going to be a problem. And that play, and not to mention he got the pick later on as well when Pat threw that punt to him. So I thought he was fantastic, especially coming off of not practicing all week and having a foot problem. But that play he made, jarring the ball loose from Thornton, that's not a drop. I've seen a lot of Chiefs fans talk about the drops. There were drops. That was not a drop. That was a great play by Four.
Tremendous play by Four. And he look, man, for a guy that didn't practice all week, I saw a report where they said he practiced one day. It's like, he practiced on the sideline on Friday and didn't practice on Wednesday or Thursday. So for a guy that didn't practice at all, that was a hell of a football game. So, yeah, it's hard to not tip the cap to Four, man.
Yeah. Shout out to Lassiter. Shout out to Nico Collins, as well as Jalen Petri, our Man Eye Institute players of the game. Man Eye Institute, see life better. All right, Clint, I know we'll discuss this more and more as this team sits at 8-5 and currently in the playoffs. The look is starting to see, all right, what are they going to do to make a run? What do they got to do to make a run? And I know for you, there are a couple of things that you feel need to be addressed on a Reaction Monday.
Yeah, look, I think DeMeco Ryans, we can't tiptoe around this anymore. I mean, you got a real chance here. You position yourself to potentially win the division. You positioned yourself to get into the playoffs on a year when, boy, the path to the Super Bowl it just seems a lot less difficult without those quarterbacks that we all know so well looking to not be involved. And so there's a real opportunity here, man. And tiptoeing around how bad this offense is, I think is a bad idea for DeMeco Ryans. He has got to get this right. And I'll be honest with you, part of it has to do with the positioning of the team right now and the potential playoff run, but it also has to do with what we watched last night. That was not – I typically use the phrase, you got to have answers for pressure. That was not just not having answers for pressure. So I want to start there. I mean, this was – C.J. Stroud should be able to press charges against Nick Caley.
I was going to say, boy.
When you're a quarterback and you're out there and you snap football and you don't know if your protection is right, you don't know where you're throwing the ball, and you immediately start retreating, you immediately start shuffling backwards, you have no chance. That is the first sign, or the biggest sign of all out just incompetence on the offensive side.
They almost got him knocked out again. That Karlaftis.
I mean, it just, I don't even know if incompetence is the right word. It just can't happen. So let's start there. Is DeMeco, it's borderline criminal what you're doing, what the team is doing to C.J. Stroud. You cannot now. And some people say, oh, well, he can't do this or he can't do that, or he's not breaking the huddle quick enough, or he's not getting the play out of his mouth quick enough and communicating it cleanly enough in the huddle. Okay, you know who you got. Make the necessary adjustments. This is the third year in the league, man. There's no excuse for this guy to be snapping the football for an entire quarter, 3 or 4 different drives, and immediately start retreating. I mean, just it's not about not having answers. This is a fireable offense. I mean, that is. Look, we'll be completely honest with you. There should have been a Spags pressure period every day since the Texans reported a training camp. That's what bit you in the ass last year. There should have been a period that had Spags' name written on it in every single practice that you've had since they reported to training camp. And you should be able. You should. I'm not saying they have to work. I'm not saying they have to work. I don't even care if they work to this point. But your quarterback should catch the football and go work one side of the field, get the ball out of his hands, and if he's throwing it away, he's throwing it away. If he's throwing it to the tight end's feet, he's throwing it to the tight end's feet. If he's having to squeeze it into tight windows, squeeze it into tight windows. If there's deflected balls, cool. But you cannot catch the football and retreat that way. That is a fireable offense, what we watched.
Did you sense it more as them not being prepared for
they had no
pressure or blitz, or was it Chris Jones? No.
Look, Chris was nasty, no doubt about it. And Chris had his plays.
Because they were pressuring, but he was also winning pretty quickly. And I guess probably setting up one-on-ones with the pressure.
Yeah. Well, no, Chris had a hell of a run there, no doubt about it. But the lack of answers, and not again the beyond not having answers, just putting your quarterback in that position. Again, I don't hear about how he's doing this or technique mechanics or getting out of the huddle. I don't want to hear about that. You know who your quarterback is. It's week 13 of his third year. You know exactly who C.J. Stroud is. Whatever shortcomings he has or whatever he struggles with, it's your job to fix it. He can't snap the football in obvious situations where they're bringing pressure and have no answers. And at one of those drives, they go out there, and I can't remember if it's first or second down. It's a quick play action, and you look up, it's a 3-man route. Every receiver's running a route at 12 to 15 yards deep. Their back is to the quarterback for 12 or 15 yards. Who in that situation thought, yeah, this is the answer right here? Like, that third quarter, man, you can look at it as, oh, well, it's third quarter, but we made enough plays in the fourth quarter. You just beat the Kansas City Chiefs by 2 scores, and your quarterback completed 3 passes in the second half.
Yeah.
And I don't know that any of them were in rhythm. Were any of them in rhythm? Were any of them within the? I don't remember.
The one to know was on the sideline, but the others were scrambles that he had to get rid of.
Yeah, I mean, man, that just
those two short fields really helped you on the scores in the second half.
Yeah, Ron, that just cannot happen, man. So again, the tiptoeing around it and the talking about techniques and mechanics and all that crap, man. The talking about getting out of the huddle and executing. Hey, man, you got to have a better plan. If you think at all, which we all knew that Spags was going to pressure the Texans coming out of that second half. Everybody knew it, right? I mean, if you're worried about getting out of the huddle, stay your ass on the line. Don't get in the huddle. CJ, every quarterback that's breathing right now from the NFL all the way down spent the majority of their life in a no-huddle situation anyway. Stay on the line of scrimmage. If that's the problem, it's week 13, adjust. And so what we saw last night just absolutely cannot happen. To be honest with you, the third quarter like that, I am shocked that the Kansas City Chiefs defense didn't find a way to score points. I mean, that was –
yeah, they looked like they were about to create a turnover.
Oh, that was bad, man. I can't wait to watch it on film because, look, I just firmly believe right now that was not an O-line CJ execution problem. That was an offensive play caller plan, not having a plan, not having an adjustment, and not giving – the players an opportunity. That was bad, man, and DeMeco's got to get that right.
Coming up, we're going to hear from you, 713-572-4610. The phone lines will be open. The Texans, they've won 5 in a row. They go on the road to win to Kansas City. And I'm kind of inspired by what Clint just said. Do you think the Texans won that game, took that game, or do you think it was more that the Chiefs lost it? We'll discuss that and have that conversation coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, breathe.
Sample rate quotes are based on preferred non-tobacco underwriting exam required to qualify.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in a Reaction Monday and a Victory Monday for your Houston Texans as they go into Arrowhead and win 20-10 in a defensive battle and in a battle that saw C.J. Stroud come out and make some big-time plays when it was needed. We'll get to his grade coming up here a little bit later on in the show. But we want to open up this time for you, 713-572-4610. You can call in, get in right now. Tyler will have the phone lines open for you. Your Texans are 8-5. They are currently in the 7th spot in the playoffs, but one game behind Jacksonville for the division in the AFC South. And so he said they're currently the 7th spot as they go past the Colts, and they're in the playoffs as we speak right now with a game against the Cardinals at home coming up. I want to know from you all, because I see some people texting in, and I'm curious from you too, Clint. When you watched that game and how that thing went through, did you feel like the Texans went in there and won that game, or did you feel like the Chiefs lost that game?
Oh no! I feel like the Texans went in there and won that game. I mean, with this defense, the way that they impose their will on folks, that is definitely the Texans going in and winning. But it's hard to watch the Texans when they make super conservative decisions and win with defense on a 4th down stop, win by a single, the single score, all that kind of stuff. That's hard enough to watch. But then when you watch them and it's completely, just unacceptable what's going on the offensive side of the football in the second half. That is definitely tough to stomach, but it's still the Texans imposing their will on folks, and which I think forced a Hall of Fame coach into making a piss poor decision. So I got to roll with the Texans won this thing and not that the Chiefs lost it.
Yeah, I think the Chiefs definitely made mistakes. There were drops in there. And I think to me the real egregious thing was the Andy Reid decision.
Agreed.
But a lot of the problems they had was forced by the Texans, right?
Yep.
Right, like Mahomes' interceptions. If you take them, like the first one, that was on him. He threw the ball into a window that was not there, and it got tipped. And when you get the ball tipped, as a quarterback, Clint, that ball gets tipped. You get yourself in a situation where you can get picked off when you got all those defenders back there. The second one was just bad. He just underthrew Hollywood Brown and probably had another receiver shorter for a first down in front of it. And then the last one, I'll be honest, he threw it a little bit behind Kelsey. Kelsey had 2 hands on it. He'll tell you should have brought it in, but tipped it up in the air like those. But there are 3 guys around them. They're making plays. They dislodged the ball with Petri multiple times. I think they were a big cause of why they lost the game. I think there were some situations. I do think in the second half, Andy Reid helped the Texans, who looked like they were asleep offensively and maybe just didn't have answers until I think the Chiefs probably got sucked down from the decisions and sucked down. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, sucked down the whole stadium. It was sucked down of. But no, I think the major reason why the Chiefs made mistakes was because of the Houston Texans. All right, let's get to our guy Dom. Dom is in the building. Go ahead and kick this thing off, Dom. What do you think? You think the Texans took that game, or you think it was more that the Chiefs lost it?
Let's go, boys. The Texans absolutely took that game. We walked into that dump, the Arrowhead, hit them right in the mouth. Dom from Jersey's live on the drive. That defense was swarming, show. It was the goddamn Bulls on parade. 7 was special. He wasn't perfect. He missed some throws, but he made some big plays. 12 was special. Shout out to Woody Marks, man. He was a workhorse. And shout out to Kamar Lasser. Absolute dogs. Believe it or not, there was a coach out there that was worse than Nick Caley. His name is Andy Reid. To go for it on 4th and 1 on your own end of the field was insane. And then on top of it, you avoid him all game, and you're going to throw at the best cornerback in the NFL, Derek Stingley. How dare you insult me like that by going at 24 like that? I hope you learned your lesson last night. The Houston Texans want all the smoke. Dom from Jersey wants all the smoke. Whoever, whenever, bring it, baby. Let's go, Texans.
All right, love the call, Dom. Stop cussing, Dom.
Yeah, if you weren't so good, you'd got hung up on right there.
I tell you, man, I'm trying to give you some feeling. 713-572-4610. No, listen. Yep, I think I agree with you. I think at least for that decision. That decision was the worst thing in the game. But Nick Caley's was repeated. It was. I mean, I don't think it ever got fixed. Like, even on the drive they scored a touchdown, it took C.J. Stroud throwing on the cape and being a hero. Like, yeah, man. I mean, you got to, I don't know, man. You're right. You got to take one of them away, right? You got to either just flat double team Chris Jones and not allow him to get there, or you got to have Andrews to do something with the blitz.
Yeah.
He was allowing both of it to happen. Like every single time. It was.
Well, they do a really nice job with Chris Jones in a sense of, I mean, I watched him whoop Andrews' ass, then he bumped over and whooped Ingram's ass, and then he bumped outside and wanted some of Trent Brown. So, I mean, like when it comes to, like, that was 3 consecutive plays, but when it comes to, like, doubling him, we've talked about this before, it is I literally was like, thank you, Chris Jones, for going outside. I invite Chris Jones, anybody that wants to go out to the edge and instead of be that force on the inside, I invite you to go outside. You actually do me a favor when you do that. But the point is he makes it really difficult to zero in on him because he moves around so much. So how do you plan on helping inside with the back? Do you plan on helping outside with the tight end? Do you need to help your tackles versus your guard center? Like, there's a lot that goes into that. So that part, the Chris Jones dynamic part of it is, I mean, you could be as prepared as you want to. The way they move Chris Jones around and the caliber player he is, when he won, you ain't stopping him. It don't matter. And I mean, you can dedicate a double team to him every time if he's on the inside.
Not that bad.
I mean, yeah, no, it was. I mean, batting passes. I mean, harassing.
I'm just like he just can't go at that point. He can't go 1-on-1 with Andrews. That can't happen. Like, I mean,
I agree with that.
He just left. That can't be 1-on-1 with Andrews.
And then Ingram the next snap.
And then Ed, it was rough. Ed was. I think Titus may be the only one I don't remember him just destroyed because he sure got Ursery too. He came around the corner on Ursery's ass. All right, 713-572-4610. Get in as the Texans are 8-5 right now in the playoffs. Corey, did you feel like the Texans won that game, took that game, or did you think the Chiefs more lost it?
Texans went in there and won that game.
There you go.
December, right? It's December. Their season's on the line. We're trying to get a wild card spot. We're in freaking Arrowhead Stadium, only game on TV, and we went in there and our defense showed up and they swarmed. Number 7 made some fantastic throws, even though you missed some. That 3-16, that was a big boy throw, dude. CJ stood in the pocket, took the leg, and threw a dart to Higgins. And then our defense, we made Travis Kelce crumble. We made Travis Kelce fumble. And we got the interception, and then we had a lot of hits. When Rice got hit, I didn't even think he was going to get up. Our defense was hitting all night, and I was proud to be a Texan. And I also want to say, Shaw, I didn't forget that you predicted the Chiefs to win 23-13 on Sunday. That was wrong. Go Texans, here we go, Bulls on parade, and we'll be out.
That I was incredibly wrong. I'll be honest. I did not think the Texans were ready to go in there and win that game. Did not think they were. They were certainly ready, especially defensively, to go and make plays. They made plays. And the Chiefs didn't. And I mean, repeatedly. Plays that were there. We talked about all those throws that CJ made rolling out. Higgins caught the ball. Rashee Rice didn't catch the ball. Noah Gray couldn't catch the ball. Kelce had another drop in there. Didn't catch the ball, right? They had 8 drops in that game. They made plays. They made plays offensively, defensively in a way that the Chiefs didn't. Someone texted in, come on, guys. The Chiefs lost that game. There's no way any of you all thought the Texans were winning that game until Andy Reid went for it. I ain't going to say that. I certainly thought at 10-10 the Chiefs' offense was moving it better than the Texans' offense was. But, I mean, you could see a turnover happening on either side. So I felt like it was even. I would say the Chiefs had momentum, but I'm not going to sit there and say that I thought for sure they were going to. If they ever got up, they ever got a score, right? Like if they were up leading, and then Andy would probably play it conservative. Yeah, then maybe. But no, at 10-10, I didn't think.
Look, our offense was completely overwhelmed. They were going absolutely nowhere. Kansas City had the momentum. Clearly you're watching that game, and if you had to bet the game at 10-10, the way our offense was playing, nobody in their right mind was betting the Texans in that moment. You look at it, our defense was having a hell of a night, obviously, against Pat Mahomes. But if you're in that third quarter, beyond halftime, their defense was overwhelming our offense. Their offense was actually – they weren't having a ton of success, but they weren't overwhelmed by what the Texans were doing. As you mentioned, Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter were kept at bay, relatively speaking.
Yeah, they scored. They scored their first 2 drives.
Yeah,
right,
it looked like the scheme, the game plan that Andy had. Moving the pocket and then coupled with Pat's ability to manipulate the pass rush. I mean, they had some decent answers to give him some chances. It was going to be a long day against our defense any way you slice it, but they had they had a decent plan. If I'm like Andy Reid and Pat, like I think they let a good chunk of the game go by without getting Rashee Rice involved in the game more than they already had. I thought that was pretty interesting because it was working. The quick stuff, the quick swing screens and stuff they were doing with him was working early on. And so not getting him involved was interesting a little bit more. But really, their plan was –
teams really like to try to take shots on the Texans.
Yeah, because they're there. You watch the film, they're there.
Even with their lineman issues, they were that seemed to be a lot of the game plan.
Yep.
Well, and they were there.
The thing is what we're going to watch the film, and I know I already saw on the TV copy one time. And this is what opponents do, right? Especially opponents like Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen. What they do is they go to the sideline after getting sacked or having to go 3 and out and not converting to 3rd and 14 or something. You go to the sideline and somebody hands you them little printouts, or you look. I guess nowadays you look at your iPad, right?
Yeah.
And you look at your iPad and you go, "Gosh dang, man! If I just had another split second, man! Look at number 1 running down the sideline all by himself, man! Look at Hollywood running across the field all by himself for a 40-yard gain. Gosh dang! If I just had a split more." So you go back out there and you're like, I'm gonna figure out a way to get a split second because I know I got guys open down there. Next thing you know, you're in 3rd and 14 again. That's what gets those kind of guys. Those kind of guys, Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen. There's just some of the same things we've talked about C.J. Stroud doing, and it just like the desire to go make those big plays because you can and you have for a big chunk of your career takes you out of sorts, and that offense that's a tough way to play offense against this defense.
All right, Southside Al, let's get you on here. Southside Al, go ahead, man. Do you think the Texans took that game or the Chiefs lost it?
Well, this run and what's up, Clint? The Texans won the game. That's what they did. I'm going to come at this with a different angle, Ron. I think Buffalo tried to do the same thing when we played them. When you go back and look at the tape, they went for it on 4th on their side of the field. Unfortunately, they got it. But what I'll say is about this is Andy Reid. I shout out to y'all show, man. Ain't nobody said enough, man. Y'all call the truth, man, and great show, man. I give y'all a tip of my hat because Chris Collinsworth, we had the ball in the 4th quarter run with a minute or something left. He started with saying the game ain't over and win field goal range. This is what happens in life, Clint. Sometimes people can have so much expectations on you, what they do with Patrick Mahomes. They think still that he was going to be able to pull that out, and he was going down by 10. He wouldn't give up 10 while they get the ball at the 5. Chris Collinsworth said he probably haven't took a snap in the offense practice, and the man go and score, then he shut up. Man, I'm so sick of these commentators, man. But this is what I say, Ron, and I hang up and listen. What happens is nobody talking about this, Clint. I told you last night. Ron, it really wasn't 20 points. It could have been easily 27 because the first drive, we put 7 on the board. But we had to take it off because the offensive line created a penalty. Bad setup on the line, and they called the 7 back from Schultz. Schultz called a good call. Schultz crossed the middle for 6, but we had a penalty, so they erased that. So what I say is this here, man. It's a lot can be pointed to the game, but you have to realize one thing, Clint. Check this out. Kansas City was down 10-0 after 2 halves of a football game. That's uncharted territory from them. They had 0 at the half, and they caught themselves trying to hustle back and get a win. That's not happening with the Texas 2025 defense. You can't do that. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, you can't win like that. So start it from the top. And I hang up and get y'all take.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, listen, man. As I said before, someone texted in, shows making excuses. The Texans only lost the third quarter. I've come out and said the better team won the game. They were the better team. I think the only advantage there that the Chiefs had was Spags and Chris Jones, and that almost spun the thing around. But no, the Texans made plays throughout the game in a way that the Chiefs didn't, and they deserved to win the game and should have won the game. And they were the better team. They were the better team. Now, doesn't mean they don't have some stuff they definitely need to work on.
Yep.
And a lot of teams aren't going to give you what the Chiefs gave you, or allow you off the hook on what the Chiefs allowed you off the hook on, to only complete 3 passes in the second half of a game on the road. Right? You got to be able to do better with that. All right, coming up, let's do C.J. Stroud's grade. 713-572-4610. Text in what you think C.J. Stroud's grade was. 15 of 31, 203 yards, 1 touchdown, no turnovers, 2 rushes, 5 yards, quarterback rating just over 80. What was C.J. Stroud's grade? We'll do that next.
All right, y'all, Payne has a way, chronic joint pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most. And it's a holiday season, man. Christmas is right around the corner. Thanksgiving is right behind us. A lot of time with your family.
Hear the game exclusively here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
I'm going to protect my boy Dirty, I'm going to protect my boy Ron, and I'm going to protect my boy T.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Reaction Monday, and we are reacting to a fifth straight victory, huge win on the road at Arrowhead, and big W for the Houston Texans as they are now in the playoffs. Let's look at C.J. Stroud. We do this after each game. What was C.J. Stroud grade as we're looking? And I'm seeing a lot of people send some things in. Text line coming in B+ or A. He's got to be that field general that can overcome the OC. B-. He was missing some throws that he would have made his rookie season. D. Let's call a spade a spade. CJ has insane ability, talent-wise. Mills is a distant second, but Mills would not be able to make that 3rd and 17 throws. So CJ can do things he can't do. C+, he was not accurate, and that's his strength. Maybe B- because no interceptions. Clint, for you, what was your grade for him?
It was a B- for me, Ron, and here's why. You know, look, I think the first half, and I'm going to talk about this at 4 o'clock. The first half was vintage CJ from 2023 is what we're looking for, and did some really good things. But when you look at kind of what knocked him down for me is, I don't care who the quarterback is, I don't care what system you're in, when you can't handle situational football, when your offense can't, that's a quarterback problem as well. Now, I think it's the OC. I think the lack of preparation is embarrassing, but there's a level of man, you're expected to be a big-time quarterback. You got to take this bull by the horns. Look at that second half. I can't give anybody even remotely close to an A that has 3 completions in the second half. Again, a lot of it's not on him, but it is what it is. It would have been a C, but he made some big-time throws in critical moments of this game to give us a chance. And so I went with a B- based off the TV copy of this game right here. I went B-.
Yeah, I think it's B- C range to me. Just because now that we know Clinton, I agree with you, I think the OC's got to help. But now that we know Clint, that he does have some power in terms of determining calls right there at the line of scrimmage. I mean, you would think he would put himself in the line as well as Nick Caley in better positions. Because there were times they're walking right up there. I don't know if they're shifting, sliding the protection one way, whatever it was. People are just coming through easy. And to me, when we know that he has the ability to have some semblance of control on the protections, especially in that 3rd and 4th quarter, I do think some of that has to fall at his feet as well. This is different from maybe years past. So I'll go B- because he just made some plays, and he outdid in Patrick Mahomes. He outplayed Patrick Mahomes in this game on the road in a game that Patrick Mahomes had to have. So I'll give him a B-, but the protection calls, some of that's got to fall with him.
Yeah, the whole thing. I mean, when you're the quarterback and your offense, including you, looks overwhelmed for a quarter plus. When situational football, like when you come out of a timeout and you have to take another timeout to keep them getting delay game, When you have so many, like I don't know the details behind all of these alignment issues that the Texans are having, but it seemed to be less of an issue with Davis Mills. And so that leads you to believe that there's more importantly, DeMeco Ryans constantly talks about getting out of the huddle as a problem, right? And so I got to believe that there's some level of the operation of CJ in the huddle, getting everything's communicated and getting the huddle broke on time is delaying this offense to a certain degree. Now, again, to me, we're at a point in the season where the coach ought to say, hey, man, if that's a problem, hell with it, man. Get on the line of scrimmage and let's ride. Let's sugar huddle. Let's not huddle this thing all the way up. Let's figure out a way to get beyond it instead of keep beating a dead horse, right? But needless to say, as we're grading the quarterback, some of this has to fall at the feet of the quarterback. And
because that was the biggest issue with the offense was they just couldn't get protection well enough to give themselves a chance.
It's just back to the same old. I'm surprised we haven't heard the technique and mechanic stuff on the offensive line stuff. It's the lack of communication. It's not breaking the huddle quick enough and getting the line of scrimmage so everybody can see what's going on and get their call, their assignment communicated. It's the same issues that we've been hearing for 2 years now with this. Now, I don't. Again, I think it's a coach's job to realize what a guy can and can't do. What is his limitations? And if this is a C.J. Stroud limitation thing, then figure it out as a coach to eliminate that from a problem and put the kid in position to do what he does in a special way, and that's going to make plays, right? It's just hard for me to believe, man, that it's just we're 2 years into this thing and we're still talking about communication and breaking the huddle. It's just wild. It seems like, and I don't study other teams, but it seems like other teams that have franchise quarterbacks that are established or guys that are coming like C.J. Stroud, it seems like they're so much further along when it comes to this kind of stuff, right? I mean, during that whole chaotic situation yesterday where C.J. Stroud snapping the football with not knowing where the pressure's coming, why did he never call a timeout? As a quarterback of that situation, you're the guy on the field, and you are put in a position where you're like, I have no idea how we're going to pick this up. Timeout, man. We got to talk about this.
Or what was happening when the drives ended.
Yes. Yeah, the whole thing. Like it's not –
when you had extended time over there.
It's an interesting dynamic, and in a segment where we're grading C.J. Stroud, I don't think all of that should be laid at his feet, but I do think obviously there's some responsibility of it there. In that rough third quarter and really the rough second half. So I can't go any higher than a B minus.
Our guy Joe, the old A&M Aggie, I see he gave him a D. He still looks clueless and lost more often than he should after 3 years. I don't agree with that at all, Joe. You know I love you. I still think he made some plays and some throws that they would have lost the game had he not made the plays.
Oh, there ain't no doubt about
that. The first touchdown, both touchdowns that the Texans scored last night, C.J. Stroud made plays that Davis Mills wouldn't even attempt to make. I don't even know if anybody else in the division could make the throw. The first touchdown they had, he's going to the sideline, and he goes cross-body to the middle of the field to Nico Collins. That leads into a big play that sets them. That's the big play that sets him up for the touchdown. And then when Andy Reid does make the bonehead decision and mistake, it's a third down, and he is pressured immediately by Jones and runs out and hits Higgins for a big first down that they don't score a touchdown if he doesn't make that play. Right, I think there's a real argument. You think Davis Mills, if that's who was in the game, would get sacked by Jones on that play, and he was able to. So he made plays that I believe they would have lost the game had he not made them. But as you said, man, you complete 3 balls in the second half, and your offense is just struggling. And we know that you're supposed to have the ability to make some decisions with the protection, and that was never getting better, and really never did. I think you get dinged a little bit there. So I'd say B minus there for CJ. All right, you can text yours in. We'll do our weekend's best, weekend's worst. I think a lot to pick from from this weekend. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, y'all, Twin Peaks, baby. Twin Peaks, late night, hits every night.
Web Now 1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We are going to talk about the college football playoff a little bit later on as it has been unveiled. There's some good conversation there. I will just say this.
Take my ball and go home.
You going to take it and go home? Yeah, we'll talk about that. I like even more, and I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't hate A&M. I don't love A&M. Don't hate Texas. Don't love Texas. Watching what happened with Ohio State in Indiana, I am floored still now. This is going under the radar a bit. But the disrespect that Texas A&M got in the entire process when it comes to the rankings over the last 2 weeks. Ohio State lost to Indiana, and they dropped one spot in a neutral site. They lose to Texas on the road in a true road game, rivalry game, and they drop down to 7. They should at the very least. Who does Ole Miss get? Do they get Tulane? Yes. They get Tulane, and you get who?
Miami.
We get Miami at Kyle.
I know that'll be a fun game. But, I mean, to think that they dropped A&M that far after being 11-0, and then Ohio State just dropped the spot. Like, I always thought last week that was an untold, like, damn, they dropped hard. And, to me, they should be behind Ole Miss, but whatever. But I
agree wholeheartedly.
They got Miami. I just could not believe they dropped A&M. Like, it is wild what happened to A&M. They're 11-0 and just rolling through. Impressive wins. And they went from 11-0 to not playing in the SEC championship game to being the 7th seed and having to play Miami instead of
Tulane.
Tulane, which Ole Miss. That was anyway. It was a minor thing, not what Notre Dame is crying about, but I thought that was an odd thing. All right, weekends best, weekends worst. I'll start with my weekend. I'm gonna go worst. I'll start my weekend worst. Kevin Stefanski. What was that? My man's pulls Shedeur Sanders, who listen, he made a critical mistake on a bad pick, but he is what I think threw 3 touchdowns, ran one in, or threw 2 touchdowns and ran one in. No, it's 3.
Threw 3, ran
yeah,
one.
That's right. He threw the
4
last
total
one.
Touchdown, 370 yards.
Yeah, here you go. Down 2. 2-point conversion. Right. In previous drive, he had run one in when the play broke down for about 10 yards out. Here we go. Hey, Shedeur, why don't you come off the field here? Let's run this wildcat that we've been doing all the time, and then try to do a reverse. Mind you, the person he tried to do the reverse with is somebody that hadn't really practiced it because their other player was injured with a concussion. So this was somebody else that wasn't really the person they had practiced this play with, and they take Shedeur off the bench and they end up losing to the Titans. And just the worst. Just the worst. And that whole handling of the situation, and listen, I'm sure Kevin Stefanski's a good guy, but there continues to just be coincidences that make it seem like, what in the hell is going on around there? Like, it is hard for me to be convinced, like, man, he's 100% about the best interests of the team and the players.
Well, the one good thing, Ron, is he's been consistent. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, they've all been bad since he's been there. How many quarterbacks have they been through,
Yeah.
And what a day. I didn't watch the game, but what a day. What a day for that defense that typically, or at least has the ability to wreck shop, to not wreck shop. Quarterback scores 4 touchdowns and throws 370, and you can't win behind that. Yeah, that's wild, man.
Yeah, but for him to not at least be on the field for the 2-point conversion was just wild.
Oh, I mean,
wild to me.
For me, man, I've always hate the thought of taking my quarterback off the field in critical situations. I absolutely hate it. I got a guy out there that I believe in leading my team. This is my guy. This is my face. This is my leader, the voice of my squad. Games on the line.
He just threw a dot.
Games on the line. I'm still on the sideline, man. I got something creative I want to get out
there. Yeah, that's what he wanted to go right now to go get it. So that's my weekend's worst. What's your weekend's worst?
Well, my weekend's worst has to do with what you mentioned a little earlier, college football playoffs, and actually the more specifically, it has to do with conference championships. Unfortunately, I think conference championships are going to be a thing of the past, and I think it's unfortunate. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I don't know the right way to handle conference championships. But I know playing for an SEC title, playing for a Big 12 championship, playing for a Big 10 championship, I know that should mean something. And the fact that the College Football Playoff Committee, just can't figure out a way to either make those games mean something, make everybody else play one game like Vanderbilt has been petitioning to, so everybody plays the same number of games and you evaluate them just like you do anything else. Or they just don't mean anything, and the final standings the week before the college football playoffs are what they are. But boy, the college football playoffs was bad this weekend with JMU and Tulane getting in. But boy, the conference championships I think are the big loser here, Ron. I mean, I think there's a real chance that we see these guys do away with conference championships.
It was definitely going to be one if Alabama didn't get in.
Yeah.
If Alabama didn't get in and got punished for playing another game, that definitely would have been.
Well, you got what's going on with Notre Dame.
Well, it's not just the conference championships, but it's also how they determine who gets there. Like, Duke should have never been in that game.
Never been in that game. Right, correct.
And I think Notre Dame would have gotten in if Miami was in that game and they were the champion.
Well, that's it's easier to say, no more championship games than it is to figure out what to do with Notre Dame, who's not in the conference, and there is no conference championship game, right? Who, by the way, I don't know if y'all saw that, but I believe they signed a contract with the College Football Playoff Committee that if they're in the Final 12, they're automatically in. They get an automatic bid.
Yeah, that's it.
That's odd, isn't it? It's a bit odd in my opinion, but I don't know all the details, so I'll wait to get to flush it out. But conference championships, man, I just think Texas Tech blows the doors off of BYU. Georgia blows the doors start to finish off of Alabama. You look up the Ohio State-Indiana game was a tremendous game. Indiana they proved they've got the horses, I think, to compete. Whereas last year I don't think they had the horses. This year they do. So I think we've seen the last of conference championships.
Yeah. All right, weekend's best. I'm gonna change mine because you just brought that up. LeBron was sensational last night, so I'll change mine from LeBron. Just down the stretch, big shots. Back at it, 29 points last night. But you talked about the conference champions. I do want to give a shout out to Indiana. Kurt Senzetti. That is I used to think Bill Snyder was the best coaching job, how he resurrected K-State.
Mm-hmm.
What he's done this fast, I don't care about how the transfer portal, there's still some Indiana getting guys in before. He got a lot of those James Madison kids that are there, and they are the number 1 seed, Big Ten champions. Tyler, when were you born? What's your date of birth?
1990.
They hadn't beat Ohio State since 88. Tyler just turned 35. They hadn't beat Ohio State since 1988. And they play often. They play every year in the Big Ten. So that turnaround is, I heard Urban Meyer say it, the best turnaround in the history of college football. And it is. It's insane what he's been able to do. And they've had multiple quarterbacks.
Via Scott Van Pelt. Indiana had the all-time lowest winning percentage in college football history when Curt Cignetti arrived. When he got on the mic at Assembly Hall and started saying everyone in the Big Ten sucked, I thought they hired a crazy man. This is crazy. Incredible turnaround. Salute Hoosiers.
Yep.
I mean, that's
now they have the second.
From literally the worst to
second worst now.
Now they got the second
worst.
In
his 2 years. Yeah. That's insane. All right, your weekend's.
I'm going to go, my weekend's best. I'm going to go with Texas Tech linebacker Jacob Rodriguez. I don't know if y'all saw this, but on College Game Day, one thing that Pat McAfee has done is he ain't afraid to give away several $100,000 on one episode of College Game Day. They're interviewing Texas Tech linebacker Jacob Rodriguez on the field during warm-ups, his own warm-ups it is, and he's got the earpiece in, and Pat McAfee says, hey, man, if you can hit the uprights, I'll give you $250,000 to donate to a military foundation of your choice. And he just cool, calm, collected. Said, oh, yeah, I'm cool with that. Where you want me to throw it from? He said, how about the 20? And he center punches that damn crossbar from the 20-yard line. If you hadn't followed, this is a great story. Texas Tech is a great story overall, especially if you're a Texan. But this story of this linebacker, Jacob Rodriguez, is a really cool story. His wife apparently is a Black Hawk helicopter pilot in the military, and she gets a chance to come to every game. He goes over, hugs and kisses her, yada yada yada. So that's kind of the tie of the military foundation that he's donating to. But for a linebacker to just go, hey, yeah, man, cool, I'm good with it, and then he bangs it off the upright and goes over there and celebrates with his guys. Hell, I think you ought to draft the guy right now. Linebacker can throw it off the upright, cool, calm, and collected the whole time for 250 stacks.
He caught us off guard because during game day, he was talking. He made a mistake in his words, but he said, "Yeah, me and my wife, we've been married 10 years." 10 years? Man, you're like 22 years old. He meant to say 10 months.
Oh, 10 months.
But he said 10 years multiple times. I said, there ain't no way. All right, what you got coming up?
All right, this win versus the Chiefs was absolutely a monster win for the Texans on several fronts. We'll tell you exactly what and how and where the Texans sit right now. What do we need the rest of the way to win this division? And C.J. Stroud, if there is a silver lining in this win, it ended so bad in the second half. The C.J. Stroud we saw in the first half is what the hell I've been waiting on. I'll explain next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter. Look, it's that time of year, y'all. We luck.
Dynasty FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, it's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily Reaction Monday is powered by Zootopia. Zootopia. Have y'all seen that movie yet? Ron, you got kiddos. Have you seen Zootopia?
No chance.
I think maybe you should check in, man. Zootopia. Tyler, I just think you may enjoy it.
Not my style.
I took my little girl to Zootopia at the movies Saturday morning, Saturday around lunchtime. I've got a great story behind it. It's not made for Reaction Monday. I don't want to chew up this valuable airtime, but tomorrow I will be telling you guys about my epic damn near failure on my little girl's first date with Daddy.
I took her out for a date.
Yeah, this is a doozy here. This was a doozy. You gonna be you'll be all right. You'll forgive me because you understand where I'm coming from. But first time to the movies in a long time. I'll make sure I knock that out tomorrow. But it was a great show, great movie. My little girl loves it. Zootopia. I encourage everybody out there to go check it out. Go check it out. The movie theaters are still a thing. COVID did not knock them out. That is. I
love going to the movies.
It is still. Do you really?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, man.
I tell you what.
I used to just go by myself.
I had the lady behind me laughing her ass off because I sit down in that chair. I didn't realize how recliner action they were. That thing about threw me out of it.
Yeah.
Didn't realize it, but
give me a big thing of popcorn. Give me some peanut M&Ms. Throw them in there.
I got to take. Man, I don't want to get too deep in this because I'm gonna tell the whole story tomorrow. But man, we've got these kids out there, man. Learn how to communicate. Learn how to communicate, man. Especially if you're gonna be in the service world or in the people world, man. Learn how to communicate. Wow, it was rough go at it. But the Texans, they knock off the Chiefs in a monster win. It's a Reaction Monday, so I do have a couple of things here, Ron. Immediate takeaways from the game. This is a monster win, right? The Texans just won by 2 scores in Arrowhead, which is historically one of the most difficult places to win in the NFL, especially at night when it's cold in December against that particular franchise being the Kansas City Chiefs. Winning by 2 scores was tremendous, and they did it. They win by 2 scores with the Houston Texans offense having negative 2 yards in the third quarter, with the Texans offense having 3 completions in the second half of this football game. C.J. Stroud completed 3 passes in the second half of this football game. They were reeling for the most part offensively, completely overwhelmed, unfortunately, once again. But nonetheless, you get the win. The defense was absolutely tremendous. You knock off Kansas City, and I don't care what kind of season Kansas City's having. If you're the Houston Texans, there's some good in that. There's some good to be taken away from that. You play, at least defensively, you play and get a win in primetime football, which hasn't always been hadn't always bode well for the Texans. It did this week. And I think one of the bigger things here, Ron, is just the simple fact that the Texans won 3 games in a row. 3 games in a row against Buffalo, Indianapolis, and Kansas City. And you just continue to carry the momentum over from game to game, and now you're going to carry this momentum over into what you hope is a run towards a division title right here. That keeping that momentum rolling right there, Ron, was absolutely huge. And, in fact, this is a win where, again, regardless of the season that the Chiefs are having, this is a season where you can actually build confidence. And this is a win where you can actually build confidence and build momentum.
Yeah. No, it was big. I told you earlier I didn't think they would go 3-0 in this stretch of games.
They damn sure did it, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. And in all of the games, they were in control damn near from start to finish. And the Buffalo, Indy, and the Kansas City game, they were in control right off the jump and made the teams play the way that they want to play. So, yeah, man, it was a big-time 3 weeks culminated by that big win on the road.
Well, this win put the Texans in position to have a real shot at the division and damn near lock up one of the wild card spots. Not quite locked up, but damn near lock up one of the wild card spots. But what I want to focus on more right this second is the position that they're in right now to potentially win the division. If you look at right now, the Jacksonville Jaguars are leading the division. The Colts are going the wrong way with the Achilles tear of Daniel Jones, their starting quarterback, and really they're 3 quarterbacks deep with Riley Leonard, the rookie out of Notre Dame last year, having to take over the quarterback position. We'll see how that goes, but you got to believe that they're gonna continue to trend in the wrong direction given that particular injury.
And their schedule. Yeah.
And their schedule is difficult, right? But here's what the Texans need for all my Texans fans out there. The Texans need to win the remaining AFC games on their schedule, which, again, one of those is the Riley Leonard quarterback Colts. One of them is, I don't even know if Geno Smith's going to be alive by the time we get to this game, but the Raiders in the AFC, and then obviously the Chargers, who you can watch play tonight, who have been decimated by injuries on the offensive side of the football as well.
Quarterback just had surgery Monday on his hand.
On his right, left hand, right? His opposite hand. But you need to win those 3 games, and then you need the Broncos to beat the Jaguars. And believe it or not, what happens at that point is you go several rungs deep into the tiebreaker, and what ends up being the tiebreaker at that point in time, I believe, is the value of unlike opponents, not common opponents, because you had the same common opponents, but it goes to, I believe it's Carolina. Golly, they have Carolina and the Jets. We have Baltimore and, gosh dang it, I can't think of who the other one is, but it's a good team. Baltimore and somebody, and ultimately the teams that we play in that particular instance, I think we will end up having probably the same record, but our 2 teams that on our schedule are significantly better than the 2 teams that they beat on their schedule, and so we would win in that tiebreaker. I believe that's what it gets to. It gets about 4 layers deep into the tiebreaker, but all we need to focus on, we win our AFC games left, the Broncos beat the Jags in the division as the Texans.
Yep, it's right there potentially. Jacksonville's playing well.
Yeah.
They're playing really well, too. And even though Daniel Jones went down, they were dominating that game. And they just beat the hell out of the Chargers not too long ago either. So it'll be fun, man. But those 2 teams are both coming on, and 2 of the hottest teams in the league.
Yeah, man. It's going to be fun to watch down the stretch, see if the Texans can take this thing over. And anytime that the tiebreaker has to go 3 or 4 layers deep into something, you've at least – There's at least been some entertainment provided, to say the least. I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Ryan Hughley. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. And I do think, I think the headliner, even on the offensive side of the football, is the struggles in the second half, Ryan. They're unacceptable struggles. It's fireable offenses. In my opinion, at this point in time in the season, if you don't have a better response and adjustment to that kind of pressure and it doesn't happen quicker, then you are completely overwhelmed and definitely out over your skis. But I'll leave that for another segment. Right now, I think what I want to focus on is that first half that C.J. Stroud had. And, Ron, we've been talking about C.J. Stroud for a long time this year in this offense, and it's just he's not been comfortable. He's not been anywhere remotely close to the C.J. Stroud that we saw in 2023. I don't think it's a stretch, and I do think there's for good reason. We were having conversations about, hey, who looked better, who fits better in this offense, Davis Mills or C.J. Stroud? I think those were very real conversations until yesterday in the first half. I'm going to tell you what we watched yesterday in the first half for C.J. Stroud. You and I have had many conversations trying to decipher and really, try to talk the Davis Mills, C.J. Stroud, this style versus that style, processing and all this kind of stuff. We've really talked that to death, right? Those comparisons. What we watched yesterday in the first half from C.J. Stroud is precisely why this is your starting quarterback. It's precisely why this guy is a player, a talent that if you can figure out how to play 4 quarters, if you can figure out how to marry him to an offense, if he can get comfortable in a system and play that brand of football, this kid can win playoff games at a high level. I mean, that first half yesterday was significantly better than 10 points. When you talk about managing risk and deciding when to take chances, when to play inside the system, when to be all gas, no brakes, he was phenomenal. When you talk about the instincts, and I'm just talking about the instincts of physically in the position of knowing when to slide up, knowing how much to slide up, knowing when to set your feet, knowing how to manipulate the defender, the pass rush that's coming at you. We saw Pat Mahomes do it. We see him do it all the time. CJ did some of that in the first half. When the moment came of like, hey, man, it's time to go make a play, in that touchdown drive in the first half, Ron, there were several throws. Not all of them were highlight reel throws. We all remember the throw to Nico Collins, not the deep ball over the top, but I think the one back across the grain. There was also one to Dalton Schultz on the sideline.
Touchdown, too.
Yeah.
Marks.
That was the third one. And the touchdown that got taken off the board with Dalton Schultz. I mean, these are all really, really, really good moments, really big moments, and moments where your quarterback's playing outside the system. He's playing under control, but off schedule and outside the system. That is what takes C.J. Stroud from going, hey, man, this dude can process. This dude can deliver the ball accurately. He's a ball placement specialist. He has crazy amounts of power with a really compact stroke with his arm. And then all of a sudden you go, and he can do X, Y, and Z that other guys just can't do. Ron, that first half, there were several moments, I'd say 4 or 5 plays in that first half that you go, that's the C.J. Stroud that's different than any, scheme quarterback. That's the C.J. Stroud that's different than the quarterback that can just stay on script and can stay ahead of the chains and not take risk with the football and almost be robotic. That's the C.J. Stroud that's different. That's the C.J. Stroud that could ultimately become a franchise quarterback. And unfortunately, we only saw a half. I thought we were going to see 4 quarters. I thought, all right, here we go. This is the moment. This is the moment where C.J. Stroud takes this offense and run. Now, we didn't get that in the second half. They stepped way backslid in the second half. But the fact that we saw it for one half, Ron, was impressive. It was something that we hadn't seen to date. So I don't know what you thought about that first half and how impressed you were, but I'm going to tell you, man, the TV copy, in the moment, I was thoroughly impressed, and I saw a CJ that we hadn't seen all year long.
Yeah, man, he did what he needed to do, man. He made plays and did things that you can't teach. But as you said, we were talking about it last week. Boy, he's got to juggle, and I think he did it. I think he even did it in the second half. I mean, hell, there were just most moments he didn't have time to be able to do anything, but juggle when to take a chance, but also understand I have to make plays as well. I've got to, and so to figure out how to do that, to play with the style that his team needs to play with, but then no, I'm in Kansas City, I'm going against Mahomes and that group, I got to make plays. And we talked about it. He made plays that legit led to points. And he severely outplayed Patrick Mahomes in this game. Didn't turn the ball over, didn't try to force it in a way that Mahomes did. And if you looked at it, you said, which guy looked like, he had won Super Bowls and multiple MVPs? C.J. Stroud looked more like that in this game than Mahomes
C.J.
did.
definitely looked like he was more up to the task to overcoming some adverse situations, some adverse conditions, and he did that to at least well enough to where the defense could hang on to that 10-point lead, and we get the dub. Now, I tell you, Tape Drop Tuesday is going to be big for me, Ryan. 2 things I'm looking for in a big way, and I think, and I'm going to be critical of Caleb, critical of the offense. I've stroked the guy left and right for 5 or 6 weeks now, and this second half was bad. 2 things I want to see. What the hell was going on with all these pressures? How are you snapping the football with that being the scenario up front? The communication, the understanding, the plan. How are you even snapping the football? Take a delay game, call a timeout. You can't keep snapping the football, and they did it for multiple snaps, multiple plays, multiple drives. Right, number 1. Number 2, the stagnant formations. Again, this applies to the pressure that you didn't have answers for. There's got to be a way. This is multiple times this year.
And to their credit, they nonchalant, clearly aren't real worried about it. But this is multiple times this year where they've just very matter-of-factly said, "Oh yeah, man, the defenses are going to roll the safety over the top of Nico Collins, so we just got to find answers elsewhere."
They just completely took him out the game.
That cannot be that's unacceptable. That coupled with this pressure situation is unacceptable. You absolutely cannot line Nico Collins up consistently for a full quarter in critical situations when you're getting bombarded with pressures and just leaving stationary over. It can happen. So I'm going to go back before I get too critical. I'm going to watch and see what kind of movement went down. I'm going to try to figure out what was going on with the pressures up front, because those two things have to get fixed. I mean, this is not a CJ problem.
Oh,
this is not an O-line problem.
You're going to be mad.
At what?
When you watch this.
I'm sure I will.
Someone texted and said Caley was bad in the third quarter as well. I think he was bad the entire second half. I think when they made plays, I think Woody Marks made a run.
Absolutely.
I think Darius Anderson wouldn't go down. I knew it was over there, by the way.
Let's be honest.
I knew it was over there.
Andy Reid bailed his ass out, giving him the football twice in field goal range. That ultimately is what saved Nick Caley's ass.
But those drives, CJ made a huge throw to Higgins, and then they. Yeah, so
you're right. It was the whole second half. It wasn't just the third quarter. The third quarter is just when you had negative yardage.
Yeah, the other times they started in field goal range.
Yeah, I mean that was. That's got to be. I just think it's time. DeMeco Ryans has got to you got a month of football left before the real season starts. And this offense, you don't. The bad thing is you don't have to be great. You don't have to be good. Just don't screw it up. Just don't go backwards. Just don't have 3 completions and a half. Yeah. Just don't have negative yards in a quarter.
You couldn't have told me Trent McDuffie. Nico doesn't get a ball.
I don't even know if he got another target.
I don't remember it either. All right, coming up as we continue. We will get back to the Texans. Remember, we're out at 5 o'clock. The coaches show, DeMeco Ryans, coming up at 5. But the college football playoff is set. And Notre Dame, they are pissed off. Took their ball and went home. Do you find anything wrong with what the committee decided? Should there be any major changes to the process? We'll discuss next.
All right, y'all. I don't.
Notre Dame. Supposed to be a reputable university, right?
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Reaction Monday. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we're off, but the Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans, that is following us, so stay tuned as you'll hear from Coach after their huge W in Kansas City. We'll get back to that as well, but Clint, the college football playoff bracket are out. Everyone was waiting to see how this thing would shake out, Clinton. I think it was really just down to really three teams, right? Alabama, who had lost to Georgia, was it 28-7 in the SEC championship game, and then Miami, and then Notre Dame. Those were, it seemed like it came down to, because of the situation of James Madison and Tulane being the fourth and fifth highest rated and ranked conference champions, that they would get those spots. And they ended up going with Alabama and Miami getting the last two spots, and Notre Dame being left out. And hell, they've just said, we're not even going to compete in our bowl game. They're just skipping. They're taking their ball. They're done. They're going home. Before we even get to that point, do you have any issue with what the committee did in terms of the 12 teams they put in, really the two at-larges, because they can't really control James Madison and Tulane? Well,
yeah, I got a problem with the whole thing. The way it all unfolded here. I mean, the beautiful thing is that it's so extreme that it's going to require some level of overhaul. It's going to require them to make moves and make changes. Unfortunately, it's in hindsight. The people that put this together should have known that this could happen with James Madison and Tulane getting in. The truth of the matter is, you got two teams on the inside that have absolutely zero chance of winning the college football playoff, and you've got two teams, one for damn sure, if not two, sitting on the outside that would have a significantly better chance, and that's Notre Dame and obviously Texas, who wasn't getting in no matter what happened after what we saw unfold. So, I think I got a problem with all of it, absolutely. But to your point, I mean, I don't know whoever thought that playing conference championship games and making the point that they can, no matter what happens, they can't hurt you, they can only help you. I don't know how on God's green earth anybody that's evaluating football teams and college football playoff brackets could say that. I mean, if you go out there and you get skull drug the way that BYU did, or if you turn around and you get dominated wire to wire the way Alabama did, there is no way that you can overlook that. I mean, you can only bump them one deal. You can let them in, but there's no way that anybody should have ever thought conference championships, we're going to play them, but they ain't going to mean nothing. They can't hurt you. They can only help you. That was plumb ass silly. So now we're stuck in a position where it hurts the BYUs of the world, but it doesn't hurt the Alabamas of the world. So, yeah, man, I got a problem with all of it. And yeah, I think Notre Dame got screwed. And I think Alabama, if you're trying to get the best teams in, there's nothing you can do with Tulane and JMU, and you're just looking at the three teams you mentioned. I think I think Notre Dame got screwed, and I think Alabama should have been a team on the out looking in.
Yeah, I think they're going to do something to change something big time, but I don't want them to. I think the ACC and other teams and conferences to change whatever the crazy tiebreaker situation is that gets them to a point where a 5-win Duke team or 5-loss Duke team gets to the conference championship game when you have another 2-loss, a team that's got 2 losses at Miami. It's got to, like, ranking head-to-head, something's got to jump in there to make that, because Duke should have never been able to play in that. And I think that right there would have fixed it. But I ain't gonna lie, I hope that they don't, because I think James Madison found a glitch in the system.
Mm-hmm.
And the glitch in the system is, oh, darn, like the A's let Duke in. And they aren't going to get ranked over them if they beat Virginia. Now, I'll be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know if Virginia, Duke, and James Madison are that different of teams, right? Like, I bet you they'd all give each other a run for their money right now. The three of them, I bet they're at a closer level right now, just the other two play in the ACC. But they found a glitch because the ACC's champion wasn't ranked as high as them because it ended up being Duke, and they get in. I don't think that will rarely ever happen. I think in most cases Miami would have been in that game, and that would have played itself out, and it would have just been Tulane. It would have been just the one team. And for me, I do like the thought process of having a bit of the March Madness, at least a team that's a real Cinderella.
Well, the glitch to me, correct me if I'm wrong, Ron, but the glitch comes when you did away with the Pac-12.
As the other, when you did the top
you had 5 potential championships, and so you only had one outsider. Like, there's only a chance of one other conference champion outside of 5. Now you're looking at the highest-ranked conference champion outside of 4. And if one of those 4 messes the bed, boy, you're in a tough spot.
Yeah. Or your conference, but see, it shouldn't have messed a bit. Like, Miami should have been in their conference championship at 10-2, and they're ranked. Like, I don't know how it doesn't go to
the highest 2 ranked teams.
Yeah, head to head. If head to head and all of that doesn't matter, the 2 highest ranked teams. I don't know how it doesn't go to that. That seems silly. I don't even know how Duke got in over them with that. But I hope this change doesn't just say, all right, we're going to really make it to where we're going to just keep, maybe mid-major type teams out of it. We're going to force it. Like I heard someone said, if you are a conference champion, you have to be ranked in the top 10 or something to be able to get in. So James Madison doesn't get in, and then they would have put Notre Dame in. It's because it's never going to be to me, the 12 best teams. It's going to be the 12 most deserving teams. Like it's never going to be that, right? So I don't know. I don't think they got it wrong. It damn sure Notre Dame can't get in over Miami. That damn sure couldn't happen. But no, man. James Madison. I hope they don't get the doors blown off of them by Oregon. Probably will. I hope that thing is tight, but.
Do we know if their coaches, is James Madison's coach and Tulane's coach going to coach them in the college football playoffs? I know they coached them in the conference champions.
I think so, because Tulane's coach is going to Florida, right? And
JMU's, I can't remember where he's going, but I'm pretty sure
he's leaving too. Yeah,
Iowa State, maybe.
Oh, I didn't, because that just came open.
Yeah, the Washington State coach is the one that's going to Iowa State. He's the one that took a bunch of kids to Washington State with him and then left them after a year, and he's going to Iowa State.
Yeah. Hey, just switching it up, baby.
Just switching it up. Got to do what's best for my family, man. Move closer to home.
No, yeah, but this is just going to be, if they move it to 16, we're going to do this with 15 and 16 or 16 and 17. Yeah. We're going to do it with this thing all the time. But again, for me, I'm not as certain that. I know Sean Pendergast may be upset with this, but I'm not as certain as Notre Dame and Texas definitely could be a team that could win a national championship. I'm not saying they couldn't, but they haven't been consistent enough this year that leads me to believe they can be able to run through 3 or 4. Like we've so much so you've left a team at Notre Dame, the only 2 teams they played on their schedule that is really, really worthy, they lost to.
Yeah.
Right? And Texas has just been up and down. I believe Texas probably can win one of the games, and then they may go back to being, the other team that played half the year. So, interesting. I hate the fact that these cats just saying, "No, man, I ain't gonna participate in these bowl games."
Come on, man.
K-State's out.
I mean,
Iowa
take your ball and go home if you don't get what you want, boy. Just for a program to. To set that standard with all their players is just that's wild, man.
They bowl game that now they got to figure that out because this is making it worse. Those bowl games got to figure out what they're going to do.
Well, look, I understand the teams that have a coaching change and don't have a staff in place to prepare for a bowl game. I totally understand. Even though I would argue that the new staff, if you're going to hire that guy, should use those 15 days to go practice with his team to figure it out. Last thing you should do is cancel a damn game. But I can understand a team bowing out that either has just ravaged by injuries or has had a head coach change. These teams that are just bowing out of bowl games because they want to get a head jump on the portal, or they're trying to prove this point about the calendar, or they're pouting because they didn't get in the college football playoffs. Man, I went to 2 bowl games, man. I'm just going to tell you, man, it was some of
them kids.
Well, it's just some of the best times of your life, man. On the road with your guys for sometimes 10, 12 days, maybe a week. In Florida, somewhere a lot of these guys have never. I mean, I know I'd never been to Florida, and I'd never obviously been to Dallas, but I mean, just the experience that comes with it, man. As much as these boosters are paying these kids nowadays, man, for a team to just be like, no, I'm good. I mean, that's wild, man. Yep. Hell of a standard to set.
T-Mill's best bets coming up, and are we starting to see the Texans making teams panic and fear? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, how do you go from 9?
226-7736 or visit trimvia.com.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back on a Reaction Monday as the Texans get a huge win over the Chiefs. And they move to 8-5. They have the seventh playoff spot at this point and one game out of first place with the Jags. Coming up a little bit behind us, Texans All Access and the Coaches Show. Coming up right as we get done here at 5 o'clock, DeMeco Ryans will join the fellas for the Coaches Show. T-Mill's Best Bets. He's got a lot of Monday Night Football action tonight. For the most part this year, the football bets have been fruitful. So I have a chance to win you some money. And he finished off Friday 4 for 5 with a bang over the weekend. So jump in with T-Mill's Best Bets as they are coming up in a bit. Glenn, I think the turning point in the game was when Andy Reid elected to go for a 4th and 1 on his own 30-yard line. And it was a decision that seemed to be made as if I don't know if he feared something with the Texans or what.
Didn't have a protractor out there.
But it started to feel like the game was going to come down to who made the mistake. And something like Andy Reid felt like they had to try to go after it and be ultra aggressive. I don't know if it was the Texans or what, but to me, Andy Reid flinched, and the Texans took full advantage of the mistake that was made there. And maybe I don't know, maybe the Texans defense, I'm not sure, but it was really, really surprising and interesting to see him make that decision, which eventually I believe changed the momentum of the game.
Yeah, look, I think in hindsight there were two things that happened in this ball game that swung the game significantly.
Significantly?
Yes.
I know one of them.
And Andy Reid's decision right there is one of the worst decisions I've seen in the NFL, really in all of football. I mean, the only thing worse is Bill Belichick hiring a defensive-minded head coach as his offensive coordinator for a year, and somehow everybody tried to make sense of it. Like, going forward in this situation was the worst decision. It was a 10-10 ball game. You had all the momentum. The Texans' offense was completely overwhelmed. It was just a matter of.
Do you think they were just going to try to draw them off sides when they went back?
Yeah, no, I thought it was for sure going to be a draw them off sides and then punt. And nothing in that moment. I don't give a damn who you are, how good you've been, who your quarterback is. I don't care. Nothing at that point says that you go for it. And he literally handed points and the momentum in the entire game over to the Texans, knowing the Texans have a defense that you are going to struggle to move the football against in a major, major way. That had 13-10 win for somebody. I don't know who it was, but that had 13-10 win, last-second field goal with no time written all over it, and Andy Reid somehow loses 20-10. The other one that swung this game big time was the phantom call, holding call or defensive P. I don't remember what it was. The one on Nico Collins, and they called it right after 22 went out of the game. His replacement came in.
You talking about against the Chiefs?
Yes, it went against the Chiefs. That swung the game, I think, in a big way. That would have been the Chiefs immediately getting off the field again, but instead they convert that first down, and I believe they went down and scored.
Yeah.
That was a. I thought that phantom call swung it because what you saw was. The Texans were in a position where they needed to get just some breathing room to try to punt the football. They didn't do that very well in that call, which was a awful call. That never should have happened.
That's 5 yards, man. You ain't had to give up the rest of it.
Yeah.
You ain't had to. I mean, it's 5. I mean, listen, I agree with you. I think it was a tough call.
Well, you were just off the field. I mean, the play happened. You're off the field. Nico's completely away from the play. He was a non-factor in that play. Must have been when they rolled the safety over the top because the quarterback didn't even look that way. But it was, you were off the field, so it was a major swing in a sense of they kept the ball, kept a drive alive, ended up scoring points when in reality you had them off the field. So I think those two things swung the game significantly in that moment, and I think both of them obviously fell in the favor of the Texans.
Yeah, I think it was a bad call. You got to stop them the rest of the 85 yards.
Fair.
And they scored a touchdown on that drive too to make it 10-0. I do think that is going to be a decision that Andy Reid is going to be. Well, luckily for him, he has the hardware and the success that he has had.
Mm-hmm.
Or boy, they'd be talking about that a lot more if it was just awful. I mean, it was just
season on the line, man.
It was as if he just didn't know what the game was like. I think he thought Randy Moss and Brady and all of them.
Season on the line with the defense belling you out. The defense was belling you out.
Yeah, the reason they had momentum
at halftime.
Yeah, the reason they had momentum was the defense.
Oh man, that was what a bonehead move there. But here we are. Thank you, Andy. Appreciate you, bub.
All right, T-Mill, let's get them. Let's get your best bets as you try to get this week started off right. A little Monday Night Football action. Westwood 1 coming on right after the coaches show. What you got tonight?
Yeah, looking to not do what we did last Monday, which was a over on the Monday Night Football game. Don't want to do that. Get started in the right direction. We got a couple 8-4 teams going at it tonight in California. Eagles, Chargers. First, I like the Chargers money line, to be honest. I think they're winning this game, but I'm going to give you the points. Chargers +3 tonight as they take on the Eagles. Next time on the over. I got it at 41.5 points. I believe they eclipse that. The Eagles and Chargers over 41.5. And then 3 player props, one of them being an Eagle. Receiver A.J. Brown, I'm on over 4.5 receptions. That number just seems way too low. The odds aren't great, but there's a reason for that. -160, over 4.5 receptions for A.J. And then 2 Chargers props for you here. The quarterback, Justin Herbert, over 18.5 rush yards for him. That could be one broken play right there, and you got money in your pocket. And then lastly, the pass catcher, the veteran for the Chargers, Keenan Allen. I'm on over 3.5 receptions for him tonight and the Chargers. Those are your 5 best bets.
Yeah, Justin Herbert better get his ass down. That is crazy. My man had surgery on Monday on his hand. He's in this game.
I think I'm going to go with the Keenan Allen catches with you, T. You got me?
That's not bad.
I can lock you in.
I'm with you. Bob. AJ, you just never know what Jalen Hurts and company do with AJ. Now, they may try like hell, Tyler. They may try like hell, but it
seems like when they try, everybody eats. Though. It seems like Goddard eats. It seems like, what's the other kid's name out of Alabama, the Heisman Trophy winner out of Alabama? Smith. It seems like everybody eats. But we'll see.
DeMeco Ryans coming up behind us. And then Monday Night Football, as you just heard, those bets, Eagles, Chargers, courtesy of Westwood 1. If you missed any of those bets, go to @TMillRealDeal to catch up and find out what you need to win some money on. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. I am running the show. As always, Houston, we love you, baby.
Bundle Rooski.
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
The Texans took down the Chiefs at Arrowhead.
3 seconds left, 2 seconds left. The game is over. The Houston Texans have done it. They've come to Kansas City and defeated the Chiefs 20-10.
We did what we came to do. Wasn't anything extra on top for winning this game, but we knew we just had to get the win.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the
County Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. Your traffic report is sponsored by Twin Peaks. I-45 at Gulf Freeway, southbound at FM 1959. It's an accident that's been moved to the right shoulder. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
You smell that in the air? It's football season winding down, and it's getting very interesting here in H-Town. Bowl season, the CFP and the pros promise thrilling action in December, and the best place to watch is with your gang at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. Andy Reid needed to punt the ball. He was just going off emotion after Patrick Mahomes laid it all out on the line on third down, but was just short. The game was tied. The Texans offense could do nothing in the second half, and Andy needed to play the field position game. He should have punted the ball and put trust in his defense. Instead, he elected to go for it. Kansas City get it, and the Texans had a short field and quickly put the ball in the end zone. And that led to the Chiefs losing the game, probably not making the playoffs, and falling to 6-7. I'm Zach Gelb.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer, not simply treat the symptoms. We go beyond standard diagnostics and conduct in-depth tests to ensure our patients receive an accurate diagnosis and the right treatment plan from the start. This deeper level of precision gives our patients peace of mind and the best hope to overcome cancer. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
Out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics Data 5G Report United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Okay. Only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There. The last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pick up Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner on sale now. Buy one, get one free, plus receive 2 times O Rewards points at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The DeMeco Ryans Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amity Bank.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the DeMeco Ryans Show. And a happy one night after the Texans beat the Chiefs last night at Arrowhead Stadium, their first victory there since 2019, and a monster win, really. When you look at the situation, the Chiefs playing for their playoff lives and the Texans trying to keep the good times rolling, able to get the victory 20-10 thanks to the best defense in the NFL. Points and yards, yes. They put on another historic type performance, really. When you look at Mahomes having a historically bad night for him in terms of quarterback rating, 3 interceptions, the Chiefs turning it over on downs twice in their own end in the fourth quarter. The Texans able to capitalize with 10 points off those moments and distance themselves a double-digit score victory against the Chiefs. First time they've suffered that this year. So it all ended up being a very cheery situation for the Houston Texans. And as we will discuss with the head coach, this is not one where you're going to break out champagne bottles and throw a parade. This is a very good win, but it's in a series of wins, 5 in a row, and in a season where you feel like the ceiling is so much higher. There's so much more to work on. So let's talk about that with the head coach, among other things, DeMeco Ryans. Coach, congratulations. Good to see you. How's it going?
Thanks. Great to see you guys. Going well. Always excited after a win.
All right, coming off the victory over the Kansas City Chiefs and heading into the Arizona game back at home on Sunday at NRG Stadium. But let's review Sunday Night Football, Coach. Your defense was magnificent, and your offense did plenty in the game to get the job done ultimately.
Yeah, starting with it was outstanding defensive performance. One of the best I've seen, especially versus that quarterback. We guys did a really great job of playing excellent in coverage, like being where we needed to be, making the plays we needed to make. I thought Kamari, played an outstanding game. The play he made in the end zone to, bat the ball down, that was a huge play in game. He gets an interception. He's showing up. He's tackling. He's just all over the place, playing reckless. In the interior, our D tackle, I think every time they ran the football, Tommy Togei made a tackle. He had over 10 tackles. It was an impressive job by him of just really playing style, controlling the line of scrimmage. And then at the second level, just the linebackers again, Aziz, I throw Petri in there, Henry, they were flying around. They were making plays. They were playing physical, that D-line. And although we didn't get a ton of sacks, I thought how we played Mahomes was exactly, the game plan. Just playing smart around him, especially when he's scrambling on the sideline. Guys played really smart, didn't put ourselves in any bad spots there. So I'm just proud of the guys for executing the game plan the proper way.
Coach, when you see Aziz snatch that interception, I know I had the thought of, boy, there were 2 of them I know this year. Now, he talked about it in the postgame show saying I think they were up to 7 that he had in his hands and he couldn't hang on to. But when he snatches that one, it's literally right in front of our bench. When you see him make that pick, what are you thinking at that moment?
He caught it. Yes, he caught it. No, he's my guy, man. I was really happy that he caught the ball. He's had a lot of tough ones, a lot of close ones that he didn't come down with. So I was just excited for him and where he caught it, like knowing that our offense was in the plus territory already on their side. So I was definitely excited and fired up about that and happy for Azeez to get it in that moment.
And a side note on him, an important one, Walter Payton Man of the Year Award nominee. He's the club award winner, Coach. What about that?
Yeah, it says a lot about, Azeez and the man that he is, underneath the helmet. He's such a outstanding young man, a guy who's in the community. He's all about helping kids. He's a guy who's always willing to share his story. He had a rough upbringing, but he was able to overcome, persevere, and be in a spot where he's an NFL player. And the one thing that he cares about most is reaching back out to young kids who could have or possibly in the same situation that he's in. And he wants to talk to them, let them know that, hey, whatever you're going through, you can overcome it. And he has such a great feel about just being able to be there for people. When we were trying to surprise him with the Walter Payton Man of the Year, he was doing a movie night event for the kids in our team auditorium, and we're waiting in the defensive auditorium. Like, hey, it should be done by now. Yeah. The cameraman, their arms are getting tired. They're holding the camera. So it's like, they pop over. It's like, oh, well, Azeez is talking to every kid. He's making sure every person leaves with an autograph.
Yeah.
Coach, you talked about this at your inaugural press conference, how you want the guys to be better fathers, men, husbands, etc. And Azeez is a great example of that. You've had him for a long time under your tutelage, if you will. What about that part of it? It has to be very gratifying to see these guys grow.
And for sure, it's very gratifying to see, especially with Azeez. I've known him since 2019. He was an undrafted free agent rookie for me in San Francisco. And just to see where he started and how he's just matured over the years as a player and also off the field just as a leader. Like, to go from undrafted free agent rookie who's not playing much at all, and now here we fast forward to 2025 and you're a team captain, Walter Payton Man of the Year for the Houston Texans. That speaks well for itself. Like, he's grown so much, and you need anybody to talk to the team, give them a motivational message or whatever, or some wisdom, insight into life. Like, it's Azeez. And so he's the guy I always lean on, like, hey, I need you to talk to guys about whatever it may be. Like, I know he's going to deliver the proper message at that time. I know he's going to say it probably better than I can say it. And he's very relatable in the locker room. The guys look up to him. And I'm just thankful we were able to get him here to Houston because he's been such an impact guy for our team.
Coach, I think when a team has a great defense the way that we do here, I think the thought is, oh, they're a bunch of bad dudes. Oh, man, these guys must be, terrors or whatever the case might be. And it's really not that. On the plane on the way home, I was cycling through everything, and social media is just going crazy. But I ended up seeing the interview with Melissa Stark after the game, and it was CJ, Azeez, and Jalen. And when they popped up the highlight and they wanted Jalen to talk about his interception, which is one of the great interceptions ever. The guy tips it, turns around after Kalen drills the receiver and makes a diving catch. And the first thing Jalen says is, that play happened because Azeez jumped in the opening window for the quarterback. For your players to look at the game that way, that it's not me, that guy made the play for me. What do you think it says about what you're building here, what you guys have been building here for a while, and the players that you have in the building already?
Oh, the guys understand the message. They understand the formula of what it takes to play great team defense, great team football. It's not about one guy, and I always will say that, and I always make sure the guys believe that. Like, it's never about one guy. Like, you made a play because of what someone else probably did on a particular play as well. So that speaks to Jalen making that comment about Aziz being there. And there was an exceptional play by Jalen. But everybody feeds off of each other. We talk about it all the time. We're going to be an elite defense. It's going to be about rush and coverage. It's going to be about D-line run game, D-line setting edges, forcing the ball back inside so the linebackers, the safeties can feel inside. So it's all about guys playing together, and we've played together so well. We just have to continue to do that, and we're doing great things as a defense.
Yeah. Do you have to sell them on to a degree, hey, you're going to get your numbers if you play the way you want them to play?
No
It'll
doubt.
happen. It's like basketball. You'll score points if you play this way.
No doubt about it. And you'll see sometimes when we do give up a play, somebody's pressing. Somebody's trying to do something that's not in line with the defense or what we were coaching the guys to do. Well, I thought I could make a play. Well, that's when we give up plays. So you just have to – I always talk about it all the time. You just have to play the defense the right way. Play the defense the right way. And what I mean by that is just all 11 guys, just be where you're supposed to be and just go as hard as you can possibly go. Play as physical as you can possibly play. And we're going to make plays. Everybody will have their opportunities, and you never know when the opportunity comes. But just be where you're supposed to be. Have your eyes in the right place. There are a ton of opportunities for everyone.
You just said it. You never know when your opportunity is going to come. Or most so, and the guy I'm about to ask you about, you never know when your opportunity is going to come back. And I talked to Darius last night after the game, and I think it's well known that first game against the Rams, he has that play at the end where he's trying to get extra yards. He gets punched out. At that point, man, where's your season going? What's going to happen? Woody starts to get a lot of carries. Nick is getting – and so Darius not getting a lot of reps at running back. And yet, in what we arguably could say is the biggest win of the year, down on the 5-yard line, it's Dare Ogunbowale who finds his opportunity and takes advantage of that. Coach, what do you think that says about him seemingly as, a symbol of the way the team reacts, but Dare stepping up with that opportunity?
Yeah, it's such a great story. You go back to that first game, and when we were heading down to close the game out, we throw the ball to Dare, in the flat, and, of course, he, the guy makes a great play on the football. He lets go. Now fast forward here. We're playing against the Chiefs on the road. Woody is nicked up. Chubb gets nicked up. It's like Dare, let's go. Yeah. Hey, let's run it. There's the trust factor in all of our players that we as coaches have. Like, man, I believe in all these guys. That's why they're on our team. I believe in them. I trust Dare with whatever we're asking him to do. Like, I know he's going to come up for us. And that was such a huge play, huge moment for him. Happy for him to be able to get that moment there in Kansas City.
Yeah. Coach, you mentioned Woody had the touchdown catch. 26 carries last night for 68 yards. I know you want more yards, but the willingness, the commitment to stick with it. Keep hammering the ball. Don't turn it over. Keep going. Keep making some forward progress here. And it worked out at the end of the night.
Yeah, I think we talked about this last week. It's like when things the runs may not look great, but you still just have to stick with it. Or you have to stick with it. Force them to defend the runs. Force them to defend a variety of runs. And I thought like we did that. I felt like the number was 30. I think we ended up getting like 30 runs, and I always feel like that's the number. That's how you control a game. That's how you win that time possession battle versus KC, who's done a great job. That's what they do. Like, they find a way to just get first downs and keep moving down the field, take calculated shots when they need to, and that was a good way for us, a good formula for us to kind of beat them at their own game.
Coach, I think people forget it's only CJ's second game back after missing the 3 games. What were the things that you liked when you went back and watched the film, and what do you think what are the things you think there could be improved upon going forward?
Yeah, the things I liked for CJ is the movement, like the movement out of the pocket, escaping the pocket, keeping plays alive. I really liked him keeping his eyes downfield, making plays, especially some of the critical third downs he made to Higgins, Nico, Dalton. Like, he made some really nice throws there. And also the next thing, probably I could have said this first, just some of the what I call the sack saver plays. There's some of those plays where he's feeling that pressure, guys are on him, where in the past we've taken those sacks. He did a great job of just dirting the football, getting rid of it, knowing, hey, they got us on this play. Let's not make a bad play worse. So great decisions by him there. And some improvements. I think there's some throws I think we could have back. I think we can make a a better throw there to Nico so we can score on the first play. We the first explosive where we run past the defender. But I think he'll just keep working into it, keep improving, making better throws. But overall, really great decision-making by him to not turn the ball over. That's always the most important thing. Didn't turn the ball over and made great decisions when bad things happen.
Coach, last week we asked you if it would help that you were there last year, December, January, used to the environment, accustomed to that. How much did it help as you look back now on the victory over the Chiefs?
I would like to think it helped a little bit for our guys of just understanding what that moment felt like the last time we're there. Being in that locker room for the playoff loss. I think looking at it from that lens, it was a lot of hurt feelings, in that locker room. And, of course, everybody did what they had to do to not let that happen again. And so I'm proud of the guys for handling themselves, handling the environment the right way, and going there and doing what we knew we were capable of doing.
Well, also last week, after beating the Colts, I felt like you were happy with the win, but there's a much higher ceiling. There's much more to go get. And I felt it last night again, that this is one to celebrate, but it's one of 17, and you got to keep going because the bigger ones are down the road, or maybe just this week.
Yeah, no, that's my mindset. I'm locked in, on what's ahead of us. I know what we're capable of doing as a team. I feel like we have a really special team. It's a good win. As I tell you guys, you should expect a win. Right? We're not getting overly excited about who we beat because we beat. No, that's what you expect to do. And if you don't expect, I don't know what you're doing here. But that's my expectations. Every time we line up, we got to go out, execute, play great football, play team football, and we can go and beat any opponent. And so my eyes are forward. All right, I'm not going to get too high. I'm trying to stay as even-keeled as possible and just lead this group as best I can.
Coach, I thought it was interesting walking out of the locker room. I saw Kamari on the phone, and I didn't know what it was until later, and I saw a video clip of Shady McCoy and Emmanuel Acho, and he's talking to him. And one of the questions that they asked him at the very end was essentially, so you guys are good now. I mean, you guys realize you're good and, whatever the case might be. And he's like, no, sir, we are not satisfied. We know that we've got more there. Like you just said, there's more there. With Kamari, it feels like there's even more there. The fact that he even played last night with dealing with that foot issue and what he comes up with. I don't know if he was supposed to play. You don't have to say it, but he ends up forcing Mahomes into a bad throw. It just feels like his football IQ, his playmaking, what he sees, everything is just growing at such a rapid rate for him out on the field. And then his toughness is never questioned. Smarts are there. What do you think about what Kamari has been able to do even last night playing through that injured foot?
Yeah, it starts with the toughness. He's just one of the toughest guys I've been around. That's off the chart. He's dealing with the foot injury, and he's dealing with a lot of pain. A lot of people wouldn't know that by how he played, but he's dealing with pain. But I saw him walking. I was like, man, you going this week? It's like, Kalen was walking with him. He's like, oh, Coach, he doesn't have a choice. Yeah. So he's playing, and that's his mindset. I know that's Kamari's mindset. Man, you talk about a physical corner. He made a ton of great tackles for us, playing behind a line of scrimmage. Blitz, it was a call blitz. He's supposed to be there.
Yeah, all right. Okay, good.
No, he made a great play there, hitting Mahomes. He's just all over the field, and I think the best redeeming trait about Kamari is, let's say, he gives up one pass on the sideline there. They're backed up. It's like he doesn't blink. He comes back the next play. He's chasing the tight end across the field. We're relentless. You can't catch the football on him. He runs down deep. He comes back up. He sets the edge on the next play. He's just so even-keeled. He's so in the moment. He has this next play mentality, and he's so locked in. And I think that confidence that he shows, you can't fluster him. No matter if you catch a ball on him or not, he comes back, he picks the ball off. Yeah. So he's a guy who just can't be messed with. People keep trying him, and he keeps proving over and over again that he can make those plays.
I don't know if I should use the word underrated, but we've talked about so many plays from the game. But the ball he knocks away from Tyquan Thornton in the end zone, just playing through the hands, doing what he's coached. That's as big a play as there is in that game.
Huge play, man. A lot of guys panic in that moment. Yeah. I always try to teach coaches, like, how do you put your guys in those stressful positions? Like when you're downfield, the ball is in the air. How can we train guys in those moments? Because we're going to want them to make the play. So train them in that moment, and for him to not panic in the moment. A lot of guys get pass interference there, and they lose. Like, he did an outstanding job playing through the hands, exactly how you would teach it. It's such a huge play.
Well, how do you practice that? What can you tell us, Coach? Do you have to go full speed with that kind of thing?
Yeah, you don't. Well, you can't go full speed all the time, but it's just a matter. I think Coach Dino does a really good job with the DBs of having them track the football. Like, he has a lot of different drills where he throws up things, distracting them with cones and things like that to make it distracting, so their eyes are truly focused on football. So just doing drills like that in a condensed space. You can't go full speed all the time, but as many reps as you can get of a guy playing when the ball is up, playing through the hands or going attacking the football, going up and to catch the football. Like, you can't put them in those spots enough.
Coach, there's been a number of times this year, Bills game for sure come up, the Colts game, obviously, this game, and everybody's talking about your defense. They're talking about CJ making some plays, telling you how great you are. And now here come the Arizona Cardinals, a team that is out of playoff contention, not playing exceptionally well, coming off a tough loss to the LA Rams. That always feels like, I know in our position, like, that's a team I don't really want to play because they got nothing to lose, and we got a lot to play for. So with them coming into the building, how important, as you like to say, when you lose it, you got to flush. When you lose one, you got to flush it. But when you win one, you kind of got to flush that too, in a sense, that you don't keep living off it too long into the week, that you're not totally prepared for the Cardinals. What are your thoughts about taking on them on Sunday?
Yeah, for us, like, even going back to the game, right, versus Kansas, even though we won that game, like, there's so many things we got to clean up. Yeah. So there's no room for anyone to, not to look past a team or, like, I'm so focused on our team right now and the things we have to clean up. Offensively, we got a ton of things that we need to clean up. Defensively, there are some things that, got loose on us a little bit that we can clean up with some communication things as well. So I'm so focused on that to where we got to focus on us to where, okay, whoever our next opponent is, we'll deal with that when the time comes. But right now we got to clean up our house first, and then the Cardinals, they'll present some different challenges, especially defensively. Gannon has done a really great job, but he presents a lot of different looks, three safety looks that can be tricky at times. So the communication, the awareness, identification of what's going on is going to be very key for us. Offensively, you got two good receivers. The tight end, McBride, is playing really well. Guy catches passes every game. I think he has some record of consecutive catches or something in a game. But it's just, for us, you got to be on your coverage. Brissett is a veteran quarterback. He's been a starter at multiple spots. Like, he's been around the league for a while now, and it's a credit to him because he can come in, he can make plays. So we got to get after him up front. Of course, our D-line, that's going to be key for us this game, getting after their front. And then the back end is like, can we go take the football away again?
Coach, Johnny and I volunteered to be in the team meeting because we can tell you all about the history of Jacoby Brissett against the Houston Texans.
Oh, really?
And he's beaten the Texans with 3 different teams. Not in your era, of course, but there is a history here with this quarterback. So we are in full high alert on this game. Okay?
All right.
We'll convince the guys for you, Coach, if you need it.
I'm convinced now, too. I'm alert.
The Amegy Bank Ask Coach question of the week. It's Kids Day at NRG Stadium, Coach, when the Texans take on the Cardinals Sunday noon at NRG. So, your favorite game to play as a kid, not formal organized football or any organized sport. It could be a game that involves athletics or maybe a board game indoors with the family or whatever the case may be. Do you have a favorite game that you played as a kid?
Favorite game as a kid? So I guess indoors was Monopoly, board games. Video games, we were playing a PlayStation or something like that, playing some type. And then just outside, when we were just outside just playing, so we call it hot ball. You just all the guys just huddle around. I know we throw the ball up, you get it, and you try to take off and run.
There's a different name for that back in the day.
One.
We call it hot ball.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a good politically correct name.
That's the right way to say it.
It is.
But that was the game for us.
All right, good one, Coach. Thanks a lot. Good luck this week.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, plenty more coming up with the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, including the post-game conversation with John Harris, the post-game locker room speech, and we will hear from Al-Shaair, who is a guest on Texans post-game with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. Among other things coming your way here, as the Texans have won 5 games in a row. They are now 8-5 with 4 games remaining in the regular season, including Arizona Sunday at noon at NRG. Then you have the Raiders at NRG Stadium the next Sunday, and then after that, a trip to L.A. to take on the Chargers, second time in that stadium this year, and the closer with the Colts, TBA or TBD when it's going to be, because they like to keep things loose on that final game of the regular season to find out who's in and who's out of the playoffs. But a real fun finish coming your way starting Sunday at noon. We'll have more with the head coach and, as we mentioned, Al-Shaair and a lot of other stuff, including but not limited to Jaden Higgins in the locker room. It's all next here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough, that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amegy now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amegy will be there for me for my next steps.
Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
Texans fans, this season, take more than the field. Take the drive. It's Coach DeMeco Ryans here. Look, whether it's game time or go time, I count on Ford SUVs to handle it all. Bronco when I need grit, Bronco Sport to move quick, and Explorer, America's all-time best-selling SUV for versatility. So, take the drive. Visit your best in Texas Ford dealer, official SUV of the Houston Texans.
Ford is the best in Texas.
A breast cancer diagnosis can turn your world upside down. But your Houston Methodist team assures you they'll use the latest cancer research and technologies, collaborating to treat and remove the tumor and reconstruct your breasts, restoring symmetry, sensation, and your sense of self. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
There is no better way to watch C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Houston Texans on game day than in a luxury suite. From hassle-free VIP parking to James Beard award-winning, chef-curated food selection served by your own private suite attendant. Texans Luxe is unparalleled, but hurry, suites are going fast and already sold out for select games this season. Call 832-667-2299 or visit HoustonTexansLuxe.com to reserve your private suite today.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700 plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Want to help build the future of Texas? At Burns & McDonnell, we're more than engineers. We're Texans shaping tomorrow. From Houston to every corner of the Lone Star State, we're designing and building what's next. A career at Burns & McDonnell goes beyond delivering projects. It's about owning outcomes, finding your best fit, and making a difference. Join a 100% employee-owned firm where your work powers progress and your career. Visit burnsmcd.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
The Texans took down the Chiefs at Arrowhead.
3 seconds left, 2 seconds left. The game is over. The Houston Texans have done it. They've come to Kansas City and defeated the Chiefs 20-10.
We did what we came to do. Wasn't anything extra on top for winning this game, but we knew we just had to get the win.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Back to Texans Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
Back to it here on the DeMeco Ryans Show. Before we get back to the head coach and check in with Azeez Al-Shaair on Texans postgame, which was just a few hours ago, really. Let's hear from C.J. Stroud after the game. Stroud throwing a touchdown pass to Woody Marks. He was sub 50%, but he did not turn the ball over on a night when Patrick Mahomes coughed it up 3 times with interceptions. Stroud trying to play as clean as possible in this one. Fourth quarter touchdown drive, big pass to Jaden Higgins along the way for a first down, and eventually Dare Ogunbowale punching it in. Here was the conversation before that march.
Yeah, I try to bring the guys up, just to say, our defense is holding us together. Come on, man, let's go score some points, we know how dangerous we are when we're doing the right things. And at that point, we got out there. Our defense, got to stop and move the ball, ran the ball great. I try to make the play on third down, and then, Dare punches it in. So, it's not always going to be pretty. It's not always going to be perfect. But, whenever, your number's called, you try to make the play.
C.J. Stroud was asked about winning ugly. I didn't think it was ugly. I thought that was a beautiful victory, 20-10 over the Chiefs. But here's C.J.
Definitely, yeah, because, we've been in the same shoes and came out the other side, and lost, early in the season. So, I wouldn't even consider this a completely ugly game. Of course, there's a bunch of things to clean up. And I think, in December, like I said, you can get a win and learn from it later. But, yeah, we got to fix a lot of things.
What is the overall plan for turning this thing around? What's been working and what needs to continue?
I think sticking to the plan is right, and not, just jumping AWOL and, just having those hard conversations and holding each other accountable, I think has been big for us. So, we got to just keep that going and, fix the issues as well.
What about CJ's thoughts on the defense week after week, making play after play, the number 1 unit in the league?
Yeah, it's extraordinary, man. Go against, some players like they have, with Pat and Travis and, the guys that got Al-Shaair, Rasheed Rice and Xavier Worthy, I thought our defense did a great job of being sticking coverage and relentlessly rushing, and I thought they did an amazing job.
Stroud getting the win in his second game back after returning last week against the Indianapolis Colts. Now, after the game against the Chiefs, Azeez Al-Shaair called into the postgame show with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner, and here's how it went down.
How did that feel? How did that feel after those 2 games last year in Kansas City for you guys to get the job done tonight?
How you guys doing, man? Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Man, it was amazing. Before the game, in the locker room talking to everybody, and I let them know, last year, remember how we felt. For me specifically, I remember being in the locker room crying, a lot of guys crying, and I was upset because I got hurt in the game and tried to fight through the injury and just didn't play well. And we all remember that feeling. And I told them, we're not leaving here until we get a win. I don't care how it happens. I don't care what happens. We're going to find a way to win, and that's exactly what we did as a team.
Hey, you made a big play right there at the end, Azeez, I know it is without a doubt clear as day that you guys are all about the team first. It's a team game, but Zero made a play right there at the end that put the nail in that coffin, man. Can we always like to ask guys to walk us through that play, because what goes on in the minds of a player, particularly a middle linebacker, I think fascinates the heck out of fans and listeners, man. Take us through what you saw and how ultimately you ended up completing the interception.
Yeah, so we were in a quarters coverage, and Kelsey had ran the 7 routes a couple times. And so I have him if he goes vertical, and he was going vertical, but I could just tell by the way he was starting to break down that he was going to break out. And so Henry was kind of underneath, put air on the ball, and I just drove the route until when I saw the ball kind of hit Kelsey and pop in the air, I just, my eyes got big and I just caught it. But, I remember this before the game, because the guy's been giving me crap really the last year and a half. Since I've been in Houston, I've dropped 7 interceptions. So for me, it's almost like, man, you can't catch. You know, I have all type of stuff going on. I'm just like, you know, before the game, I just made a prayer, my God, maybe I actually can't catch. But I know with him, anything is possible. So please find a way to help me catch this ball. So when I caught the ball, that's the first time I just so grateful. I dropped to my knees in the end zone and just thanking God because I was just so grateful. And, you know, a lot of guys been telling me that the big play was coming. It's going to come when we most need it. And so for it to come in that moment, it was awesome.
Aziz, I was so happy for you. I was telling Clint this before the show. I was covering you guys at the Greenbrier this year, and you did an interview with me after practice one day, and I remember I had to wait like 45 minutes to talk to you because you were out there with one of the assistant coaches like doing hands drills out there for 45 minutes because the exact reason you just said that you had dropped some interceptions. I was so happy for you tonight when you caught that because I remember talking about that drill with you at the Greenbrier this year.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like I said, in the last year and a half, you know, I've dropped 6-7 interceptions. So, I mean, for me, it's like I understand how vital the ball is, but, like, just for some reason, and just wasn't able to come up with the play. And, you know, Meek and everybody on the team that just been supporting me. And, you know, guys give me crap a whole bunch of the time, but they always tell me, like, hey, the play's coming. Like, you're playing great. You're in a great spot. You're in a great zone. Just keep playing, and eventually you're going to end up catching it. So, like, at least you're in position to drop it. And I'm like, okay, well, we'll see what happens. And like I said, I mean, I just remember making that prayer, just like, look, I don't, you know, you try to lie to yourself and be like, no, I can't catch. I'm like, well, look, maybe I can't, but I know, God, you can make anything happen, so please, find a way to help me catch this ball. So, I mean, when I caught the ball, like I said, I was just so grateful.
Hey, Aziz, again, man, I know you guys are, hey, on to the next, man. We're focusing on the next, man. But talk to us a little bit about what it means to just as a football player. This isn't even about, to me, it's not even about the Texans and you know, the bigger picture, but everybody that's ever played the game at this level knows, hey, man, Arrowhead Stadium is one of the most difficult places to play, especially when it's a night game, prime time, 20-some-odd degrees at kickoff. You got Pat and Andy over there. You guys went on the road. You went to Kansas City, and you ultimately choked them out 20-10, and you're getting on the airplane coming home with a dub, man. How big, just in the football NFL world, is that to have accomplished that?
Oh, man, it's huge. And, you know, I've talked before the game and even just to, you know, the media and everybody. Like, obviously, we know Patrick Mahomes is Hall of Famer, you know, Andy Reid, same. You know, like, they have great players, great scheme. They've been great in this league for a long time. My rookie year, you know, they ended up beating me when I was in San Francisco to end up losing the Super Bowl. So, you know, obviously they're great players. But like I said, the one thing I love about the NFL is it doesn't matter what you've been or who you were. You know, I was an undrafted free agent when I came into this league, and I worked for everything I had. And, you know, Patrick worked for everything he had to be so highly regarded. But, you know, like I tell everybody, it's any given Sunday, and this year more than any year, with just all the teams around the league, you see the stuff that's been going on. I think it's just shown more than any that any given Sunday, anything can happen. So I think for us, just knowing like, hey, you gotta be the best today, not who you were, not what you've been. Even for us as a defense, you know, we've been top defense in the league, we feel like all year, but it doesn't matter if you don't do it that day. So I think that was just a challenge to everybody, and of course, it's a huge win for the guys.
Aziz Al-Shaair joining us on Texans postgame. Aziz, you guys are sitting at 8-5 right now. You were sitting at 8-5 last year as well, but it's really interesting how different the paths to 8-5 are. It just goes to show you how different seasons can be. You guys started off this year 0-3, and now you're sitting at 8-5. What does that say? Talk a little bit about just the resolve of this team throughout the season, because you guys have been paddling upstream all year record-wise because of that first month, but now here you sit, and still, like, all of your goals are still right in front of you. You put yourself in a good spot.
Yes, sir. I think the biggest thing is, obviously, last year we started off hot, and we dropped a couple late, whereas now we started off in a hole, losing 3 in a row, and then finding a way to just stack wins, and that's what we've been doing. So it's definitely been awesome because, like you said, it's a different feel than it was a year ago at the same point.
Yeah. Aziz Al-Shaair joining us. Hey, Aziz, we know you got a plane to catch. Hey, congratulations on the Walter Payton Man of the Year award here for the Texans. It's really cool. As I think I saw an interview that you did. I forget who it was with, but I'll reiterate what they said. It'll be really cool that you get to be in San Francisco for that. Hopefully you'll be wearing pads instead of wearing a suit to the Walter Payton Man of the Year, because that means the Texans will still be playing football. But we're super proud of you, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you guys. And, yeah, I definitely pray that I'm able to be wearing my pads, and not just in a suit. But either way, I'm definitely going to be grateful to be out there and just excited for the future.
There's Aziz Al-Shaair on the post-game show with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. Now, speaking of post-game shows, obviously Sunday Night Football, #1 show on TV, has their own post-game show, and a bundled-up Melissa Stark, who actually worked the sideline for the first Texans game in history, the Hall of Fame game in 2002, and she looks exactly the same. I don't know how she does it. She did the interviews with C.J. Stroud, Jalen Petri, and again, Aziz Al-Shaair. So let's listen in on that post-game interview.
CJ, I'm going to start with you because you come in here, you knock off the Kansas City Chiefs, 5th straight win. What does this mean for this team and this organization?
It means everything, man. It starts, with just practice and preparation. But, for me, it all goes back to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and, be able to glorify his name when I'm out here. And it's a tough team, a tough environment to play in, but, we got it done and, go home with the dub.
What is it like for you as a quarterback standing on the sideline watching this defense?
I'm glad I'm on this team, but they do a great job, man. I had to go against them in training camp. I know how hard it can get. We got to help them a little more offensively, but, we take a dub in this environment and, keep it rolling.
And Jalen, what is it like tonight? You guys were so dominant. How did you do it against Patrick Mahomes and this Chiefs offense?
I think it's just about execution. We know what we got to do, and we know the pieces that we bring to the table. So it's all about, just seeing the right things and making sure we execute when we see the right things. But, it was pretty much that.
Well, talking about executing when you see the right things, that interception of yours in the second quarter, I don't know if we've seen anything like it. Can you walk us through it?
I can walk you through it. And the catch and all of that was pretty crazy. But the reason I caught it was because of this man right here.
Aziz?
He got in the first window. Patrick Mahomes came back and tried to fit it in there, and then, the whole tipperoo happened, and it fell in my hands. But, really thankful for it.
Aziz, coming here because you had an interception of your own, and you weren't letting go of that ball on the sideline, were you?
No, I talked to the guys in the locker room before the game. A year ago today, we were in that locker room crying. Myself, just losing that playoff game. I got hurt in the game, and I had a long offseason. Road to recovery every single day. It was a dark place for me. Everything I had went through, it was just a terrible place I was in. And I had this game, circled since the last time we were here. And I told the guys, we're not leaving without a dub. And I'm just so grateful to God, man, where I was, like I said, a year ago on this same field, crying my eyes out because I was in pain and we lost in the playoffs, to now be getting my first player of the game, Sunday Night Football. So I'm truly grateful. God is amazing. All praise to Allah. And, I just keep this thing going.
That's awesome. Congratulations. Big reason to celebrate, guys.
Thank you.
One more tidbit from Sunday Night Football as Will Anderson Jr. visited the desk after the game, and you hear Tony Dungy asking him a question along with Rodney Harrison. This is quick, but it's good.
There's very few breakdowns on your defense. You don't see guys running wide open. You don't see holes that open up because people were in the wrong place. How do you guys get that just mental capacity week in and week out, play in and play out?
Yeah, most definitely. I think it's just the accountability part. When you have a great defense like that, I think it's everybody holding each other accountable and really just looking in the mirror and saying, I don't want to let my brother down. And I think that's what feeds this defense is everybody that's on the field. I can't let my brother down. I got to do my job to the best of ability for everybody out there with me.
That's a championship defense mentality, Coach. You know about that. I love it.
When you see these players interviewed on the primetime sets, whether it's Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, it's such a thrill when it's your guys up there, especially on the road. Seeing Will Anderson up there from a distance, interviewed on that Sunday Night Football set, what a joy. At Arrowhead Stadium, man, the Chiefs fans leaving with about 5.5 minutes to go in the game. Not everybody, but a lot of them heading for the parking lots. It was a beautiful spectacle for Texans fans. All right. Also a beautiful spectacle, seeing DeMeco Ryans give another victory speech in the locker room.
Hey, what you think about that hunt, baby? Hey, so extremely proud of you guys, man. Hey, way to come out here tonight, man, execute and finish. Right, it was all about the finish, right? Great first half, third quarter, didn't look too hot, but I love the way every man in here stood up and finished, right? Most importantly, defense, you got, hey, way to take the football away. Way to We got Kamari got one. Yeah. We got Petri got one. Yeah. And Aziz. Yeah. He got it. Hey, way to finish there at the end, man. Way to run the ball. Way to finish when we needed it most. Way to finish. Great team win. We did what we came to do. All right? And since we did what we came to do, I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Proud of you guys. Proud of you guys, man. Really appreciate everybody in here. Hey, it took everybody to get this done. Really proud of you guys. And just, this is what we're supposed to do. All right? We just keep going one game at a time. Everybody remain focused on the task in front of you, one game at a time. We got a special group. We continue to do what we need to do. We're going to do some special things. One time, Texans!
We have more coming up on the DeMeco Ryans program, including John Harris and DeMeco, their conversation after the game. That's always a good one. And Jaden Higgins in a very celebratory Texans locker room. You don't want to miss it. It's all coming up here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700 plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
When you partner with CDW, you get more from your devices with solutions purpose-built for your toughest tasks. CDW experts are creating seamless workplaces using HP's suite of PCs, printers, and peripherals, so remote teams can work flexibly and designers can display their brilliance, all while keeping your customer data safe. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HP.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the Victory Dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your Victory Dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VI Texans experiences. So, dust off your Victory Dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
The Texans took down the Chiefs at Arrowhead.
Stroud, pocket collapsing, dumps it off to Woody, takes it across the 5, and in! Touchdown, Houston!
Oh, yeah, it's big time, we were all motivated to win this game and, it's a blessing, but, always things to clean up. And in December, you want to get wins, and that's all that really matters.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Gearing up for game day? Look no further than King Ranch Ag and Turf, your local John Deere experts. Whether you're a farmer, landscaper, contractor, or homeowner, King Ranch Ag and Turf has you covered with 14 dealership locations to serve you. Right now, score big savings during our exclusive season kickoff sale. Get unbeatable deals on mowers, tractors, construction equipment, and so much more. Let us help you prepare to tackle your next project like the pros. Visit online at KingRanchAgAndTurf.com or stop by one of our stores where Texans gear up for success.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $8 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the concessions this season at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Texans tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready. Score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Texans.
Football is all year round for the Houston Texans. This January, we're hosting 2 life-changing football showcases for high school male and female athletes who will leave it all on the gridiron to earn a college scholarship. Over $160 million in Scholastic aid has been generated through these programs, making it possible for these athletes to pursue their dreams on a collegiate level. Follow their journeys or learn more about registering at HoustonTexans.com/youthfootball.
Now, more Texans radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
Final lap around the stadium tonight here on the DeMeco Ryans program. Mark Vandermeer with you. Now let's get to it. Locker room, post-game conversation. Johnny Harris and the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, in a game that seemingly ended just a few hours ago. Did anybody sleep last night? Everybody's pumped up. Texans winners of 5 in a row. Here is Johnny and the head coach.
Coach, we sat in your locker room twice last year, kind of shaking our heads like, man, we had him. It was right there. We could have made a few more plays. We'd have walked out of here with a win in the regular season or in the playoffs. Now we sit in here tonight with a win over these guys. Totally different feeling. First of all, what are the vibes? How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling really great, man. I'm feeling proud, just proud of this entire team, how guys came out, and we just did what we needed to do. Like it, whatever it took. We started off with a great first half there, getting up. I mean, third quarter was not great by any means, but the defense kept battling. They kept getting stops when we need to get stops. And then we finished in the fourth quarter, right? And that's really what it all boils down to. That's what matters most is how you finish versus a really, really good team. Like we came out and did what we were supposed to do.
All right, there's so many people to talk about, so many moments to talk about in this one. But you have first and goal at the 5, and Woody's got to come out of the game. And Darius goes in. And Darius, I don't know how to hurry, and I don't know how long. And I know he's a guy that week 1 after that game against the Rams, he very easily could have packed it in. Like, I had that fumble. It cost us. He never did. And he came up with the biggest play, scoring that touchdown. I know we all felt good for him, but obviously that was such a big play. How do you feel for a guy like Darius wearing the C on his chest making a play like that?
Yeah, man, you can't say enough good things about Darius. Like, whenever you need him, like he's always there to show up. Remember, a couple years ago, Emi goes down and he's able to kick for us in a game, and now Woody goes down, he's able to run the ball in for a touchdown. He makes play after play on kickoff and on punt team, so he's just a true pro. Like, whenever his number is called, he's there. You can count on him. He's trustworthy. He makes the plays, and no play bigger than the touchdown he got tonight.
Another guy that we didn't even know if he was going to play tonight, that was Kamari Lassiter. Kind of started seeing him maybe turn at the end of the week, and then like, okay, we got to have him out there. Which just might have been the best game that he played. He was all over the place. The throw to Thornton, I thought was a touchdown. The fans thought it was a touchdown, and he punched through the hands like he's taught. He came up big, and then after a few plays after that, he's blitzing. He had the interception. I don't know if there's any more Kamari Lassiter could have done tonight. What a great game.
Man, what an outstanding game by him, and even more so that, it was tough for him to practice all week. Like, he's dealing, with an injury, but, man, he sucked it up, went out there and not only just played, but he played big-time ball for us. When the ball was up in the air, we knew they were going to try to take some shots. He goes up and makes a play, takes the football away, just constantly around the football, and he's an outstanding young corner in this league. And I always get such joy watching Kamari play because he's going to make some type of play. It wasn't the physical big hit plays today, but it's the ball skills, being able to go up and take the football when we needed it most. It's a great game by Kamari.
One thing we talked about this week, I know Mark and I did, was the fact that in both games last year, you didn't have 5. You didn't have Jalen Petri. And you could see tonight, obviously, the big hit on Rashee Rice, but the tip pick that he ends up having is a big one, even though he didn't score on that drive. Just having him on this defense, having him back healthy, Coach, what does it mean for your group?
Jalen's the X factor. Man, you talk about a guy that shows up every single week. Like, wherever we need to play him, if it's covering, if it's stopping the run, if it's blitzing, like whatever we need, he's going to be the guy to stand up and make a play for us. And what a huge hit that he got to jar the ball loose, and then him just flying around all over